Chapter 1. Zhao Yunduo has passed away. As her closest friend and the only family she had, Shen Linglan took full charge of her funeral arrangements. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunduo's biological mother rummaged through their shared rental apartment, desperately searching for anything of value. Regrettably, she found nothing of significance, except for a bank card belonging to Zhao Yunduo. It seemed that her mother had forgotten the tragic reality of her daughter's death, as she casually inquired of Shen Linglan. "Do you know the password for my daughter's bank card?" Shen Linglan smiled graciously and corrected her. "Annie, her name is not Zhaodi, it is Yunduo also. I do not know her bank card password, by the way. She worked so hard to earn money because she was financially strained, and her salary for this month hasn't been dispersed. I suspect there may not be much in the card." Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother's expression fell drastically. She began to scold Zhao Yunduo for daring to change her name. No wonder Yaofu had been in poor health lately. It was all Zhao Yunduo's fault. She lamented that Zhao Yunduo had been working for so long, yet never sent any money home, or even saved a little. What a heartless child. After enduring 3 minutes of her tirade, Shen Linglan, unwilling to listen any longer, forcibly interrupted. "Annie, do you intend to take Yunduo's ashes back home, or will you be purchasing a burial plot in the city?" "We certainly do not want that," Zhao's mother exclaimed, her face changing dramatically, waving her hands as if to ward off some ill fortune. "I thought Zhaodi would have saved some money after working for so long. Who would have expected this worthless child neither saved nor lived long enough? She has truly brought ruin upon our Zhao family's fortune." Shen Linglan corrected her once more. "Annie, her name is Zhao Yunduo." "Oh, what Yunduo? She is Zhaodi. That foolish girl changed her name, and now that she's dead, she won't even leave a name in the family tree regardless. I will not take her back with me. I am leaving now. Let the ashes be scattered." With that, Zhao's mother departed, leaving no trace of maternal affection behind from start to finish. Shen Linglan handled everything, even covering the cremation expenses. Not even the police could stop Zhao's mother. Shen Linglan refrained from arguing with a woman who had shown no concern for her daughter while she was alive. What humanity could one expect after death? She placed Zhao Yunduo's ashes in a specially purchased transparent plastic box shaped like a cloud and set it on the bedside table of their rental apartment. The memorial plaque was carved from a piece of wood Shen Linglan had found, inscribed with the words, "The grave of Zhao Yunduo, the best friend in the world." There was even an epitaph. It was something the two friends had joked about, saying that when one of them passed, they would want the epitaph to read. Shen Linglan replicated Zhao Yunduo's words, "Delete account and restart, awaiting my return." As she wiped the ashes box and the memorial plaque, Shen Linglan muttered softly, "Zhao Yunduo, you know your best friend is in dire straits and couldn't afford to buy you a lavish burial plot, nor could I provide you with a pure gold memorial plaque, but I swear, once I have the means, I will arrange the most extravagant funeral for you." "You heartless one, didn't I tell you? Don't work yourself to the bone if you can't afford university. You can apply for student loans if you can't afford food. We can share a bun. Why didn't you listen? You insisted on working 3 jobs a day. Now look where it has led him left to collect your remains while you have left me all alone in this world. You knew we could only rely on each other in this vast world." As she spoke, 2 tears slipped silently from her eyes, the chill of sorrow piercing her very soul. She lifted her head and wiped away her tears, but they flowed more freely, until her entire face was drenched, sobbing uncontrollably. The small rental apartment, once feeling cramped for 2, now felt overwhelmingly empty, with Shen Linglan alone, echoing her cries throughout the room. She lost track of how long she cried after a sleepless night. She dozed off in a daze, awakening in the dead of night with a hollow heart. Shen Linglan opened a bottle of alcohol, then another, placing one in front of the memorial plaque. "Hey, Zhao Yunduo, I wish for you to be reborn into a kind family, a little princess cherished in the palm of their hands, or perhaps transform into a strong woman, free from worries about food and clothing." With a resounding clink, the 2 bottles collided, and Shen Linglan tilted her head back, gulping down half a bottle of beer. She exhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for what to do the following day. Shen Linglan had known Zhao Yunduo since middle school. They had gone from initially disliking each other to becoming inseparable friends, a transition she could hardly recall. Later, Shen Linglan was accepted into a second-tier university, while Zhao Yunduo attended a vocational college. This year, during Shen Linglan's final undergraduate semester, she was interning, while Zhao Yunduo had just graduated from her vocational program. Striving to transition to a bachelor's degree thus, she worked tirelessly to save for tuition, spending her days tightening screws in factories and nights stocking shelves at convenience stores, even distributing flyers on her rare days off. And so she collapsed and died. Recalling that fateful night when she returned to the rental apartment after work, Shen Linglan found Zhao Yunduo lying on the bed. Unresponsive no matter how loudly she called, touching her nose, she realized Zhao Yunduo had long ceased to breathe. Despite all her attempts at CPR, it was futile when the ambulance arrived. They declared Zhao Yunduo dead. Shen Linglan sat on the floor, immobilized by despair, until the police summoned Zhao Yunduo's parents from their hometown. However, after a lengthy wait, only her mother arrived. Reflecting on that moment of anguish and helplessness, Shen Linglan drained the remaining alcohol. The clock struck 4 in the morning. At 6, she would need to rise, wash up, and catch a ride to reach the company before 8:30 to obtain her internship certificate. Shen Linglan toiled tirelessly at a private enterprise, waking early each day and working late into the night, earning a meager 2,000 yuan monthly. Shen Linglan felt that this world was utterly wretched. Although I find living to be painful and arduous, I still. She paused, gazing out at the pitch-black sky, the moon shrouded by clouds. With only a few stars flickering in the vast expanse, they say departed loved ones turn into stars to watch over you. But which one is Zhao Yunduo? Yet, I selfishly wish this is all a nightmare when dawn breaks. I hope Zhao Yunduo will bounce back into my life, vibrant and full of energy. As Shen Linglan opened another bottle of alcohol, she failed to notice her phone flickering with an eerie light. Just as she was becoming tipsy and on the verge of sleep, a thought struck her, and she shouted, "Zhao Yunduo, don't leave me, I miss you so much. Please call me back. Sobi, sobi, sobi." The phone flickered again, suddenly emitting a mechanical voice. "Good master, the channel has been successfully established, calling Zhao Yunduo for you." In her dazed state, upon hearing Zhao Yunduo's name, Shen Linglan couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Zhao Yunduo, haha, Zhao Yunduo. Stupid woman, come back to me." In her drunken stupor, Shen Linglan shouted toward Zhao Yunduo's memorial plaque, oblivious to the late hour, grateful that her windows were tightly shut, sparing her neighbors from disturbance. After venting her emotions, just as she was about to drift into a deep sleep, her phone unexpectedly transmitted a familiar voice. "Hey, Lanbao, is that you? Sob, sob, sob. How did my phone suddenly get signal? I miss you so much I don't know where I am, let me tell you. The other day while I was working." The voice on the phone rambled on, and lying on the bed in a disheveled state, Shen Linglan smiled in her dreams, finding it truly wonderful to hear Zhao Yunduo's voice once more. On the other end of the call, Zhao Yunduo, initially moved by the warmth, began to scold when she received no response. "Hello, Shen Linglan, are you dead or what? Speak up. You're driving me crazy. If you don't say something, I swear I'm going to be eaten by zombies." Startled by her own outburst, Zhao Yunduo noticed a zombie at the door, turning its body toward her in response to the noise. Frightened, she quickly shut the door, too scared to peek outside. Just 2 days prior, she had returned home from her night shift at the convenience store at 2 in the morning, exhausted after finally locating a shared bicycle and riding back to the rental apartment. Zhao Yunduo collapsed in a bed. Neglecting even the takeout she had brought home upon waking, she found herself still in the apartment. But oddly, it appeared dilapidated, as if no one had lived there for ages, with cobwebs densely covering the corners, quite terrifying. Most importantly, there was no food or drink, and her dear friend Shen Linglan was nowhere to be found. As she puzzled over the situation and opened the door to check outside, she was startled to see several zombies wandering at her doorstep. They turned their heads towards her, their decaying bodies and dark, hollow eye sockets sending her into a panic, prompting her to slam the door shut, and lock it in. Duo leaned against the door, clutching her racing heart, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. When did the world devolve into this state? After I fainted, what transpired? Is the world incapable of functioning without me? Have I slumbered into an apocalyptic realm where humanity has succumbed to zombification? Or did I inadvertently sleep through the end of days? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Zhao Yunduo rummaged through every nook and cranny of her surroundings. She scoured the three-person-wide wardrobe, the cramped restroom, and even beneath the bed that barely accommodated a human form. Yet she found no trace of Shen Linglan. This was utterly terrifying. She could not locate her dear friend. More frightening than the presence of zombies outside. Could it be that her friend Shen Linglan had transformed into one of them? Zhao Yunduo felt this possibility weighed heavily on her, summoning an inexplicable courage. She retrieved a fruit knife from within the room and, without hesitation, struck down the two zombies lurking outside her door. She then meticulously inspected each room on the third floor, yet still found no sign of Shen Linglan. She narrowly escaped being bitten by a zombie in room 307, only just managing to withdraw in time, thus evading the fate of becoming a zombie's meal. By the time she returned to her rented space, she was ravenously hungry, and the witching hour had long passed, though she was oblivious to the exact time. Just as she was on the brink of drifting into slumber, Zhao Yunduo's phone rung an unexpected call from Shen Linglan. This smartphone was a relic from her university days, costing her 1,000 yuan, and had served her faithfully for many years. It occasionally lagged and bore several cracks on its screen. After several attempts, she finally managed to connect with Shen Linglan. "Hello, Lanbao, is that you? Whoa, how did my phone suddenly get signal? I miss you so much. Let me tell you, I fainted while working the other day, and when I came to, guess what? I found myself back at our home, but you were nowhere to be found. You little minx, where have you gone? There's zombies outside. You haven't been devoured by them, have you? Speak to me, I'm so scared." She poured out her heart for a full half hour, yet received no reply from Shen Linglan, and suddenly, the call disconnected. Attempting to redial, she was met with the disheartening message that Shen Linglan's phone was turned off. A wave of dread washed over Zhao Yunduo, her mind clouded with confusion. She tried calling the convenience store owner, but the line was dead. The flyer distributor was unreachable, and the factory owner was equally out of reach. AI, Zhao Yunduo sighed. Had I known waking up would mean the end of the world, I should have collected my wages yesterday and taken Shen Linglan out for a lavish feast. I still have over half a month's salary left to collect. What a loss. Muttering to herself, fatigued and famished after a day of searching for Shen Linglan with a fruit knife in hand, she succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off to sleep on her bed. Due to a night of excessive drinking and deep slumber, her phone lay dead when Shen Linglan awoke. The sun had already risen high in the sky. Rubbing her throbbing head in agony, she instinctively called out, "Doer, what time is it?" Silence enveloped the room. As she awaited a response, Shen Linglan's head tilted, her gaze falling upon the memorial tablet beside her nightstand. Grasping her aching head, she sat upright, suddenly recalling that her dear Doer was no longer with her. After charging her phone and brushing her teeth, Shen Linglan was horrified to discover the time. 12 o'clock. What on earth? How could it be noon already? This is disastrous. She opened WeChat, and indeed, a flurry of messages greeted her, all from Li Quan, the team leader responsible for managing the internship group, inquiring why she had yet to arrive at work and whether she was running late. Soon, he resorted to sending voice messages, sternly interrogating her about her absence from work, even stating that failure to request leave in advance would result in a deduction of 3 days' wages if she did not show up by the afternoon. Her internship certificate would be withheld. Shen Linglan wailed in despair as she checked her text messages, discovering several notifications alerting her to missed calls while her phone had been turned off. Drinking had certainly led to troublesome consequences. While filled with regret, she prepared to call Li Quan. However, her eyes soon fell upon a rather peculiar message that IT indicated that there had been a missed call around 4 in the morning. From a number she knew all too well, it was Zhao Yunduo's. Yet, as Shen Linglan's gaze drifted to the cloud-like urn, a chill ran down her spine. After all, Zhao Yunduo's phone had been burned alongside her body. They had once sworn to each other that whoever departed first would ensure the other's phone was destroyed, preventing any content from becoming public. Thus, just days ago, under the pressure of Zhao's mother, Shen Linglan had insisted the crematorium staff incinerate Yunduo's phone, preserving her friend's dignity in this world. But how could there be a missed call from her? Forgetting about calling Li Quan, Shen Linglan trembled as she dialed Zhao Yunduo's number. When the familiar tone of connection rang in her ears instead of the automated message indicating the phone was off, she nearly dropped her phone in shock. The waiting tone persisted for what felt like an eternity, and as relief washed over her, she mocked her own naivety. She had witnessed the cremation with her own eyes. How could the deceased possibly answer a call? That missed call was likely some newfangled scam, or perhaps someone had resold Zhao Yunduo's number. As Shen Linglan pondered this, just as she was about to hang up, the call connected. Hello, it was Zhao Yunduo's voice. A sound Shen Linglan recognized instantly, albeit slightly groggy, as if she had just awakened. Shen Linglan screamed, tossing her phone onto the bed. She turned to clutch Zhao Yunduo's memorial plaque, exclaiming, "Duoer, my dear, someone is impersonating you. Your voice sounds just like hers. It's terrifying. Please manifest and punish her, or I might just be scared to death and join you." As Shen Linglan cried out, the voice from the phone continued to ring clearly in her ears. Glancing between the plaque, the urn, and the phone, she rapidly shifted her gaze back and forth, suddenly bewildered. Where is that voice coming from? "It's me," Zhao Yunduo shouted from the other end. "It's your dear old friend." "Here." Shen Linglan cautiously pinched the phone with 2 fingers, incredulously asking, "Zhao Yunduo, where are you calling me from? Heaven or hell?" "I'm at our place. In that rental room for 800 a month." Shen Linglan once again flung the phone onto the bed. Cradling her head and covering her ears, cautiously surveying every corner of the room with her wide eyes. Finally, she quivered as she said, "No, sister, just speak to me directly. I'm at home too. Why are you calling me?" Can the realms of the living and the dead communicate? I wonder if there will be a phone bill. Does it cost 2 dimes a minute? By the way, where are you? Inside or outside? Can you wave at me so I can see you?" Zhao Yunduo, realizing she could barely comprehend Shen Linglan's frantic words, could not help but curse at her for several minutes, bringing back the familiar sense of camaraderie. After being scolded, Shen Linglan rubbed her nose and softly pleaded, "No, sister, please stop scolding, but can I just offer you some incense? I will, I promise. Just stop nagging. It's not that. I truly attended your funeral. No, I orchestrated your funeral. Your ashes are right beside me. You must be cursing me to death, Shen Linglan. I simply didn't bring you milk tea the other night. Are you still holding a grudge?" Shen Linglan rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. She thought to herself that either she had gone mad or her best friend had lost her mind. Yet, Zhao Yunduo insisted she was not dead, claiming she had traversed to the apocalypse. Not an apocalypse per se, but a world infested with zombies, a world that bore traces of their existence, though they did not know where Shen Linglan was in this new realm. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunduo had learned that she had suddenly collapsed after her shift at the convenience store and had been cremated. And she continued to berate Shen Linglan for being insane. Both of them felt convinced that the other had lost their sanity. They spent a good 10 minutes on the phone before finally believing each other's revelations. "So you really have crossed over to the apocalypse? So I truly am dead." They both voiced their disbelief, and upon receiving confirmation from the other, a heavy silence enveloped them. Although Shen Linglan felt immense joy upon discovering Zhao Yunduo was alive, it was clear that they were not in the same world. Even though they both occupied the same room, they had no idea where Zhao Yunduo was in her dimension. Thus, they could not return to their previous lives of sharing meals, sleeping, or wandering the streets together, nor could they meet face to face. The thought of this filled Shen Linglan with melancholy. With a sigh, she was about to say something when her stomach suddenly grumbled. "Hey, Zhao Yunduo, I must tell you, I cried all night after you died and got completely drunk last night that I haven't eaten anything in a day and a night. For you, I've turned into a wretched ghost." "Wretched ghost, my foot, at least you have something to eat. I've been starving for a whole day and night, and this shabby place left me with nothing." As Shen Linglan retrieved a cup of instant noodles from the fridge and boiled a kettle of hot water, she continued to poke fun at her best friend. "Zhao Yunduo, now is the time for you to unleash your potential. Grab a big knife and patrol outside. You are bound to find something to eat." "You have no idea." Zhao Yunduo recalled how hard she had tried to find Shen Linglan when she first arrived. "I've already patrolled around looking for you. This dilapidated building has nothing but zombies." Shen Linglan fell silent. She admitted to feeling somewhat touched. Looking at the steaming cup of noodles, she sincerely remarked, "If only I could see you, my dear duoer, I would let you have the entire cup without taking a single bite." No sooner had she spoken than the large, fragrant cup of instant noodles before her vanished. Almost immediately, Zhao Yunduo's scream echoed from the other end. "What the hell? Lanbao, the noodles have really appeared right in front of me. How did you do that?" Shen Linglan was just as bewildered, still holding the plastic fork, ready to dig in. Wait, how did the noodles get to you? Shen Linglan was equally astonished. It smells so good. The delicious aroma wafted into Zhao Yunduo's nostrils, prompting her to joyfully exclaim, "Thank you, my dear." As Zhao Yunduo lifted the lid of her noodles, she looked around and realized, "Wait, darling, where's my fork?" Shen Linglan glanced at the fork in her hand, and a thought struck her. Imagining that it was meant for Zhao Yunduo, the fork instantly disappeared from her grasp. In Zhao Yunduo's bowl of noodles, a white plastic fork materialized. Both of them gasped in unison. What kind of connection is this? Shen Linglan wondered. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunduo, feeling a sudden loss of confidence, nervously asked, "Lanbao, is this food you burned for me to eat? Am I not in hell?" Shen Linglan was at a loss for words. She then sent Zhao Yunduo some biscuits, as they were both impoverished and had little food stocked up. Aside from the instant noodles, all that remained were some cookies. "Sweetheart, just eat these for now. I'll buy you something delicious tonight." As Shen Linglan prepared another bowl of instant noodles, the two friends engaged in conversation over the phone, sharing a meal just like any other ordinary day. However, this time was distinct. They could only hear each other's voices, unable to see each other's faces. Shen Linglan recounted the events following Zhao Yunduo's departure, while Zhao Yunduo, upon learning that her biological mother only inquired about leftover money after hearing of her demise, felt no sorrow, rolling her eyes instead. That family only cared for the boy. She had never expected them to take responsibility for her remains. "If I truly become a ghost, I shall haunt their dreams in turn." Both women came from troubled backgrounds. Zhao Yunduo's family favored sons over daughters. Several of her older sisters were already married, with their substantial bride price being used for Yao Zhong's tuition, as well as for buying him computers, smartphones, and designer shoes. Zhao Yunduo had been expected to fulfill a similar role, but she managed to escape before marriage. Her family still harbored resentment towards her. Shen Linglan, on the other hand, had parents who divorced early on. After completing junior high, her parents deemed the few hundred yuan in tuition too expensive and ceased to provide financial support. Even her tuition fees required her to earn money during the winter and summer breaks. Finally, after enduring to find an internship, she was able to breathe a sigh of relief with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Both friends shared the same plight, unloved by their parents, relying on one another and spending their earnings together. After venting their frustrations about their irresponsible parents, Shen Linglan suddenly received a call from her team leader, Li Quan, realizing that she had skipped half a day's work. Shen Linglan felt a wave of dread wash over her. "Duo, I've missed half a day of work today. That tyrant has been calling me incessantly. I can't take this anymore." I need to return his call. Zhao Yunduo, having finished her meal, licked her lips and replied, "All right, but don't forget to bring me a bottle of water after your call. I'm parched." Li Quan, a balding middle-aged man, was the leader of the design group and also supervised interns. He had previously shown considerable care towards Shen Linglan, but after she declined an invitation to dinner, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. He began to target her, often assigning her extra work and nitpicking her performance. Now that Shen Linglan had inexplicably skipped work for half a day, he was likely furious and contemplating how to reprimand her. The thought that she needed his signature on her internship certificate prompted her to call back immediately. As soon as the call connected, she was met with Li Quan's irate voice. "Shen Linglan, where have you been?" Suppressing her frustration from his onslaught of criticism, she apologized and explained, "I'm sorry, Li Go. I overslept this morning. I will take a taxi to work right away. Hurry up, there's a pile of work waiting for you. It's already 2 o'clock. If I don't see you by 2:30, I'll report you for 3 days of absence and deduct 7 days' salary." With a day's salary barely exceeding 100 yuan, the prospect of losing 500 yuan felt unbearable. Shen Linglan gritted her teeth and ended the call. On her way to work, she recalled Zhao Yunduo's thirst and stopped at a supermarket, purchasing a bottle of cola, a bottle of iced tea, and a bottle of mineral water, secretly slipping them into her bag, all the while reminding herself to deliver them to Zhao Yunduo. Indeed, those 3 bottles of drinks vanished in an instant. Soon after, Zhao Yunduo sent her a message. "Thanks, babe," surprised that Zhao Yunduo could text. Shen Linglan quickly replied with a lengthy rant about Li Quan, lamenting the unfairness of having 7 days' salary deducted and anticipating another late night of work. Zhao Yunduo, aware of Li Quan's past bullying, felt indignant as they raged against him together. Just as Zhao Yunduo finished her cola and let out a burp, Shen Linglan suddenly heard a voice in her mind. "Ding, Congratulations to the host's best friend for being well-fed and hydrated. The host's bank account balance has doubled. After disembarking from the taxi, Shen Linglan was still dazed by the announcement. Doubling her balance? Such fortune existed? Was this a reality? What need was there for her to work? Glancing at the time, it was 2:26. Calmly, she purchased a bottle of milk tea at a convenience store. If Zhao Yunduo was well-fed and hydrated, her bank balance would double, making work unnecessary. She could become a billionaire simply by supporting her best friend. Losing 500 yuan seemed trivial. With poise, Shen Linglan took out her phone to pay the 7 yuan, but upon entering her password, it displayed insufficient funds. Flustered, she switched between 3 bank cards until the transaction finally went through. When she checked her bank statement, she nearly fainted. Her only card with money had a balance of 36 yuan, which doubled to 72. Although she had saved over 4,000 yuan during 4 months of her internship. Expenses from Zhao Yunduo's emergency medical care, funeral, and the plastic urn had drained her savings. She had done her utmost to give Zhao Yunduo a proper farewell. Now, staring at her balance of 72 yuan. And after deducting 7 yuan, only 65 remained, barely enough for a week's worth of meals. She wondered what had possessed her to squander 3 precious minutes, nearly causing her to be late. Clutching the milk tea, she dashed towards the company. At 2:30, Shen Linglan arrived punctually at the office, breathless and leaning against the door. As colleagues passed by, she sheepishly waved and smiled until she spotted the balding middle-aged man. Li Guo, she greeted first, trying to be cordial. However, Li Quan didn't return her smile. His gaze was icy. Meeting his glare, Shen Linglan fidgeted with her bag, standing up straight and retracting her smile. She suppressed her disdain. Mustering all her acting skills to nod in greeting. Li Quan rolled his eyes, glancing at Shen Linglan's cheap bag from Taobao, and impatiently remarked, "There are many designs waiting for you. Hurry up." Lowering her head, Shen Linglan resumed her barrage of messages to Zhao Yunduo. Once seated at her workstation, she recalled the system voice in her head and fiercely told Zhao Yunduo, "Babe, just wait. Tonight, I'm going to feed you well." After enduring a long day of work, she finally reached dinner time, only for Li Quan to inform her that she would need to stay late. Shen Linglan clenched her teeth and began texting again. Damn it. Why doesn't that middle-aged balding man ever want to go home? Doesn't he have a cozy home to return to? Yet, despite her complaints, payday was just 2 days away, and Shen Linglan had to endure and stay late. She texted Zhao Yunduo to ask what she wanted to eat. Starving all afternoon, Zhao Yunduo craved her favorite biang noodles, extra spicy, and Shen Linglan ordered 2 servings along with a meat sandwich. The 2 noodle dishes cost 30 yuan, leaving her with 35 yuan in her account. If each time she fed herself resulted in a double balance, she would have 70 yuan, allowing her to continue treating Zhao Yunduo the next day. If this was a fleeting fortune, she would have to be frugal with her remaining 35 yuan. Fortunately, regardless of tomorrow's difficulties, she would be paid the day after, allowing for a delightful meal. Worst case, they could share instant noodles. Shen Linglan resolved to treat herself well and quickened her pace to collect the takeout. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she pressed the button to deliver Zhao Yunduo's order. With a thought, the meal appeared before Zhao Yunduo. Having spent the entire afternoon sleeping, Zhao Yunduo was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that after toiling for decades in her previous life, she could now enjoy a life of abundance in this new world. Thanks to her best friend, if only she weren't living in an apocalypse. Yet, Zhao Yunduo was aware that Shen Linglan's family neglected her as well, and with her modest salary, supporting 2 people must be a struggle. She contemplated this while thinking that after replenishing her strength, she should venture out tomorrow to scavenge for supplies. One cannot truly rely entirely on one's best friend, lest it genuinely exhaust Shen Linglan. Her gaze fell upon the fruit knife, and she resolved to test it out tomorrow. For now, it was time to indulge. This biang noodle shop was her absolute favorite, with the fried eggs exuding a delightful aroma. The tomatoes stewed to a tender sweetness, and the meat morsels both chewy and succulent. After Zhao Yunduo finished her noodles, she drained the remaining bottle of iced red tea from the afternoon. Burp, she lay back on her bed, letting out a satisfied belch. In this apocalyptic world devoid of electricity and internet, her phone served little purpose beyond communicating with Shen Linglan, whether it was some green app or the popular one with big eyes. None received any signal. Quite peculiar indeed. Fortunately, Zhao Yunduo still had novels downloaded on her phone to keep her occupied when she awoke. She flipped through the pages, witnessing the male and female protagonists misunderstand each other due to their silence, leading the female lead to flee to a foreign land. leaving the male lead to pine for her for 4 or 5 years. Finding it tedious, Zhao Yunduo decided to rise and sharpen her only weapon. The fruit knife had rusted from disuse. After honing it against the stone sink, she attempted to slice through the plastic takeout bowl, only to discover how dull it had become, its short length rendering it virtually useless. She feared she might get bitten by a zombie before she could even pierce one's skull. Zhao Yunduo contemplated that once Shen Linglan received her salary, she ought to buy the cheapest long knife from the supermarket. Perhaps it would cost around 10 to 20 yuan? With a long knife in hand, she could confront the zombies on her own and no longer need to depend on Shen Linglan for sustenance. Wouldn't it be splendid if Shen Linglan were a rich heiress? Zhao Yunduo mused while lying on her bed, imagining her friend winning the lottery. Perhaps a few million. No, even a few 100,000 would suffice, allowing her to lie back in peace, waiting for her friend to provide for her. Otherwise, the thought of battling zombies outdoors filled her with trepidation. Just as Zhao Yunduo was lost in her thoughts, Shen Linglan had just finished her overtime shift and was on her way home. Having just received a notification of a double balance. 35 yuan had indeed transformed into 70. Despite this newfound ability, Shen Linglan refrained from extravagance, patiently waiting for the last bus at 10:30. Unwilling to take a taxi ride would cost a dozen yuan, reducing the money she could potentially double tomorrow, an unwise trade-off. On the bus, Shen Linglan contemplated a rather terrifying notion. If her balance doubled again, it would amount to 140 yuan, and if it doubled once more, it would reach 280. Sooner or later, she could amass thousands. Moreover, she was due for a salary in 2 days. Doubling her 2,000 yuan paycheck would yield 4,000. Wait, she'd been docked nearly 70 for skipping work yesterday, leaving her with 1,930, but even doubled, that was still quite a sum. Could it be that she could truly enrich herself by feeding her best friend? Where did this miraculous system originate? Shen Linglan had many questions, but alas, the mechanical voice in her head only informed her when her friend was well-fed and her balance doubled. Offering no answers to her inquiries, she recalled the times when they had yet to receive their paychecks, sharing a single 1 yuan steamed bun, only to wake up in the middle of the night, parched and starving. Back then, they had dreamed of what it would be like if one of them were wealthy. What had they said? Once you become rich, I'll slack off and await your generosity. Perhaps it could truly come to fruition. Thud, 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 thud. Zhao Yunduo was jolted awake from her slumber by a sudden knock at the door. Rubbing her eyes, she instinctively shouted, "Who is it?" The moment the words left her mouth, she quickly covered her mouth. This was an apocalyptic world. The sound of knocking was far too suspicious. Zhao Yunduo immediately regretted her outburst, nearly slapping herself. However, pretending no one was home was now too late. Her voice had already reached the ears of the knocker, who responded, "Hey there, is that you? I'm absolutely starving. Do you have anything to eat? Could you spare a little?" It was a man's voice. Deep yet hoarse, sounding like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The door to her rented room had no peephole, and Zhao Yunduo was too wary to open it, so she lowered her voice, trying to sound intimidating. "I have no food. Please, just give me a little something. Anything will do. I won't mind if it's spoiled." The man persisted, seemingly convinced that Zhao Yunduo had provisions. But what food could Zhao Yunduo possibly have? Even with her friend as contributions, she was left with only a bottle of mineral water. If she gave it away, what would she have left for herself? Moreover, she had seen her fair share of apocalyptic films and novels. Humans were the most terrifying creatures. After all, even in normal times, she wouldn't dare open the door for anyone. Seeing that he wouldn't leave, Zhao Yunduo chose to remain silent. After all, the door was sturdy enough that he couldn't break it down. Let him stay outside without water or food. She refused to believe that the man could endure out there indefinitely. "Good fortune, come to me." Suddenly, her phone rang. Zhao Yunduo quickly muted her phone, and the knocking ceased. But immediately, the man raised his voice again, asking, "How come there's music coming from your place? Is there still power? Are you trying to lure zombies to chase me away? I'll have you know, I've taken care of all the zombies in the area." Zhao Yunduo was reluctant to engage with the man's ramblings, so she grabbed her phone and retreated to the bathroom. Although the bathroom was small and tucked away in a corner of the apartment, it at least offered some sound insulation. Lowering her voice, she said, "Hello?" Shen Linglan's puzzled voice came through. Why is there suddenly so much tension?" Zhao Yunduo didn't want to worry her friend or let the man outside overhear their conversation, so she refrained from explaining and changed the subject, asking Shen Linglan what she was up to. Shen Linglan cheerfully informed her that she had just finished work and was planning to buy a late-night snack. asking Zhao Yunduo what she desired. Zhao Yunduo gazed at the sturdy, shut door, relieved to find that the outside noise had completely vanished. Yet, a sense of fear lingered within her. In this familiar yet foreign world, she wished to numb her anxious heart with a bit of alcohol. "I'd like a drink, and if possible, please give me a 5 yuan fried chicken leg from around the corner." "Sure thing." Shen Linglan ordered 2 chicken legs, along with a barbecue platter and 2 bottles of beer. When the delivery arrived, Zhao Yunduo was taken aback by the large bag filled with her favorite barbecue, staring dumbfoundedly at Shen Linglan. "Darling, did you get paid, or are you feeling reckless? Why are you suddenly ordering so much food?" "I am a bit scared." Zhao Yunduo perked up her ears, listening intently for any sounds outside, and upon noticing the silence, she exhaled in relief. However, just to be safe, she closed the windows to prevent the aroma of the barbecue from wafting outside. If that man had tea left, it could be troublesome if he confirmed there was indeed food inside. Thankfully, Shen Linglan had only ordered items with subtle scents, such as grilled fish, tofu, grilled cabbage, and ginkgo, which eased Zhao Yunduo's worries considerably. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan burst into laughter. "Duo, I have some astonishing news to share with you." Shen Linglan relayed the information about the system doubling her balance, leaving Zhao Yunduo in a state of shock. "So, if I'm full, your bank account balance doubles." "Exactly. What on earth? Why did you order so much expensive food for me? How much did you spend?" Shen Linglan calculated and revealed that including the beer, it had cost 33 yuan, leaving her with 37. Zhao Yunduo nearly exploded with frustration. "You spent 37 yuan, and tomorrow you'll lose 60 or 70. You could have just ordered me a boiled egg or a steamed bun, and I'd still be full. You could have doubled your balance too. And what's with ordering late-night snacks? That's just wasting money." Shen Linglan facepalmed. "Darling, you're a person, not a pig. If I fed you steamed buns every day, that would be inhumane." There was a reason they struggled to save money. In the past, they had endured months of solely eating buns to pay for tuition, and now that they were earning a bit, they wanted to indulge. Had they developed a habit of saving, they wouldn't still be living in this cramped, shabby apartment. One's stomach couldn't be neglected, and neither could a best friend. Moreover, now that Zhao Yunduo has feasted to her heart's content, Shen Linglan's bank balance is set to skyrocket, which certainly means she must indulge her friend with sumptuous delicacies. Today, it doubled to 70 yuan, and after spending over 30, tomorrow it will still be 70. Doesn't that mean she essentially dined for free several times today? Shen Linglan felt she had struck a lucrative deal. Hearing Zhao Yunduo lamenting in distress, Shen Linglan couldn't help but chuckle. "Hurry up and eat. The barbecue won't silence your cravings." As the delicacies were passed over, the aroma of the freshly grilled barbecue and chicken legs had already tantalized Zhao Yunduo's senses. She popped open a bottle of chilled beer, clinking it against her phone. "To you, my dear Lanner, cheers, cheers." Unlike the last time she clinked glasses with Zhao Yunduo over a tombstone, this time, Shen Linglan drank with genuine merriment, as long as Zhao Yunduo was alive. That was all that mattered. Previously, when her funds dwindled to mere dozens, she longed to treat her dear friend. Now, with this newfound system, Shen Linglan could lavish Zhao Yunduo with delightful feasts in the future. Zhao Yunduo shared the same sentiment. "So, if I eat my fill, your balance will double." Zhao Yunduo calculated with her fingers, and after swallowing a piece of squid tentacle, she exclaimed, "Then what difference is there between you and a rich lady?" "I don't care. If that's the case, I'm not going out anymore. You'll have to support me." Shen Linglan readily agreed that I still have 37 yuan left. "For breakfast tomorrow, I'll arrange a hearty meat bun and peanut milk for you. That should only cost about 10 yuan. Then I'll have 54 yuan tomorrow, enough to last the day. I'll get paid the day after tomorrow, nearly 2,000 yuan. Dodo, stick with me, and I won't let you suffer. When you get paid, I want KFC. KFC isn't worthy of you, darling. I'll get you Pizza Hut." The two engaged in playful banter, and just as Zhao Yunduo let out a satisfied burp, the familiar chime echoed in Shen Linglan's mind once again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your best friend has eaten to her satisfaction today," rewarding the host with additional zeros in her bank balance. "What?" Shen Linglan exclaimed. "Additional zeros in my balance? Just from a midnight snack?" Zhao Yunduo, slightly tipsy from the drink, felt hazy. "What midnight snack? I'm full. I can't eat anymore." The midnight snack added zeros to the balance. Shen Linglan jumped up. "Yunduo, you're truly impressive. Just wait. I'll fatten you up like a pig." Zhao Yunduo collapsed onto her bed, mumbling, "What pig?" Shen Linglan, "You're the pig." a porcupine, a wild boar. Shen Linglan opened her mobile app. Discovering her balance had surged to 370 yuan. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished. After skipping work for half a day and losing a day's wages, it turned out Zhao Yunduo had earned it back with just one meal. If it weren't the dead of night, Shen Linglan would have leapt up and shouted in joy. Had she been able to reach Zhao Yunduo, she would have embraced her and showered her with kisses, declaring, "Good friend, I love you." When Zhao Yunduo finally awoke, the sun was already shining. Beside her bed lay a still warm large bun and a bowl of peanut milk, her favorite, delivered by Shen Linglan, who had gone to work early. Having consumed 2 bottles of alcohol the previous night, Zhao Yunduo still felt a bit dazed. After rinsing her mouth with mineral water, she took a bite of the bun, pondering that she needed to ask Shen Linglan to bring her some daily necessities, as she felt unclean without brushing her teeth. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan unusually arrived at work at 9 o'clock. Typically, she would be at her desk by 8:30, turning on the air conditioning and boiling water in advance, so that when her colleagues and superiors arrived, the water would be perfectly cool for drinking. She would tidy her desk and begin her day's work ahead of time. But today, she arrived exactly on time. Just as she stepped in, Li Quan entered the office as well. The office was still warm. Clearly, the air conditioning had only just been turned on, and the water had yet to boil. Li Quan immediately directed his gaze at Shen Linglan. "You're late again." His voice was cold, and he gazed at her with evident displeasure. Shen Linglan refused to indulge him any longer and flipped her attendance record for him to see, which showed she had clocked in at 8:59. "I'm not late," Li Quan scoffed mockingly, an intern arriving right on time. Not very intern-like. Shen Linglan glanced at the time on her phone and retorted, "You only arrived at 9:05. Doesn't that mean you're late?" Li Quan slammed the items in his hands onto the desk, pointing at Shen Linglan and bellowing, "What s with that attitude? Do you think you can dictate my affairs? Do you not want your internship certificate anymore?" The mention of the internship certificate reminded Shen Linglan that her internship period was nearing its end, and she hadn't yet received it. However, she had long harbored discontent towards Li Quan, and having just confronted him, she felt a wave of relief after holding back her frustrations for 4 months. Although she wished she hadn't waited so long, it felt liberating to finally speak out that I do want my internship certificate. Why wouldn't I be able to get it if I'm not late? Brotherly, you're not holding a grudge against me for refusing your dinner invitation, are you? Punishing me by withholding my internship certificate? Upon hearing Shen Linglan's bold assertion, Li Quan's face shifted between shades of blue and red, gritting his teeth as he countered, "What do you mean I invited you? That's nonsense. Do you really want me to share our chat history in the group?" Colleagues nearby gathered, intrigued, and asked Shen Linglan, "What chat history?" Some even urged her to share it in the group so they could see. Shen Linglan didn't share but merely shook her phone, her gaze fixed on Li Quan, as if threatening him that if he continued to shout at her, she would indeed post it. Seeing this, Li Quan was compelled to suppress his emotions, waving off the surrounding colleagues. All right, enough of this. If you're not going to work properly, then what are you doing here?" His tone softened considerably as he addressed Shen Linglan. "Xiaoshen, I'm not criticizing you, but your temper is a bit too much. I only said a few words, and you reacted this way." Shen Linglan mirrored his smile, saying nothing. "Fine. I want to hold back your internship certificate. I'll also inform HR about yesterday's absence. So I want to deduct your wages, and don't worry about that baseless chat history." He continued, "You have such a bad temper. How will you manage in society later?" Noticing his tone had softened, Shen Linglan decided not to press the issue any further. After all, if he were to retaliate against her internship certificate, she would ultimately be the one to suffer. Shen Linglan merely nodded, ignoring his attempt to appease her, and returned to her desk. She hadn't anticipated that everything would unfold so smoothly. Previously, when Li Quan bullied her both openly and covertly, she had to endure it all alone, with a low salary, no savings, and no family or relatives to support her. She had always been timid, never daring to confront Li Quan, enduring everything in silence. Even when Li Quan attempted to ask her out privately, and she declined, she didn't dare to tell anyone, as if she were the one in the wrong. In retrospect, it was utterly ridiculous. When faced with foolishness, one must stand their ground. Otherwise, if one bottles it all up, they might end up suffering the consequences. Shen Linglan plopped down in her chair. The familiar chime echoed in her mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your best friend has eaten to her satisfaction, rewarding the host with a doubling of her bank balance. Her 360 yuan transformed into 720 yuan. Shen Linglan, elated, felt her stomach rumble in response. Of course, she had skipped breakfast to save money and ensure her balance doubled. And now she was starving. With her balance now doubled, she was determined to treat herself to a delicious lunch. She discreetly texted Zhao Yunduo, asking what she wanted for lunch. Zhao Yunduo replied casually, saying anything would do, as long as it was economical. The two had grown accustomed to frugality. Even with the system's financial boon, they hesitated to indulge extravagantly. One was willing to go hungry, while the other was content with simple fare. Shen Linglan, however, was unwilling to let her dear friend suffer, so she ordered Zhao Yunduo her favorite chicken leg rice, adding sausages, cola, fried eggs, and an assortment of other treats, all for just over 30 yuan. Meanwhile, she opted for a modest meal for herself, just enough to fill her up. After work, Shen Linglan picked up the food and delivered it to Zhao Yunduo, who promptly sent 2 urgent messages. "Oh no, Lon Bauer, my phone is about to die. What do I do? This wretched place has no power. 5. It's almost gone. We won't be able to contact each other anymore. Will we? Help." Upon receiving a text message, Shen Linglan took a detour while retrieving her meal downstairs, venturing into a neighboring store that specialized in mobile accessories. There, she procured 2 power banks for Zhao Yunduo, tucking them into her bag. With a mere thought and a swift motion, she sent them over to Zhao Yunduo. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived from Zhao Yunduo. "Hee, my treasure is truly clever. The chicken leg rice smells delightful." Shen Linglan felt a sense of relief, realizing that the items she had sent were indeed useful to Zhao Yunduo. Otherwise, she would have genuinely feared losing contact with her friend, who must be feeling quite lonely and bored alone. After spending 720 yuan on the chicken leg rice, Shen Linglan was left with 671 yuan. Following the purchase of the 2 power banks for 70 yuan, she had 601 yuan remaining. In no time, her 601 yuan doubled, transforming into 1202 yuan. The chicken leg in Shen Linglan's hand became even more fragrant, and she eagerly shared the news with Zhao Yunduo. Zhao Yunduo exclaimed that she should have only bought 1 power bank, which would have saved her 35 yuan, doubling to 70 yuan, making it as if the power bank was a gift. Shen Linglan teased Zhao Yunduo for being a little miser, while Zhao Yunduo lamented that she could only afford to eat biangbiang noodles once a month when she was paid. The chicken leg rice she was enjoying today was a luxury she had never imagined. Occasionally, she would treat herself to an additional bottle of cola, but the days of having both meat and cola at every meal were once beyond her wildest dreams. On her last day in this world, Zhao Yunduo had gone to bed on an empty stomach, surviving on leftover rice balls from a convenience store. The rice balls had barely touched her lips, and she had no idea where they went after her departure. Nostalgically reflecting on her struggles, Zhao Yunduo devoured the chicken leg rice, overindulging to the point where she couldn't drink even a sip of cola. She pinched the flab on her belly and sent a message to Shen Linglan. "Don't order so much tonight. I think I've gained 3 pounds in the past 2 days." "It's terrifying." Shen Linglan replied affirmatively, promising to order less for dinner. Just as Zhao Yunduo was about to relax, a knock echoed from the door, this time accompanied by a woman's voice. "Please, little sister, could you spare us some food? Our child is on the verge of starvation." As the woman spoke, the sound of knocking continued. Zhao Yunduo, perplexed by the noise, was taken aback when the woman further pleaded. "I'll kneel and bow to you. I beg you, please, give us some food to save our child." Zhao Yunduo held her breath in terror, refraining from responding. After yesterday's encounter with a man who had harassed her, she thought that her silence would deter him, but now it seemed others had come, possibly with their family in tow, and were inexplicably kneeling before her. It was all too frightening. Yet, she wondered why most people in the building had either turned into zombies or vanished. While this family remained confused, she remained silent for a time, and eventually, the woman, having knocked for what felt like eternity without reply, lost her patience. Cursing Zhao Yunduo for her lack of compassion, she departed from the door. Zhao Yunduo pressed her ear against the door and discerned differing footsteps, one light and one heavy, leading her to believe that 2 individuals had arrived. Soon after, she heard them ascend the stairs from her 3rd-floor apartment, indicating they must reside on the upper floors, though she could not ascertain if it was the 4th or 5th floor. Once the area quieted, Zhao Yunduo exhaled in relief, only to receive a text from Shen Linglan, reminding her that it was time for dinner. For the past couple of days, she had merely eaten and slept, engaging in no digestive exercise. She neither felt hunger nor cravings, and she instructed Shen Linglan to bring her half a chilled watermelon and a portion of pork and mushroom dumplings. Consisting of 12 pieces, this late summer, indulging in a chilled watermelon was most fitting. As Zhao Yunduo scooped out the watermelon, she chatted on the phone with Shen Linglan. Upon hearing that there were others residing in the same apartment, Shen Linglan's hair stood on end, and she exclaimed, "A man and a woman. Zhao Yunduo, you are at a disadvantage in numbers." "I thought so too," Zhao Yunduo replied, scooping a piece of watermelon flesh into her mouth. "That's why I've been hesitant to open the door. They can't do anything to me. Besides, I have you to support me, so I'm not afraid. If worse comes to worst, I'll just stay indoors." After contemplating, Shen Linglan resolved that she could not remain passive. After hanging up, she hurried to the supermarket. Fortunately, she finished work early that day. It was just past 8, and the store was still open. Shen Linglan bought a long wooden stick, chili spray, and a watermelon knife, sending them all to Zhao Yunduo. Having gathered an assortment of makeshift defense items, Shen Linglan lamented to Zhao Yunduo that it was a pity she couldn't purchase an electric baton, the kind used by security personnel, as they were unavailable in the supermarket. "That I'll search for one on a certain treasure site tonight, and see if I can get you one." Upon returning to the apartment after her shopping spree, Shen Linglan nearly collided with a woman while ascending the stairs, barely managing to stop in time. "Oh dear," the woman gasped. Shen Linglan, feeling apologetic, said, "I'm so sorry. I almost bumped into you." The woman, who was rather stout, glared at Shen Linglan, warning her, "Are you not watching where you're going while on the phone? This is a staircase. I'm currently trying to conceive. If I get pregnant and you cause me to lose my child, what will you do to compensate?" Though Shen Linglan had indeed been looking down and had not collided with her, she still felt somewhat at fault and offered further apologies. The woman then rolled her eyes and departed. Encountering such an unreasonable person left Shen Linglan feeling somewhat disheartened. The call with Zhao Yunduo had not been disconnected, and Zhao Yunduo overheard the woman's voice, exclaiming, "That voice sounds so familiar." After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly remarked, "It sounds like the woman who knocked on my door, begging about her starving child." Shen Linglan halted her steps, glancing down the stairs. Confirming that the woman had indeed come from above, it dawned on her that the person Zhao Yunduo had encountered was also a resident of the same apartment. She appeared to be formidable. Yet from Zhao Yunduo's description, she seemed to be a mother consumed with worry for her child, desperate to prevent starvation. Shen Linglan suddenly conceived a plan, quietly snapping a photo of the woman on the stairs and sending it to the landlord via WeChat. She explained that she had nearly collided with the woman and had been scolded. She inquired if the woman had any children, as she wished to buy some nutritional supplements as an apology. The landlord quickly replied, revealing that the woman and her partner had been in City A for a long time, residing there while seeking treatment for infertility. They had been unsuccessful for many years, which contributed to her explosive temper and unstable mental state. She had quarreled with many residents in the building that don't mind her, the landlord advised, expressing clear irritation towards the woman. He even stated that there was no need for Shen Linglan to apologize in person, given that she hadn't actually collided with anyone. After hanging up, Shen Linglan immediately called Zhao Yunduo. "They're infertile. They don't have any children at all. Doer, you must leave that apartment and find somewhere to hide. Otherwise, I fear they might find a way to break in and pose a threat to you." Zhao Yunduo's heart sank. The woman's willingness to kneel and knock her head repeatedly for a mere morsel of food indicated that she was willing to forsake her dignity. Revealing her extreme nature, perhaps next time, she might abandon her humanity entirely and harm Zhao Yunduo. As Zhao Yunduo acknowledged Shen Linglan's warning, she simultaneously began to gather the items Shen Linglan had sent her. Initially, she had thought Shen Linglan was frivolously spending money, but now, grasping the watermelon knife in her hand provided a sense of security. Zhao Yunduo pressed her ear against the door, listening for any signs of movement outside. Once she determined that the coast was clear, she cautiously twisted the doorknob, peeking out while ensuring that no one was nearby. After confirming that the area was deserted, she gently closed the door behind her. Just as she was preparing to sneak downstairs and escape the apartment, she suddenly heard the sound of clanging from above, along with the voices of a man and a woman, indicating they were not far away. "Is there really someone in there? How come no one answered when we knocked for so long?" The woman's voice was devoid of the pitiful tone she had used while pleading at the door. Instead, it sounded cold and spiteful, resembling the tone she had used when speaking to Shen Linglan over the phone. "That I told you I'm pregnant. Stop questioning me. Are you doubting me?" roared the man. sounding even more menacing than the woman. Zhao Yunduo quickly retreated. She slithered like a serpent, slowly making her way to the room on the left opposite her own, a space with a small window that offered a glimpse of the world outside her door. Previously, a young lady who toiled from 9 to 5 had resided there, and Zhao Yunduo had crossed paths with her a few times. Fortunately, it was a tidy young woman, with the bedding neatly folded to one side. Yet the pantry was devoid of any sustenance. The refrigerator, long devoid of power, emitted a foul stench that compelled Zhao Yunduo to hastily shut its door. Aside from that, the room was not lacking in other respects. Allowing Zhao Yunduo to settle her nerves as she nestled beside the small window, waiting for the unexpected. Given that the couple had been unable to conceive in their original world, it was highly likely they would be equally barren in this realm. Presumably attempting to deceive Zhao Yunduo into sharing her provisions, they seemed intent on probing Zhao Yunduo's vulnerabilities, perhaps armed, prompting her to secure the door and cautiously peek out from her hiding place. Eager to ascertain the couple's intentions on the other end of the line, Shen Linglan remained on the phone, equally anxious. Though the hour had already passed 9 in the evening, fatigue eluded her, replaced by an accelerated heartbeat and clammy palms. Zhao Yunduo dared not utter a word as the couple began their descent down the staircase. Beads of perspiration forming on her forehead from the mounting tension, the heavy footsteps echoed ominously. And Zhao Yunduo held her breath, her eyes fixed on the scene outside, unwilling to blink. Soon, 2 figures emerged, one trailing behind the other, prompting Zhao Yunduo to whisper urgently to Shen Linglan, "They're coming down." This revelation sent Shen Linglan into a heightened state of alarm, causing her to slow her breathing in an attempt to catch any sounds from Zhao Yunduo's in the hazy moonlight. Zhao Yunduo discerned the silhouettes before her. Indeed, there was only a man and a woman, devoid of any children. The child had merely been a ruse employed by the woman to soften Zhao Yunduo's resolve and coax her into opening the door. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yunduo noted that the woman was rather portly, her figure round and her clothing wrinkled and filthy. The man, though similarly stout, towered over her, his bald head and the abundance of flesh on his face revealing his unsavory nature. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could they afford to sustain such corpulence? Zhao Yunduo pondered in confusion. The woman wielded a steel rod, while the man brandished a chainsaw, its length surpassing that of his arm. Had Zhao Yunduo still been hiding in her previous dwelling, the threat of such intimidation at night would have undoubtedly instilled fear. However, now she found solace in her current refuge, accompanied by her confidant on the phone, which alleviated her trepidation. "If you don't come out, I'll saw off your doorknob. Once we enter, it won't be merely a matter of stealing your food. We'll consume you as well," the woman shrieked, attempting to intimidate Zhao Yunduo into submission. "Come out," the man bellowed as he kicked the door to it that moment. The woman queried the man, "Is there really someone inside? It's been 2 days, and there's been no sign of life." "Damn it. I told you there was," he snapped, growing agitated at her doubt. The overweight woman grumbled, "Haven't we already searched this place empty? There's no food, and the living have all been devoured by us. How could there be anyone else?" The man shot her an irritated glance, asserting, "I heard noises and even caught a whiff of her cooking dot on the first day. She responded to me, but she just won't come out." The woman raised her steel rod and struck the doorknob. The metallic clash producing a piercing sound that sent a shiver down Shen Linglan's spine, nearly causing her to crush her phone in anxiety. She felt an overwhelming urgency and frustration at her own helplessness. Wishing she could leap through the phone to protect Zhao Yunduo, lamenting the absence of law and order in this dystopian world that allowed such a couple to bully her friend so brazenly. With a vigorous effort, the woman struck the doorknob, and soon enough, it fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling twice before settling. Upon the doorknob's descent, the man thrust the chainsaw through the gap and began to saw vigorously. The sound of the saw was excruciatingly grating, sending chills down Zhao Yunduo's spine. After considerable exertion, he finally managed to sever the lock. With a powerful kick, he flung the door open and shouted, "Damn it!" The woman followed closely, peering inside with a small, battered flashlight. However, after scanning the room, she found no trace of life. "Where is she?" "Ah," she exclaimed, placing her hand on the man's shoulder, seeking clarification. Irritated, the man shrugged her hand away, muttering, "She probably fled. That I don't see anyone here. Do you doubt me? I know for a fact there's no one here, and I don't need to doubt." With a resounding slap, the man struck the woman. He surveyed the room and declared, That foul woman has definitely escaped. I told you yesterday to kill her quickly. With no food at home, we could have used her as sustenance, but you dilly-dallied. And now look, there's nothing left. The woman clutched her reddened cheek, groaning in complaint. You say she was eating inside. There's not even a scrap of food. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunduo exhaled a sigh of relief. After consuming her meals over the past 2 days, she had cleverly hidden the takeout containers in the washing machine and had just discarded them from her room before making her escape. Luckily, her foresight had spared her from being caught in the act of eating. The couple outside were true demons, and it seemed that this building was devoid of life, with only a few zombies remaining, likely their doing. That wretched woman. If she really did flee, I'll feast on your flesh. The couple erupted into a heated argument, and fearing they might suddenly turn and discover her, Zhao Yunduo quickly withdrew her head, pressing her ear against the wall to catch every sound from the outside. Having vented his frustrations, the man grew tired of the woman's complaints and left the room, taking a few steps away. Zhao Yunduo could hear his footsteps drawing nearer, her heart racing in her throat. The man kicked the door again, shouting, "Come out!" This time he targeted the door across from her, the one that had once been her own sanctuary. She felt a momentary relief, only to hear the couple employing the same tactics, using their steel rod and chainsaw to breach the door of her former residence. With a loud crash, another door was forcefully opened and fell to the ground. The woman, now thoroughly impatient, unleashed a stream of curses at the man. "I think you're hearing things. There's absolutely no one here. Shut up, you wretched woman. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be alive right now. Remember, I was the one who helped you deceive the landlord so you could eat." As the heavy footsteps continued to approach Zhao Yunduo, she could feel her heart pounding. The man halted before the door where she was concealed, raising his chainsaw and instructing the woman, "Let us break this lock too. You must be out of your mind. There's no one here. This building has been empty for ages." The woman, having already opened 2 vacant doors, was growing increasingly discontented with the man's insistence. "Open it. Open it. I'm going back to sleep. You do it yourself." The plump woman indeed did not linger any longer, her footsteps growing increasingly distant from Zhao Yunduo. On the other end of the line, Shen Linglan exhaled a long breath of relief. Fortunately, the hiding place of Zhao Yunduo remained undiscovered. Otherwise, Zhao Yunduo would surely have faced dire consequences, just as Shen Linglan believed that the man had also departed. Leaving Zhao Yunduo temporarily safe, she suddenly heard Zhao Yunduo's breath quicken, accompanied by a faint sound escaping her throat. Damn it, the sound was barely audible, a desperate whisper forced out by Zhao Yunduo. Before her, a rusted iron saw appeared, wedged in the door crack, sawing away at the lock with a rhythmic motion. The noise was 100 times more terrifying than what she had previously heard, making Zhao Yunduo feel as though her life was hanging by a thread. That piercing sound was also crystal clear to Shen Linglan, who was on the phone, her eyes reddening with anxiety. What to do? What to do? Shen Linglan paced frantically around the room, wishing she could drag that man away from Zhao Yunduo. Her eyes scanned the room for anything useful, and after a moment, she spotted her induction cooker and pot, a plan forming in her mind. "Darling, don't panic. Find a place to hide. I'll heat up a pot of oil. When that man breaks in, you can throw the hot oil in his face. I refuse to believe he won't die." Shen Linglan turned the induction cooker to its highest setting, pouring an entire 500 milliliters bottle of oil into the pot. The heating process was agonizingly slow. The oil needed to reach a lethal temperature as the sound of the saw grew increasingly rapid. Shen Linglan clenched her fists tighter. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunduo's heart raced, her breath becoming more frantic as she shifted her body. Preparing to hide at the foot of the bed if the man burst through the door, she could momentarily evade his gaze until Shen Linglan's hot oil reached her, just as the lock was nearly severed. The sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. The heavy footfalls belonged to the plump woman, who had returned from the stairs. Zhao Yunduo's heart sank. Could she have second thoughts and come back to assist the man in forcing the door? If that were the case, even with hot oil, she could only douse one of them, while the other would surely be on guard, making it difficult to deal with. Just as Zhao Yunduo was at a loss for what to do, a man's scream suddenly pierced the air. "What the hell are you doing?" The man seemed to be in excruciating pain, shouting in agony. "You always boss me around." The plump woman laughed maniacally, and although Zhao Yunduo couldn't see what she was doing, she could hear her yelling, "You tricked me. I'll chop off your fingers and see if you dare to do it again. Wretched woman, are you insane?" It hurts. For God's sake, are you out of your mind?" Outside, the sounds of a struggle erupted. Crouched at the foot of the bed, Zhao Yunduo peered out, catching glimpses of two figures grappling in the night, and to her horror, she noticed crimson streaks of blood seeping through the door crack into the room. Shen Linglan dared not hang up the phone for a second, while Zhao Yunduo held her breath, her eyes wide with fear. They waited, tense, for the commotion outside to diminish, until it finally faded away. Remarkably, it was the woman who emerged victorious, dragging the man's limp body outside while muttering to herself, "You dead man. You worthless scoundrel. All you do is order me around. Before the apocalypse, I served you. And now you disdain me for being barren, when it's really your weak sperm. After all I've endured, you still treat me this way, slapping me. Are you even human? I'll kill you. And then no one will hit or scold me, and I won't have to serve you anymore. How liberating it is to finally rid myself of you. No one dares to scold me anymore." The woman's voice gradually dwindled into silence. Finally, Zhao Yunduo dared to peek through a small window. Although illuminated only by moonlight, she saw no sign of the woman's rotund figure, only the bloodstains trailing from the door to the stairs. Her entire line of sight was awash in red, glimmering in the moonlight like a pool of blood. Though the window and door remained shut, Zhao Yunduo felt as if her nostrils were filled with the metallic scent of blood. "You." On the phone, Zhao Yunduo finally let out a sound, but it was a retching noise. "Darling." Hearing her vomit, Shen Linglan knew without a doubt that Zhao Yunduo was safe, and she finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. What happened? Although Shen Linglan was in the same apartment as Zhao Yunduo, they inhabited entirely different worlds. While Shen Linglan had been equally tense and frightened, even holding her breath in silence moments ago. The oil had now begun to emit white smoke, but she realized the pot of oil would no longer be of use. They had escaped. Zhao Yunduo felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for air as if trying to replenish the oxygen she had previously withheld. That man. It seemed he had been slain by the woman. Damn, Shen Linglan gasped in shock. Murder? How could that woman dare? She recalled the fierce look she had seen in the woman's eyes earlier. She was ruthless and unyielding, yet she had never suspected she was capable of killing. In this apocalyptic world, was humanity so fragile that lives were worth no more than weeds? She couldn't help but sweat for her dear friend. Thinking of the lock that had been sawed for so long, Zhao Yunduo mustered her strength to rise, pushing the refrigerator, bedside table, and other furniture against the door to ensure that if anyone outside attempted to enter, they would not easily succeed. Only then did she collapse back onto the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared out at the moonlit window. Lan, I miss you so much. Shen Linglan's eyes brimmed with tears. Zhao Yunduo had endured a night of terror, in the face of life and death. Her friend was unable to be by her side. I'm sorry, darling, that I hate myself for not being able to bring you out or go in to accompany you. What nonsense. Zhao Yunduo looked up at the moon above. They had always been like the moon and stars, the sky and clouds, mutually supportive and reliant. She missed her, yet equally wished she wouldn't put herself in danger. Falling into such perilous circumstances, I just vomited quite a bit. Darling, do you have any food left? Send me some water and a late-night snack, so I can rinse my mouth and fill my stomach. Let your balance increase by another 0. Shen Linglan wiped away her tears and opened the refrigerator, sending all her supplies over to Zhao Yunduo. Considering that Zhao Yunduo had no electricity, relying on moonlight and her phone to see. Shen Linglan also sent her a small lamp. Whatever you do, don't turn on the light recklessly. Close the window before you do, Shen Linglan reminded her. Zhao Yunduo slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, almost forgot. If that crazy woman sees the light in my room, there's no telling she won't come in to attack me." As she pulled the curtains, she also lightened the mood with jokes to comfort Shen Linglan. When she finally sat back on the bed and turned on the small lamp, she was greeted by a delightful array of food, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Ice-cold cola, ice cream, peanut milk, mineral water, and even preserved vegetables. Shen Linglan sighed. Not much in the fridge usually, but I just ordered a serving of boiled fish, and once the delivery arrives, I'll send it to you. Zhao Yunduo had not been hungry, but upon hearing about the boiled fish, her stomach suddenly growled. Sounds great. Did you add my favorite spicy blood pudding and cauliflower? Of course. Awesome. The two of them clinked their virtual glasses of cola over the phone. And when the grilled fish arrived, Shen Linglan sent over an entire portion, leaving Zhao Yunduo in awe. This is such a massive portion. I can't finish it all by tomorrow. No worries, if you can't finish it. Just toss it out. We have plenty of money, Zhao Yunduo protested. What? You think I'll eat while you just watch? No way. Either you order a portion too, or we share. Zhao Yunduo divided half of the fish and its accompaniments. Contemplating the remaining half, you can send things to me. But can I send something back to you? Not sure, Shen Linglan began, but before she could finish, the other half of the grilled fish appeared before her. It actually works, Zhao Yunduo exclaimed with delight, realizing that this new discovery meant she could share more interesting finds with Shen Linglan in the future. As Shen Linglan opened the takeout box, she was instantly captivated by the aroma of the grilled fish, her mouth watering uncontrollably. However, she did not consume a single bite, directly sending it to Zhao Yunduo. Now that she herself had something to eat, she no longer held back, eagerly seizing the chopsticks to indulge in a hearty meal. One must admit, this grilled fish was quite delectable. The fish meat was tender, and the skin was crispy and fragrant. Absolutely delightful. The spicy hot pot was incredibly aromatic, with the black fungus being both fragrant and crisp, a perfect score. After the earlier fright, both of them found their appetites greatly increased, dining until the early hours of the morning. Zhao Yunduo requested a dental floss from Shen Linglan, simultaneously picking her teeth while listening to Shen Linglan tallying the expenses. For dinner, she had purchased dumplings and watermelon, along with Shen Linglan's own dinner, totaling 32 yuan. After Zhao Yunduo had her fill, she doubled her share, and the remaining 1,170 yuan instantly transformed into 2340 yuan. The self-defense items bought that evening cost 160 yuan, and the grilled fish amounted to 179 yuan, leaving a total balance of 2,001 yuan. After enjoying her midnight snack, Zhao Yunduo's balance added a zero, becoming 20010 yuan. Shen Linglan, who had never seen so much money in her life, jumped up from the bed, exclaiming, "Wow! Zhao Yunduo, we've struck it rich." Upon hearing about the 20,000 yuan, Zhao Yunduo was equally astounded. She had worked numerous jobs, and after paying her tuition, saving up 2,000 was a Herculean task. Now, she had effortlessly acquired 20,000. Tell me, what shall we eat tomorrow? I won't even blink an eye. It must be McDonald's. Shen Linglan was overjoyed, and as she spoke, she opened an online shopping platform. We need to buy an electric baton and pepper spray. Let's dominate in this apocalypse. In the future, if we encounter any perverts, we can just smack them and make them kneel, calling us queens. Oh, if only we could buy a gun. Shen Linglan lamented, regretting that acquiring firearms in the country was exceedingly difficult. Even electric batons could only be found in online shops, far inferior to the high-powered batons wielded by security guards. She needed to devise a plan to procure more effective self-defense tools for Zhao Yunduo. The next day, the 15th, Shen Linglan arrived at the company 5 minutes early, once she finished tidying up and boiling water. At 9 o'clock sharp, the company deposited salaries into their bank accounts. As she beheld the arrival of 2,000 yuan, she gleefully messaged Zhao Yunduo, "I have money. Darling, let us eat," sleepily brushing her teeth. Zhao Yunduo replied, "Okay." After Zhao Yunduo finished her seafood congee, even soaking the accompanying fried dough sticks in the porridge until it was all gone, Shen Linglan's balance doubled, with 20010 yuan, after purchasing the electric baton and pepper spray for 200 yuan, and spending 25 yuan on breakfast, along with today's salary of 2,000 yuan. Shen Linglan's bank balance remained at 21,785 yuan, which doubled to 43570 yuan. With such a fortune, when Shen Linglan saw Li Quan, she no longer felt any aversion towards him, her face blooming with a radiant smile. "Good morning, team leader." Li Quan, taken aback by Shen Linglan's unexpected cheerfulness, felt a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, envy, and anger, his expression darkening considerably. "Shen Linglan," Li Quan called out to her, "What's the matter, team leader? There's a team-building event tonight. The leadership insists that no one can be absent, or else wages will be deducted." In the workplace, Li Quan was particularly prone to bullying the weak. If a junior or intern displeased him, he would seek to make others miserable in retaliation. Even minor grievances, like someone bumping into him or finishing the last drop of water in a jug, would irk him. Now, seeing Shen Linglan smile, he felt discomfort. Her happiness irritated him, and he yearned to spoil her joy. Shen Linglan had never been fond of participating in team-building events, especially since they lacked funds, and she was reserved. She usually avoided them whenever possible. Yet today, Li Quan insisted on attendance, hoping to see her smile falter. He wished for her to appear as she did in the past, visibly unhappy yet suppressing her feelings. Little did he know, Shen Linglan was not about to comply with his wishes. Her smile not only remained, but grew even brighter. All right, I'll definitely attend. Now, it was Li Quan who wore a sullen expression. 6 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. Shen Linglan genuinely wanted to go. For the past few days, she had been indulging Zhao Yunduo with takeout, and perhaps at the team-building event, they could enjoy something better. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Zhao Yunduo cautiously pressed a watermelon knife against the door, listening intently for any sounds outside. Once assured that all was quiet, she boldly moved aside the objects blocking the door and opened it. Upon doing so, she was startled by the pools of blood and the foul-smelling, darkened matter on the floor, unsure if it was flesh or something else. Covering her mouth, she tiptoed carefully, trying to avoid stepping on anything as she made her way to the stairs. Her gaze fixed upwards, fearful that the woman might suddenly awaken and pursue her. Fortunately, when she descended and opened the apartment's security door, the overweight woman remained still. Zhao Yunduo sighed in relief. Thankfully, the zombies in the apartment had been dealt with by that couple and Zhao Yunduo herself a few days prior. Otherwise, the commotion from the zombies could have easily alerted the overweight woman. Although the apartment was devoid of zombies, the presence of a cannibalistic woman made Zhao Yunduo reluctant to linger. Perhaps she could eliminate the woman just as the overweight woman had done to her husband. However, having recently entered this apocalyptic world, Zhao Yunduo still held a sense of reverence for law and order, making it impossible for her to act impulsively like the overweight woman. Zhao Yunduo sighed, recognizing her own softness. Fortunately, she had her best friend to support her. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, it was likely that someone as tender-hearted and hesitant to kill as she was would be among the first to perish. She shared this thought with Shen Linglan, who pondered for a moment before responding. Murder? I couldn't do it either. There weren't many zombies wandering nearby. Grasping the watermelon knife, Zhao Yunduo carefully searched for a new refuge. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan worked throughout the day. By the time evening arrived for the team-building event, her bank balance had doubled to 87,140 yuan. Zhao Yunduo, successfully locating a clean inn at the entrance of the original urban village, discovered that the establishment, seemingly struggling for business, had few zombies and no patrons. The sheets were pristine, and pulling back the curtains allowed her to easily survey the street outside. Zhao Yun was surprised. The reality was starkly different from her imagined scenario of a zombie-infested city. The few zombies outside were scattered and few in number. Moreover, she had only encountered 2 zombies on her journey from her former single apartment to this inn. Crossing several streets, the urban village, which should have been bustling with people, had hardly any corpses littering the roads, making it seem as though this world had been in a state of apocalypse for several years rather than just experiencing an outbreak. Yet, with no one to question, she could only suppress her bewilderment for the time being, tidying up the inn and jotting down a list of daily necessities to request Shen Linglan to purchase when she was free. Meanwhile, she maintained text communication with Shen Linglan, eager to hear about the amusing anecdotes from the team-building event. The oppressive capitalists have finally come to their senses, bringing us to a seaside restaurant for barbecue. Shen Linglan was grouped with several interns, and a boy skilled in grilling volunteered to serve everyone, producing skewers that made mouths water. Shen Linglan took 2 of each skewer, then, when no one was watching, discreetly passed some barbecue to Zhao Yunduo. Linglan, why do you seem to have a knack for sneaking food? A girl from her group asked with a smile, handing her an oyster. Try this. It's delicious. Especially fresh and sweet. Shen Linglan sniffed it, then tossed the oyster meat to Zhao Yunduo. She pretended to chew appreciatively, exclaiming, Indeed, it's so good. Is there more? The boy responsible for the grilling also offered Shen Linglan an oyster. There's plenty. Take your time eating. This time, Shen Linglan genuinely tasted one and found it to be exquisite, the meat tender and oozing with juices, enhanced by minced garlic, making it even more fragrant. She couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, how delightful. I'll have another. The table was filled with young interns, all in their innocent and naive years, and none perceived Shen Linglan as petty. Instead, they were all amused by her genuine and unpretentious demeanor. As for Shen Linglan herself, given her previous financial circumstances, simply having enough to eat was already a blessing. She had rarely indulged in such sumptuous fare. The table was laden not only with grilled oysters but also crabs, prawns, and an array of seafood. Everyone at the table was inwardly speculating about their notoriously frugal boss's sudden generosity in treating them to a lavish meal. Could it be that the company had secured a substantial contract today? Just as they were pondering this, someone at the central table stood up and tapped their chopsticks against the rim of their wine glass, capturing the attention of the 30-odd attendees present. Upon closer inspection, Shen Linglan realized it was their team leader, Li Quan. "Thank you all for being here this evening," he began. "Today marks the day when salaries are distributed. As you all know, the recent economic climate has been challenging, and it is no small feat for the company to disburse salaries on time without resorting to layoffs or salary cuts. Even the interns' wages have been paid, as usual." The people at Shen Linglan's table exchanged glances, sensing an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Li Quan continued, "However, the company is currently facing difficulties, which is why a few of us have organized this team-building event, with the costs to be shared among all employees, relieving the leadership of any financial burden. This is to demonstrate to our boss our determination to share in both the joys and hardships of the company." "What?" The young man who had been grilling suddenly froze, his youthful face becoming rigid. Aside from their table, where silence reigned, the others erupted into applause, making it seem as if some wonderful news had been announced. The cost of this gathering, once divided, amounted to 263 yuan per person, which was to be transferred to the finance department before the evening concluded. Once he sat down, the boss feigned a speech. However, no one at Shen Linglan's table was paying attention anymore. The girl who had just been cheerfully offering oysters to Shen Linglan now wore a look of dismay. 263 yuan was hardly enough to cover 3 days of work. No wonder the salary was dispersed so promptly today. That it turned out that this meal was to be paid for out of their own pockets. As they continued to consume oysters and grilled meat, the food had lost its appeal. Perhaps for regular employees, 263 yuan was not a significant sum, but for interns like them, it represented an entire week's living expenses. In the past, such news would have left Shen Linglan in despair. Yet now, with her system capable of doubling her earnings and adding zeros, 263 yuan was merely an insignificant figure in her bank account. Even so, Shen Linglan could not shake off her displeasure. They were willing to treat their boss and flatter him, which was their prerogative. To impose a shared expense on the interns without prior notice was quite unreasonable. The finance department seemed to fear they would refuse to pay, as they were already collecting payments table by table via mobile devices. When it came to their table, everyone hesitated, reluctant to be the first to pay. Naturally, Shen Linglan had no intention of stepping forward to cover her share just to save face. The finance staff, holding up the payment QR code, cast a glance at the group, and upon seeing no one reaching for their phones, she scoffed. "What? You can't afford over 200 yuan. It's not that we can't afford it," Shen Linglan interjected when she noticed the others were silent. "No one informed us this gathering was to be a shared expense." "That's a failure on your part as the intern team leader." The individuals at the table exchanged nervous glances, reluctant to speak up, while the finance staff's tone grew icy. "You've already enjoyed the meal. Surely, you don't expect to get away without paying, do you? With the salary you just received, how could you possibly lack funds? You simply don't want to contribute, right?" The young man who had been grilling spoke up. "We only received 2,000 yuan. After paying for this team-building event, we still have rent to consider. After covering this 263 yuan, we'll be left with nothing." "Stop making excuses," the finance staff replied sharply, dismissing the interns with disdain. "The boss has been watching you. If you delay any longer, who knows if you'll even receive your internship certificate stamped." The internship certificate was essentially their lifeline, and the mere mention of it compelled them to comply. The others begrudgingly paid up, while only the young man responsible for the grilling clutched his phone, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Wait, let me borrow some money from a friend." The contempt on the finance staff's face deepened. "Hurry up." Shen Linglan stood up, scanned the finance QR code, and covered the cost for 2 meals, saying, "I'll pay for you this time." After their table settled, the finance staff moved on to the next group. The young man bit his lip, his complexion rosy. He awkwardly thanked Shen Linglan. "Just wait until my friend responds, and I'll pay you back immediately." Shen Linglan shook her head, indicating there was no rush. She was fine with him repaying her later. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Ding! Congratulations! Host's friend has eaten to their satisfaction. The host's bank balance has doubled." She glanced at her mobile app, and her balance had surged to 173,228 yuan. Shen Linglan leapt in disbelief. She had become a 6-figure millionaire. Despite this, she couldn't help but complain to Zhao Yunduo. "If I had known this barbecue cost over 200 yuan, I might as well have spent that money on a buffet at a 5-star hotel. Ugh, stupid company." Zhao Yunduo, aware that Shen Linglan had paid for the young man, smacked her lips in response. No kidding, that guy's grilling skills are top-notch. It's delicious. Hearing this, Shen Linglan was pleased and had the young man grill a few more skewers of squid tentacles, which he prepared with newfound enthusiasm, causing Shen Linglan and Zhao Yunduo to be utterly enchanted by the flavors. After finishing their meal, Zhao Yunduo urged Shen Linglan to add the young man's contact information, suggesting that since he was not only decent-looking but also skilled in grilling, they should keep in touch. Shen Linglan indeed added the young man's contact details, and after the gathering, they introduced themselves to each other over WeChat. Shen Linglan learned that his name was Song Zhongling, a computer science student who coded and did odd jobs at the company. They exchanged tales of their struggles, and on the way back in the taxi, Shen Linglan bought Zhao Yunduo some sour plum soup to help her digest, as she had overeaten during the barbecue. Shen Linglan, too, had indulged thoroughly, leading Song Zhongling to believe she was a voracious eater. He remarked on WeChat that he hadn't expected Shen Linglan to be someone who couldn't gain weight, which delighted her immensely. To her surprise, the sour plum soup she purchased also triggered the system reward for adding zeros to her balance. 17,000 directly transformed into 170,000. 1,732,250 yuan. Shen Linglan was left dumbfounded, sending Zhao Yunduo a flurry of exclamation marks. Zhao Yunduo, I'm going to buy you the latest foreign phone, an iPad, the newest model, a Sealy mattress, Chanel. She exclaimed, her voice echoing through the apartment as it neared 10 o'clock at night. She hadn't even shut the window when someone below shouted, "What are you yelling about at this hour?" "Keep it down." Shen Linglan quickly silenced herself. Zhao Yunduo was equally excited. "This is amazing. Buy it. I want the best bed, facial cleansers, essence, and luxurious creams." Without hesitation, Shen Linglan placed the order for Zhao Yunduo, purchasing everything from a certain online retailer, ensuring it would arrive the next day. Tomorrow was the weekend, so Shen Linglan would not have to work. She could also visit the supermarket to buy some food and essentials for Zhao Yunduo, as well as replace her own shabby attire, which had been bought in bulk for just a few dollars. Moreover, she planned to rent a new apartment. Since graduating, she and Zhao Yunduo had been living in a rundown urban village where the walls were dark and the interiors dim, necessitating the use of lights even during the day. With over $1 million in her possession, it would be ideal to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. This way, it wouldn't draw attention when she purchased expensive items like a Sealy mattress or a sofa. After all, living in a shabby place while acquiring high-end furniture would surely raise suspicion. "Hello, I would like 2 of the latest smartphones and 2 pairs of headphones," Shen Linglan stated at the smartphone store. Upon hearing this, the staff's eyes lit up. "Certainly. Would you like to test them out?" "No need. Just wrap them up for me," she replied. Shen Linglan casually tucked 2 mobile phones into her bag and swiftly passed one of them to Zhao Yunduo. Currently, Zhao Yunduo was still using an outdated phone from several years ago, which took ages to process payments via QR code, rendering it quite inconvenient. She never imagined she would enjoy such a luxurious life thanks to her best friend. A brand new phone worth 10,000 yuan was something she had never even dared to dream of. Shen Linglan proceeded to power on the other phone and connect it to a Bluetooth headset, allowing them to converse without the need to hold the phone, making their shopping trip much more convenient. Zhao Yunduo complained from the other end, lamenting that even the most advanced phone could not access the internet. After muttering a few complaints, she added, "Never mind. Even if I could go online, do you expect me to chat with zombies?" Shen Linglan reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, when I get home, I'll download some dramas and novels for you to pass the time." "How does that sound? That would be wonderful." Shen Linglan purchased over a dozen outfits at the mall, none of which were overly expensive, averaging 100 or 200 yuan each, having recently come into some fortune. She hesitated to spend too much. Nevertheless, she bought identical sets for Zhao Yunduo, who remarked that the timing was perfect, as her current clothes were on the verge of becoming unbearable. They then headed to the supermarket to buy daily necessities: soap, shampoo, shower gel, towels, and other items, planning to find a way to fill a tub with water for Zhao Yunduo to take a bath upon returning home. Zhao Yunduo recounted that in her world, the water from the faucet was crimson, foul-smelling, and frightening, and she dared not use it for bathing. After a busy morning and early afternoon, Shen Linglan sought out an agent to prepare for renting an apartment. Upon hearing her budget of 5,000 yuan, the agent's eyes brightened, and his previously monotonous demeanor became more animated. "Miss, no, sister, please wait here. I'll quickly fetch my scooter to take you to view some apartments." A 2-bedroom apartment for 5,000 yuan could yield a decent place even in a first-tier city. Although Shen Linglan was dressed in any well-known brands, she appeared neat, prompting the agent to employ some clever tactics, leading her to view a property listed at 8,000 yuan per month. Although Shen Linglan had experienced poverty in the past, she had also seen the world. The complex was beautifully landscaped, boasting a comprehensive array of recreational facilities, and was quiet and clean, with one unit per floor. Upon entering, the apartment was bright. Though the decor was somewhat rudimentary, the light quality was excellent. The spacious layout of over 100 square meters featured only 2 bedrooms and a living room, making it seem particularly vast. She gazed outside at the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows and bluntly asked the agent, "This 5,000 yuan won't suffice, will it?" The agent, undeterred by her directness, maintained a serious expression, responding, "I'll ask the landlord. Her asking price is a bit high, but we might negotiate." Shen Linglan gestured for him to proceed. She surveyed the apartment thoroughly. This was a place she once could not have dared to dream of, and now she found herself intrigued. The furnishings were somewhat aged, suggesting it had been rented out to numerous previous tenants. The walls bore some scratches, yet overall, it was still quite satisfactory. The agent connected with the landlord, inquiring, "Hello, I have a client here to view the apartment. Would you consider lowering the rent?" The landlord's signal seemed poor, and their communication was fraught with interruptions. After some ineffective exchanges, the landlord, unable to contain herself, announced she was nearby and would come for an in-person discussion. While waiting for the landlord to arrive, the agent took Shen Linglan on a more detailed tour of the apartment. It was then that she noticed the furniture, including the bed and wardrobe, was somewhat antiquated. Even the mattress had a slight yellow tinge, and the range had bore remnants of old grease. If she were to move in, Shen Linglan suspected she would be compelled to replace them. After a cursory inspection, the landlord finally arrived. She was a middle-aged woman with a noticeable belly and deep-set lines on her face, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s. Upon entering, she scrutinized Shen Linglan from head to toe, and upon noticing her unaccompanied in ordinary attire, a look of disdain flickered in her eyes. "Are you here to rent?" The agent, sensing the landlord's impoliteness, stepped forward to block her gaze and smiled. "This is my client, dear landlord. What is the lowest price you can offer?" The landlord rolled her eyes impatiently. 8,000. "Didn't I already list the price?" The agent smiled ingratiatingly. "Could you possibly lower it a bit? How about 5,000? 5,000? The landlord cursed in the local dialect. "What a waste of my time. If you can't afford it, then don't waste my time with these pretenses." Seeing the landlord not only refuse to lower her price, but also resort to insults, the agent's expression darkened. "This is quite rude, sister. It's not becoming." The landlord attempted to retort, but the agent interrupted. "You can't rent this place for 7,000, yet you want 8,000? How many people have I brought to view this property this month? Has anyone shown interest? If you don't lower your price, I won't bring anyone else. You can come or not." The landlord finally interjected, rudely pointing at the agent and cursing, "I bought this place for 6 million, and you think 8,000 is too much? Why don't you go live in an urban village where it's cheaper?" Shen Linglan observed the landlord's outburst with a cold gaze. To be honest, 8,000 yuan was insignificant to her at present. If the apartment were suitable, she would be willing to pay 10,000 a month. Yet this particular apartment was simply not worth 8,000 yuan. Her eyes landed on the shoe cabinet at the entrance, which had a corner missing, reinforcing her belief that 8,000 was unjustifiable. "Enough," she interjected. "This place isn't suitable. Please take me to view another apartment." The world isn't limited to just this one. That after exiting the elevator, the agent continued to apologize, expressing disbelief at the landlord's rudeness, and offered a discount on the agency fee if they successfully rented an apartment. Shen Linglan waved her hand dismissively, indicating that the agency fee was a minor concern. She was quite pleased with the environment of this neighborhood. It felt particularly inviting. "Are there any other available properties?" The agent appeared troubled. "Unfortunately, no. There are few rental properties here. Generally, if the price is reasonable, they get rented out quickly, and there is no shortage of tenants. Would you like me to take you to see some properties in the neighboring complex?" Although the landscaping isn't is good, the rent is a bit cheaper. Suddenly, Shen Linglan recalled the landlord's earlier remark about her property costing 6 million. 6 million? To Shen Linglan, whose bank account balance was just over 1 million, that seemed surprisingly affordable. Despite having purchased a phone, numerous outfits, and daily necessities today, she still had over 160,000 left in her account. After lunch, Zhao Yunduo had counted over 300,000, and by the time dinner concluded, there would be over 600,000. By the time late-night snacks were consumed, her balance would soar to 6 million. Why was she even considering renting? Wait a moment. Shen Linglan did not mount the scooter, but instead stood before the agent with earnestness. Are there any properties for sale in this complex? Properties for sale. The agent was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Shen Linglan, "Are you looking to buy a property?" "Yes, if it's suitable, I would consider purchasing," she replied lightly, her words sending tremors of excitement through him. The agent, observing the seemingly unremarkable Shen Linglan, was uncertain whether she truly had the means to buy a property. Nevertheless, as a salesperson, he could not let any opportunity slip away. Adjusting his tie, he retrieved a tablet from his bag and began tapping on it. After confirming, he finally assured Shen Linglan, "Indeed, there is a property for sale here, even better than the last one you viewed. It has a sea view and is newly decorated. Let me take you to see it." Upon arriving at the property, Shen Linglan discovered it was a world apart from the previous apartment. This one was slightly larger at 150 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. Alongside a kitchen, the furnishings were all new, equipped with smart home technology, and the decor was elegantly minimalist, creating a particularly comfortable atmosphere. The living room boasted a grand floor-to-ceiling window, and drawing the curtains revealed a nearby beach. After touring the apartment, Shen Linglan was thoroughly impressed. The decor suggested the landlord had put considerable effort into it, likely intending to live there herself. Yet, the entire space was pristine, devoid of any signs of previous occupancy. The thought that this apartment had never been lived in and was decorated to her taste filled Shen Linglan with further satisfaction. As long as the housing price remains below 10 million, she can afford to purchase it. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the agent, after making several phone calls, finally approached Shen Linglan to discuss matters. The homeowner was about to go abroad. This house had been bequeathed to him by his parents. Recently renovated, and everything here was brand new, crafted with great care. The agent, eager to entice, began by detailing the property's specifications to Shen Linglan, just as she had surmised. The house had been vacant for over 3 months since the renovation, merely airing out, and had never been inhabited, truly pristine. Shen Linglan gestured for the agent to continue. The homeowner, anxious to leave the country, was not looking to profit from the sale. He merely wished to recoup his investment. Thus, he had set the price at 7 million, but if paid in full, it could be acquired for 6 million. In the highly coveted city, within a first-rate community by the sea, acquiring a 3-bedroom unit for 6 million was an opportunity that made Shen Linglan struggle to suppress a smile. Upon seeing Shen Linglan's silence, the agent mistakenly assumed she found the price excessive, thinking she could not afford it and had merely come out of curiosity. After all, a rental of 5,000 a month was not in the same league as a purchase of 6 or 7 million. The young woman before him did not appear to be from a wealthy background, nor did she seem affluent. How could she possibly manage 6 million? How about I show you some properties in the neighboring community? The rent there is a bit cheaper. I'm sure you won't have to spend more than 5,000, he suggested. No need. I'll take this one, Shen Linglan replied, observing the agent's stunned expression, and added, I'll pay in full payment. The agent was left speechless, utterly incredulous. Really? Is that true? Yes. Will the homeowner be able to come and sign the contract tomorrow? I can provide a deposit today. Shen Linglan felt a strong affinity for this house and wished to secure her deposit to ward off potential competitors. Meanwhile, the agent, reflecting on the current downturn in the real estate market, realized it should be he and the homeowner who were concerned about backing out, and he hastily replied, Absolutely. Shall we meet here tomorrow morning at 9? I'll notify the homeowner to bring the property deed. After finalizing the house purchase, Shen Linglan declined the agent's offer to drive her back, opting instead to take a taxi to her residence. On the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered the landlord. Upon spotting her, the landlord abruptly halted, exclaiming, Beautiful lady. Shen Linglan nodded in greeting. The landlord called out to her, clearly with something to say. Is your lease about to expire? Shen Linglan could not recall precisely, but shrugged and replied, I suppose so. Then you should come by to renew the lease. By the way, rent in a city has risen across the board, but seeing as you are a long-term tenant, I'll only raise it by 100. So it will now be 900 a month. What do you think? 900 for this dilapidated unit. Shen Linglan narrowed her eyes, glaring at the landlord with clear displeasure, causing him to feel a twinge of fear. He attempted to justify himself, saying, Look, it's near the subway, close to the mall. Others are raising prices by at least 150. I'm only increasing it by 100, and it's still under 1,000 a month. While it may be under 1,000, the environment was noisy, the area was a village within the city, the decor was shoddy, and cleanliness was a significant concern. At the time. Even 800 a month felt like a rip-off for both Shen Linglan and Zhao Yunduo. And now the landlord was raising the price simply because he deemed her young and easy to intimidate. An increase, you say? Shen Linglan replied nonchalantly. Then I want to renew. The landlord's expression immediately shifted to one of panic. Urgency creeping into his tone. Wait, if you think 100 is too much, we can negotiate. How about 80? Shen Linglan walked past him without responding, while the landlord followed, desperately lowering the price from 80 to 50. Then to 30, yet she remained unfazed, continuing her descent. Once she closed the door behind her, the landlord scoffed, rolling his eyes as he muttered, "They're adding a subway here. Whether you rent or not is up to you." With the shortage of housing nearby, good luck finding a cheaper place. As he descended the stairs, he continued to grumble. What else with these poor people trying to act superior? Can't even afford an extra 30 a month. Shen Linglan didn't hear him, and, even if she had, she couldn't be bothered to respond. Little did she expect the landlord would find ways to vex her further. Shortly after, he sent her a message: if you don't plan to renew, you shouldn't leave any valuable items in the apartment, nor should you dress too revealingly that I may bring people to view the property at any time. Shen Linglan responded with a question mark. I am renting until the end of this month. There are still over 20 days until expiration. What right do you have to bring people to view the house? The landlord, however, was unyielding, insisting that not allowing viewings would cost him days of rental income. Shen Linglan decided not to waste any more time with him, heading downstairs to hire a locksmith to change the locks, even though she would be moving out after signing the property contract tomorrow. She would not allow the landlord any opportunity to create trouble for her. That night, after Zhao Yunduo had a plate of fried noodles, Shen Linglan's 60 million arrived. Zhao Yunduo had been busy all day sorting through the items Shen Linglan had purchased for her. A chaotic assortment of daily necessities and clothing that filled 3 rooms of the hotel. She first disposed of the corpses of the zombies from the hotel's interior and then stacked the old furniture in one room. The second floor had a total of 5 rooms. One served as a storage room, another as a bedroom, one as a study, and the last as a living room. When Shen Linglan went to change the locks, she specifically had the locksmith leave a new lock for her and passed it to Zhao Yunduo, instructing her to replace the locks on the second floor of the hotel. She then draped a blue curtain over the iron railing at the staircase entrance, ensuring that neither zombies nor humans could ascend or see through. Following that, she replaced all the bedding with new sets. Shen Linglan had sent several buckets filled with water for Zhao Yunduo to use for bathing, mopping, and while she would not wash her clothes, she had purchased an ample supply, enough for her to wear for several years. Once all was prepared, Zhao Yunduo requested Shen Linglan to bring her a bucket of hot water. After washing her face clean and applying the mask Shen Linglan had just given her, the two finally had the leisure to engage in casual conversation. "Oh, you're saying you currently have 60 million in your bank account, but you've purchased a house worth 6 million. As Shen Linglan also applied her mask, she pressed down on one corner to smooth out the wrinkles and replied, "Yes, and surprisingly, I now feel that 6 million is quite a bargain." They both laughed, nearly wrinkling their masks again. "However, I'm now considering buying the house upstairs or downstairs for you. What do you think? That place has a fantastic view. You can see the sea and the sunrise. Truly breathtaking." Shen Linglan's words left Zhao Yunduo momentarily silent. This silence prevented Shen Linglan from finishing her thought. Could Zhao Yunduo really return? After all, she had crossed over after a sudden death, and her ashes were still in the rental apartment. If she were to return, how could she do so when her physical form no longer existed? The following day was Sunday. Shen Linglan rose early, bringing her identification and bank card to the neighborhood she had visited the day before. She arrived punctually, only to find that both the agent and the homeowner had been waiting for her. The homeowner, a man clad in athletic wear, donned a mask and a hat, towering over the agent by a head, his keen eyes squinting as they regarded Shen Linglan. Remarkably, she felt no scrutiny. His gaze seemed merely to confirm her presence, devoid of any suggestive male attention. "Apologies for my tardiness." Shen Linglan greeted them with a nod. "Oh no, we arrived early," the agent said, flashing a hearty smile. The homeowner removed his mask, revealing a surprisingly youthful face that appeared to be in his mid-20s. With distinct facial features and an attractive countenance, he nodded at Shen Linglan. Without speaking, as the three prepared to ascend the stairs, the sound of hurried high heels approached from a distance. The footsteps were rapid, seemingly directed towards them. They all instinctively halted, turning to observe the approaching figure. The newcomer was a meticulously dressed woman, sporting sunglasses, and her attire suggested she was there to seek out the homeowner. "You really going to sell this beautifully renovated house? You, where will mommy live if you sell it?" This remark drew the attention of both the agent and Shen Linglan, who witnessed the homeowner remove his hat. Gazing at the woman with a resigned expression, "Mom, this house was a gift from Grandpa. The renovations were done by students for their thesis project. No one has ever lived here." Upon hearing this, the agent let out a sigh of relief, only to hear the homeowner remark, "You won't give me a single penny to prevent me from going abroad, and I am purchasing this house to avoid starving overseas." The elegant lady cast a reproachful glance at the homeowner before smiling sweetly at Shen Linglan, extending her hand. "Hello, you must be the young lady who is planning to buy a house. Am I right? I am Yuyu's mother, Yichuhua, and Yuyu's full name is Liang Yujun." "Hello." Shen Linglan, undaunted, reciprocated the handshake with Yichuhua and even offered her a smile. The lady exuded a warmth that was almost more inviting than the homeowner's frequent smiles. The four of them ascended the stairs together, with Yichuhua displaying great enthusiasm, incessantly inquiring about Shen Linglan's circumstances. "Domai, I find you particularly endearing, Lanlan. May I call you Lanlan?" "Of course," Shen Linglan replied, feeling no objection, as Yichuhua was her elder. Yichuhua took Shen Linglan's hand, expressing how Shen Linglan felt like the daughter she had never had. She attempted to add Shen Linglan on WeChat, but was halted by Liang Yujun. "Mom, that's enough?" After signing the contract, Shen Linglan promptly transferred the funds to Liang Yujun. The agent, upon receiving the contract, beamed with joy, for this transaction would secure him a considerable commission. Upon returning to her rental unit, Shen Linglan found the landlord and two others loitering at the door, their expressions fraught with anxiety, mumbling something indistinctly. Upon spotting Shen Linglan, the landlord's demeanor softened slightly, though his hostility intensified. "You changed the locks." Shen Linglan nodded and attempted to pass by them, but the landlord seized her arm. "Did you change the locks with my consent? If I hadn't changed the locks, you would have simply walked in, wouldn't you?" The landlord continued to argue that he had the right to enter at any time. Shen Linglan refrained from arguing back, merely turning to the young couple who had come to view the property, and said, "Given this, landlord, would you still dare to rent this place?" The couple, previously engrossed in the unfolding drama, suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly shook their heads, apologizing to the landlord. "Sorry, we're no longer interested." With that, they hurriedly made their way down the stairs. This infuriated the landlord, who pointed angrily at Shen Linglan, exclaiming, "I am the landlord. I have the authority to let you stay, and I equally possess the right to evict you. Leave immediately, and I will refund your deposit and this month's rent." Such an unexpected turn of events intrigued Shen Linglan, and she readily agreed. The landlord sneered, "When I say immediately, I mean you must vacate before tonight." Shen Linglan nodded and promptly contacted a Japanese moving company, which would handle the organization, transportation, and storage, an all-in-one moving service that required only her payment, leaving her hands free. The landlord observed with a cold gaze, astonished that Shen Linglan would indeed follow through with her plan to move. The total rent and deposit refund amounted to about 1,500, but should she opt for a hotel for several days, that money would vanish, and she would likely need to take time off work to search for another place, losing several days' wages in the process. The landlord could not fathom why Shen Linglan would gamble away so much money and time out of sheer frustration. Clearly, she was still quite young. Finding some twisted satisfaction in creating trouble for her, the landlord hummed a tune as the movers arrived to assist Shen Linglan. He incessantly pointed out various things. "Hey, be careful not to scrape my stairs. The maintenance costs are exorbitant. You employers wouldn't be able to afford it." He added, "Watch that plant. Its leaves are quite delicate. My door. You almost chipped the paint." As the movers efficiently cleared out Shen Linglan's belongings, she interrupted the landlord's relentless chatter, extending her hand. "Here is the rental agreement. Kindly refund my deposit and rent." The commotion attracted the attention of several other tenants living in the building, with a few on the first floor opening their doors to witness the spectacle, while others passing by paused to observe the unfolding drama. The landlord, who had initially intended to withhold some amount, ceased his prattle and quickly returned the 1,500 to Shen Linglan, using cash. "Here you go. A broke student like you must find this 1,500 a fortune, right? You're like a miser." TSK. While the landlord begrudgingly handed over the money, he couldn't help but mutter disdainful remarks as he shot glances at Shen Linglan. That a kind-hearted older sister approached Shen Linglan, expressing concern over the rising rents and advising her not to act impulsively. Shen Linglan surveyed her surroundings and unexpectedly spotted the overweight woman from upstairs, who had been struggling with infertility. Although this woman had attempted to harm her husband in another world, she had never posed a threat to Zhao Yunduo. So Shen Linglan had paid her little attention until now. Noticing her scrutinizing gaze, Shen Linglan pondered briefly before turning to the older sister who had just spoken to her, saying, "The landlord suddenly wants to raise my rent by 30 yuan a month. And I refused." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet everyone present heard her point 30 yuan. This revelation prompted the onlookers to exchange glances and engage in hushed discussions. Suddenly, the infertile woman stepped forward, pointing at the landlord and demanding loudly, "Didn't you say it would be a uniform increase of 100? Yes, you even claimed that our loyal customers would only see an increase of 80. Why is she only facing a 30 yuan hike? Are you trying to cheat us?" The crowd, having experienced slight increases in their rents, converged around the landlord, demanding an explanation. The landlord's previously smug expression froze. Cold sweat forming on his brow, his gaze, filled with malice, turned towards Shen Linglan, who merely smiled at him and waved the red cash in her hand. "Thank you, but I must take my leave now." Shen Linglan thoughtfully closed the apartment's security door, shutting out the ensuing quarrels, curses, and accusations directed at the landlord. She swiftly turned and settled her bill with the moving workers using the 1,500 she had just received. The total cost amounted to 6,000, and the landlord's refund saved her an additional 1,500. The new residence was entirely ready for her to move in, and Shen Linglan managed to part with numerous old and worn items. She replaced all the old sheets, discarded her tattered clothing, and carefully placed Zhao Yunduo's cloud-shaped urn in one of the rooms of the new house. Gently caressing the urn, Shen Linglan whispered, "Welcome to our new home. Dear Duobao, this will be your room." Zhao Yunduo, on the other end of the Bluetooth headset, heard her words and chuckled, playfully scolding Shen Linglan as she munched on the boneless chicken feet Shen Linglan had just purchased for her. "Delicious, delicious. So, you finally decided to part with all your tattered clothes." Previously, the two often exchanged clothing, and one time, Zhao Yunduo had worn a t-shirt of Shen Linglan's that had a hole in the armpit, which drew laughter from their classmates during a lecture. However, Zhao Yunduo never held it against Shen Linglan, knowing she was reluctant to let go and even helped her sew it up last night. Shen Linglan had anxiously asked Zhao Yunduo if she felt that Shen Linglan was being too ostentatious and if it would cause any imbalance in their friendship. Zhao Yunduo, with utmost sincerity, assured Shen Linglan, "I will always be happy for your happiness and feel sorrowful for your disappointments. Lambayer, you are the person I cherish and trust the most in this world, but if you ask me if I feel envious, I'll honestly say, just a little. Only a smidgen, but that doesn't affect my love for you at all." The moving company made several trips to transport Shen Linglan's belongings to her new home, carefully placing everything according to her room's layout, making the process exceedingly convenient. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan decided to visit a mall. After signing the contract, her bank balance of 60 million diminished to over 50 million. And after Zhao Yunduo had lunch, it soared to 100 million for Shen Linglan. Any issues that money could resolve were trivial matters. With newfound freedom in her spending, she no longer hesitated. Having disposed of all her old clothes, she realized her wardrobe was insufficient. Thus, Shen Linglan chose a mall specializing in clothing. In the past, she had dared not even glance at garments priced over 100 yuan, and the shops typically offered items in the thousands, which she had never considered entering. Zhao Yunduo encouraged her from afar, urging her to be bold and directly select clothes from stores that featured outfits priced in the tens of thousands. However, Shen Linglan contemplated that it is better for the impoverished to gradually acclimatize to wealth rather than abruptly thrust into it, clad in a modest outfit pieced together for merely a few dozen yuan. She stepped into a mid-range clothing store within the mall. To her surprise, the young sales associate stationed at the entrance cast a brief glance at Shen Linglan, her expression indifferent as she lowered her head to continue fiddling with her manicured nails. Just as the young sales associate remained motionless, seemingly disinterested in acknowledging Shen Linglan, an older sales associate approached with a smile, inquiring, "Good day, are you here to purchase clothing? Do you have any styles that catch your fancy?" It was then that Shen Linglan turned her attention to the sales associate before her, who was dressed in form-fitting work attire with her hair neatly styled in an updo, exuding an air of meticulousness and approachability. Nodding, Shen Linglan pointed to an outfit worn by a model and requested, "Could you kindly fetch this ensemble for me to try on?" "Certainly." The sales associate promptly retrieved a brand new set from the side. "Would you like to try this one? I believe the light blue would complement you even better. Would you like to try it as well?" She gathered both outfits that Shen Linglan had shown interest in and led her toward the fitting room for a try-on session. Meanwhile, the young sales associate behind them scoffed, seemingly disdainful of the other associate's enthusiasm, murmuring under her breath, "Humph, what a show-off. Does that really make you appear professional? Who can't do that? Just look at her. It's evident she's just here for a free consultation. Can she even afford clothes worth thousands?" Upon hearing these remarks, the older sales associate chose not to engage with the young one's disparagement. Instead, she turned to Shen Linglan and offered an apology. "I sincerely apologize, madam. My colleague's comments today have been quite excessive, and her lack of warmth and service is regrettable. I shall report this incident to our headquarters." Shen Linglan merely nodded, not even sparing a glance at the young sales associate. The latter, however, remained unperturbed, knowing that in their profession, one must adapt to the circumstances if the matter were to be escalated to the headquarters. It would require Shen Linglan to be capable of affording the clothing. If she couldn't, no amount of complaints would bring repercussions, especially since the young sales associate had been the top seller last month. Shen Linglan, with her enviable figure and stature, resembled a mannequin in the garments. Coupled with her exquisite features, an oval face with delicate cheeks, elegantly arched brows, and radiant skin, these luxurious outfits fit her perfectly, transforming her into a completely different person. Upon seeing her emerge from the fitting room, the older sales associate was struck by the refreshing aura that enveloped Shen Linglan, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "Madam, this outfit suits you splendidly. It accentuates all your virtues. You were born to wear designer labels. One could easily mistake you for the daughter of a wealthy family." Shen Linglan gazed at her reflection in the mirror for quite some time. Feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, the outfit indeed flattered her, rendering her past struggles almost unrecognizable. It was as if she had metamorphosed from a girl who hesitated to purchase a garment priced at 50 yuan into a wealthy woman of immeasurable worth. "Not bad," Shen Linglan uttered softly. Although she did not explicitly state her intention to purchase, her words piqued the interest of the young sales associate, who, observing Shen Linglan's calm demeanor, felt a sudden flutter of apprehension. Could this seemingly unassuming girl truly afford the outfit priced over 3,000, even after discounts? Shen Linglan surveyed the store, noting that the outfits worn by the models were indeed quite appealing. She then addressed the older sales associate, "Please bring out all the new arrivals from this month for me to try." "Humph." The young sales associate let out a derisive snicker, only to realize that everyone in the room was staring at her. Rising from her seat, she approached the older sales associate, saying, "I'll assist you in fetching them." As she passed by, she leaned in to whisper, "Just wait until she doesn't buy anything. How will you explain that? What if they get wrinkled or damaged? Be careful, or I'll inform Lu Jie, and you might face a deduction in your performance bonus this month." This month's new arrivals consisted of a total of 10 outfits, all stripped off the models, while the young sales associate clutched only 2, her expression one of anticipation for the older associate's impending misfortune. The older sales associate was particularly diligent, as her daughter was gravely ill and required a substantial amount of money for treatment. Despite her courteous demeanor towards all customers, she lacked the eloquence of the younger associate, and thus had mediocre sales every month. Last month, she had allowed a particularly unfortunate customer to try on several outfits, only to find that the individual had an unpleasant odor, resulting in the need for dry cleaning, which incurred significant losses for the store. The manager had been furious, leading to a deduction in the older associate's performance metrics. The young sales associate had unabashedly mocked her then, and now, she relished the idea of watching the older associate face repercussions again for allowing this girl to try on so many garments. As Shen Linglan tried on the various outfits, she found that they all suited her remarkably well. Indeed, clothing priced in the thousands surpassed those costing only a few dozen yuan in quality. After spending over an hour trying on clothes, she nodded toward the older sales associate, signaling, "Please wrap these up for me. I would like to purchase an additional identical piece for each outfit, and have them delivered to this address." Shen Linglan wrote down an address on a piece of paper, instructing the older sales associate to send the clothing to her new home. Carrying over 20 pieces of clothing back home would be quite exhausting otherwise. The reason for purchasing duplicates was, of course, to procure matching outfits for Zhao Yunduo. Without hesitation, Shen Linglan produced her phone to display her payment code, casually inquiring, I wonder if there's a limit. Could you scan it first? The older sales associate was taken aback. What? The young sales associate was equally astonished. Neither had anticipated that Shen Linglan would actually make a purchase. The older sales associate's daughter needed 500,000 yuan for surgery. So she had been diligent not to overlook any opportunity. Though she had initially perceived Shen Linglan as just another ordinary girl, her heart had harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, she might buy one of the items. That tiny glimmer of hope had unexpectedly materialized into a monumental surprise. She was buying everything. Originally, the older sales associate would earn 500 yuan for each item sold. But now Shen Linglan was purchasing 22 items in one go, netting her a commission of over 11,000 yuan. In recent years, the physical store sales had been lackluster. Last month's top seller had only achieved sales of a little over 20,000 yuan. The older sales associate could scarcely conceal her elation. Very well, madam. The total for these 22 outfits amounts to 36,000. That a sound signaled the successful transaction. The young sales associate's expression became increasingly stiff as she awaited the anticipated insufficient balance. She had just missed out on an 11,000 yuan commission, and the title of top seller for the month had slipped through her fingers. Frustrated, she approached Shen Linglan, attempting to seize the bag from her side, and ingratiatingly asked, Madam, do you need anything else? Shen Linglan unceremoniously reclaimed her bag, maintaining her placid tone. No, thank you. As the older sales associate meticulously arranged the clothing for packaging, she earnestly inquired, Madam, I noticed you were shopping alone today. Would you like some company while you continue browsing the mall? Shen Linglan did not decline, but instead asked if it would interfere with her work. The older associate shook her head. You have already helped me achieve my sales targets for this month and next. You are now my VIP customer, and I can devote my full attention to serving you. Shen Linglan nodded and handed her the bag. Then I appreciate your assistance. Indeed, she still needed to purchase bags, shoes, mattresses, and other items, and having someone to help her find and carry things was quite convenient. Meanwhile, the young sales associate, who had not been able to secure any sales, stomped her feet in frustration behind them, regretting her earlier actions. Once the payment was completed, the moving company's efficiency proved remarkable. Upon returning home after her shopping spree, Shen Linglan was accompanied by 2 sales associates carrying her purchases, and they found that her new residence was already in a state of near completion. The older sales associate was left speechless. She had initially thought Shen Linglan was merely a well-dressed young lady. Yet now it seemed she was the embodiment of affluence herself. After spending an entire afternoon at the mall, Shen Linglan had successfully acquired all essentials for her new home, selecting pink bedding for herself and blue sheets for Zhao Yunduo. Zhao Yunduo was quite pleased, as she adored clouds, which was why she had changed her name. When she lay on the blue sheets at home, it felt as if she were a cloud floating in the sky. The older sales associate was exceedingly attentive, arranging Shen Linglan's new shoes and bags neatly, placing the fresh sheets into the washing machine, and even inquiring if Shen Linglan needed her to stay and hang the sheets once they were clean. Shen Linglan, having been pampered by her thoughtful service throughout the afternoon, felt utterly at ease, contemplating that having an assistant might not be a bad idea after all. She then asked the older sales associate, May I inquire about your monthly salary? The older associate felt a bit bashful, replying, My base salary is 3,000. When sales are good, my earnings can reach 7,000 to 8,000, but during slower months, it hovers around 4,000 to 5,000. The current economic climate is rather bleak, leading individuals to be rather reluctant to spend their money on luxury items. Thus, it is not uncommon for a month to pass without a single sale. Conversely, the occurrence of a dozen or 20 orders today is exceptionally rare. In that case, Shen Linglan pondered internally before asking her, If I were to offer you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, would you be willing to become my assistant? Your responsibilities would primarily involve taking care of my daily needs, as I will hire a housekeeper separately to handle the cleaning duties. Observing the attentive and responsible demeanor of the sales assistant today, Shen Linglan felt quite satisfied with her. For her, 10,000 yuan was practically equivalent to just a few yuan. However, she wondered if the assistant might find that amount insufficient before Shen Linglan could mention that there would be a salary increase for good performance. She noticed the sales assistant's eyes light up with excitement as she eagerly asked, Really? Is that true? Of course it's true. Shen Linglan nodded affirmatively. I would be absolutely thrilled. The assistant exclaimed, Madam. Shen Linglan smiled, responding, I am not a madam. My name is Shen Linglan. I should be a few years younger than you, so you may call me Linglan. Miss Linglan, the sales assistant. Oh no, Chun Mingxue instantly exclaimed, dutifully pulling out a chair for Shen Linglan to sit down. After she settled in, she promptly rushed to the balcony to attend to the washing machine. The washing machine was equipped with an automatic drying function, so the freshly laundered sheets would not need to be hung out to dry. They could be laid on the bed immediately after drying. Once the washing cycle concluded, Chun Mingxue wasted no time in gathering the sheets and meticulously making Shen Linglan's bed, showcasing her industrious and capable nature. She then returned with a light blue sheet, inquiring, Miss Linglan, should this be laid in the guest room? Not the guest room. It's the secondary bedroom. It needs to be made up. Understood. Chen Mingxue responded efficiently. She informed Shen Linglan that she would submit her resignation tomorrow and would be available to start work in the afternoon. Shen Linglan felt quite pleased and inquired whether she possessed a driver's license. To which Shen Mingxue replied affirmatively. It seemed it was time to purchase a car. Otherwise, commuting via subway would be an inconvenience, Shen Linglan mused. When she had a moment to spare, she called Zhao Yunduo to share all that had transpired on her end. Their sizes were quite similar, and the clothes Shen Linglan purchased could also be worn by Zhao Yunduo. In the hotel, a dressing mirror allowed Zhao Yunduo to admire her new attire, praising Shen Linglan's taste. How lovely. Is this a designer piece? I, Zhao Yunduo, can now wear clothes worth over 1,000 yuan. After trying on several outfits with great delight, Zhao Yunduo lamented, it's a pity that in my current situation, I can only wear these to face zombies. A skirt isn't exactly practical for escaping. Escaping? Shen Linglan contemplated before suggesting, how about I buy you a few sets of sportswear? Absolutely. And don't forget to include some sneakers. Zhao Yunduo, aware of Shen Linglan's current financial standing, which was in the billions, felt no need for restraint or concern about saving money. The new house was exceptionally spacious, and Shen Linglan found it somewhat empty living alone. She placed Zhao Yunduo's urn in the secondary bedroom, which was just as clean and furnished as the master bedroom, with curtains of the same pattern and material, albeit in a different color. The primary color of Zhao Yunduo's bedroom was a soothing blue. It's unfortunate we can't video chat. Otherwise, I would love to show you just how satisfied I am with this place. I've decorated your room in a way I know you'll adore. Zhao Yunduo expressed her regret at not being able to see it. Shen Linglan, however, squinted in realization. Who says we can't video chat? I'll give it a try. The foreign mobile phone had a video function that didn't require social media. And with anticipation, she pressed the button. As she waited for the connection, Shen Linglan slowed her breathing, closing her eyes in prayer for a successful video call with her best friend. Just as the tone signaled connection, Zhao Yunduo unexpectedly appeared on the screen. The moment Shen Linglan caught sight of her, her eyes welled up with tears, and a single tear fell. Hearing her voice and seeing her was an entirely different experience. The two friends cried uncontrollably on the video call, dressed in beautiful and exquisite outfits, yet unable to control their emotions, their eyes swollen and their faces streaked with tears and snot. They gazed at each other, laughing like fools amidst their tears. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Shen Linglan dashed into the bedroom, retrieving a portion of the skincare products she had purchased that day to send to Zhao Yunduo. Among them were luxurious face cream, a coveted serum she had long desired, and some fairy water. Displaying each item to Zhao Yunduo via the video, Shen Linglan watched as her friend was left speechless. Is this what life is like after my best friend strikes it rich? I am so fortunate, Zhao Yunduo exclaimed, clutching her phone and rolling around on the bed in delight. Shen Linglan took Zhao Yunduo on a virtual tour of the house, and Zhao Yunduo was quite pleased with her room. She was also satisfied with her urn, describing it as quite nice, and praised the epitaph, which read, deleted account reactivated. Waiting for this lady's return, Zhao Yunduo pondered. Could it be that my epitaph has come true? Am I truly reactivated? It feels like I mistakenly loaded a save file from the apocalypse. Shen Linglan added that she had already ordered a 999 pure gold urn for Zhao Yunduo's remains, where she would eventually rest. Zhao Yunduo laughed heartily, saying that even her ashes had suddenly become valuable. After viewing Shen Linglan's residence, Zhao Yunduo took her to see the tidy second floor of the hotel where she was staying. While it couldn't compare to Shen Linglan's new house, it was well-equipped and comfortable for an average person. Shen Linglan noted the water storage area, where Zhao Yunduo now bathed. She filled a tub with water and transmitted it to Zhao Yunduo through her thoughts. As there was a bathtub available for her to use, Zhao Yunduo then shifted the camera to show Shen Linglan the view outside the window. The pixel quality of the foreign phone was one of its strongest selling points. allowing Shen Linglan to clearly see the zombies outside. Goodness, they looked just like the ones from American dramas. The awkward, shuffling gait, the disjointed limbs, and the hollow black eyes were all too familiar. However, the sight of zombies did not frighten Shen Linglan. Seeing them on video felt much the same as witnessing them on television. Yet, the realization that this was Zhao Yunduo's world made her anxious for her friend. Darling, are the weapons I bought for you still useful? Zhao Yunduo glanced at a corner of her room where a collection of weapons that Shen Linglan had continually sent her was piled up. There were daggers, fruit knives, spiked clubs, pepper spray, long swords, bows and arrows, and electric batons among them. Currently, Zhao Yunduo was safely inside the hotel and had not ventured outside, making it impossible to evaluate which weapons were more effective. The long arrows, bows, and electric batons appeared quite reliable. She had yet to use them, but found them reassuring nonetheless. Shen Linglan nodded. Since it's so dangerous outside, you should stay indoors for now that I can provide for you. Tomorrow, I will hire a chef to come and cook for us. We can't keep relying on takeout. It's not healthy. Great. That means I can order whatever I want every day. Of course, the following day, Shen Linglan rose early to prepare for work. To her surprise, she encountered the landlord who charged 8,000 yuan a month for rent. Upon seeing Shen Linglan in the neighborhood, the landlord's expression was one of astonishment. I can't believe you actually rented a place in this neighborhood. Her gaze fell upon Shen Linglan's attire, which remained modest and cost no more than 500 yuan in total. How much is your rent? 5,000? Or 4,000? She scrutinized Shen Linglan with a skeptical eye, unaware that Shen Linglan preferred to maintain a low profile to avoid attracting attention and envy regarding her sudden wealth. Shen Linglan glanced at the landlord, contemplating the grandeur of the neighborhood. Did you truly think I couldn't afford 8,000 yuan? I simply deemed your dilapidated property unworthy of such a price. Their previous disagreement had left a sour note, but Shen Linglan restrained her irritation, refraining from retorting to the landlord. Her astonishment, encountering her in the neighborhood, prompted a sharp retort from the landlord, which could no longer tolerate. Humph, the landlord scoffed. If you can afford it, then rent it for 8,000. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice interjected. Xiaolan, turning around, was surprised to see the owner of the house she had purchased, Yi Chuhua, standing before her. She greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Aunt Yi. Good morning. I didn't expect you to be up so early. Are you heading to work? The landlord recognized Yi Chuhua, who owned property in the same community, though she seldom resided there, preferring instead a villa in the city outskirts. Coming from a family that ran a business, her only son was uninterested in inheriting the family fortune and instead insisted on studying abroad. Ah, Yi Jia, why didn't you invite me to dinner now that you're back? The landlord's demeanor shifted to one of ingratiation, eliciting a chuckle from My son sold the house yesterday, and I came to meet the new owner. Why did Yujun suddenly decide to sell the house? The landlord feigned concern, eager to pry into the identity of the buyer. How much did you sell it for? Yi Chuhua glanced at and replied. Well, this is the new owner. What? The landlord looked at in disbelief. You bought it. However, had no intention of retaliating against the landlord. Such a sycophantic and cowardly individual was the very type she detested. Hence, she ignored the landlord's ever-changing expressions and offered a nod to Yi Chuhua, saying, I'm off to work now. Goodbye, Aunt Waida. Is it really her who bought it? The landlord, seeing dismiss her, pressed Yi Chuhua. The house that belonged to Yi Chuhua's son was no small affair, larger than her own and undoubtedly priced higher. In recent years, the real estate market had been sluggish. Properties were easy to rent, but difficult to sell, and the landlord had long wished to offload her property. Had she known this girl was so affluent, she would have been more cordial a few days prior. Perhaps her own house could have been sold off as well. Yi Chuhua, adept at navigating social dynamics, was well aware of the landlord's character and thus never sought a close association with her. However, she was not one to create unnecessary conflict and simply nodded affirmatively to the landlord. As the landlord seemed poised to inquire further, Yi Chuhua preempted her, stating that she needed to return home. That on side, she had not anticipated the difficulty of hailing a taxi in this neighborhood, especially during the morning rush hour. She arrived at the office just in time, only to receive a disapproving glance from Li Quan. However, he did not engage in any sarcastic banter. After rolling his eyes, a hint of joy flickered in his gaze. Curious, quietly asked Song Zhongling what good news had befallen the team leader. Was his wife expecting? Song Zhongling, uninterested in gossip and appearing preoccupied, shook his head in response. Another intern, Sun Xiaolin, leaned closer to and whispered, "It said that Li Quan is about to be promoted to the head of the brand department." "What?" exclaimed, utterly astonished. "How could a designer possibly become the head of the brand department?" Sun Xiaolin shrugged. "He must have impressed the higher-ups. They think he's been a great leader and responsible with his work. It seems that incident during the team-building event won the boss over." During the lunch break, Shen Mingxue called to inform her that she had successfully resigned and was ready to assist immediately, inquiring if there were any tasks she needed her to handle. While eating, noticed that others were wearing headphones or engrossed in dramas, so she spoke plainly to Chen Mingxue, "Please find a housekeeper to manage my meals and maintain cleanliness in the house. The salary can be slightly above the market rate. Just decide what you think is appropriate." A laugh erupted from behind. Turning around, she found Li Quan regarding her with a single glance before looking away. Muttering, "Just a few days ago, she was arguing with me over a few days' wages, and now she can afford a housekeeper. TSK. What is this pretense?" He did not name names, nor did he look at. Yet the implication was unmistakable. After his comment, he departed the office, presumably to smoke. Confused, proceeded to prepay Chen Mingxue a 3-month salary, sending the red envelope once she entered the password. Chen Mingxue, known for her diligence, took generous offer seriously and executed her every command with utmost care. Before long, she had found a suitable candidate, and upon return from work, a delightful spread of fragrant dishes awaited her, according to Chen Mingxue. This housekeeper had been recruited from her former employer. Not only was the housekeeper quick and efficient, but she also prepared a splendid meal. After washing her hands, sat down at the table to savor the food. With the housekeeper and Chen Mingxue anxiously awaiting her assessment, the meal consisted of simple home-cooked dishes: braised pork knuckle, braised eggplant, blanched greens, and stir-fried cauliflower with meat, all chosen based on preferences, which Chen Mingxue had thoughtfully inquired about beforehand. As tasted each dish, she found them all exceptionally flavorful, perfectly seasoned, and she was thoroughly satisfied. Observing relish her meal, the housekeeper's and Chen Mingxue's expressions relaxed considerably, nodded at Chen Mingxue, and addressed the housekeeper, saying, "Auntie, I will need your assistance with my meals every day from now on." This indicated her satisfaction and commitment. The housekeeper, beaming with joy, nodded vigorously. Of course. Her surname was Liu, and she worked in the city to send money back home to her husband and child. Her previous employer had been particularly stingy, requiring her to work over 10 hours a day for a mere 7,000 yuan. When she heard from Chen Mingxue that this young lady needed someone to prepare 3 meals a day and clean once daily, with a salary of 7,500 yuan, she immediately agreed to showcase her culinary skills to see if they met the young lady's taste. By the way, added, "I have a hearty appetite, so please prepare enough for 2 people at each meal." "Absolutely," Aunt Lu replied cheerfully. Knowing she would be staying on, the weight of uncertainty lifted from her shoulders as she promptly returned to the kitchen to tidy up and prepare for the next tasks. However, since the house was not large, she could complete her work within an hour given her speed. With Aunt Lu busy at work, had further instructions for Chen Mingxue. "Sister Chen, could you pick up a car from the 4S store tomorrow? Just get one that you're comfortable driving, and you can drive me to and from work from now on." The taxis during rush hours were notoriously difficult to hail, and the subway was equally congested. Decided to make the most of her resources to ensure her own comfort. Maintaining a low profile was no longer a concern. After all, she now had tens of billions in her bank account, and living modestly like before felt far too stifling. The new housekeeper's culinary skills received high praise from Zhao Yunduo. The braised eggplant was her favorite dish, and the well-balanced minced meat left her licking her chopsticks clean. Delicious, so delicious. Woo-woo. With Zhao Yunduo's approval, the housekeeper's salary increased by 500 yuan. After finishing her meal, Zhao Yunduo returned her bowl, rolling on her bed and licking her lips as she reminisced about the taste of the braised eggplant. She promptly sent a message to, "I want to eat braised eggplant again tonight." Shen Linglan promptly replied to her, "No problem." Zhao Yunduo, having satisfied her hunger and thirst, opened her tablet, which contained hundreds of television dramas downloaded by Shen Linglan. Skillfully, she navigated to Empresses in the palace, just in time to catch the riveting episode where Fei returned to the palace. However, before the opening theme "Who Can Overcome the Trials of Love" could finish, she was startled by a peculiar noise emanating from downstairs. Having developed a profound wariness of the world following the incident with the overweight woman, Zhao Yunduo immediately muted her tablet, seized the wolf tooth club resting by her bedside, and cautiously peered out the window onto the street below. As she suspected, The previously aimless zombies had all converged towards a nearby convenience store, where the sound of clattering echoed from within. As if something were being knocked about, the zombies, devoid of cognitive ability, mindlessly hurled their bodies against the convenience store's glass doors, desperate for the flesh of the living. Despite the glass's resilience, it could not withstand the relentless assault of a dozen zombies. After countless impacts, Zhao Yunduo retrieved a pair of binoculars from the assorted items Shen Linglan had sent her days before, and through the lenses, she discerned cracks forming in the glass. Through the binoculars, she observed two figures inside the convenience store, seemingly a woman and a child. Moments later, the woman suddenly dashed out the glass doors, frantically sprinting into the street, diverting the attention of the horde of zombies. Behind her, the child inside the store cried out, "Mommy, Mommy, don't." The woman shouted back as she ran, "Wait for Mommy to lead the zombies away, then you hurry and leave, all right?" Zhao Yunduo noted that the child appeared to be around 10 years old. Likely just a sixth grader. If her mother were to perish, how would she survive? Before Zhao Yunduo could ponder further, she heard the woman calling out to the zombies, "Come, come, come bite me." True to her words, the zombies began to stagger towards the woman. Although human reflexes surpassed those of zombies, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, and a single bite would lead to immediate assimilation. Even divine intervention could not save one from such a fate. The little girl downstairs cried out in despair, while the woman shouted defiantly, seemingly unafraid of death. Stirred by a wave of compassion, Zhao Yunduo thought to herself that a woman willing to sacrifice for her child could not be wholly malevolent. And thus, she might not bring about her own doom. Taking a chance, Zhao Yunduo retrieved her old phone from the drawer, opened her playlist, selected the most jubilant song, "Good Luck Is Coming," and cranked the volume to its maximum. She then hurled her phone into the greenery beside the road. Whether the phone would break upon impact was left to fate. If it shattered and fell silent, it would signify that the mother and child were doomed. If it continued to play, she would consider it an act of virtue, saving a life. To her surprise, the old phone, though battered, proved resilient. Landing in the grass, it continued to sing "Good Luck Is Coming." Drawing the attention of the zombies away from the woman, the fearless woman fell silent, her gaze shifting to the hotel window, which had long been devoid of life. Without hesitation, she rushed back into the convenience store, pulled her child out, and together, they bowed towards the hotel window, a gesture filled with gratitude. Unlike the earlier bow of the overweight woman, concealed behind the window, Zhao Yunduo's heart raced with trepidation, fearing the mother and daughter might rush up to seize her supplies. Although she had a locked security door, she was wary of the unpredictability of humanity. What if they had ulterior motives? Fortunately, the pair proved to be good-hearted individuals. Zhao Yunduo felt reassured that she had not misjudged them. She withdrew her head from the window, no longer focusing on the mother and daughter, realizing she could only assist them this once. The rest was their own fate to contend with. Remembering her previous inconvenience, Zhao Yunduo texted Shen Linglan, "Babe, when you have a moment, could you get me 2 drones?" With drones, she could discreetly lure any intruders away or utilize the zombies' attraction to sound to drive off any unfamiliar faces. Upon receiving the message, Shen Linglan immediately contacted Chen Mingxue, instructing her to purchase 2 drones after completing her car shopping. At that moment, Chen Mingxue was at the dealership, indecisively evaluating several vehicles. Ultimately, she sent Shen Linglan images of 3 cars. And Shen Linglan, favoring a white one, settled on a model that was both aesthetically pleasing and high-performing. While not a $1 million luxury vehicle, it was subtly elegant. This car was intended for Chen Mingxue, as Shen Linglan herself had no immediate plans to buy a car, preferring to wait until her internship ended before making such arrangements. During lunchtime, Chen Mingxue drove the new car, carrying 2 shopping bags containing the drone boxes. As she entered the gates of Shen Linglan's company, the receptionist, noting her impeccably tailored work attire, immediately sensed she was no ordinary visitor, possibly an elite from a certain profession. Naturally, she stood to greet Chen Mingxue. "Hello, are you here for a visit?" Taken aback, Chen Mingxue pondered whether delivering lunch to her employer qualified as a visit. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "I'm here to see someone. Do I need to sign a visitor's log?" Assuming she was there to see the boss, the receptionist nodded, producing a visitor form. "Could you please sign your name and phone number here?" Chen Mingxue set down the food containers, freeing a hand to sign. Once she completed the form, the receptionist simultaneously dialed the boss's assistant while glancing at the visitor log. "Zhangzhu, we have a visitor." "Yes, it's someone named Chen Mingxue, and she's looking for." The receptionist abruptly paused. lifting her gaze to scrutinize Shen Linglan, uncertainly asking, "Are you looking for Shen Linglan?" Shen Linglan nodded. "Yes." The receptionist quickly apologized and hung up the phone. "You're here to see an intern," she thought. Realizing there was no need for a visitor's log, although a hint of annoyance lingered, the receptionist, observing Shen Linglan's polished appearance and the expensive items she carried, dared not dismiss her, leading her to Shen Linglan's workstation. "Miss Linglan." After several twists and turns, Shen Linglan finally found Shen Linglan and was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of her workstation. Who would have thought that a woman who could purchase a multi-million-dollar property and afford domestic help and assistance would be working in a small company at a desk without partitions? She placed the 4 dishes and soup before Shen Linglan, leaving amidst the astonished gazes of the office staff. Once she departed, Sun Xiaolin approached, inquiring, "Linglan, who is that?" Shen Linglan dropped the pretense, replying candidly, "My personal assistant." "What?" Song Zhongling echoed in surprise. Even the formal employees were astonished, asking Shen Linglan, "You have a personal assistant?" Shen Linglan nodded, explaining, "I used to rely on takeout, but it didn't feel healthy, so I had my assistant bring me meals." The previously aloof employees, upon seeing the delicious spread before Shen Linglan, discovered her meal was both fragrant and visually appealing, evidently prepared by a skilled chef. "That's quite a lot. Xiaoshen, can you finish it all?" one asked. Shen Linglan affirmed, "I can finish it. I have a big appetite." Understanding their curiosity to taste, she dismissed the notion, not wanting to share with others. Besides, Zhao Yunduo was waiting for her to feed her as well. Perceiving Shen Linglan's desire to avoid excessive conversation, they glanced at the food and then at the drone boxes before departing. After receiving the drones and lunch, Zhao Yunduo noticed that the phone downstairs had sung all day and was now out of battery. Falling silent, the whereabouts of the mother and daughter remained unknown since that day. The drones lay unused as Zhao Yunduo glanced at the instructions before carelessly setting them aside. Once she finished her meal, strange sounds again echoed from downstairs. Peering out, Zhao Yunduo spotted the little girl from earlier, who nimbly darted into the greenery to retrieve the long-dead phone. Fortunately, the silence had allowed the zombies to retreat, and the little girl's small, agile form made it easy for her to evade them. Upon picking up the phone, she suddenly looked up and locked eyes with Zhao Yunduo at the window. "Sister," the little girl exclaimed, holding up the phone, "can I borrow your phone?" Intrigued, Zhao Yunduo responded, "What do you need it for?" "I want to call my daddy." "Call your daddy." Zhao Yunduo had indeed attempted to make phone calls using her mobile device. Not only had she failed to reach others, but even calls to emergency services like 120 or 110 were futile. It was certain that she could not connect with her father either. However, Zhao Yunduo refrained from pressing the matter further. After some contemplation, she decided to utilize the newly acquired drone to send a power bank to the little girl, enabling her to successfully power on her phone. "Thank you, big sister," exclaimed the little girl, her face alight with joy as she clutched the phone and power bank, darting into a bubble tea shop where her mother was hiding. The vicinity was devoid of food, whether from convenience stores or tea shops. Zhao Yunduo pondered why the girl wished to contact her father, but chose to remain silent, recognizing it was a matter between the girl and her mother. Unexpectedly, not long after, the little girl emerged, tearfully insisting on returning the phone and power bank to Zhao Yunduo. Standing by the window, Zhao Yunduo shook her head, indicating it was unnecessary. "If you don't need it, just discard it," she advised. Lost in thought with her head bowed, Zhao Yunduo noticed a horde of zombies approaching, drawn by the girl's voice, closing in perilously. "You must hurry back. It's dangerous," she urged. The little girl, cradling her phone, began to retreat, only to suddenly call out, "Big sister, my mother and I haven't eaten in a long time since we came here. If you have any food, could you possibly throw some our way? Mom won't let me ask you, but she's too hungry to move." At that moment, Zhao Yunduo spotted a zombie advancing toward the little girl. Unable to restrain herself, she hurled a hammer, one of the many weapons gifted to her by Shen Linglan, its unassuming nature making it the first she grabbed. To her astonishment, the hammer struck the zombie squarely on the head, granting the little girl an opportunity to escape back into the bubble tea shop. Zhao Yunduo retrieved her binoculars and focused on the tea shop, where the glass door had been obscured. Yet, a narrow gap remained, through which she strained to catch sight of the little girl and her mother. Indeed, she found the girl's mother lying on the ground, while the child leaned over her, either weeping or whispering. A gust of wind swayed the curtain, obstructing Zhao Yunduo's view. She lingered inside for some time, her unease mounting as she glanced repeatedly towards the tea shop's entrance. But clarity eluded her. Gradually, several zombies congregated outside, drawn by the little girl's earlier presence. Restless and contemplative, Zhao Yunduo finally resolved to message Shen Linglan. "Lan Bayer, would it be too virtuous of me to give food to a little girl?" Shen Linglan promptly replied, "A starving little girl, desperately trying to survive in this apocalyptic world. As your close friend, I certainly hope you do not succumb to sentimentality. Yet, I know you well, you possess a kind heart. And if you do not act, your conscience may weigh heavily upon you. However, should you choose to go, ensure that you protect yourself, that if they harm you, do not show mercy a second time." Bolstered by her friend's support, Zhao Yunduo felt revitalized. She restarted the drone, affixing a portable speaker, purchased by Shen Linglan after she had discarded her old phone. On it, though money was no longer a concern, she could not justify using a new phone worth over 10,000 yuan merely as a disposable item. Employing her previous tactics, she secured the speaker to the drone, controlling it to divert the zombies surrounding the tea shop while playing cheerful music before silencing the device and delivering a bag of bread and 2 bottles of milk to the little girl and her mother. Upon hearing the gentle tapping of the drone against the glass door, the little girl joyfully lifted the curtain. Zhao Yunduo could not hear her words but witnessed the girl's radiant smile and her hands forming a heart shape towards her. Cautiously, the little girl opened the door, retrieved the food from the drone, and quietly closed the door behind her before dashing back to her mother. After delivering the supplies, Zhao Yunduo messaged Shen Linglan again. Just finishing her shift, Shen Linglan breathed a sigh of relief, ready to board her bus home, when suddenly someone grasped her hand. "Linglan." She turned to find Song Zhongling, his expression a tumultuous mix of conflict and hesitation. Under the perplexed gaze of Shen Linglan, he finally spoke. "I have a favor to ask of you." Lowering his head, he appeared deeply troubled. "Please, speak freely." With his head hung low, Song Zhongling softly inquired, "Could you lend me 100,000 yuan?" 100,000. Shen Linglan raised an eyebrow. "What makes you think I should lend you that amount? Aside from a team-building event, they had hardly interacted, and their previous exchange of contact information had scarcely yielded conversation." Song Zhongling promptly apologized. "I'm sorry for my boldness, but I am truly at my wit's end. I can sign a promissory note, pay interest, and even offer my ID as collateral." Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze to meet Shen Linglan's, as if resolved to a determination. "You can ask anything of me, take any photos you desire. I swear, I will repay you upon my graduation." 100,000 was an inconsequential sum for Shen Linglan. It hardly registered in her mind. Yet, she could not casually lend money to others, for once she opened that door, requests would multiply. "Have you encountered difficulties?" she inquired. Song Zhongling instinctively glanced at the individuals nearby. The only person present was Chen Mingxue, waiting in the car for Shen Linglan. Leaning closer to her, he whispered, "My brother has engaged in some illegal activities and needs 150,000 yuan for bail. I can only scrape together 50,000, and that's borrowed as well." His words rang true. 50,000 was indeed the limit of what he could gather, as he had yet to secure employment and had little savings. Thus, the 263 yuan from the recent team-building event had been a considerable burden for him. "Illegal? What has your brother done?" "He is involved with organized crime." The specifics eluded Song Zhongling. He merely knew that his brother appeared entangled in a gang conflict, subsequently reported and apprehended by the police. However, due to the minor nature of the offense, a short detention followed by bail would suffice for his release. The challenge lay in securing the bail funds. Nodding, Shen Linglan suddenly asked, "How can I contact your brother?" "I will seek a resolution." The statement caught Song Zhongling off guard. Just moments ago, Shen Linglan had seemed reluctant to engage with someone she barely knew. Yet now she offered to personally rectify his brother's situation. However, observing her earnest demeanor, he understood that regardless of her certainty, she represented his sole hope for his brother's safe return. Song Zhongling provided the address of the detention center. And after finishing her dinner, Shen Linglan made her way there. To her surprise, Song Zhongling's brother did not resemble the stereotypical thug she had envisioned. He bore no tattoos and lacked the brash demeanor typical of such individuals. Instead, he regarded Shen Linglan with a discerning gaze, subtly shimmering with intelligence. Undeterred, Shen Linglan knew that when dealing with astute individuals, she must not falter, lest she find herself at a disadvantage. "Who are you?" the man demanded. Shen Linglan instructed Chen Mingxue, who had accompanied her, to open a suitcase revealing 100,000 yuan in cash. I am your brother's classmate. He borrowed 100,000 yuan from me for your release. The sight of cash momentarily stunned the man, who had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming girl before him could readily produce such an amount. Thank you, he uttered, the sharpness in his eyes softening into gratitude. You're welcome, Shen Linglan replied with a smile, her own gaze glimmering with determination. However, I require your assistance with something. Furrowing his brow, the man sensed an ominous undertone. What do you need? Leaning closer, Shen Linglan whispered into his ear. I need you to procure a gun for me. The hardened features of the man suddenly stiffened, the relaxed demeanor he had exhibited moments ago returning to tension as he regarded Shen Linglan with a wary expression. Who are you? I am your brother's classmate, she straightened, asserting, I suspect that only I can provide the 100,000 needed to secure your release. The choice is yours, to stay or to leave. Indeed, she required a firearm, not for herself, but for Zhao Yunduo. In this era of peace, possessing or using a gun was illegal, and she had no personal use for it. However, in the world where both humans and zombies yearn for flesh, Zhao Yunduo could only live more securely with a firearm. The man hesitated for a minute. Just as Shen Linglan thought he would firmly refuse her, he surprisingly nodded in agreement. 3 days from now. All right, engaging in a transaction with a straightforward person is indeed a relief. Shen Linglan did not hesitate and handed over all the cash from the box to the man. Meanwhile, Chun Mingxue, who was nearby, overheard their entire conversation. Although her heart brimmed with questions, she kept them to herself and refrained from voicing any. Zhao Yunduo was aware of Shen Linglan's gun purchase and instinctively felt a pang of anxiety. What if others found out? It's all right. They are all about loyalty in this line of work. Besides, if he dared to disclose this matter, I would undoubtedly drag his younger brother into it. Only then did Zhao Yunduo exhale in relief. The two were enjoying dinner when Aunt Lu had prepared a pot of udon noodles for them, topped with prawns as large as Shen Linglan's 3 fingers. Extraordinarily delicious, and Shen Linglan drank every last drop of the soup. Unable to resist, Zhao Yunduo licked the bottom of her bowl and burped. I'm so full. Ever since Aunt Lu took charge of their meals, the quality of their diet had skyrocketed. Not only Zhao Yunduo, but even Shen Linglan had gained 2 pounds. Previously, due to inadequate nourishment, her face had grown sharp, but now with better food, her chin had rounded a bit, giving her a somewhat oval-faced. As Zhao Yunduo finished her meal, the mechanical beeping of the system in Shen Linglan's mind suddenly transformed into a slightly warmer male voice. Congratulations, host. Your balance has reached the limit. 100 billion. Shen Linglan paused mid-action as she wiped her mouth, astonished that there could be a limit to her balance. 100 billion was indeed a sum she had never encountered in this life. Perhaps not even in the several lifetimes preceding it. The balance limit would unlock the next phase of tasks. What tasks? The system did not respond. Instead, it opened a panel in Shen Linglan's mind, displaying a simple item bar, indicating, would you like to activate Zhao Yunduo's spatial system? A spatial system. Such fortune existed. Without hesitation, Shen Linglan clicked yes, but then the system prompted her that activating the space would cost 1 billion. 1 billion? Shen Linglan mumbled, realizing that even 100 billion wouldn't suffice for activation. For some reason, Shen Linglan felt as if the system expressed a moment of exasperation. After confirming the activation, she waited 2 seconds before receiving the notification of successful activation. Before she could tell Zhao Yunduo, she heard Zhao Yunduo exclaim in surprise, "Ah, I suddenly feel an emptiness in my mind. Did I acquire something extraordinary?" Space. Suddenly sensing something peculiar within her mind, upon closer inspection, she discovered it was the notification that she had successfully activated the space. This caused Zhao Yunduo to spring up from the hotel bed. She actually possessed a space. Unexpectedly, Shen Linglan remained composed, discussing plans to procure survival supplies for Zhao Yunduo's space amid the apocalypse. Zhao Yunduo, perplexed, asked her, "Aren't you surprised that I have space?" Shen Linglan chuckled. As if taking credit, "I just spent 1 billion to open it." "What?" Zhao Yunduo jumped again. "How much?" 1 billion. Shen Linglan's nonchalant tone made Zhao Yunduo want to leap into her phone and shake the water out of her brain. 1 billion? No, it's not that her friend desired the space that much. Could they possibly return it? After all, that was 1 billion. Stay calm. My dear. Do you know how much is in your sister's bank account right now? Shen Linglan munched on her ice pop. 100 billion. Forget about 1 billion. Even 10 billion or 100 billion. This space must be activated. Shen Linglan enumerated the benefits of having space with her fingers, explaining that food, drink, necessities, and entertainment could all be stored in the space for easy access, eliminating the need to lug around a hefty bag or search for items scattered throughout the room. How cumbersome. Currently, her internship restricted her to only weekends for shopping, but once it was over, she would make a grand purchase and fill Zhao Yunduo's space to the brim. After Shen Linglan spoke, she realized the system panel in her mind concealed further mysteries. It indicated that the current space size was only 10 square meters. Activating more would require 1 billion for each additional 10 square meters. Would you like to activate? Continue activating? Confirm. Shen Linglan took a deep breath and activated it to 100 square meters. However, this was not her limit, but rather the system's. You have spent 10 billion to activate 100 square meters of space, reaching the limit. Until next time. This was the first time Shen Linglan heard the system produce so many sounds aside from the usual notification about her balance doubling with a zero. Yet, it remained unresponsive to her, leaving Shen Linglan to speculate about the conditions required for the system to converse with her. She didn't ponder for long before hearing Zhao Yunduo's shrill scream. 100 square meters, so spacious. Shen Linglan, how much more did you spend? Just a drop in the bucket, Shen Linglan replied, clarifying it was merely 1/10 of her balance, urging Zhao Yunduo to quickly explore how to utilize it. Fortunately, the usage of the space was not complicated. Zhao Yunduo could simply hold an item. Think about placing it in the space, and it would disappear there. Conversely, when she thought about retrieving something from the space, she could do so effortlessly. It was indeed more convenient than rummaging through her room. A day had passed since Zhao Yunduo sent down the bread, and she had been keeping a close watch on the situation at the milk tea shop. Through her binoculars, she noticed that the little girl's mother seemed capable of sitting up after drinking milk, though she appeared somewhat weak while walking. The following day, Zhao Yunduo sent 2 bottles of peanut milk, a box of vitamins, a bag of beef jerky, and 2 apples. As Zhao Yunduo used a drone to lure the zombies away, the little girl cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Pretty sister, thank you." Having been in this apocalyptic world for over a week, Zhao Yunduo had not communicated with anyone else besides Shen Linglan. Hearing the little girl's voice now felt both adorable and familiar. It asked nothing, Zhao Yunduo replied softly, unsure if the little girl heard her. Another day passed, and to Zhao Yunduo's surprise, the little girl's mother emerged. The first thing she did was lift the curtain on the milk tea shop door and express her gratitude to Zhao Yunduo. She wrote 2 words on a piece of paper, "Thank you," which Zhao Yunduo spotted immediately. Unlike the woman, Zhao Yunduo did not write back, merely nodding to indicate it was a trivial matter and did not require formality. However, the little girl's mother then produced a new sheet of paper, which boldly stated, "Can we talk? I have something very important to discuss." Upon seeing these words, Zhao Yunduo furrowed her brow, uncertain of the little girl's mother's intentions. Nevertheless, Zhao Yunduo had a walkie-talkie at home, which Shen Linglan had purchased after hearing her mention the danger of shouting across distances to the little girl. Zhao Yunduo set up a walkie-talkie using the drone and handed it to the little girl's mother. Upon seeing the walkie-talkie, the mother displayed no signs of disappointment, instead appearing relieved. This led Zhao Yunduo to believe she genuinely had something to discuss rather than using important matters as a pretext to lure her down. The little girl's mother followed the instructions on the walkie-talkie to adjust the channel and successfully established communication with Zhao Yunduo. "Hello." Although there was some static, it was far clearer than shouting across the distance and much safer. "Hello," Zhao Yunduo replied. "Thank you for the food you've sent us these past few days. That you've saved our Yao Yao several times. You're welcome." Zhao Yunduo didn't wish to waste time on such pleasantries. "You mentioned you had something important to say. What is it?" "A horde of zombies is approaching here soon." A horde of zombies. Zhao Yunduo frowned, feeling unfamiliar with everything in this apocalypse and unaware of the implications of a zombie horde. The little girl's mother patiently explained, "We originally lived in the south of the city, but for some reason, a large number of zombies have gathered there, heading towards the city in large numbers. My husband mentioned it's a migration of zombies, possibly heading north." The information tightened Zhao Yunduo's brows even further. "So, what is your intended destination?" After consuming Zhao Yunduo's provisions, the little girl's mother did not conceal her intentions, candidly stating, "We plan to head north to escape the zombie horde. It is said that there exists a large shelter in that direction, and we wish to alert them swiftly. Otherwise, if the zombies indeed make their way there, it could be perilous for humanity to survive." To Zhao Yunduo's surprise, She found herself likening the woman to a benevolent deity. "And what of your husband?" The question rendered the little girl's mother momentarily silent. "It was my husband who sacrificed himself to save us during the onslaught of the zombies." Within the walkie-talkie, alongside the mother's mournful words, the heart-wrenching cries of the little girl calling for her father echoed. "I'm sorry." Zhao Yunduo could hardly fathom that the little girl's father had already passed away. "It's all right." The mother quickly composed herself and conveyed the most critical piece of information. "The zombie tide was approaching rapidly. I suggest you depart with us. Otherwise, when the horde descends, it is likely that even one bite per person could devour this building whole." Zhao Yunduo fell silent. After a long pause, she replied, "Thank you for your advice. I shall consider it. We plan to set out early tomorrow morning. If you make your decision before then, you are welcome to join us." The little girl's mother added, seemingly to dispel any notion that she coveted Zhao Yunduo's supplies. "Although we lack food, we have acquired a wealth of experience in combating zombies during our journey that we can travel together. Yes, I will consider it." Zhao Yunduo switched off the walkie-talkie and glanced at the time on her phone. It was just past noon, the designated lunch hour for Shen Linglan. Without hesitation, she dialed Shen Linglan's number. Just as Shen Linglan opened her lunchbox, she was enveloped by the enticing aroma of the meal. "Are you hungry? Today, we have tomato stir-fry over rice." Zhao Yunduo replied with a non-committal absent-mindedly scooping the soft, cooked tomatoes while contemplating her situation. Sensing something amiss in Zhao Yunduo's demeanor, Shen Linglan inquired, "What is going on? That mother and daughter aren't villains, are they?" "No." Zhao Yunduo shook her head, recalling that Shen Linglan could not see her gestures, and added, "They appear to be good, yet I am somewhat conflicted." Zhao Yunduo recounted her conversation with the little girl's mother to Shen Linglan. Upon hearing about the zombie horde, Shen Linglan's heart sank, rendering her meal less appetizing. "So, do you intend to leave with them? If you secure the doors and windows, the zombies won't detect you, right? Once they are gone, you will be completely safe." Yet Zhao Yunduo countered that it was not so simple. "There are likely still a few people scattered around here. Not to mention that stout woman. The zombies will probably linger nearby for a while. Furthermore, I suspect their sense of smell is heightened. Despite my seclusion here, zombies have been roaming around intermittently, and their numbers seem to increase daily." Zhao Yunduo had not ventured outside, her doors and windows shrouded in blackout fabric. Even with such caution, she had attracted the attention of zombies. She could scarcely imagine the horror if thousands of them passed by. Battering at the doors and walls, would she still have a chance to survive? Earlier, after switching off the walkie-talkie, she had picked up her binoculars and peered towards the southern cityscape, approximately 5 kilometers away. A dark mass loomed, obscuring her view. Only the occasional silhouette of a zombie could be seen moving in that direction. Zhao Yunduo surmised that the dark mass was indeed the horde at their current pace. It seemed the zombies would reach this vicinity within 3 days. "What shall we do now?" Shen Linglan, who had never experienced the apocalypse firsthand, felt her mind blank, momentarily losing her composure. "Perhaps I should quickly search online for how those apocalyptic films, dramas, and novels depict survival strategies." Shen Linglan's suggestion elicited a chuckle from Zhao Yunduo, alleviating some of the tension she felt. "I have made up my mind. I will go with them," Zhao Yunduo declared earnestly. As Lu Sun once said, "Instead of waiting idly for death, it is better to stand up and seek a chance at survival." Shen Linglan responded, "Did Lu Sun really say that?" But that was of little consequence now. Although Shen Linglan was reluctant for Zhao Yunduo to leave the safety of her fortified dwelling, she respected Zhao Yunduo's decisions and trusted her instincts and deductions. "Since we are departing tomorrow morning, I will prepare some supplies for you tonight." Shen Linglan, having been distracted throughout her afternoon shift, ignored Li Quan's call for her to work overtime, grabbing her bag and dashing out. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunduo shared good news with her, revealing that her space could store food far more effectively than a refrigerator, maintaining its freshness indefinitely. Shen Linglan hurriedly teamed up with Chun Mingxue to visit the wholesale market, purchasing an entire box of snacks and ice creams. Alongside various pre-cooked duck delicacies, particularly Zhao Yunduo's favorite spicy flavors, as well as dried fruits, sunflower seeds, nuts, biscuits, and more, each in abundance. They also stocked up on daily necessities: shampoo, body wash, dish soap, hand sanitizer, around 20 to 30 bottles of each. Were it not for the sheer volume of items needed, fearing the space might overflow, Shen Linglan would have emptied the wholesale market to fill Zhao Yunduo's storage. As summer waned, she bought a dozen watermelons, along with peaches, mangosteens, and other seasonal fruits, each in 10-pound increments. Next, they headed to a mall, where Shen Linglan, previously deterred by high prices, unhesitatingly purchased dozens of skincare products, estimating that Zhao Yunduo would take decades to use them all. With autumn approaching, she procured several dozen bottles of body lotion and hand cream. They then acquired instant food items, instant noodles, self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, and bread, nearly 100 portions of filling sustenance, along with various beverages like water, juice, cola, and Sprite, each in dozens. After completing their shopping, Shen Linglan instructed Chun Mingxue to order dozens of signature dishes from a 5-star hotel. She then had Chun Mingxue load their purchases into the car's trunk, while she hailed a taxi to fetch the meals. Shen Linglan also picked up additional daily necessities, towels, blankets, flashlights, tissues, and wet wipes, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, ensuring she acquired a bit of everything for Zhao Yunduo. In a moment of thoughtfulness, she even purchased dozens of mosquito coils and lighters. All these items could be directly sent to Zhao Yunduo's space, and as Zhao Yunduo organized her belongings, she was often startled by the unexpected discoveries within her storage. Where she had intended to place her blankets, a pile of canned goods suddenly appeared, and in a corner she had prepared for a rechargeable fan, Shen Linglan had stacked a plethora of daily necessities. As night fell, at around 9 o'clock, Shen Linglan bombarded Zhao Yunduo with urgent calls. "Hello, Duobao, make some space in your storage. I've had several hotels prepare dishes, and there are probably hundreds of them. Oh, I could just buy a large shelf." Before Zhao Yunduo could respond, Shen Linglan hung up, promptly purchasing 3 large shelves, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of dishes were neatly arranged on the shelves, featuring dishes like disancian, boiled meat, grilled eggplant, sweet and sour ribs, and braised fish, either Zhao Yunduo's favorites or signature dishes from various restaurants. Additionally, there were dozens of soups, including old duck soup, chicken soup, and pigeon soup, among others. Shen Linglan continued to fret over whether anything had been overlooked. But Zhao Yunduo quickly interjected, "That's enough. With this abundance, even if you stay with that mother and daughter, you won't need to wait for me to serve you food," she added, to avoid drawing attention. "Your safety might be compromised." After Shen Linglan had previously bought Zhao Yunduo 20 sets of sportswear in one go, Zhao Yunduo was adamant about not allowing her to continue purchasing. She also selected an outfit for the following day and laid it by the bed. The thought of embarking on a journey the next day, leaving behind the inn she had occupied for over a week, to face the zombies head-on, filled her with anxiety, making sleep elusive. Shen Linglan returned home after shopping late into the night. Around 11 o'clock, accompanied by Chun Mingxue, who distinctly recalled that the two of them had purchased at least 2 truckloads of supplies. However, at this moment, both of their hands were astonishingly empty, despite having cautioned herself countless times against asking questions that should remain unasked. Chun Mingxue could no longer suppress her curiosity. "Miss Linglan, what happened to all the things we bought today?" Shen Linglan hastily concocted an excuse. "I had them loaded onto a large truck and sent to the mountainous areas. Donated to the children in need." Shen Mingxue fell silent. Today, they had spent at least several 100,000 yuan, and it seemed she had donated it to the mountains without batting an eye. While clothing and daily necessities could be understood, what about the food? How would it be delivered to those remote areas? She had an abundance of questions swirling in her mind, yet she swallowed them all back down, daring not to probe further. Later that night, as Shen Linglan prepared to sleep, a thought suddenly struck her. The time she had agreed upon with her brother, Song Zhongling, was drawing near, and the firearms he had procured should be ready. They had exchanged contact information, and Shen Linglan sent him a message. "Are you prepared?" Song Zhongcheng replied with a simple one. Shen Linglan followed up. "Is there more? I will pay double." After a moment of hesitation, Song Zhongcheng responded with a question mark, and a minute later confirmed, "Yes." When they met the next day, Song Zhongcheng handed her a black fabric bag. Shen Linglan did not open it. Instead, she felt through the bag, confirming the presence of hard objects inside, which she surmised were indeed firearms. Before arriving, she had directly transferred the money into an account and handed Song Zhongcheng the card, the password being 6 zeros. He seemed quite surprised by Shen Linglan's discretion, neither cash nor a bank transfer, thus avoiding any unnecessary attention. After scrutinizing her for a moment longer, he tucked the card into his back pocket, adding, "If I get caught, you may throw me under the bus, but do not utter a word about my brother." Shen Linglan retorted without reservation, "Even if you get caught, I will not be apprehended. So rest assured." Song Zhongcheng raised an eyebrow, dismissing her seemingly provocative remark. He downed his coffee and left swiftly, What Shen Linglan spoke was indeed the truth. She unzipped the bag with one hand while using the other to probe the cold instruments within. In an instant, the several firearms disappeared into the black fabric bag. Even if celestial beings appeared, they would find it impossible to extract a weapon from Shen Linglan. After finishing her milk tea in the shop, she ordered another for Zhao Yunduo. While Zhao Yunduo sipped her pearl milk tea, she studied the operation of firearms, recoil, silencers, bullets, terms she had only heard of but never experienced. After a lengthy examination, Shen Linglan downloaded an instructional manual for her, urging her to practice according to its guidance. Zhao Yunduo assembled the firearm and fired a shot out of the window, the loud bang drawing the attention of nearby wandering zombies, as well as the gaze of a little girl and her mother preparing to set out downstairs. Zhao Yunduo tucked away the gun, chuckling, and addressed them. Let us set off. It was morning. Zhao Yunduo pretended to carry a travel bag, which contained merely 2 sets of clothing, making it particularly light. In contrast, the little girl and her companions each carried a school bag that appeared light but felt burdensome as they walked. Zhao Yunduo did not exhibit any selfless compassion by offering to help the little girl with her backpack. Her willingness to accompany them was already generous in itself, considering her circumstances. Moreover, if the girl's mother allowed her to carry the heavy bag, there was no need for her, a stranger, to meddle. They did not walk along the road but instead took the pedestrian path. Reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. Although there were still scattered zombies, it was preferable to the immobilized vehicles on the road as they passed by the cars. One could never know if a zombie might suddenly reach out from a window to inflict harm. The little girl hopped ahead, then bounced back to Zhao Yunduo, exclaiming, "Sister, my name is Yao Yao, and my mother is called Xingzi. What is your name?" Before Zhao Yunduo could respond, the girl's mother interjected, "I'm called Zhou Miqing. My child's father always calls me Xingzi, which is why Yao Yao thinks that's my name." Xingzi Jia. Zhao Yunduo readily referred to Zhou Miqing as sister, acknowledging the age difference. I am Zhao Yunduo. Yunduo Jia. After the trio exited the residential area, they encountered fewer zombies. Zhou Miqing meticulously shared her knowledge of zombie weaknesses with Zhao Yunduo, explaining, "There is a soft spot at the back of a zombie's head. Shooting it will ensure a kill." Zhao Yunduo nodded in acknowledgement. Her scan experiences in dispatching zombies had involved using the Wolf Fang Club Shen Linglan had provided, which was adorned with numerous protruding spikes. A single blow would obliterate a zombie's head. She was unaware of any specific weaknesses or soft spots. Nevertheless, acquiring additional knowledge was always beneficial. "Thank you," she replied. Zhou Miqing wielded a long iron rod, which required considerable force to fell a zombie. Contemplating the plethora of weapons piled in her space, Zhao Yunduo inquired, "Xingzi Jia, do you have a weapon that you find particularly effective?" Before Zhou Miqing could respond, Yao Yao chimed in, "Mom can use a gun." This revelation astonished Zhao Yunduo. In the world before the apocalypse, lawful citizens were generally unskilled in firearms. Even the police primarily relied on electric batons. That gun. Zhou Miqing refrained from elaborating on her past identity, merely stating, "Was used when I was rescuing my child's father. I ran out of ammunition, rendering it useless, and discarded it." She smiled nonchalantly, making no mention of wanting Zhao Yunduo's firearm. Despite having seen her testing it prior to their departure, Zhao Yunduo, naturally, could not recklessly hand over a gun to Zhou Miqing. Firstly, they were not well acquainted. Secondly, firearms could be lethal. If Zhou Miqing turned out to be proficient with a gun, an unexpected conflict could place Zhao Yunduo at a disadvantage. After considering Zhou Miqing's words, she simply nodded. "I have a watermelon knife, a dagger, a machete, and a wolf fang club, all of which are far more effective than your iron rod. Would you like to exchange?" Zhou Miqing shook her head. "Weapons are quite precious right now. I am accustomed to my iron rod." After a brief pause, she added, "However, could you give Yao Yao a dagger? I would like her to have something for self-defense." Without hesitation, Zhao Yunduo retrieved a sharpened dagger from her bag and handed it to Yao Yao. The little girl beamed with joy, akin to receiving a doll from the pre-apocalyptic world. Zhou Miqing felt a pang of emotion but gently patted Yao Yao's head, encouraging her to express gratitude to Zhao Yunduo as well. By noon, they had maneuvered around a large shopping mall and found themselves on a narrow path, avoiding clusters of zombies. Zhao Yunduo rummaged through her backpack, pretending to search for food while actually retrieving provisions from her space. She produced a box of milk, 3 servings of self-heating rice, and 2 bottles of cola. Wow! Once heated, the self-heating rice resembled freshly cooked takeout. Appealing to the senses, Zhao Yunduo recalled Shen Linglan mentioning that this was the most expensive self-heating rice on the market and wondered what distinguished it from the ordinary variety. The enticing aroma of the perfectly balanced pork belly, combined with the tender green peas, was simply mouth-watering. Even though Zhao Yunduo frequently enjoyed meals prepared by Aunt Lu, she could not help but rave about this self-heating rice. Observing Zhou Miqing and Yao Yao, it was evident they had not savored delicious, warm meals in ages. Yao Yao could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming "wow" with each bite, prompting Zhao Yunduo to chuckle in amusement. Zhao Yunduo discreetly messaged Shen Linglan, self-heating rice. A perfect score. Once the trio finished their meal, Zhou Miqing dug a hole to bury the empty containers. One reason was to avoid detection by others, and the other was to remain unnoticed while still having provisions to eat. In a post-apocalyptic world, concealing the traces of survival is of paramount importance. However, that very night, while they sought refuge in a pharmacy, they were startled by the sound of the glass door being pried open. Zhou Miqing immediately opened her eyes and exchanged a glance with Zhao Yunduo, who was on watch. They both turned their gaze toward the door, remaining silent. Inside, they had secured the door with a U-lock. Unless one possessed specialized equipment to pick the lock, it could not be opened with mere knives. The intruders outside struggled for a while, and it was uncertain whether they abandoned their efforts or were frightened away by approaching zombies. But it finally quieted down in the latter half of the night. When it was Zhou Miqing's turn to keep watch, Zhao Yunduo thought she would be too anxious to sleep, yet she ended up dozing off until dawn. Yao Yao was reading, while Zhou Miqing gazed at her, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing the bright sunlight streaming through the window, Zhao Yunduo realized it must be quite late. Apologetically, she touched her nose and said, "I am sorry for sleeping in." Seeing Zhou Miqing shake her head in response, she handed her a bottle of mineral water, saying, "Drink some water." Zhao Yunduo quickly washed up, took a sip of water, then reached into her bag for some food. Only after retrieving the food did she belatedly realize how fortunate they were that no one had rummaged through her bag while she was asleep. Otherwise, they would have discovered that it contained no provisions at all. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yunduo felt a slight increase in her goodwill towards them, and even handed Yao Yao a bag of candies. As Zhou Miqing accepted the food, she expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "Before meeting you, we were often left hungry, never knowing when we could eat again. That I never imagined we could enjoy sandwiches and milk at this moment. I am truly grateful." Yao Yao also chimed in with a beaming smile, thanking her sister. Shen Linglan had prepared ample supplies for Zhao Yunduo and would occasionally purchase more over the weekend, especially upon hearing that they had spent the night in a pharmacy. However, upon learning that most of the medication in the pharmacy had been cleared out, Shen Linglan devised a plan. She scoured various stores, acquiring a diverse array of medicines for Zhao Yunduo, including those for colds, fevers, disinfectants, bandages, and other essentials. She organized similar medicines into a single basket, ensuring they would be easily identifiable when needed. Satisfied with her haul, Shen Linglan left the pharmacy, and on her way home, unexpectedly encountered the company's owner. He was just exiting the garage as Shen Linglan and Qin Mingxue walked out, one after the other. The boss, engrossed in a phone conversation, sported a furrowed brow, resembling a villain rather than the jovial figure he typically presented to clients. Shen Linglan shook her head. After a few months of interning, her disdain for the company and its owner was equally palpable. Just as she prepared to bypass him, the owner abruptly ended his call, turned around, and spotted Shen Linglan. "Hey, don't I recognize you? Aren't you from our company?" Shen Linglan halted, offering him a slight smile. "Hello, I am Shen Linglan, the intern." The owner glanced from Shen Linglan to Qin Mingxue and suddenly inquired, "Is this your sister? Does she live here?" Since aligning herself with Shen Linglan, Qin Mingxue had grown aware of Shen Linglan's elevated status, prompting her to dress more elegantly as her assistant. Therefore, she consistently donned expensive work attire during office hours. Sometimes it was a figure-hugging skirt, other times trousers. Today, she wore a fitted skirt. The owner's gaze fell upon Qin Mingxue's legs, his expression seemingly questioning whether her benefactor resided in this neighborhood or if her living arrangements stemmed from more dubious means. "No, I live here," Shen Linglan interjected, signaling for Qin Mingxue to step behind her, shielding her long legs from view. The owner then redirected his attention to Shen Linglan's face, though he assumed Shen Linglan was renting, showing little interest and not probing further. However, this encounter made Shen Linglan resolve to abandon her low profile. She discarded all her clothes purchased for around 100 yuan, previously feeling guilty about wearing anything expensive. Now, she realized she possessed billions and could afford to replace anything worn out. As for maintaining a low profile, with that level of wealth, it was an impossible feat. Shen Linglan adorned herself with a designer handbag from Ai Yongshi, clothing from LC, and a dress from Givenchy. Additionally, she took Chen Mingxue to a dealership to purchase a new car, a striking red Porsche. Whether she drove it or not was inconsequential, although she had a driver's license. She rarely enjoyed driving. She also acquired a parking space and nonchalantly parked her brand-new Porsche in a bustling parking lot, unbothered by the attention it garnered. Chen Mingxue glanced at the gleaming car and hesitantly asked, "Should we buy a car cover? Otherwise, it might gather dust if left for too long." Shen Linglan waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. We can wash it when it gets dusty." Chen Mingxue had already witnessed Shen Linglan's extravagant spending habits. Initially, she thought Shen Linglan's approach to buying a house was excessive, but as the days passed, she realized that Shen Linglan's possessions were indeed more valuable than her home. The sheer volume of clothes, bags, and shoes she owned, along with the car, surpassed the worth of the house. Today, Shen Linglan even gifted Chen Mingxue several outfits, the total price exceeding 3 months of her salary. Chen Mingxue contemplated selling the clothes, as her family's financial situation required funds for her child's surgery. She could only afford to spend 700 or 800 yuan on a work outfit, which was already a stretch. The thought of wearing clothing worth thousands made her reluctant. She would much prefer to convert that into her child's medical expenses. After much deliberation, Chen Mingxue finally broached the subject with Shen Linglan. "Miss Linglan," she said, clutching the shopping bag, biting her lip, and appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Could I possibly return these clothes?" "Return them? Why?" Shen Linglan inquired. "Because I need to save for my daughter's surgery. Those outfits cost several tens of thousands. They could cover." "How much do you need?" Shen Linglan interrupted. "I still need over 400,000, Chen Mingxue replied. After leaving her previous job, she had earned nearly 10,000 from her base salary and commissions, and with Shen Linglan advancing her wages, she currently needed around 480,000. As she spoke, she feared Shen Linglan might think she was lying to extort a raise, so she hurriedly sought to clarify herself. But before she could speak, Shen Linglan continued, "How about this? I'll lend you 500,000, and I'll raise your monthly salary to 15,000. You can repay me whenever your daughter's treatment is completed." "Huh?" Chen Mingxue gasped, her mouth agape. Was Miss Shen truly that generous? Her family had struggled for over half a year, selling their home and the only car they owned, managing to save just 200,000, which still fell short of covering half of the surgical costs. Yet now, Shen Linglan effortlessly offered her 500,000 just like that. The immense burden weighing on Chen Mingxue's family was lifted by Shen Linglan's generosity. "Thank you, miss." Chen Mingxue, who typically maintained a professional demeanor with her boss and was stern with others, felt tears welling up in her eyes for the first time in front of Shen Linglan. She believed that mere words of gratitude were insufficient to convey her appreciation. Attempting to kneel and bow to Shen Linglan, she was almost pulled back up by Shen Linglan, who chuckled. No, Chen Jia. If you bow to me like that, I might lose years off my life. Miss Linglan, you are like a savior to my family. I, Chen Mingxue, swear to be your servant in this life and the next." Shen Linglan found the situation amusing. 500,000 was a trivial amount to her. If not for the fear of fostering resentment over financial aid, she would have considered waiving the repayment entirely. However, to avoid complications, she thought it prudent to have a verbal acknowledgement of the loan. With that 500,000, Chen Mingxue promptly transferred the funds to the hospital, allowing her child to be scheduled for surgery immediately. Following the transaction, Shen Linglan unexpectedly received a notification from the system. "Please note, your balance has reached the minimum threshold. The doubling system will be activated again." Since her balance had exceeded 100 billion. It had primarily been a cycle of expenditure without any growth. Shen Linglan was unconcerned. In any case, 100 billion would suffice for her and Zhao Yunduo to live for a lifetime. Yet she never anticipated that the amount could actually increase again. Just as she was reveling in the joy of possessing such wealth, the system chimed in with another notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your friend has been well fed and rewarded, resulting in your bank card balance doubling." Shen Linglan glanced at her phone, and to her astonishment, the previous balance of over 80 billion had reverted back to 100 billion. Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, Zhou Miqing informed Zhao Yunduo that she had quietly inspected the door earlier that morning. Judging by the traces of forced entry, it appeared to have been pried open with a hammer. The lock remained intact, but should the intruder return that night, they would likely face dire consequences. During the day, it was probable that the intruder would be surveilling them. If they left the pharmacy and opened the door, they could very well be ambushed. Conversely, if they chose to remain inside, they would also be at risk once the intruder attempted to break in that evening. It seemed they were faced with a grim choice of how to meet their fate. Zhao Yunduo hesitated and eventually asked Zhou Miqing, "Sister Cheng, do you have any thoughts on this?" Zhou Miqing shared Zhao Yunduo's concerns, expressing her belief that the intruder was likely lying in wait outside, making it dangerous to venture out. She suggested, "Let us remain inside, but we must set a trap." Upon hearing the word trap, Zhao Yunduo's interest was piqued. What kind of trap? A mousetrap? A snare? Or perhaps glue? Zhou Miqing fell silent. Despite her usual self-control, she found it difficult to resist the urge to gaze at the contents of Zhao Yunduo's backpack. Before she could voice her unasked question, Yao Yao, her daughter, blurted out, "Sister Yunduo, can your little backpack hold so many things?" This caught Zhao Yunduo off guard, her excited face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and uncertainty. She momentarily struggled to navigate the situation without revealing her secret about possessing a spatial ability. Zhou Miqing refrained from echoing Yao Yao's inquiry and instead patted her daughter's head, answering on Zhao Yunduo's behalf. "That bag is a travel bag and can hold a great deal." She added, "I apologize. Yao Yao fell ill before the apocalypse, so her psychological age is somewhat younger. She might say things that seem out of place, and I hope you can be understanding." Zhao Yunduo shook her head, assuring, "It's all right. Yao Yao is quite adorable." Yao Yao beamed with joy, snuggling into Zhao Yunduo's embrace. Zhou Miqing thoughtfully considered Zhao Yunduo's earlier question before suggesting, "A snare would be effective. We can set it up at the door to catch them off guard." With the choice of trap settled, Zhao Yunduo again employed her previous tactics, reaching into her backpack to retrieve a snare that was nearly as large as the backpack itself. She maneuvered to fit the snare inside, while simultaneously pulling it out. It resembled the act of spinning silk, leaving Yao Yao wide-eyed and filled with admiration. Once Zhao Yunduo finally extracted the entire nylon net, she cleared her throat awkwardly and, attempting to act nonchalant, collaborated with Zhou Miqing to secure the four corners of the net to the door. Employing the clever knotting technique Zhou Miqing had taught her, the intent was to ensure that when an intruder stepped into the snare's range, it would drop down from above, ensnaring them completely. This snare had been procured by Shen Linglan the night before their departure. Her mind was exceptionally active, and she had managed to find a survival guide for the apocalypse, which included instructions for crafting everything from mousetraps to various types of glue, all of which Zhao Yunduo indeed possessed. Once they had finished their preparations, Zhao Yunduo retrieved a tablet from her spatial storage, unreservedly sharing her viewing of empresses in the palace with Zhou Miqing and her daughter. Having witnessed the return of the Zi-Fi concubine during her last viewing, she was eager to see what transpired next. Zhou Miqing remained silent, while Yao Yao, possessing scant memories of television shows, gazed curiously at the tablet. Little did she realize that tablets were exceedingly rare in the post-apocalyptic world, and those that operated on electricity were nearly non-existent. Thus, the three of them quietly watched until dinner time. Although Zhao Yunduo had no intention of revealing her spatial ability, she also did not wish to endure hardship for the sake of secrecy. Before dinner, she extracted a half-sized watermelon from her space, slicing it in half, one portion for herself and the other for Zhou Miqing and Yao Yao. She then handed them a spoon to scoop and enjoy. Despite having pre-cut, frozen fruit in her space, Zhao Yunduo chose not to flaunt her advantages. The pre-cut fruit had been prepared at a local fruit shop. As Shen Linglan had requested the shopkeeper to slice them, the shopkeeper had promptly cut all the fruit in stock, some of which were placed in the refrigerator to chill, making them particularly refreshing. Taking advantage of their distraction, Zhao Yunduo discreetly swapped out some ice-cold watermelon chunks from her space to enjoy, not out of stinginess, but rather to avoid drawing attention to her abilities. Nonetheless, Yao Yao was overjoyed. "Thank you, sister. I haven't had watermelon in ages." Zhou Miqing was equally grateful, and as they savored the half-watermelon, the little girl found her appetite satisfied. When it came time for dinner, they prepared self-heating rice. But Yao Yao could not finish a full portion and shared one with her mother, resulting in a satisfied burp. They had covered the pharmacy's glass door with cloth, making it difficult to see inside once darkness fell. Huddled behind the pharmacy counter, they lit a candle, and after finishing their rice, Zhou Miqing gathered the trash in a corner of the store. To their surprise, before the night grew late, the intruders grew impatient and began prying at the door. This time, it seemed they were using some form of cutting tool, and the sound of metal scraping echoed for several minutes before a sharp clink signaled the lock snapping. The two adults exchanged glances, and Zhao Yunduo quickly extinguished the candle. The intruders cautiously pushed open the glass door, but the movement was accompanied by a series of creaks and cracks, prompting the person in the back to scold the one in front to keep it down. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yunduo saw that there were only two intruders, a young man and woman, both slightly older than her. The sky outside had darkened, likely around 7 or 8 in the evening. Inside, it was pitch black, without streetlights or incandescent bulbs. One could only rely on the moonlight to gauge the time, and tonight, there was no moon. The two figures stealthily entered, and just as the door closed behind them, one of them stepped on something. With a resounding thud, a massive snare fell from above, ensnaring both individuals. "What is this?" they exclaimed in confusion. Amidst their panic, they fumbled with the knives in their hands, attempting to cut through the nylon ropes, but to no avail. "Where are the scissors you used to cut the lock?" "Get them," one shouted. "They're dull. I left them at the door." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunduo reignited the candle and approached the door alongside Zhou Miqing, standing before the ensnared intruders. The young couple, slightly older than Zhao Yunduo, appeared quite disheveled as they struggled within the net. Yet they feigned calmness and inquired, "Did you set this trap?" Zhou Miqing did not respond to their question, but instead asked, "What are you here for?" The young couple exchanged glances, remaining silent. "How did you know we were here?" Still, they remained mute. Zhao Yunduo produced a stun baton from behind her, a purchase made by Shen Linglan online. Although its power was not lethal, it could render a person unconscious with prolonged exposure. She reached out and touched the man's shoulder, promptly activating the device. He convulsed uncontrollably, his facial muscles twitching, prompting the woman to instinctively step back, causing her to trip over the man, allowing him to escape the baton's reach. The man, having narrowly escaped, looked at the baton with trepidation. "Please, don't shock me again. I'll talk," he pleaded. The woman kicked him, seemingly intent on silencing him, but the man shot her a glare. "You're not the one getting shocked," he retorted. "I nearly wet myself." "Speak," Zhao Yunduo commanded, shaking the baton threateningly. "There are 10 of us in total, hiding inside. One of us spotted you while foraging for food. Someone attempted to break in last night but failed. So today they sent us. This information seemed plausible. And what is your purpose for coming here?" Zhao Yunduo pressed. The woman looked at Zhao Yunduo, a disdainful smirk crossing her face. What else could it be? In this apocalyptic world, it is a matter of either seizing food or resorting to cannibalism. However, we do not partake in the latter. We merely covet what sustains us. Indeed, we do not consume human flesh. The man raised his hands in a gesture of oath, declaring, "Today, we have trespassed unknowingly. I bow before you in apology. May we be granted our freedom." The words of contrition seemed insufficient, and the unspoken query regarding the purpose of the police lingered in the air. Zhao Yunduo paused for a moment before adding, "And what of the electric batons? Since you boast of 10 members, what has become of the remaining 8? Are they lurking nearby, or are they awaiting your return?" The man replied, "Some are in the vicinity, while others await our return." As he inched outward, attempting to tug at the animal trap, Zhao Yunduo once again aimed the electric baton at him, pressing it against his shoulder but refraining from activating it. "Call them forth," she commanded. Just as Zhao Yunduo's finger hovered over the switch, the man pleaded, "I will shout, I will shout." Moments later, a whistle echoed from his lips. The dark cloth over the glass door was lowered once more, and Zhou Miqing concealed herself, while Zhao Yunduo hid in a corner that was obscured from view upon entry. The newcomer, also a man, had yet to open the door when he called out, "Do these two women have any food? Why did it take so long for you to summon me?" Before he could finish his sentence, as he pushed the door open, Zhou Miqing swiftly pressed a steel rod against his head. "Drop your knife," Zhou Miqing stated coldly. The man glanced at his companion trapped within the net, then at Zhao Yunduo wielding the electric baton, and with resignation, he tossed the knife to the ground. The clang signified the loss of their last chance. The woman ensnared in the trap cursed under her breath, calling him a coward. The second man, gaunt and skeletal, was easily bound by Zhou Miqing. After repeating the earlier inquiry, he echoed the first man's account, claiming they were a total of 10. That the two captured individuals were similarly bound and secured to a fire hydrant. The slender man struggled briefly, realizing the bindings were too tight to escape. "What do you intend to do with us?" he asked, meeting Zhao Yunduo's gaze directly. Momentarily taken aback, Zhao Yunduo admitted to herself that she was unsure of the next step. To kill them? She found herself unable to commit such an act to release them. that might lead to their imminent demise at their hands. Zhao Yunduo looked to Zhou Miqing, who drew her back a few steps. And the two engaged in hushed deliberation. Zhou Miqing remarked, "They appear to possess little. Each one is thinner than the last. I suspect they are indeed scavenging for food. The nearby pharmacy is devoid of supplies. And the convenience store has long been stripped bare. Beyond foraging farther afield, their only recourse is to rob passers-by." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunduo inquired, "Should we let them go?" Zhou Miqing shook her head. "We cannot release them. They have accomplices, and should they fail to return tonight, those accomplices will undoubtedly come searching for them. Therefore, we shall bind them here and depart under cover of night." Zhao Yunduo comprehended the gravity of their situation. There were still at least 6 others out there. Even if they were to eliminate these 2, a coordinated attack from 6 prepared individuals would leave them at a significant disadvantage. The wisest course of action was to vacate immediately. The 2 came to a consensus and began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. The 3 men, witnessing their movements, understood their intentions. To their surprise, the bound woman dared to speak. "Are you taking everything? Could you spare us a bit of food? We haven't eaten in ages." If Zhao Yunduo had been somewhat naive about this dystopian reality, occasionally succumbing to compassion, Zhou Miqing was resolute and unyielding. Although her profession prior to the apocalypse had instilled a reluctance to kill, she could not extend her empathy to anyone save for her daughter, and now, perhaps, to Zhao Yunduo. Zhou Miqing's icy gaze fell upon the woman's hair. "You have crumbs of biscuits in your strands." The woman instinctively shook her head, cursing inwardly at the keen observation of her meager sustenance. Their plight would not sway Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing. It was evident that their attempt at robbery had failed, leaving them to watch as Zhao Yunduo roused the still sleeping Yao Yao. Under the cover of darkness, they pushed open the pharmacy door and departed. The night was shrouded in darkness, and they dared not ignite a candle. Lacking experience, Zhao Yunduo closely followed Zhou Miqing's lead as they ventured forth. Fortunately, the nearby zombies had already been cleared by the 3 men. Otherwise, the night would have been fraught with peril. They had not traveled far when they pushed open the door to a restaurant 2 streets away. To their dismay, the establishment housed numerous zombies. As soon as they entered, the guttural growls filled the air. Zhao Yunduo quickly lit a candle, witnessing Zhou Miqing dispatch a zombie in mere moments. Not one to slack off, Zhao Yunduo handed the candle to Yao Yao and seized a spiked club to join the fray. Together, they vanquished 5 zombies, including one clad in a chef's uniform, the hat nowhere to be found, leaving only a gaping maw of a head, which Zhao Yunduo struck down with a single blow. Among the fallen were a man in a suit, likely a diner, 2 youths, and a server donning an apron. After clearing the restaurant of all zombies, Zhou Miqing retrieved the last piece of black cloth from her bag. Expressing her frustration, "In my haste, I neglected to tear down the previous cloth. Now this is the final piece." As she spoke, she affixed the cloth to the restaurant's entrance, ensuring the zombies outside could not see them and thus would not gather and pound on the door. Zhao Yunduo observed the cloth and remarked, "It is merely a piece of fabric. I believe I have some in my bag as well." As they busied themselves with the cloth, Zhao Yunduo stealthily pulled out her phone and messaged Shen Linglan. "Lambert, I am in urgent need. Can you procure a few pieces of black cloth that can cover the restaurant doors by tomorrow?" Early the next morning, Shen Linglan opened her phone to find the message and promptly set out to gather the fabric. She surmised that Zhao Yunduo likely needed the cloth to shield the doors from attracting the attention of zombies while they sought refuge for the night. Contemplating her options, she realized that besides fabric, she couldn't purchase much else. Surely, she couldn't buy a tent. Sleeping outdoors in one would make them easy prey for the zombies, and a cage would be even worse, as it would allow the undead to surround them. If they encountered a malicious individual, Zhao Yunduo could find herself trapped within the cage, rendering her defenseless. With ample funds at her disposal, Shen Linglan ultimately acquired 80 pieces of black cloth for Zhao Yunduo. Having initially purchased 100 but unable to fit the remaining 20 into her space, the vendor, pleased to have sold the extra fabric, welcomed Shen Linglan to return in the future. After completing her errands on that Sunday morning, Shen Linglan returned home, having compelled Qinming Xue to accompany her on an extensive shopping trip the previous day. Today, it was imperative that she allowed her to rest. Thus, she rarely drove her Porsche. But after her fabric procurement, she stopped at the community entrance to buy soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns. After parking in the garage, she carried the breakfast towards the elevator, only to unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance inside. Initially, she didn't recognize the plain-looking woman before her, though she felt a sense of familiarity. The woman scrutinized her for a moment before cautiously asking, "Is that you, Linglan?" Shen Linglan trembled at the sound of the voice. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her estranged mother, who had not been in contact for 5 years and had refused to assist her with college tuition before she could utter mom. She recalled the last words her mother had spoken 5 years prior. "You are in college now. Do not rely on me for everything. From now on, you need not call me mom, call me Sun Shioli instead." The words she intended to voice transformed into Sun Shioli. Upon hearing her name, the woman's confusion turned to excitement as she grasped Shen Linglan's hand, reproaching, "Why call me Sun Shioli? Such poor upbringing. You should call me mom." Shen Linglan pulled her hand away, her expression impassive. "I assent that what you instructed me to do." With that, she unceremoniously circumvented her mother and stepped into the elevator as the doors began to close. Sun Shioli, undeterred, blocked the closing doors, forcing them to reopen, and stepped into the elevator beside Shen Linglan. "Linglan, do you live here?" Sun Shioli inquired of her. Shen Linglan displayed an air of indifference. "Are you renting or have you purchased your residence?" Sun Shioli, unfamiliar with the designer labels adorning Shen Linglan, could only recall the daughter she had once refused to acknowledge, now transformed into someone she felt she could not aspire to be. This realization sparked a mix of excitement and joy within Sun Shioli, igniting a desire to draw closer and partake in her newfound success. "What business is it of yours?" Shen Linglan retorted, her tone sharp as she deflected the question. Sun Shioli assumed her daughter was merely unable to afford a home and, incensed by her daughter's apparent disdain, continued, "I presume renting in this area is rather costly, isn't it? I've heard from my employer that it might be around 6,000 or 7,000 a month. Where do you find such money?" The affection Shen Linglan once held for Sun Shioli had morphed into resentment after Sun Shioli unilaterally severed their ties. She had no patience to engage further and treated Sun Shioli as if she were invisible, refraining from any further conversation. Sun Shioli rambled on about her struggles over the years, working as a housekeeper and a cleaner in an office building. Juggling multiple jobs. "Mama truly had it hard back then. That's why I could only support you through college. I never expected you to be grateful, as long as I see you happy now." This sentiment, if overheard by a third party in the elevator, might have painted Shen Linglan as an ungrateful daughter. It was as if the memories of her being forced to stay with relatives, enduring ridicule, and subsisting on leftovers were mere figments of the past. Each year, as the school term approached, Shen Linglan had begged both her father and mother for tuition, only to be tossed back and forth like a ball. Neither willing to cover her expenses. It often took threats from relatives who would call and berate them, threatening to report them for neglect, before they begrudgingly paid their share of child support. 1 year. Sun Shioli adamantly refused to pay, claiming she had no money. Shen Linglan, then in her 3rd year of middle school, found herself at Sun Shioli's new home, as her teacher had warned that without payment, she would be expelled. Summoning her courage, she knocked on Sun Shioli's door. Sun Shioli answered with a scowl, declaring that Shen Linglan disrupted her life, stating she had a new son and needed to save money for formula. Advising her to ask her biological father for help, Shen Linglan would never forget that night. In the bitter cold, Sun Shioli had not offered her even a sip of warm tea nor invited her inside to sit. After their terse exchange, she slammed the door shut. Shen Linglan stood outside for what felt like an eternity, her feet numb from the cold, until the lights inside extinguished. She recalled peering through the window, seeing the flickering glow of the family gathered for dinner, laughing together, while her mother cradled a crying child, beaming with joy and sharing whispers with a man beside her, observing the warmth and camaraderie. Her heart ached. Why had all of that, which once belonged to her, slipped away in an instant? She had done nothing wrong. Uncertain how long she had remained outside, she finally glanced up at the moon, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The following morning, a man in his early 20s discovered her huddled at the stairwell. He regarded her with curiosity and asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" Shen Linglan opened her mouth to speak, only to realize her throat was parched and hoarse. "The school requires tuition, and my mother refuses to give it to me. Oh." The young man glanced at the nearby house before contemplating her words. "How much more do you need?" 200, she mumbled, her gaze cast down in shame. To her surprise, the man retrieved his wallet from his briefcase, handing her the 2 red bills within. "Here, brother will lend you this." He gently ruffled her hair. "Remember, work hard. Only through your own efforts can you live beautifully." With tear-filled eyes, Shen Linglan accepted the money, unsure where to place it. She hesitated to accept charity from a stranger. Yet without it, her chances of taking the entrance exam would vanish, as she deliberated. The man had already turned to leave for the bus stop. Years later, upon graduating from university, Shen Linglan sought to repay the young man. But despite her wait, he never reappeared. That a query to the property management revealed he had long since moved on. Reflecting on the past, her gratitude toward that young man deepened, while her resentment toward her mother intensified. The elevator reached Shen Linglan's floor, and she stepped out, halting Sun Xioli, who attempted to follow. That if you continue to follow me, I will call the police, she warned coldly. Sun Xioli stomped her foot in frustration. Look at you. How have you grown to be so unfilial? Her voice faded as the elevator doors closed, leaving Shen Linglan in silence. Upon returning home, she informed Zhao Yunduo that she had nearly purchased all the black fabric from the store. Filling their space to the brim, Zhao Yunduo noticed every nook and cranny was filled with the fabric and chuckled softly. Darling, did we buy too much in one go? Shen Linglan, however, was unconcerned. The more, the merrier. If we don't use it, we can just throw it away. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunduo observed Zhou Miqing attempting to reclaim the black fabric and quickly intervened. This piece is already translucent. I have a few other black cloths. Just let this one go. Zhou Miqing hesitated but nodded, leaving the fabric draped over the glass door. Without further effort to retrieve it as dawn broke. They awoke early. They were still not far from the pharmacy and needed to leave quickly before their adversaries discovered them. Otherwise, a confrontation would be inevitable. Moving further out would mean leaving the urban village behind. It was uncertain whether the urban village had been evacuated during the apocalypse, but the number of zombies was surprisingly low. At least, since Zhao Yunduo's arrival, she had encountered fewer than 10 zombies. Lost in thought, she followed Zhou Miqing toward the city center to her astonishment. Within half an hour, they came across a horrifying sight outside a nearby shopping mall. A peculiar green plant species seemed to engulf the second and third floors of the mall, resembling a green claw gripping the walls with fierce tenacity. Zhao Yunduo halted, bewildered, gazing at the dark green roots nearby. What is that? In contrast to Zhao Yunduo's confusion, Zhou Miqing and Yao Yao remained unfazed. Yao Yao looked at her as if it were commonplace. That's vegetation, dear sister Yunduo. Zhao Yunduo turned to Zhou Miqing, asking, why is there such large vegetation? Noting Zhao Yunduo's genuine bewilderment, Zhou Miqing patiently explained, since the apocalypse, once these tall buildings are free of zombies, they become territories for these plants. They will expand indefinitely until they consume an entire building. The thought that mutated plants had also emerged during the apocalypse startled Zhao Yunduo. Should we seek refuge inside? She inquired. Zhou Miqing shook her head. No, those plants will devour zombies and anything living that approaches them. It was curious that the vegetation in other areas was only human-sized, yet here, it flourished beyond measure. The very notion of plants consuming humans was unsettling. It was unclear which was more terrifying, the zombies or this phenomenon. The unexpected interplay between these two terrifying entities left Zhao Yunduo with a complex gaze as they refrained from approaching the shopping mall and chose to circumvent it instead. Before the apocalypse, plans had been made to construct a second mall nearby. Thus, an unfinished construction site remained, with excavators still stationed there. They slipped through the construction barriers and discovered a few scattered construction zombies. Yao Yao crouched behind the barrier, covering her mouth in fear, while Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing worked together to eliminate the zombies. Zhao Yunduo often found herself flustered during confrontations, wielding her spiked bat to crush skulls, resulting in splatters of blood on her clothes. This time, they managed to take down 8 zombies, likely a mix of construction workers and shoppers who had perished without making it to the mall. Thus, it was not consumed by the vegetation. Rather, it lingered at the construction site, falling victim to the hands of intruding humans. Zhao Yunduo shook the bloodstains from her hands, unable to endure any longer, and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag to wash away the zombie blood from her hands and neck. Beside her, Zhou Miqing continued to caution her that although the spiked club could deliver a fatal blow, she must be wary of the splattered blood, lest it find its way into her eyes or mouth, for that too would pose the risk of turning into a zombie. Zhao Yunduo's gaze fell upon the already blood-spattered spiked club, tainted with who knows how much of the zombie's black blood, and then glanced at the fresh blood staining her blue tracksuit, feeling a surge of disdain. Reflecting on the weapons in her bag, she assessed her options. The watermelon knife, while effortlessly severing a zombie's head as if it were merely slicing through fruit, was of limited length, only the size of her forearm, if she were to encounter a nimble zombie, and it turned its head to bite her arm. The outcome would be dire. There was also the long knife, exceeding a meter in length, easily accessible within her space. However, Wielding such a weapon in the presence of others would undoubtedly reveal her possession of a spatial ability to the discerning eye. Just as Zhao Yunduo was deep in thought, Yao Ao clamored for Zhou Miqing to take her for a quick bathroom break. They found a secluded corner, and Zhao Yunduo took this opportunity to turn her back to them and check her phone for messages from Shen Linglan. Unlike before, when they could spend entire days on the phone, they could now only exchange messages when Zhou Miqing and the others were distracted. Upon reading Shen Linglan's message, she was taken aback to learn that she had unexpectedly encountered her biological mother the previous day. Anger and urgency surged within her, prompting her to furiously text 2 messages scolding Sun Xiuli. Shen Linglan replied promptly, and after some banter, she suddenly inquired about Zhao Yunduo's recent days and whether she was safe. Zhao Yunduo recounted the events of the past 2 days, including the sudden invasion by a stranger the night before and her recent encounter with a blood-splattered zombie, along with Zhou Miqing's warnings. Zhou Miqing appeared to be quite the upright character and was currently safe. When Yao Ao returned from her bathroom break, Zhao Yunduo had already stowed her phone away. As Shen Linglan read Zhao Yunduo's messages, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, suddenly recalling a type of weapon that might suit Zhao Yunduo perfectly. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Song Zhangqing. I wish to create a hidden dart. Compact in size. Do you know anyone who could assist? After 5 minutes without a reply, Shen Linglan added, the price is negotiable. Soon. Within a minute, Song Zhangqing replied, I have a contact, that Monday evening, after work. Shen Linglan hurried to the agreed-upon location with Song Zhangqing. It was situated in a small alley, within an inconspicuous tea house. The tea house was pristine, featuring only a single tea table, while a nearby cabinet showcased an assortment of renowned teas from around the globe. The proprietor, dressed in a black and white tang suit, was a man with long hair tied back neatly. As Shen Linglan and Song Zhangqing entered, the man was already brewing tea, seemingly anticipating their arrival, just as he poured a fresh cup. Perfect timing. This is my latest tea. Would you care to try? Song Zhangqing turned to Shen Linglan, explaining, Old Zhang is a tea enthusiast. You can't find his tea elsewhere. You should give it a taste. Shen Linglan accepted graciously, lifting the 3-finger-wide teacup to her lips, savoring the exquisite flavor. She sipped delicately until only the dregs remained, placing the cup back in its spot and discarding the remnants. In contrast, Song Zhangqing gulped his down in one go, placing the empty cup carelessly on the tea tray. Old Zhang shook his head, commenting on his boorish drinking style, yet regarded Shen Linglan with admiration. Asking, young lady, do you love tea as well? Shen Linglan nodded, recalling how her grandparents used to roast tea when she was young. Old Zhang gestured for her to sit, but noticing Old Zhang's eagerness to engage in casual conversation with Shen Linglan, Song Zhangqing furrowed his brow, stating, Old Zhang, I brought her here for an important matter. Old Zhang seemed to awaken from a daze, inquiring further, what is it? By the way, weren't you recently incarcerated? How did you get out so quickly? Shen Linglan kindly interjected, I rescued him. Old Zhang's interest in Shen Linglan intensified, but before he could respond, Song Zhangqing interjected, this young lady seeks to craft a hidden dart. A hidden dart. Old Zhang raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a lovely girl would desire such a lethal weapon. Hidden darts are controlled items in the country, unavailable online or in any physical stores. However, Old Zhang had connections. Navigating the boundaries of legality was second nature to him. Shen Linglan clarified, a friend of mine requires this item. Recalling Song Zhangqing's previous words when he provided her with a firearm, she added, rest assured, Old Zhang, there will be no trace leading back to you. Nor will I divulge a word about you. After a brief contemplation, Old Zhang nodded in agreement, teasingly adding, but my price 1T be cheap. Shen Linglan, unfazed, replied, feel free to set your price. My only requirement is that the dart be as compact as possible. The sharper the better, and the range should be as far as it can go. Whatever price you propose, I am willing to accept. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang's eyebrows twitched. Little girl, you were fortunate to have encountered me. If you had met a swindler, seeing how eager you were to spend, they would have extorted you for tens of millions. Shen Linglan smiled but did not respond, not to mention tens of millions. She could afford even hundreds of millions. The arrangement was made. Old Zhang had a ready supply, with a few adjustments needed. Given the substantial payment, Old Zhang expedited the processing, ensuring that by that very afternoon, it would be packaged and sent to Shen Linglan. Following her specifications, he also had a cloud pattern engraved on the dart's casing. Shen Linglan pondered that, although it was summer and the hidden dart was small enough to resemble a wrist accessory, wearing it openly on her wrist beneath a short sleeve would not provide sufficient concealment. Thus, she procured several wrist sleeves, just the right size to cover the dart, allowing anyone who saw them to assume Zhao Yunduo was merely fashionably attired. Entirely unaware that with a simple twist of her wrist, she could unleash a deadly projectile. Once everything was prepared, Shen Linglan transferred the items into Zhao Yunduo's space, including a printed set of instructions. While Zhao Yunduo and her companions sought refuge from the scorching sun in a makeshift pavilion at the construction site, she felt the presence of something new in her space, feigning to retrieve the hidden dart from her backpack. She stifled a yawn. When the dart emerged, Zhao Yunduo's eyes sparkled with delight. It bore a design uniquely hers. What an extraordinary sister, knowing Zhao Yunduo wouldn't be able to check her phone promptly. Shen Linglan had written beneath the instructions, "This is the weapon I painstakingly devised, believing it to be the most suitable for you." Zhao Yunduo, reading those words, smiled broadly, her eyes brightening, noticing her cheerful demeanor. Yao Yao approached, eager to inquire about her laughter. Zhao Yunduo quickly folded the note to prevent them from growing suspicious. In addition, she confidently showcased the newly adorned hidden dart to them. Seeing it, Zhou Miqing nodded in approval. "This is excellent, compact yet formidable." It was far more manageable than the spiked club, offering heightened agility. After testing it out with 2 shots, she gained confidence in her aim and concealed the dart beneath her wrist sleeve. Yao Yao, being young, unabashedly explored Zhao Yunduo's travel bag, marveling at it like a child with a toy, exclaiming, "Sister, your bag is like Doraemon's treasure chest." Zhao Yunduo did not deny it. Instead, she produced a bottle of cola from her bag and handed it to Yao Yao, saying, "Indeed, this is my treasure chest." Amid the laughter and merriment, Zhao Yunduo suddenly heard a peculiar sound, as if someone was whispering, "Here." Instantly, she held her breath and gestured for Yao Yao to be silent. Obediently, Yao Yao covered her mouth with her hands and cautiously nestled into her mother's embrace. Zhou Miqing, unaware of the sound, cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Yunduo. Zhao Yunduo mouthed the words, "There are people." Upon hearing this, Zhou Miqing tightened her grip on the steel rod beside her, becoming fully alert. The 3 of them shifted their positions, hiding behind one of the large wheels of a tractor. Should anyone breach the construction barriers, they would swiftly ascertain the intruder's movements. However, much to their dismay, instead of a person, they were met with an incessant influx of zombies. These creatures do not require sight to locate their prey. They merely follow the scent. Zhao Yunduo felt an ominous foreboding. Should the zombies approach and the outsiders leap in from behind, they would find themselves in a perilous predicament. Recalling the concealed crossbow she had just readied, she raised her hand and aimed an arrow at the head of a zombie that was sniffing about. The first shot went awry, striking the zombie's ear, which alerted it to the faint sound of the mechanism. It turned its head toward them. Without hesitation, Zhao Yunduo released a second arrow, this time striking true to the zombie's forehead, causing it to collapse immediately. Before the trio could catch their breath, a second zombie staggered into the construction site. Zhou Miqing, brandishing a steel rod, was about to charge, but Zhao Yunduo restrained her, just as she had done before. Zhao Yunduo swiftly felled the second and third zombies in succession. Outside, voices murmured, questioning how they had arrows the previous night. It was easy to deduce that one of those voices belonged to the scrawny man who had intruded upon the pharmacy. Clearly, they were resolute in extracting some advantage from the situation. Yet, armed with the experience of the previous night, they dared not recklessly enter, fearful of being ensnared by the trap. When the 4th zombie was released, Zhao Yunduo recognized that they could no longer afford to remain passive. The barriers completely obstructed visibility. Only the entrance allowed a glimpse of the outside. Likewise, those outside were unable to see the individuals within. Zhao Yunduo leaned closer to Zhou Miqing, strategizing to shift their positions. The zombies, lacking vision and relying solely on their sense of smell, would be delayed in their movements, continuing toward the spots they had recently vacated. Drawn by the lingering scent of humanity, just as Zhao Yunduo and her companions repositioned themselves away from the tractor's wheel, a zombie lurched toward them. Suddenly, a long arrow pierced the barrier, embedding itself in the wheel. Fortunately, they had moved in time. Otherwise, at least one among them would have sustained an injury. Before they could exhale in relief, 2 individuals entered behind the zombies. Peering cautiously, they quickly locked eyes with Zhao Yunduo and her companions. Calling out to the outside, "Over here, they are in that direction." With a swift gesture, one of the newcomers pointed, and arrows immediately rained down toward them from the left. Zhao Yunduo retreated a few steps, raising her wrist to release a concealed arrow in response. However, it was evident that the adversaries had gleaned knowledge of their crossbows from the previous encounters with the zombies. as no cries of the injured echoed back from outside. Zhao Yunduo rapidly pondered a countermeasure, seeking cover to shield against the arrows. Unfortunately, the two individuals stationed at the entrance continued to relay their positions to those outside. Zhao Yunduo gritted her teeth. Raising her hand to shoot at the two, with a swift whoosh, her arrow struck the right leg of one woman, and another found its mark in the left shoulder of a man. Both winced in pain, yet did not retreat, allowing Zhao Yunduo and her companions to swiftly dart behind a bulldozer. She retrieved a firearm from her space, concealing her right hand behind her. Firmly grasping the weapon, in a moment of hesitation, Zhou Miqing peeked toward the entrance and noticed 3 or 4 individuals making their way toward them. Clutching the steel rod, she instructed Yao Yao, "Crouch down and cover your head. The smaller you make yourself, the better." "Understood." Though worry and fear clouded Yao Yao's eyes, she obediently nodded. "Mom, be careful." Zhou Miqing turned to Zhao Yunduo. "You take the left. I'll take the right." Zhao Yunduo nodded in agreement. As the adversaries were about to encircle them, Zhou Miqing charged forward, confronting them. The assailants wielded a variety of weapons, long knives, iron rods, and kitchen knives varying in height and build, yet all bore sinister expressions. Zhao Yunduo launched arrows with her left hand while brandishing a spiked club in her right. This weapon was effective against zombies and should prove equally lethal against humans. However, instinctively, she aimed away from their heads, targeting their thighs and arms instead. Witnessing the bloodied spiked club and the incessant arrows, the attackers hesitated to advance. Meanwhile, Zhou Miqing faced a more dire situation. Her steel rod required close proximity to strike, while the assailants wielded long knives, and their numbers were greater. In a moment of carelessness, Zhou Miqing was struck on the shoulder. Observing the unfolding chaos, Yao Ash shouted, "Mom!" The sound drew Zhao Yunduo's attention. She quickly aimed an arrow at the enemy, threatening Zhou Miqing. While this alleviated the pressure on Zhou Miqing, Yao Yao's cry alerted the adversaries to the presence of a child, prompting an arrow to pierce through the barrier, narrowly missing Yao Yao, who had managed to huddle small enough to evade the shot. In a moment of distraction, Yao Yao called out, "Sister, be careful." Zhao Yunduo realized that an assailant had thrown a kitchen knife in her direction. Fortunately, she heard Yao Yao's warning and raised her spiked club just in time to deflect the blade, which clattered to the ground. No longer hesitating, Zhao Yunduo drew her gun and aimed for the assailant's head. The gunshot rang out, halting everyone in their tracks. "They have guns," someone shouted. The individual struck by the bullet collapsed, while the others instinctively huddled together. Zhou Miqing retreated a few steps, pressing close to Zhao Yunduo, her gaze filled with concern for Yao Yao. "Don't shoot," the tallest among the 4 men cautioned. Zhou Miqing, clutching her shoulder wound, glanced at the positions of the 4 assailants facing them. Realizing the danger, she seized Zhao Yunduo's spiked club. Just then, another arrow soared toward them, but Zhou Miqing managed to intercept it. Zhao Yunduo turned to see that the arrow had been aimed at her, confirming that the assailants feigned surrender while signaling their positions to their allies outside. The trio moved closer to the barriers, becoming a visual blind spot for those outside, while their own positions remained visible. The ruse was uncovered. The 4 adversaries quickly dispersed, seeking cover while plotting their next assault, some even casting their gaze toward Yao Yao. Zhao Yunduo, resolutely, retrieved another gun from her space and handed it to Zhou Miqing. With exceptional marksmanship, Zhou Miqing struck true, each bullet finding its mark in the foreheads of the assailants. 3 shots felled 3 of them, and the 4th crumpled after enduring Zhao Yunduo's 3 bullets. Just as Zhao Yunduo felt a moment of respite, Zhou Miqing abruptly turned and fired 2 shots at the barriers. A scream erupted from beyond, followed by an eerie silence. "Are they all dead?" Zhao Yunduo inquired. Zhou Miqing hurled a sizable rock at the entrance, but the outside remained quiet. It seems so. She finally exhaled. After the intense battle, Zhao Yunduo felt her previously energized limbs grow weak. Collapsing to the ground, Yao Yao, terrified, crawled to her mother, using all her strength to reach her side, pressing her hands against the wound and weeping profusely. "Mom, will you die?" The memory of her father's demise lingered, amplifying her fear. Zhou Miqing surveyed the deep gash, blood trickling down, her complexion growing paler, yet she maintained a facade of strength, shaking her head gently at her daughter. "I want tea. Yao Yao, don't cry." She wiped away Yao Yao's tears, instructing her, "If anything were to happen to me, you must listen to Sister Yunduo, all right?" Upon being prompted, Zhao Yunduo was diligently searching through her spatial inventory for usable medical supplies. She retrieved an array of items including iodine, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, bandages, and Yunbei Baiyao, among others. Noticing the severity of Zhou Miqing's wound, She even produced a medical suture needle and thread from her space. Perhaps having faced life and death situations together fostered a deeper sense of trust between them. Zhao Yunduo no longer feigned rummaging through her backpack, as everything she needed was directly at hand from her spatial realm. Yao Yao, with tears clouding her vision, remained oblivious to any irregularities due to her tender age. Meanwhile, Zhou Miqing, witnessing the entire scene, refrained from asking questions, merely casting a grateful glance at Zhao Yunduo, just as Zhao Yunduo was about to pour alcohol onto the wound on Zhou Miqing's shoulder. She was promptly halted. I used to be a soldier and have learned first aid. Let me handle this, Zhou Miqing insisted as she took the alcohol from Zhao Yunduo, proceeding to disinfect the wound with hydrogen peroxide and iodine before preparing to suture it. After threading the needle, she studied her injury intently, then cautioned Zhao Yunduo, "If I faint from the pain, please help me finish sewing up the wound. Thank you in advance." "Wait," Zhao Yunduo exclaimed hurriedly. She rummaged through her space once more and produced a commonly used local anesthetic. Upon seeing the anesthetic, Zhou Miqing let out a huge sigh of relief. "This is wonderful," she said. Zhao Yunduo donned gloves and administered the anesthetic before expertly stitching up the wound. Subsequently, Zhou Miqing, cradling Yao Yao, fell into a deep slumber. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and they refrained from lighting a lamp, leaving them in complete obscurity. The nearby corpses remained unattended, and a lingering metallic scent of blood seemed to hang in the air. It was as if Zhao Yunduo had just come to her senses, belatedly realizing she had taken a life. She pressed her hand to her chest, retching uncontrollably until her eyes were red-rimmed. Glancing at the mother and daughter nestled together, she quietly slipped away from their makeshift bedding to another corner of the construction site. Beep, beep. Before the second beep had fully resonated, someone on the other end picked up the call. "Duo Bauer?" It was Shen Linglan's voice. Although it had been less than 3 days since leaving the hotel, Zhao Yunduo felt as though it had been an eternity since she had last heard her best friend's voice. Unable to suppress her emotions, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Bauer, I've killed someone." Shen Linglan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately sat up in bed. "What happened? Did you encounter anyone out there? Are they trying to harm you?" Zhao Yunduo understood that Shen Linglan knew her all too well. She recognized that the only time Zhao Yunduo would resort to killing would be if she were left with no choice. Just half a month ago, they were in a stable world, and now they were facing zombies and taking lives. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhao Yunduo burst into tears, first sobbing quietly. Afraid of attracting the zombies outside and worried about awakening the sleeping mother and daughter, she found herself losing control, crouching down to hug her knees, biting her lip to stifle her cries, nearly dropping her phone. "I encountered several bad people. We had shown them mercy just the day before. Yet they pursued us, armed with knives and arrows, intent on killing us. My companion, Sister Chong, was injured in the shoulder, and I feel so guilty. I think it's all my fault for being too soft-hearted." It's all right, Shen Linglan consoled gently, feeling a pang of sympathy. "You can't blame yourself for this. They were too benign that day, and besides, the decision to let them go was made together. You didn't single-handedly decide to do so, did you?" After receiving a hoarse affirmation from Zhao Yunduo, Shen Linglan continued, "Sister Cheng's shoulder is injured. I remember I packed a number of supplies for treating external wounds in your space. Did you take them out for her?" Zhao Yunduo confirmed that she had, stating that the wound had been stitched up and there were no further complications. Shen Linglan praised her. "You've done remarkably well. Duo Bauer, quick-witted and resourceful, you defended your companion and willingly shared supplies to treat her injuries. You were truly an angel." Flattered by her words, Zhao Yunduo chuckled, almost causing a bubble of mucus to escape her nose. The oppressive gloom that had enveloped her dissipated instantly. She looked up at the crescent moon in the sky and suddenly inquired, "Duoer, is the moon shaped like a crescent where you were too?" Shen Linglan drew back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed outside, discovering that indeed, the moon hung in a crescent shape. "Yes. I miss the days when we lived together. So do I." Not far away, Yao Yao, nestled in her mother's embrace, peeked up at Zhou Miqing and noticed her mother's eyes were open, watching Zhao Yunduo, who was huddled in the corner. Yao Yao rubbed her eyes and innocently asked Zhou Miqing, "Mommy, who is Sister Yunduo talking to?" Zhou Miqing gently stroked her daughter's head and replied softly, "I don't know either, sweetie." Earlier, when Yao Yao wanted to call her father, Zhou Miqing had said that he was in the heavens. Could it be that Sister Yunduo is talking to her family in the sky? Perhaps, Zhou Miqing mused, her hearing sharper than her daughter's, allowing her to discern that Zhao Yunduo was indeed engaged in conversation, rather than merely talking to herself, as Yao Yao had suggested due to longing for her family. She surmised that Zhao Yunduo was genuinely conversing with someone. In the darkness, Zhao Yunduo's gestures suggested she was holding a phone. Since meeting Zhao Yunduo, Zhou Miqing had noticed numerous peculiarities about her. For instance, the seemingly endless supply of food, along with the items in her travel bag that appeared to exceed its capacity. And the weapons that occasionally materialized out of nowhere. On their first day, the watermelon they had eaten was remarkably fresh. Moreover, the firearms and ammunition, whether in the pre-apocalyptic era or the current one, were not things that ordinary people could easily obtain. In the pre-apocalyptic world, there was control, and in the post-apocalyptic world, the majority of resources were monopolized by a select few. Zhao Yunduo's clumsy movements while dispatching zombies and her pained expression while taking a life, alongside her bewildered reaction to the nearly overwhelming vegetation, all led Zhou Miqing to suspect that Zhao Yunduo had not endured the trials of the apocalypse for long. Yet, it was already the 5th year of the apocalypse. Convenience stores had long been stripped bare, and humanity's instinct to slay zombies had become second nature. Even the mutual killings among humans had become commonplace. Zhou Miqing could not fathom why Zhao Yunduo did not seem like someone who had experienced 5 years of the apocalypse. Yet she speculated that Zhao Yunduo was far from ordinary. Even if Zhao Yunduo possessed the ability to hide food, it was improbable that she could have sustained herself for 5 years without depleting her stores. Despite her myriad of questions, Zhou Miqing resolved to bury them deep within her heart. Although cool breezes occasionally swept through the night, the air remained somewhat oppressive. Zhou Miqing fanned her daughter with a small hand fan. The late summer nights were not only stifling but also rife with mosquitoes. However, this evening, they had not been bitten, thanks to the mosquito repellent that Zhao Yunduo had lit earlier. Yao Yao blinked her large eyes and remarked to Zhou Miqing, "Mommy, I think Sister Yunduo is amazing. She seems to be able to produce anything." Zhou Miqing replied, "Sister Yunduo is a good person, but she is also an exceptionally capable one. Remember, my dear, everyone has their secrets, and we should not be overly curious. Let us just consider Sister Yunduo our good friend." Yao Yao nodded, still slightly confused. Zhou Miqing had also recalled hearing Zhao Yunduo's cries. She suddenly realized that Zhao Yunduo was merely in her early 20s, likely a university student before the apocalypse. For such a young girl to kill zombies and take lives was indeed a heavy burden for her to bear. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Yunduo animatedly shared her experience of firing a gun for the first time and her accuracy with the sleeve arrow. Unable to resist boasting, "What a pity you weren't there. Otherwise, you would have witnessed the true marksmanship." Shen Linglan smiled, her lips singing praises of Zhao Yunduo's remarkable abilities, yet her heart was heavy with concern. She felt a deep gratitude towards the little girl who had alerted Zhao Yunduo, as well as to the girl's mother for accompanying and protecting her, hoping fervently for Zhao Yunduo's safety. Out of affection, Shen Linglan inquired about the ages of Zhao Yunduo, the little girl, and her mother, resolving to procure some new clothes for them when she had the opportunity the next day. Upon learning that the little girl was around 10 years old and her mother 36, Shen Linglan decided against shopping for herself and instead asked Chen Mingxue to select suitable garments for them at the mall. 10 outfits for each season would suffice. Too many clothes would only clutter Zhao Yunduo's space and detract from her beauty. As dawn broke, with another workday ahead, Chen Mingxue drove off, while Shen Linglan slid into her Porsche, aware of the morning traffic congestion typical at rush hour. She had risen a few minutes earlier. Once she parked in the company garage, she clocked in, but as she opened the car door, she unexpectedly bumped into her boss, President Chen. Shen Linglan met the curious gaze of President Chen, who had anticipated a different type of woman emerging from her vehicle. Instead, he found himself face-to-face with an intern he had seen just a couple of days prior, a realization that left him somewhat disenchanted. However, upon surveying Shen Linglan's designer ensemble from head to toe, he pondered how someone who indulged in women could afford such lavishness. What kind of person is so extravagant in keeping a mistress? President Chen mused, forcing a smile that barely concealed his disdain, and remarked, "Why are you arriving at this hour? Are you late?" Shen Linglan glanced at her phone. It was now 10 past 9. Yet, she had clocked in before entering the garage, and thus was not late. With a polite smile, she chose not to respond to President Chen's inquiry, instead greeting him and his secretary. "Good morning, President Chen." "Good morning, Secretary Yang." Secretary Yang, only 5 years, Shen Linglan Sr., possessed an enviable figure that accentuated her curves, and when clad in heels, she towered over President Chen. She was strikingly beautiful and, unlike President Chen, displayed a warm smile towards Shen Linglan. President Chen attempted to reach for Shen Linglan's hand, but she deftly evaded him, saying, "I must head in now. Otherwise, Team Leader Li will dock my attendance and salary." President Chen failed to stop her, casting another glance at the expensive car she drove. It was pristine and costly, something he would have to think twice about purchasing. He was left wondering what sort of affluent individual she had entangled herself with, oblivious to President Shen's assumptions of her being a kept woman. Shen Linglan hurriedly made her way to the elevator. To her dismay, she encountered Li Quan once more. What terrible luck, she thought, yet she had no choice but to greet him. Good morning, brotherly. But Li Quan, with a scowl, pointed at the time displayed on the clock-in machine and bellowed, "You're really becoming more outrageous. What time do you call this?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Shen Linglan responded amicably, "There was a bit of traffic this morning. But I clocked in on time. I'll stay later after work. You think that excuses you from losing your attendance bonus? Traffic? I already told you. Take the bus or subway, yet you insist on flaunting your wealth by taking a taxi. And this outfit of yours?" Li Quan scrutinized Shen Linglan's attire, scoffing. "Do you really think wearing a knockoff Chanel makes you look wealthy?" He let out a mocking laugh, attempting to deride her. "Do as you please with the deductions," Shen Linglan replied, finding his outburst a waste of her time. However, Li Quan seized her arm, seemingly emboldened by his previous remarks. "I advise you to tone down the pretense. Today I'll dock $50 from you. If it happens again, it'll be $100. Next time, I won't stamp your internship certificate either. A few days ago, you caused a fuss over the cost of the team building event. $200 was too much for you. Yet here you are, pretending it's no issue for me to deduct." His gaze fell on Shen Linglan's handbag, suddenly recognizing it as genuine. "What? Spend over $10,000 on a bag? Have you hooked up with a rich man?" Even though Shen Linglan had ceased to regard Li Quan as worthy of her consideration, his words were unbearably offensive. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Li Quan was taken aback, unable to fathom that Shen Linglan would dare to strike him. He stood there, stunned, clutching his stinging cheek, staring incredulously at her. Just as he was about to retaliate, the glass door swung open, and a commanding voice cut through the air. "What are you doing?" Li Quan's hand froze mid-air, caught in the act. The voice belonged unmistakably to President Shen, who strode into the building with purpose. His piercing gaze fixed on Li Quan. "What's going on here?" Li Quan, shedding his menacing demeanor, gritted his teeth and, with a hint of defiance, reported, "This disrespectful girl just slapped me." President Shen chose not to reprimand Shen Linglan nor delve into the initial altercation. Instead, he addressed Li Quan. "Did you really make the interns pay for the last team building event?" Li Quan's face momentarily stiffened with a look of resentment. He glanced at Shen Linglan and then at the surrounding colleagues, some of whom had previously clashed with him, others who were his competitors, and a few interns he had forced into a split payment. In this crowd, he found himself unable to argue. "Yes," he reluctantly admitted. President Shen pointed an accusing finger at him, his expression imbued with ire. "Oh, it's true. An intern earns $2,000 a month, and you had the audacity to ask them for $200, using my name no less, during the last team building event. I thought you were treating the staff, and I was quite touched. How could you expect the interns to pay for a meal for their boss? I am not so destitute. Whatever they contributed will be deducted from your salary." Li Quan's shock was evident as he raised his head, his mouth opening in protest, but upon seeing the fury etched on President Shen's face, he swallowed his words. Now, it dawned on him that with 6 interns, including Shen Linglan, each having contributed $260, the total was over 1,000. His complexion paled as he calculated the implications. Yet, in front of the boss, he dared not speak out and could only acquiesce. Once the boss departed, Li Quan glared at Shen Linglan with venomous eyes. "Was this intentional? What could I possibly have orchestrated?" Shen Linglan retorted, "You proposed the split payment for the interns, and if you have grievances, you should keep them to yourself. Am I supposed to monitor your thoughts?" Shen Linglan recognized that her patience with Li Quan was wearing thin. Seeing his expression, she had to exert all her willpower to refrain from delivering a second slap. But she could no longer resist the urge to mock him. "Since the boss was present, I won't hold the first slap against you, and I won't strike you in the office. But after hours, that's another story." With that, Li Quan shot her a menacing glare. After he left, Song Zhongling could no longer hold back and muttered, "What's his deal? Is he planning to intimidate people like a gangster at the company entrance?" He then turned to Shen Linglan. "I'll walk you home after work. I'll have my brother waiting for us outside the company. By the way, I haven't thanked you for helping my brother last time. He mentioned he returned the money to you. Is that true?" Shen Linglan nodded. She had given over 300,000 for the gun and nearly 100,000 for the hidden darts. In comparison, that 50,000 was truly insignificant. "Thank you so much, Linglan. Let us have a meal together sometime." "Sure." Just before the end of the workday, Li Quan was still fuming, his cheek still pressed against an ice pack to reduce the swelling. Shen Linglan remained unfazed, heading straight to the parking lot after work. It was uncertain whether Li Quan had not anticipated her driving herself or if he was waiting at the entrance. But as she slowly drove out of the garage, she found no sign of him. Disappointed, she turned the corner, where Chen Mingxue was waiting for her. After they met, Shen Linglan exited the car, allowing Chen Mingxue to take the driver's seat. As she was switching positions, Shen Linglan scanned the area and finally spotted Li Quan standing near the bus stop, intently observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians. "Team leader," Shen Linglan called out. When he failed to respond, she shouted again, "Li Quan." Li Quan swiftly turned around, his gaze immediately locking onto Shen Linglan. He charged towards her with an air of aggression, yet Shen Linglan stood her ground. Unperturbed, awaiting his approach, oblivious to the vehicle parked beside her, Li Quan instinctively sidestepped it, taking a detour before reaching Shen Linglan. Just as he raised his hand to strike her, a firm grip seized his wrist. The individual was tall, towering over Li Quan, whose height barely reached 1.72 meters, compelling him to look up at the man who had restrained him. "Release me," Li Quan growled, struggling in vain against the man's grip. "I said, let go." Shen Linglan observed the scene leisurely, her arms crossed, as if to say, "Why would I want you to stop?" It was then that Li Quan realized this imposing figure was affiliated with Shen Linglan. One punch from him could easily incapacitate Li Quan. During the peak of rush hour, amidst the throng of pedestrians, Li Quan found himself powerless, scrutinized by numerous onlookers, his embarrassment palpable as he flushed crimson. He softened his tone, saying, "I merely intended to greet you, not to assault you. Please, have him release my hand." Shen Linglan signaled to the man beside her, who promptly loosened his grip on Li Quan. Rubbing his sore wrist, Li Quan wore an expression of restrained fury. Sensing his defeat, Shen Linglan opened the door to the passenger seat, but Li Quan's eyes widened in alarm as he reached out to stop her. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you pulling on someone else's car door? Is this vehicle yours?" Shen Linglan regarded him with a look of bewilderment. The man beside her pried Li Quan's hand away and properly held the door open for Shen Linglan. Inside the car, Chen Mingxue leaned out, casting a bewildered glance at Li Quan, before turning to Shen Linglan and inquiring, "Miss Linglan, do you require my assistance?" "No, thank you," Shen Linglan replied, stepping past Li Quan into the vehicle. As Li Quan stood there, mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief, the man beside Shen Linglan also entered the car, settling into the back seat. What just happened? Li Quan watched the red Porsche drive away. His perception of Shen Linglan irrevocably altered. Not far off, in a discreet location, two men observed the entire exchange. "Zhang Ling, did you see that? That woman is beyond your reach." Zhang Chongling withdrew his gaze. Fixated instead on his worn-out sneakers, a sense of inferiority swelling within him. Meanwhile, Song Zhangcheng, who had been summoned to protect Shen Linglan, had never believed she needed safeguarding. She could buy firearms and hidden projectiles. He did not see such a woman as needing his protection, nor the misguided guardianship of his younger brother. "I'm leaving now," Song Zhangcheng declared, offering no words of consolation to his brother as he departed. Zhang Chongling was no longer a child. Some matters required his own contemplation. As Shen Linglan settled into the car, she adjusted the mirror to check if her hair had been tousled by Li Quan's aggressive gesture. Chen Mingxue, concerned, asked, "Miss Linglan, who was that just now?" "Just a middle-aged, ineffectual man who only bullies the weak," Shen Linglan dismissed, not allowing Li Quan to occupy her thoughts. Although she had sent a message to Chen Mingxue before leaving work, requesting a tall, imposing man to serve as a deterrent, she felt no real fear of Li Quan. Had he dared to lay a hand on her, she would not have hesitated to retaliate. The purpose of securing a man was merely to encourage Li Quan to retreat, saving her time. After all, engaging in a physical altercation would lead to police involvement and hospital visits. Far too bothersome. She had plans that evening to deliver supplies and make phone calls with Zhao Yunduo. She knew that individuals like Li Quan, who prey on the weak, would back down at the sight of someone taller and stronger. As Chen Mingxue started the vehicle, the previously assertive man joined them inside, his presence shrinking to that of a timid sparrow. Shen Linglan caught a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror and noted his handsome features, strong brows and bright eyes. With a military buzz as a bodyguard, he was visually appealing, and when needed, his imposing stature would deter others from provoking him. Their eyes met in the mirror, and she inquired, "What is your name?" The man, feeling a strange nervousness under her emotionless gaze, instinctively swallowed hard and replied in a subdued voice, "I am Huang Linfeng. A former soldier, 25 years old, with a bachelor's degree, no tattoos, and no bad habits. I specialize in combat sports." "Enough," Chen Mingxue interjected, interrupting Huang Linfeng's lengthy self-introduction. "This isn't a job interview. No need for such details." Once Huang Lifeng finished, she updated Shen Linglan, Miss Linglan. This is a friend I had referred to. He previously worked as a bodyguard for a certain leader. Shen Linglan replied, retracting her gaze from the mirror. How much did your previous employer pay you monthly? Huang Lifeng answered. 7,000. Then you will receive the same during your probation here. With a raise upon confirmation, her tone was cool, and she did not glance at Huang Lifeng again. Her attention diverted to her phone. Huang Lifeng had been quite reluctant when Qin Mingshui mentioned he would be guarding a young girl. But out of respect for the intermediary, he had come along for what he considered an interview. Upon meeting Shen Linglan, however, he found her to be quite different from the spoiled princess he had envisioned. She was not at all delicate. He even thought that if she had martial skills, she could have easily crushed Li Kuan's hand herself. Originally intending to return home, Huang Lifeng inexplicably found himself agreeing. All right, Miss Shen. Yao received her new clothes and practically leaped with joy. Mom, I've never worn such beautiful clothes before. She hugged Zhao Yunduo tightly, clutching the pink short-sleeved top and shorts just gifted to her. Sister Yunduo, I love you so much. Zhao Yunduo, her cheeks damp from Yao's affection, couldn't he help but smile. Since their first meeting, both Yao and her mother had been clad in old, soiled garments, stained with remnants of food or the blood of slain zombies. Yet, they felt no shame in their appearance, especially as those they encountered wore even dirtier clothes. In contrast, Zhao Yunduo appeared pristine, almost like an anomaly. Nevertheless, no one could resist the allure of clean, beautiful clothing, especially a charming little girl. Zhao Yunduo gently ruffled Yao's hair and handed a fresh set of athletic wear to Zhou Miqing. Shen Linglan had remarked that in contemporary society, women in their 30s either thrived in the workplace or embraced the role of homemaker, with fashion choices reflecting these extremes. Yet, considering the survival conditions of the apocalypse, athletic wear proved the most practical choice. Unlike Yao, Zhou Miqing expressed her gratitude with a nod, her joy not nearly as profound as Yao's exuberance. It seemed that witnessing Yao's delight in her new clothes brought her more happiness than receiving her own. As Yao prepared to don her new attire, Zhou Miqing suddenly grasped her daughter's hand, saying, I discovered a swimming pool nearby yesterday. Shall we go see if the water is still suitable for bathing? Okay. Zhou Miqing's gaze towards her daughter was filled with the affection one might reserve for a precious gem, deeply moving Zhao Yunduo. Yunduo, will you wait for us here? Zhou Miqing inquired, but Zhao Yunduo shook her head. I will go too. It's been quite a while since I bathed as well. In truth, she had taken a shower the night before teaming up with the mother and daughter duo. And going 3 or 4 days without bathing was exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. She merely noticed Zhou Miqing's hand, bandaged in white gauze, and felt a pang of sympathy, wishing to accompany them for mutual support should they encounter zombies or ill-intentioned humans. The swimming pool was conveniently located just beside the shopping mall, an indoor facility. Fortunately, there were very few zombies in the vicinity, and even corpses were a rare sight, were it not for the eerie expanse of colossal vegetation. This vicinity would indeed serve as a commendable refuge. The trio made their way to the swimming pool with unimpeded ease, and to their surprise, the facility was remarkably clean. The front desk had not succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie, but instead bore the remnants of a skeleton, half draped over the counter, the other half hanging limply beneath it. Zhou Miqing cast a fleeting glance before pulling her daughter toward the interior. The two adults conducted a thorough survey of the premises, ensuring the absence of both people and zombies, before depositing their backpacks in a corner. The water in the pool remained as clear as it was before the apocalypse, revealing the painted blue skies and white clouds on the walls, momentarily transporting one back to a semblance of the world that once was. In stark contrast to the adult's contemplative demeanor, the child, Yao, exuberantly shed her filthy garments and leapt into the pristine waters. So refreshing. Wow, mommy. Yunduo Jia, come join me for a swim. Zhou Miqing, mindful of her injuries and wary of splashes reaching her wounds, opted to sit at the pool's edge, allowing her legs to soak in the water for a brief cleansing. Zhao Yunduo, sharing a temperament more akin to Yao's, without a hint of trepidation, emulated her, discarding her clothing and plunging into the water, though she possessed a swimsuit and her belongings. Donning it for a bath in the apocalypse felt rather absurd. Having grown up in the countryside, Zhao Yunduo may not have mastered the butterfly or frog strokes, yet she swam with commendable grace, even managing to teach the rarely aquatic Yao to swim half a lap. Zhou Miqing utilized a clean towel Zhao Yunduo had just handed her to scrub away the grime clinging to her skin. After such an extended hiatus from bathing, not only were her clothes sullied, but her hands and body bore the marks of dirt as well. Over time, these stains had become akin to moles upon her skin, and scrubbing them clean would demand considerable time and effort. In the pool, the large and small figures splashed joyfully, engaging in a playful exchange of water. However, an inadvertent splash caught Yao squarely in the face, eliciting a peal of laughter, prompting her to retaliate by splashing water back at Zhao Yunduo, who, unable to evade, found herself drenched as well. Their laughter rang out, gradually dissipating the weight of Zhou Miqing's burdensome thoughts. In a world devoid of diversions, the companionship of Zhao Yunduo had afforded her the chance to indulge in television dramas and literature. Yet, prior to Zhao Yunduo's arrival, their nights had been spent gazing at the stars as they fell asleep, while during the day, Yao played with whatever she could find: stones, scraps of paper, animal bones, and so forth. Throughout the 5 years of the apocalypse, although Yao retained her innocent disposition, she had never truly been carefree like a child. The sound of their joyous laughter was a rarity, especially since Zhou Miqing had not heard it since Yao's father had passed away. With utmost care, Zhou Miqing avoided her shoulder wound as she cleaned the rest of her body, then meticulously wiped her tangled hair. Hesitant to use the shampoo Zhao Yunduo had offered, fearing it might splash onto her injury, she completed her hasty cleansing before donning the sportswear gifted by Zhao Yunduo. The fit was snug and comfortable. Upon feeling the fabric, she surmised that it was not merely a cheap brand but rather reminiscent of a high-end label she could not afford prior to the apocalypse. Just as her thoughts lingered on the attire, her gaze shifted back to her daughter in the pool. As she prepared to look away to read a book, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something dark green protruding from the pool's outflow. "Get out now," Zhou Miqing called out urgently to the individuals in the water. The two, unaware of the anomaly behind them, continued their playful splashing. Yet Zhao Yunduo swiftly grabbed Yao and helped her out of the pool. Their movements sent ripples across the water, but Zhou Miqing could not discern what it was she had seen, only catching sight of the object retracting after it had briefly emerged. "What's wrong, Mommy?" Yao inquired, while Zhao Yunduo cast a puzzled glance in her direction. Zhou Miqing merely stated, "There is something in the pool's outflow, and it seems to be approaching us. Could it be a rat?" Zhao Yunduo suggested. Zhou Miqing shook her head. "No, it doesn't resemble a rat. It was dark green." Recalling the dark green entity, Zhao Yunduo suddenly thought of the dense vegetation cloaking the walls of the shopping mall. Could it be that? Zhou Miqing, hearing her speculation, remained noncommittal. "This is my first encounter with such substantial vegetation, and I am not well versed in its range and characteristics. However, if it can traverse through buildings via underground passages to reach here, that would be exceedingly troubling." Zhou Miqing hesitated to elaborate, but Zhao Yunduo grasped her implication. If the vegetation's tendrils could infiltrate the drainage system to access the swimming pool, it would signify either that the vegetation had enveloped all underground passages in this area, or that it had been tracking them. Either scenario was deeply unsettling. Without further hesitation, having rinsed off, they quickly changed into fresh clothes and vacated the swimming pool. Their tattered, filthy garments were discarded within the facility, and moments later, dark green tendrils emerged from the outflow, extending towards the discarded clothes, seemingly sniffing for the sin of humanity. Finding none, it retreated in disappointment. Upon exiting the swimming pool, Zhao Yunduo unconsciously cast her gaze towards the foliage adorning the shopping mall structure. Is it just my imagination? Or has the vegetation expanded further? Upon their arrival yesterday, Zhao Yunduo had curiously assessed the area, noting the vegetation had only reached the second-floor windows. Now, it had climbed to the third. Zhou Miqing scrutinized the scene for a while, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion. It had indeed grown significantly. This was hardly an intriguing development. On the contrary, Zhou Miqing felt an impending sense of danger. Zhao Yunduo, reflecting on the pool incident, suddenly felt an unsettling anxiety arise within her. Recalling something, Zhao Yunduo seized a pair of binoculars and peered towards the construction site they had come from the top of the 5-step staircase. The area that had previously housed several bodies was now barren, with the zombies that had once littered the ground conspicuously absent. A chill ran down her spine. All the individuals were gone. Zhou Miqing took the binoculars from her and confirmed the absence, noting the drag marks left on the ground. Oddly enough, the direction of the drag did not lead towards the construction site's entrance but rather towards the surrounding fence. Upon closer inspection, bloodstains adorned the railing. Yet, the barrier stood 2 meters high. Even a person as tall as Yao Ming would find it impossible to drag someone over it. The answer was glaringly apparent. Zhou Miqing and Zhao Yunduo exchanged a knowing glance, both raising their heads to observe the vegetation, which had extended its branches ominously in their direction without hesitation. Together, they grasped Yao's hand and bolted away. Eager to distance themselves from the swimming pool's entrance and any location with underground passages, the three of them sprinted to the bus station, meticulously checking the vicinity for any manholes before pausing to catch their breath. Leaning against their knees, turning back to regard the vegetation, its vibrant green leaves danced in the breeze, appearing to emanate a menacing aura, as if each leaf were intently fixated upon them, perpetually seeking an opportunity to strike. It was evident, however, that this vegetation lacked the cunning of humanity. Otherwise, it would have taken advantage of the chaos during their earlier skirmish to ensnare them all. Zhao Yunduo, still shaken, patted her chest in relief. Grateful to have escaped the clutches of the zombies, narrowly avoiding becoming a meal for a plant resembling a pothos. Wait, what? Yao Yao gasped, her mouth agape. Are you saying that plant could eat people? Zhao Yunduo nodded. And even Zhou Miqing affirmed that the vegetation posed a threat to human life, advising Yao Yao to keep her distance from plants in the future. They could not linger in the area any longer. Although there were no zombies, the omnipresent greenery was even more frightening. Their survival last night, escaping the clutches of the vegetation, was merely a stroke of luck. Remaining any longer might tempt fate, uncertain of the extent to which the greenery sprawled. The trio prioritized heading towards other streets while remaining vigilant for any manholes. After traversing 2 streets, fatigue washed over them. Their earlier sprint had drained considerable energy, and after walking for over half an hour, they sought a place to rest. Turning a corner, they spotted zombies at the end of the street, and an unexpected sense of familiarity washed over them, especially for Zhao Yunduo, who shook her head in disbelief. Never would she have imagined that she would find solace in the presence of zombies. After speaking, she raised her left hand and shot an arrow into the head of a zombie. With 2 zombies dispatched, they finally felt a momentary relief, each plopping down onto the stone benches by the roadside, easing the tension that had hung heavily in their chests. As dusk deepened and darkness enveloped the sky, their immediate concern was to find a place to spend the night. Sleeping on the streets felt profoundly unsafe, yet who could guarantee that the rooms wouldn't harbor roots of vegetation from the sewers? Zhou Miqing pondered for a moment before suddenly pointing towards a nearby rooftop, where a milk tea shop resided. The rooftop, semi-open, seemed designed for patrons to enjoy the view. Let us rest there for the night, she suggested. Zhao Yunduo, surveying the spot, agreed it was a suitable choice. The 3 of them made their way into the milk tea shop, ascended to the 2nd floor, locked the floor-to-ceiling windows of the terrace, and draped black cloth over the windows to obscure any potential zombies lurking inside from noticing the humans on the terrace. The moon shone brightly tonight, unshrouded by clouds, allowing them to see each other's faces and the food laid out on the table without the need for additional lighting. Having faced numerous trials together and endured hardships, Zhao Yunduo felt a profound trust in Yao Yao and her mother. With the thought that this meal might be their last, Zhao Yunduo boldly retrieved a signature dish prepared by a 5-star hotel chef for her from her space. One fragrant, steaming meat dish after another materialized before them, filling the table. Given the small round tables of the milk tea shop, they combined several tables to accommodate the feast. Yet, even with 4 tables pushed together, there were still 6 meat dishes and a soup to fit, including sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, stir-fried cauliflower with meat, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, blanched greens, and a chicken soup with daylilies. She also produced a jug of freshly squeezed corn juice and turned to Yao Yao, asking, "What dessert would you like?" Yao Yao raised her hand and exclaimed, "I want ice cream," to Zhao Yunduo's delight. She indeed had ice cream on hand, thanks to a close friend who loved filling her space with delightful treats. It was a treasure trove, more complete than any large supermarket. Zhao Yunduo retrieved a box of Haagen-Dazs and handed it to Yao Yao. Unlike before the apocalypse, when Zhou Miqing would always discourage her daughter from consuming cold and sweet foods, she did not stop Yao Yao from enjoying the ice cream now. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, ice cream had become a rarity and a treasure, something no one could refuse. Zhou Miqing asked nothing, but after Zhao Yunduo took a couple of bites of rice, she finally revealed, "I have a space." Those 6 words spoke volumes, without elaborating on why the items in her space were all high-end brands that had been costly before the apocalypse or why her space contained everything. Yet, those 6 words deepened the trust between them and fostered a closer bond. Yao Yao chimed in, "Sister Yunduo, you are Yao Yao's doryman." Zhou Miqing poured a glass of corn juice for both herself and Zhao Yunduo, raising her glass for a toast. "Tor doryman." Zhao Yunduo smiled and sipped her corn juice, knowing she was not the true doryman. That title belonged to someone else. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan, preparing for bed while washing her face, sneezed. Feeling uneasy, she sent a message to Zhao Yunduo, who promptly replied to assure her of her safety. After a night's rest, Shen Linglan was awakened not by her alarm but by the sound of the doorbell. Typically, she slept alone, as both Chun Mingshui and her newly appointed bodyguard, Huang Linfeng, only came to her aid during the day, occasionally running errands or picking her up from work during her internship. Thus, faced with the urgent knocking from outside, Shen Linglan yawned lazily, threw on an outer garment, and opened the door. The security door remained shut, and Shen Linglan found herself eye to eye with the person outside. Linglan, it was Sun Xiuli. Upon seeing Shen Linglan open the door, her eyes lit up, and she immediately urged the small boy beside her, "Hurry, call her sister." The boy, clearly spoiled at home, shot a glare at Shen Linglan but reluctantly called out as Sun Xiuli nudged him. "Sister." Shen Linglan did not respond and made to close the door instead, casually retorting, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Linglan, Sun Xiuli hurriedly called out, "Mom has inquired, and it turns out you really bought this house. I am so happy for you. Can you let Mom come in for a sit?" "No, look at you." Linglan, at such a young age, how can you hold grudges? Are you still blaming me for the divorce between your father and me when you were little? You're too young to understand how hard it has been for your mother. Is there something you need? If not, please leave. I'm busy. She wished to return to her slumber. Linglan, Sun Xiuli called out twice more. But Shen Linglan ignored her. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed the boy kick the security door. Upon realizing Shen Linglan was watching him, he felt triumphant, as though he had displayed his manly authority, and shouted in his unchanged, childish voice, "Didn't you hear my mom calling for you to open the door? Open it for me. If you don't even think about leaving. If you step outside, I'll kick you to death. Stop talking nonsense." Sun Xiuli lightly smacked her son's head, adding, "She is your sister." Amused, Shen Linglan looked at Sun Xiuli, thinking, "This is the child you had with your remarried husband?" She then turned back to Shen Linglan with a flattering smile, nodding several times, "This is also your biological brother. Please, I have no mother, and certainly no biological brother. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "Linglan, the past is the past. Mom knows she was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends. I had this brother for you two to look out for each other in the future. In this ruthless society, as a girl, you'll be bullied without a brother." Before she could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, growing closer until a strong hand pushed open the fire door. Huang Linfeng's sharp, unsmiling face appeared before Shen Linglan. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Sun Xiuli and her son, he scrutinized them thoroughly, then glanced at the security door that Shen Linglan had yet to open. Realizing she did not welcome them, he quickly approached the security door and gently asked Shen Linglan, "Are you all right?" Before she could answer, Sun Xiuli loudly interjected, "You must be our Linglan's boyfriend. No wonder Linglan can afford such a large house." She asked with a wealthy man. Her gaze shifted to Shen Linglan, now laced with disdain similar to what Shen Linglan was familiar with. All the flattery she had just directed at Shen Linglan now aimed at Huang Linfeng. "You see, your man is out for a run this morning, all sweaty. Shouldn't you hurry and open the door to help him wash his face, brush his teeth, and have breakfast? Did you just wake up?" "Oh dear, Linglan, I'm not saying you crazy." With a sharp slam, Shen Linglan shut the door, leaving Sun Xiuli's irritating voice on the other side. The boy, attempting to repeat his earlier antics, lifted his leg to kick the security door again. However, just as he did, Huang Linfeng grasped his leg. The boy, small in stature and young, barely reached Huang Linfeng's waist. As he was lifted off the ground, he ignored Sun Xiuli's frantic pleas to release her son, instead sternly questioning her, "How did you get in?" Sun Xiuli tried to pull her son down, but Huang Linfeng was tall and strong. Her efforts only caused her son discomfort. Reluctantly, she released her grip and resorted to pinching Huang Linfeng's arm. But he remained unfazed and repeated his question. "Do you work in Building 3? What is your unit number?" 1701. "Please let my son go." Huang Linfeng carelessly tossed the boy onto the stairs, who let out a few pained yelps, thankfully managing to grab the railing and avoid tumbling down. "Get lost." He unceremoniously issued an eviction order. Sun Xiuli pointed at him, hurling insults like a shrew, threatening that if anything happened to her son, both he and Shen Linglan would have to pay a hefty sum. Huang Linfeng crossed his arms, cracking his knuckles ominously, resembling someone poised to strike again, which startled the little boy, causing him to stumble on the stairs. "Mom, please stop scolding him. He's coming for me." The boy, retreating from Huang Linfeng's approaching figure, grew increasingly frantic as he glanced back at his mother, who continued her relentless tirade. "You old hag, when will you ever stop?" Sun Xiuli, taken aback by her son's outburst, momentarily ceased her rant but did not reprimand him for calling her out, clearly accustomed to such behavior. "Bah, you degenerate scum," she spat on the ground, observing Huang Linfeng advancing toward her and her son, prompting her to flee as if the wind had taken her feet. Outside, tranquility was restored. Huang Linfeng picked up his phone and called the property management, reporting the recent incident and informing them about Sun Xiuli's employment in room 1701. He requested that they notify the employer of 1701 and review the surveillance footage. Ultimately, the property management bore responsibility, collecting substantial fees each year. They were not only tasked with maintaining cleanliness and environmental standards within the community, but also ensuring the safety of the employers. However, this commotion, if disclosed to other residents, would surely provoke an uproar. The property management repeatedly apologized, stating they would send a fruit basket to Shen Linglan as an apology. Shen Linglan graciously declined the fruit basket, insisting that the management refrain from allowing unauthorized individuals into the community in the future. After communicating with the owner of 1701, the management called Shen Linglan 5 minutes later, informing her that Sun Xiuli had been dismissed and that security had been instructed not to permit that woman and child entry again. Having been annoyed at the prospect of a workday, Shen Linglan saw Sun Xiuli outside and promptly called Huang Linfeng. When the call connected, she remained silent. However, Huang Linfeng immediately discerned the situation from her tone. Fortunately, he had woken up early to prepare for his day with Shen Linglan, grabbing breakfast nearby. Thus, after paying, he dashed toward her residence, leaving the buns and fried dough sticks behind. Once the mother and son departed, Huang Linfeng finally entered the house. Having already completed her morning routine during the earlier commotion, Shen Linglan was seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast prepared by Aunt Lu, which included freshly ground soybean milk and steaming dumplings that burst with flavor upon biting into them. Observing Huang Linfeng standing awkwardly at the entrance, surrounded by women's slippers, he seemed unsure whether to change into a pair or remain barefoot, which amused her. The men's slippers are in the cabinet. Feel free to choose a pair to wear, she said, taking a bite of her dumpling. Have you had breakfast yet? Huang Linfeng suddenly recalled the breakfast he had purchased downstairs but hadn't yet retrieved. Feeling a pang of regret. I bought breakfast, but I haven't had the chance to pick it up. Oh, Shen Linglan waved her hand dismissively. The breakfast shop outside is quite far. She glanced at the time and realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. Quickly beckoning him, Aunt Lu made plenty of dumplings. I can't finish them all. Come eat with me. When Aunt Lu first started working, Shen Linglan had mentioned her hearty appetite, leading Aunt Lu to prepare generous portions. Initially, when Zhao Yunduo was still at the hotel, the two of them would finish just enough, but now that Zhao Yunduo could no longer join her for every meal, a significant amount often went uneaten. Concerned about waste, Shen Linglan lowered her head and texted Qin Mingxue, requesting Aunt Lu to have the meal portions moving forward. As Qin Mingxue arrived at the community, waiting to pick Shen Linglan up for work, she received the message and promptly called Aunt Lu to relay Shen Linglan's request. Meanwhile, Huang Linfeng entered the house with an air of restraint. His professional habits dictated that he would never dine with an employer, not even accepting a cigarette if offered. This was to maintain a clear boundary and ensure his safety. Yet, despite the seemingly ordinary breakfast spread before him, he found himself unable to resist as he stepped closer to Shen Linglan and seated himself across from her. Shen Linglan handed him another serving of dumplings, soybean milk, and a pancake. Don't be shy. This is all for you. If it's not enough, we can buy more later. All right. Huang Linfeng, usually taciturn, quietly sat and began to eat. Shen Linglan, engrossed in her phone, noted that Zhao Yunduo had woken up early with Yao Yao and Zhou Miqing, and that they had breakfast together. The dumplings, expertly crafted by Aunt Lu, were thin-skinned and generously filled, bursting with broth upon biting into them. The delightful flavor made Shen Linglan devour 2 baskets in quick succession. She messaged Zhao Yunduo about the delectable dumplings. She felt a pang of longing from her friend. Sister Qingzi and Yao Yao already know about my space. Bauer, hurry and bring me 2 dumplings to taste. Having polished off her meal, Shen Linglan's gaze instinctively drifted to Huang Linfeng, who was eagerly devouring the last dumpling. Suddenly aware of her stare, he looked up, his innocent eyes questioning her. With food still in his mouth, his upbringing prevented him from speaking, but his eyes seemed to inquire what was wrong. Shen Linglan smiled slightly and asked, "Are they delicious?" By now, Huang Linfeng had swallowed the dumpling. Delicious. Indeed, they were truly delectable. He had never tasted such flavorful dumplings before and regretted hastily consuming the last one. He lifted his gaze, eager to say something, yet saw Shen Linglan once again focused on her phone. "This time, I'll have Aunt Lu make more for you to try later," she promised. After finishing their meal, Shen Linglan accompanied Huang Linfeng downstairs. Upon spotting them together, Qin Mingxue, who was driving toward the community entrance, could not help but widen her eyes in surprise. She looked at Shen Linglan, then at Huang Linfeng, her thoughts racing as she regarded him with suspicion. Miss Linglan was not the type to engage lightly. Surely, Huang Lifeng had employed some trickery, perhaps seducing her. If that were the case, it would reflect poorly on her judgment for allowing a wolf into the fold. Unaware of Qin Mishue's scrutiny, Shen Linglan, once inside the car, instructed her, "Please message Aunt Lu to prepare more dumplings, cooked and ready for me to eat after work." "Sure," Qin Mingxue replied. Afterward, Shen Linglan turned to Huang Lifeng and asked, "Would you like more dumplings? If you do, I can have Aunt Lu prepare some for you to take home." Huang Lifeng, caught off guard by Qin Mishue's gaze in the rearview mirror, stammered, "Thank you, Miss." Qin Mingxue, struggling to suppress her curiosity, hesitated to voice her questions. Eventually, Shen Linglan broached the topic herself, asking Huang Lifeng, "Do you have any connections for investigating people?" Huang Lifeng pondered for a moment and, seeing the hopeful glint in her eyes, nodded. Investigations were typically the domain of private detectives. He knew such individuals but would have to leverage personal favors. However, if it was for Shen Linglan, he was willing to make that effort. "Then please help me investigate the situation of that mother and son from this morning." Huang Lifeng nodded, committing the task to memory. As Qin Mingxue drove, she inquired, "Miss Linglan, did something happen this morning?" Shen Linglan succinctly recounted the events. Qin Mingshue's realization dawned. "So that's why Huang Lifeng is with you." "Exactly." Huang Lifeng sensed the lingering hostility in Qin Mingshue's gaze dissipate. Although Shen Linglan had never disclosed her family background, Qin Mingxue could surmise that perhaps in the past, when times were tough, she had been neglected, and now that Miss Linglan was thriving, her mother sought to reconnect for a share of the fortune. Since her daughter's recovery, Qin Mingxue had vowed her unwavering loyalty to Shen Linglan, regardless of what the future held. Even in the absence of a salary, she resolved to serve Miss Linglan for a lifetime. Thus, upon learning that Shen Linglan's biological mother had come to her door with ulterior motives, she felt a surge of protectiveness. A sudden wave of aversion surged within her towards the two strangers. Upon arriving at the company, Shen Linglan was taken aback to find Li Quan, whose smile made her stomach churn. She circumvented him and returned to her workstation, yet he still leaned closer. This was contrary to her expectations. He had already incurred a significant salary deduction due to the AA team-building incident, which he had distributed among all the interns. Moreover, she had anticipated that he would confront her with a sneer today. But instead, he was excessively obsequious, pouring water and inquiring after her well-being, leading Shen Linglan to suspect he was deliberately attempting to irritate her. However, she had barely settled into her seat before Li Quan could no longer restrain himself. He dove straight into the topic, asking Shen Linglan, "Was it your sister who was sitting in the Porsche last night?" Shen Linglan lifted her gaze in astonishment. Li Quan mistakenly interpreted her expression as surprise at his interest in her sister. He smiled at her. "I misunderstood you the other day, Linglan. I thought you had secured a wealthy patron and advised you against aiming too high. Who would have thought you have such an affluent sister?" Holding her documents, Shen Linglan rose to photocopy them, her tone icy as she informed Li Quan, "You were disrupting my work." Li Quan's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly swallowed his displeasure. "Look, I can assist you with any tasks you have." Shen Linglan shot him a skeptical glance. "Really?" Li Quan replied with a smile. "Indeed. But could you introduce me to your sister?" Shen Linglan, taken aback by his lewd expression, turned her head away from his face and replied curtly, "Sure." Seeing Shen Linglan relent, Li Quan inquired, "Is your sister single?" She responded, "Yes, she is single and resides in Fushan Haoyuan, with both her car and house fully paid for." Observing Li Quan's covetous demeanor, she changed her tone. "But why do you want her contact information? My sister is single, yet you are not." Team leader. Li Quan waved his hand dismissively. "I merely wish to know outstanding individuals, nothing more. I asked that so?" Shen Linglan nodded and retrieved her internship certificate from her drawer. The remarks on it had long been written, but the official stamp was still pending, and with less than half a month left in her internship, Li Quan showed no intention of stamping it. "Then please stamp my internship certificate." Li Quan hesitated, but upon seeing Shen Linglan open WeChat, he realized that once he stamped it, he could add her as a friend. After some contemplation, he rushed to the HR department, obtained the stamp, and forcefully pressed it onto the company name on the certificate. A smile finally graced Shen Linglan's face, while Li Quan, having completed the task, eyed her warily and hesitantly asked, "You won't go back on your word and deny me your sister's WeChat, will you?" "How could I?" Shen Linglan pulled out her phone and handed him the QR code from her business card for him to scan. After she securely stowed her internship certificate in her bag, she began to organize her work once Li Quan left, satisfied after scanning. Although Shen Linglan wished to depart from the company immediately, she adhered to her principle of seeing things through and ensured she handed over all her tasks. She bundled her ongoing projects into a folder for organization and copied all her work during the internship onto a USB drive as proof of her experience. Having completed these tasks, it was just in time for lunch. Shen Linglan called Qin Mingxue to pick her up and informed Song Zhongling that she would treat everyone in the company to milk tea that afternoon. As a token of gratitude for their care during her time there, she could not be bothered to say goodbye herself and asked Song Zhongling to relay the message. Shen Linglan's ostentatious departure and the milk tea treat alerted others to the fact that Li Quan had stamped her certificate early. Li Quan's face turned pale with anger upon realizing Shen Linglan had left directly. The 5G-sized file she sent him incited a rage that made him want to smash his computer. But fearing reprimand from his superiors, he could only curse Shen Linglan under his breath. Fortunately, someone responded to him on WeChat. Li Quan. Hello, are you Shen Linglan's sister? The reply came from an avatar featuring a lotus flower. I am Shen Linglan's mother. Sun Shiuli. Sun Shiuli was baffled. She had only just painstakingly obtained Shen Linglan's phone number today and, unable to reach her by phone, had resorted to adding her on WeChat. After a long wait, Shen Linglan had finally accepted her friend request. Before long, a stranger had added her as a friend. Li Quan also found it perplexing. Wasn't he supposed to be speaking with her sister? Why was it her mother? Suddenly, he recalled the complex and astonished expression Shen Linglan had when he inquired about her WeChat in the morning. It turned out that the person seated in the Porsche that day was her mother. Despite the generational gap and the possibility of age differences, Li Quan thought of the beautiful face he had seen in the car, and a few strings in his heart seemed to be plucked. I am Shen Linglan's superior, Li Quan. When I last saw you, I thought you looked quite youthful, not at all like Shen Linglan's mother, but rather akin to an older sister. Sun Shiuli touched her wrinkled face. And upon reading his message, her cheeks flushed. She wanted to scold this man for being inappropriate, but then she considered Shen Linglan's house. It was evident that she must have considerable capability, having secured a good salary and, perhaps, aligned herself with a wealthy man, thus affording her home. Surely, this Li Quan must be quite affluent too. With this thought in mind, Sun Shiuli refrained from reprimanding him and instead replied, at my age. I hardly look as young as you say. Li Quan did not notice the undertone of age in her words. Instead, he recalled Shen Linglan's vague remarks and felt a twinge of concern. Unable to resist asking, are you on good terms with Shen Linglan's father? To his surprise, Sun Shiuli rolled her eyes at this inquiry. We divorced long ago. Upon reading this, Li Quan finally felt at ease. He began to subtly inquire about Sun Shiuli's preferences while sharing anecdotes from Shen Linglan's internship, hoping to pique her interest. Sun Shiuli, eager to learn more about her daughter, engaged in the conversation, and the two found themselves chatting quite amiably. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan had long returned home and casually tossed her internship certificate onto the sofa. Qin Mingxue, aware of the document's significance for Shen Linglan's university graduation, hurriedly picked it up and placed it on the cabinet. In the kitchen, the maid was rolling dough for Xiaolong Bao, cheerfully telling Shen Linglan to wait a moment. The broth had been simmering all morning and would soon be ready for her to enjoy. Miss Linglan, will you not return to your internship afterward? No, Shen Linglan replied, ordering a cup of milk tea for each of her colleagues as she spoke. I won't be going back. What was the point of returning now that she had the internship certificate in hand? If it weren't for the complicated company procedures, she could have wrapped things up sooner and wouldn't need to clock in daily from 9 to 6 with some time until returning to school. She intended to devote herself entirely to Zhao Yunduo. Ever since she learned of Zhao Yunduo's encounter with the aggressive vegetation, she had felt an unsettling anxiety. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and after downing the soup on the table, she said to Qin Mingxue, please help me buy something. After a long wait, Zhao Yunduo finally relished the Xiaolong Bao, freshly made and steaming hot, satisfying her cravings. However, Yao Yao and Zhou Miqing were unaware that the dumplings were freshly prepared. They assumed Zhao Yunduo had stored them in her space before the apocalypse. They incessantly praised her foresight and the delectable food. She had saved 0.8 bamboo steamers filled with 5 dumplings, each were laid out on the table. On the other side of the world, Aunt Lu, while steaming the dumplings, remarked, Miss Linglan certainly has a hearty appetite. She mentioned wanting to lose weight this morning, yet here she is consuming 3 people's worth of buns. Aunt Lu, is there any left? She pondered, only to find Shen Linglan had already devoured everything and was urging for more. Just a moment. Could it be that the secret to dieting is to eat to one's fill before cutting back? Aunt Lu shook her head, baffled by the ways of the younger generation. Yet, astonishingly, despite Shen Linglan's daily consumption of such quantities of buns, she never seemed to gain weight. which was truly remarkable. Little did she know. The empty steamers on Shen Linglan's side were all the result of Zhao Yunduo's appetite. "Mom, I feel so happy," Yao Ao exclaimed, chewing and swallowing a Xilong Bao, nestled in Zhou Miqing's embrace, her eyes sparkling with the innocent joy only children possess. Mom feels the same way. Although Zhou Miqing had long abandoned any pursuit of delicious food in the post-apocalyptic world, simply having enough to stave off hunger sufficed. She had even resorted to eating tree bark. Whenever she stumbled upon supplies, cooking a pot of rice or noodles, devoid of salt and seasoning, felt like a precious feast. How much more so, then, for the delectable soup dumplings before her. She swore that even before the world fell apart, she had never tasted such exquisite dumplings. As another steamer of soup dumplings was extracted by Zhao Yunduo, she cheerfully picked one up and popped it into her mouth, her heart brimming with gratitude for Lan Bauer's honesty and Aunt Lu's exceptional culinary skills. These dumplings were indeed a divine delicacy. Yet, before they could finish the first batch, the sound of voices drifted up from downstairs. "What is that aroma? Am I dreaming? Heavens, it smells heavenly. I've never encountered a fragrance like this in my life." The voices were unmistakably male, and there were 3 distinct speakers. Zhao Yunduo felt a pang of unease. Exchanging glances with Zhou Miqing, she quickly stashed the dumplings back into her space, sending the empty steamer back to Shen Linglan's home, accompanied by a text. "Danger. Hold off on sending anything if those downstairs suddenly ascended and found a plethora of dumplings appearing out of thin air on their table." Zhao Yunduo feared she would be apprehended and compelled to distribute food endlessly to others. Meanwhile, the voices below grew increasingly closer, halting abruptly beneath them. "Brother Wu, it seems the aroma is emanating from above. There's someone upstairs. It appears so. Let's investigate." Hearing their conversation clearly, Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing tightened their grips on their weapons. Zhao Yunduo meticulously checked the wrist-mounted crossbow on her left arm and discreetly placed it on the table, aimed at the glass door of the milk tea shop, poised for battle. Soon, footsteps echoed from within, followed by the sound of someone climbing the wooden ladder. Zhao Yunduo then spotted a group of 6 individuals appearing on the other side of the glass door of the milk tea shop. There were 5 men and 1 woman, apart from the leader, who bore a machine gun slung over his shoulder. The others wielded nondescript kitchen knives and long blades. Strangely, one among them donned a white coat and spectacles, presenting himself as an intellectual, and he bore no weapon, seemingly a protected figure among the group. These 6 individuals exuded a markedly different aura from those they had previously encountered, at least in terms of demeanor. They did not seem like villains. They likely noted that only 3 of them were women. The man in the white coat stepped forward from the crowd, appearing to be around 50. After adjusting his glasses, he addressed Zhao Yunduo and her companions. "Hello, we are from the Z City base and harbor no ill intentions towards humanity." Following this, he gestured for the armed man beside him to lower his weapon and signaled the sole woman in their party to open the glass door and engage in dialogue with those inside. The woman, clad in a fitted t-shirt and long pants, exuded a spirited aura, her attire and demeanor reflecting cleanliness, as if she had emerged from some organized group. As Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing scrutinized them, the group in white also assessed their counterparts. Despite the unmistakable scent of cooked meat wafting from below, there was no food in sight before these individuals. The windowsill bore only the 3 of them and 3 backpacks, rendering the scene rather peculiar. When the door opened, Zhao Yunduo's grip on her Wolf Fang club tightened, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" "We mean no harm." The man in the white coat raised his hands, his expression appearing warm and benevolent. Yet in this apocalyptic world, could a kind-hearted individual truly survive? Zhou Miqing, gripping Yao Yao's hand to shield her behind, brandished a steel rod, pointing it toward them to halt their advance. "Stay right there." The man in the white coat and the woman who opened the door complied, though the armed man's gaze remained laden with caution. "We are here to collect samples from the vegetation outside the neighboring mall. Surely you have seen it." Upon hearing their objective, which was the very vegetation that had chased them to this spot, Zhao Yunduo felt a rush of familiarity and nodded. "We have heard that it is expanding rapidly and has begun consuming zombies." "Not only zombies, it has started to consume humans," Zhao Yunduo added. The man in the white coat's countenance darkened at this revelation. "When did this occur? Have you witnessed it firsthand?" His expression was earnest, and his white coat, reminiscent of medical professionals from before the calamity, inexplicably instilled a modicum of trust. After considering, Zhao Yunduo decided to share the information they possessed. "We did not see it eat, but we inferred it from the circumstances." The man in the white coat produced a notebook from his pocket, diligently recording their conversation. Have you encountered it directly? What other characteristics does it possess? Before he could inquire further, Zhao Yunduo interjected, that is all we know. If you head 2 blocks in that direction, you will find it. Her words were curt, though the armed man bristled with dissatisfaction. The man in the white coat appeared satisfied, at least gaining a deeper understanding of the plant. Thank you, he said, leading his group to depart. However, just as they were about to leave, the 2 male companions at the back turned back to glance at Zhao Yunduo. Their footsteps faltered, and Zhou Miqing, suspecting they were up to no good, aimed her steel rod at one of their necks. What are you doing? Under her icy glare, the taller of the 2, with a buzz cut, raised his hands innocently. Were you eating some self-heating rice earlier? We have 2 packs of instant noodles and some ham, along with compressed biscuits. Could we trade for something to eat? Zhao Yunduo was taken aback by their inquiry. Shaking her head in denial. No, Arl Yang. The others downstairs urged the buzzcut boy. He pouted in disappointment. Fine then. With that, the 2 of them departed, rejoining the group. Once they were out of earshot, the armed man suddenly asked the buzzcut boy, Arl Yang, did you find out anything? The boy scratched his head. No, they didn't say what they were eating, nor would they trade with me. The man exchanged glances with the man in the white coat. Saying nothing further, after their departure, Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing felt an unsettling anxiety wash over them. They feared a sudden return from the group and were apprehensive that their secret might be discovered. Regardless, they knew it was time to leave. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan, upon receiving a call from Qin Mingxue, hastily grabbed her car keys and sped towards the petrol factory. No plant was impervious to fire. After much contemplation, she concluded that using petrol to incinerate the colossal vegetation might be a viable solution. If it burrowed into the underground passages, it would be even easier. Dousing it in petrol and setting it ablaze would suffice. Though she had only heard Zhao Yunduo's descriptions, she had no true understanding of the vegetation's size. However, if it had spread to cover 3 floors of the mall, it would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of petrol. She instructed Qin Mingxue to locate a petrol factory and purchase all their petrol. Upon receiving this order, the petrol factory's staff could hardly contain their glee with the rise of electric vehicles. Business had plummeted, and they had been grappling with negative income for months. The factory manager, caught between closing down and holding on for a few more months, was elated upon receiving the order for a complete purchase. Nearby, another petrol factory faced the same struggles, and seeing a rival prosper while they suffered was excruciating. Watching the factory manager beam with joy, the other manager felt a pang of envy. Lao Zhao, you must have stumbled upon some good fortune. Your oil quality is inferior to mine. Who would be foolish enough to buy it from you? The other manager spat in disdain. You're just jealous. Once I strike it rich, I'll buy you out. Upon catching sight of Shen Linglan, the other manager's grin widened. Hello there. Are you Miss Shen? Shen Linglan nodded, taking a brief tour of the factory. Just as she was about to settle the payment, a voice rang out from a distance. Shen Linglan, what are you doing here? As soon as Shen Linglan focused her gaze, she realized that the newcomer was none other than Sun Xiuli. She was accompanied by her son and approached with an air of hostility, demanding of Shen Linglan, are you here to cause me trouble? Trouble? Shen Linglan halted Qin Mingxue, who was poised to make a payment, and countered Sun Xiuli, is this factory yours? Sun Xiuli, hands on her hips, replied, indeed it is. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Director Zhou tugged at Sun Xiuli and inquired, do you 2 know each other? Sun Xiuli genuinely believed that Shen Linglan had come to confront her. She launched into a tirade against Director Zhou, exclaiming, that wretched daughter of mine. Just the other day, I went to Fuxinghao Yuan to find her, and not only did she refuse to acknowledge me, but she also had the employer dismiss me. Now, I have no idea what she is doing here at our factory. You must be cautious if she decides to set a fire or dilute the oil with water. We are finished. It was only then that Shen Linglan discovered that Director Zhou was Sun Xiuli's second husband. To her astonishment, Zhou had established an oil factory yet allowed Sun Xiuli to work as a housekeeper, indicating that his factory was not thriving. Director Zhou glanced at his wife and then at the woman beside Shen Linglan, who was ready to complete the transaction. The password had almost been entered in full. Only 1 digit remained for the transfer to succeed. The tension was palpable, and it was clear that their relationship was fraught. Could this deal, which held the potential for salvation, truly be slipping away? Director Zhou, observing Shen Linglan, instructed Qin Mingxue to retract her phone, his face betraying a look of disdain. In a fit of urgency, he struck Sun Xiuli across the face, exclaiming, what are you babbling about? This is Boss Shen, here to purchase oil. Sun Xiuli, clutching her face in shock, was taken aback not only by her husband's aggression but also by the revelation that Shen Linglan was indeed there to buy gasoline. What, boss Shen? Here to buy oil? Impossible. Meanwhile, the boy, recalling the terror instilled by Huang Linfeng, clung to his father's arm and pointed at Shen Linglan, declaring, "She's that crazy woman," seeing his family creating chaos. Director Zhou hastily turned to Shen Linglan, attempting to explain, "They're just a woman and a child, not fully aware of the situation. Please, have mercy and don't hold it against them. Let us continue our business." From the moment Sun Xiuli had appeared, this deal was doomed. Shen Linglan shook her head, declaring, "Forget it. I have no desire to get involved with your family." With that, she turned to leave. As the sole opportunity for her resurgence seemed to be slipping away. Director Zhou panicked and blocked her path. Unexpectedly, as his hand brushed against Shen Linglan's shoulder, a loud bang echoed from the factory door, drawing their attention outside to reveal Huang Linfeng. The boy instinctively hid behind Sun Xiuli, who harbored a deep resentment towards him. Yet, Huang Linfeng paid them no mind, his focus solely on the vulnerable Shen Linglan. "Don't touch her," Huang Linfeng commanded, striding forward to seize Director Zhou's hand. Shen Linglan cast a fleeting glance at the chaotic family and chose silence. Striding out of the oil factory, just as she prepared to depart to another location for further inquiries, the adjacent factory's manager approached her, hands tucked nervously into his pockets. "Boss, would you care to examine our gasoline? Its quality surpasses that of their factory by a considerable margin." Though Shen Linglan lacked expertise in oil, witnessing the venomous glare of Director Zhou directed at them as they entered the neighboring factory brought her a sense of relief. While she transacted inside, the sound of a notification chimed from the adjacent factory manager's phone, announcing, 300,000 yuan has been received, please check, while simultaneously, cries of women and children resonated from Director Zhou's side, accompanied by the sound of a belt being wielded indiscriminately. 1 hour prior, the neighboring factory manager wore a troubled expression, but now he mirrored the jubilance of Director Zhou from an hour ago. Grinning broadly, Shen Linglan did not glance back at Sun Xiuli's plight. She departed the oil factory without a backward glance. All the gasoline was transported by the neighboring factory manager's truck to the residential complex, where its pungent aroma would be overwhelming. Shen Linglan rented a warehouse from the property management to store the 30 barrels of gasoline. Once they left, she found herself alone in the warehouse, immediately stashing 1 barrel of gasoline into Zhao Yunduo's space. Fortunately, the air within the space was stagnant, and Shen Linglan hastily set up a partition to separate the gasoline from other items. Having completed these tasks, she exited the warehouse. Regrettably, the excess of items in Zhao Yunduo's space meant that she could not store all 30 barrels, which would have been prudent for future needs. Moreover, while this residential area was suitable for living, it posed considerable inconvenience for storage. This time, she had merely rented a warehouse to avoid drawing attention, should she need to rent additional spaces in the future. The property management might become suspicious of her activities. After some contemplation, she resolved to prioritize the acquisition of a villa. Zhao Yunduo, sensing the gasoline entering her space for just a fleeting moment, had not yet seen the message Shen Linglan sent her, but she instinctively understood Shen Linglan's intentions. Burning the vegetation with gasoline was indeed a clever strategy. However, it seemed it would not be necessary, as Zhao Yunduo was currently leaving the second-floor terrace of a milk tea shop with Zhou Miqing and Yao Yao. What filled them with dread was the sudden disappearance of several corpses that had previously occupied the first floor. Zombies do not simply vanish. The only plausible explanation was that the vegetation had expanded its reach, encroaching upon the street. Unfamiliar with the nature of the vegetation, they remained oblivious to its self-reproducing capabilities or its tendency to broaden its territory whenever it devoured humans or zombies. Regardless, it was best not to linger in such a perilous location. The trio quickened their pace as they made their way outside. Yao Yao, hurry. Yao Yao, still young, struggled to keep pace with the adults. Zhou Miqing swiftly scooped her up and dashed towards the street, while Zhao Yunduo, unaccustomed to exertion, found it difficult to keep up. Clutched in her mother's arms, Yao Yao waved to Zhao Yunduo, calling, "Sister Yunduo, hurry," before her childish voice could fade. Yao Yao spotted a branch extending from the milk tea shop. Only Yao Yao had the vantage point to see what was behind them, and thus she was the sole witness. She screamed, alerting Zhao Yunduo, "Sister, there's something," just as Zhao Yunduo was about to turn. She heard Yao Yao shout again, "To the left, sister, to the left." Zhao Yunduo quickly veered to the right and glanced back to see the monstrous vegetation extending a long branch, poised to attack her from behind. After dodging, it redirected its assault to the right, where Zhao Yunduo struck it with her wolf-tooth club, causing the branch to retract slightly. However, it soon regained its momentum and lunged at her once more. The speed of the branch was astonishing, and its slender form made it nearly impossible to defend against. Even if she managed to strike it, the impact did little to hinder its movements. Just as Zhao Yunduo nearly stumbled, Zhou Miqing, having set Yao Yao down, seized a steel rod and struck the branch with all her might. This thing. As Zhou Miqing spoke, the branch unexpectedly sprouted another offshoot. Attacking both women simultaneously, the branch was nimble and slender, making it exceedingly difficult to fend off. After Zhao Yunduo managed to strike it, it swiftly aimed for her leg. This creature seemed to possess intelligence. Intelligent beings have always been among the most terrifying entities on Earth, both before and after the apocalypse. The branch appeared to observe their movements, swiftly recalibrating its next attack. Before long, both women found themselves at a disadvantage. With one hand and both feet ensnared, the wolf-tooth club and steel rod proved ineffective against it. Desperate, Zhao Yunduo retrieved 2 watermelon knives from her space, one for herself and the other intended for Zhou Miqing. However, as she attempted to toss it to Zhou Miqing, the branch struck it from the air, causing it to clatter to the ground. A quick-witted Yao Yao snatched up the watermelon knife and, on tiptoe, handed it to her mother. With both women hoisted high off the ground, their bodies suspended, they faced imminent danger if they did not sever the branch soon. The higher they were lifted, the more perilous their fall would be. Now or never, Zhou Miqing shouted loudly, and the two acted swiftly, unhesitatingly striking at the branches that ensnared their hands and feet. The branches attempted to entangle their remaining hand, but fortunately, the watermelon knife was sharp enough. With a single stroke, the branches were severed entirely. They both fell to the ground, having slightly adjusted their positions beforehand, and Zhao Yunduo landed on her bottom, sustaining only minor scrapes elsewhere, which were negligible. After the branches were cut, they quickly sprouted several smaller twigs from the base, seeking to attack them from various angles. Zhao Yunduo hesitated no longer. She retrieved the gasoline that Shen Linglan had recently purchased, pre-divided into several small containers, and grabbed one that with the lid twisted off. She doused the approaching branches with gasoline, while simultaneously pulling out a lighter from her space and tossing it to Zhou Miqing. Sister Orange, quickly, ignite it. As Zhao Yunduo finished pouring the gasoline and started to run out with Yao Yao in her arms, Zhou Miqing promptly ignited the lighter. The branches seemed to sense the human's intentions, desperately striving to ensnare Zhou Miqing's hands and feet with all their divisions. "Mom," Yao Yao called out worriedly to Zhou Miqing. Zhou Miqing disregarded the branches that had pierced her shoulder, exerting all her strength to hurl the lighter towards the gasoline-soaked area. With a hissing sound, a fierce fire erupted instantly. The once menacing branches recoiled as if scalded, retracting all their extensions rapidly, yet their movements could not match the swift spread of the flames. The burning branches emitted a horrific wail reminiscent of an injured animal, sending chills down their spines. Zhao Yunduo had initially thought that the branches would retract to heal themselves, but to her astonishment, they severed the charred, gray portions, leaving behind a pile of limbs and severed branches reduced to ashes by the flames. That was close. Zhao Yunduo collapsed to the ground, feeling as though she was on the brink of being devoured by this monstrous plant. Had it not been for Shen Linglan's foresight in purchasing the gasoline, she could hardly imagine how she would have been dismantled by this creature. "Mom," Yao Yao rushed towards Zhou Miqing, who Zhao Yunduo noticed was once again seeping blood from her shoulder. Yet she clutched her shoulder, reassuring the already distraught Yao Yao. "Mom is fine. Do not worry." Her face was pale, clearly affected by the branch's intentional assault on her wound, aiming to force Zhou Miqing to drop the lighter. However, Zhou Miqing endured. Zhao Yunduo hurriedly approached, supporting Zhou Miqing to a nearby stool, extracting disinfectants and medicinal powders. The wound, which had nearly healed, was torn open once more. Heavens! Zhao Yunduo cautiously pressed iodine onto the wound for disinfection. The previously sutured stitches were violently undone, necessitating another round of anesthesia and stitching. It's all right. Zhou Miqing comforted Zhao Yunduo, then turned to Yao Yao, saying, "Sister Yunduo has anesthesia. Mom feels no pain." Once the wound was resutured, the three of them began to pack their belongings, preparing to leave the area. Before departing, Zhao Yunduo cast a lingering glance at the charred remnants of the branches on the ground. At least, once burnt to dryness, they resembled ordinary plants. She suddenly pondered that if the group of people were still around, perhaps the man in the white coat would have stayed behind to collect this specimen for research. However, Zhao Yunduo had no interest in that. It would be best if she never encountered this monster again. Otherwise, she would bring out all the gasoline and incinerate it completely. Achoo! Cui Jindong sneezed, casually wiping the saliva from his palm onto his white coat. Beside him, Kong Liang wore an expression of anxiety. Professor Cui, you haven't been splashed with any virus by that green giant, have you? The man in camouflage patted Kong Liang's round head, rebuking, what nonsense are you spouting? Liang, Kong Liang touched his head, appearing innocently perplexed. Didn't Yi Tao Jie say we should be cautious and remain vigilant? As night fell, the 6 of them gathered around a pile of firewood. The woman retrieved 6 packets of biscuits from her backpack, distributing one to each person present. Their makeshift campsite happened to be the same construction site where Zhao Yunduo and her companions had once stayed. Traces of their previous presence lingered. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that someone had consumed a substantial meal here. Apple cores, breadcrumbs, and even a fork used for instant noodles lay buried beneath a mound of dirt. Clearly, those who had been here not only had food, but also possessed a fair amount of wisdom, knowing to bury these remnants to conceal their traces. Kong Liang bit into the hard and unpalatable compressed biscuit. Unable to resist reminiscing about the 3 individuals they had encountered earlier and the scent he had never experienced before, even the best chef in their base had never produced anything so fragrant. What could that food be that left me so enamored? It smelled like soup dumplings. Soup dumplings? What are those? These poor young men, barely in their late teens or early 20s, had lived through the apocalypse for 5 years. Their memories of the pre-apocalyptic world becoming increasingly hazy. Many foods that were once well known to everyone were now unfamiliar to them. Wen, dressed in camouflage, was slightly older than the boys and had a vivid recollection of pre-apocalyptic foods. He often dreamt at night of the delicious meals from before the collapse, and soup dumplings were among them. Soup dumplings are those with thinner skins than buns, and meat that is more succulent. Bursting with juice upon a single bite, the explosion of meat juice in the mouth is simply unforgettable. A.S. Wen spoke. He could not help but swallow hard. The 3 boys, including Kong Liang, also found themselves salivating, pleading for Wen to cease his descriptions. The woman listened to their conversation with a smile, tending to the fire to ensure it burned longer. She raised her head, intending to check the time by the moon's position, but to her surprise, she noticed the green giant shaking, seemingly rustling as if caught in a breeze, despite the stillness around them. Shoo! The woman placed her index finger against her lips, signaling for silence. As the surroundings quieted, they could hear a sound emanating from the green giant not far away. It was evident that everyone heard it. Cui Jindong immediately looked up at the green giant on the wall of the shopping mall. Indeed, that entity trembled as if electrocuted, every leaf shaking. What is happening? Cui Jindong inquired. The other 5 exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads like bobbleheads. Although they did not understand what was occurring, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. Kong Liang rubbed his arms, where goosebumps had formed. Under the moonlight, the leaves of the green giant reflected the silvery glow, appearing like countless white dots emitting an eerie light. This is bad, Cui Jindong, wearing glasses, had a clearer sight than the others, and clearly saw dark green branches extending towards them from the ground. Pack up. We must leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the trained individuals sprang into action. In mere seconds, the flames were extinguished, and the area was tidied up. They readied themselves to depart, and upon Cui Jindong's nod, they all moved towards the exit. Despite their swift actions, they could not outpace the branches that moved without legs. In an instant, before they could reach the exit, the last person was ensnared by the branches, letting out a scream. Before the others could react, he was dragged away by the green giant's tendrils. Zhang Qing, Kong Liang shouted, instinctively turning back to rescue him. But upon looking, there was no one left. He hesitated momentarily, only to be pulled forward by Wu, and there was no hope of rescue. Escaping was paramount. The green giant seemed to have a modest appetite. After dragging one person away, it did not pursue them further, granting them a fleeting opportunity to flee once they had dashed down a street. Kong Liang suddenly recalled their first encounter with those 3 individuals 2 streets back. Overwhelmed by tension and fear, he paused, feeling his muscles tremble uncontrollably. Should we head over to the adjacent street? When we encountered those individuals, it was precisely at that location. Perhaps it might be marginally safer there. This remark prompted the remaining 4 to glance back at the still trembling green behemoth. Cui Zin nodded in agreement, suggesting, very well, let us retreat to the place they had once occupied and rest for the night. There is a possibility they might still be there, allowing us to share watch and enhance our safety. Upon exerting their utmost effort to jog to the base of the milk tea shop, they discovered that not only had the three figures long vanished without a trace, but the ground also bore the acrid scent of gasoline. Accompanied by signs of a recent fire, an unsettling odor permeated the air, reminiscent of burnt plastic, intermingled with the faint scent of charred flesh, further compounded by the gasoline fumes, creating a nauseating aroma. Among the group, one individual with a keener sense of smell could not suppress a bout of retching. Chui Zhen donned a mask and retrieved a torch of considerable size from his backpack. After igniting it, he examined the charred area closely and uncovered an object, approximately 1 meter in length, that had been burnt and elongated like a wire. After putting on gloves, Chui Zhen gingerly picked up the object. Scrutinizing it for an extended period, suspecting a connection to the green behemoth, he then requested Wu to produce a sealed bag from his pack, carefully placing the item inside. Just as they prepared to retreat to the terrace on the second floor of the milk tea shop, they were startled by sounds emanating from within, as if something had toppled a chair, creating a clattering noise. However, they had just confirmed moments before that the second floor was unoccupied, as was the first. And even the street appeared deserted. The five exchanged fleeting glances before instinctively sprinting toward the end of the street. Run. Kong Liang's sprinting ability had always been exceptional, and he darted ahead, leaving others trailing behind. The women and Wu also possessed good physical fitness, keeping pace well. The last boy and Chui Zhen lagged behind, but since Wu was carrying Chui Zhen's bag, he was not particularly slow. Yet, the green behemoth's speed was formidable, soon closing in on the two at the rear, just as Chui Zhen was about to be ensnared by the green beast. The nearest boy grasped a branch that was about to collide with Chui Zhen's neck and abruptly halted, ceasing his frantic dash. Run fast, Professor Chui. You must discover a way to save us all. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, the boy was dragged away by the green behemoth. Zhao Yunduo and her companions were utterly unaware of the tragic event unfolding on that street. Having survived the ordeal, they fled to a barbecue restaurant, where all the facilities remained intact, though the refrigerator was utterly bare, devoid of meat, beverages, or vegetables. After Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Micai eliminated the zombies in the establishment, Yao Yao rummaged through every drawer, only to find them all empty. The only remnants left were the charcoal for grilling, which, alas, was inedible. Fortunately, Zhao Yunduo was akin to Doraemon, never failing to meet Yao Yao's expectations in her space. She had an orderly array of meats, including chicken wings, drumsticks, squid, and bacon-wrapped enoki mushrooms, as well as buns and eggplants. Regardless of whether the barbecue items were common or rare, Zhao Yunduo's space contained them all. She produced a large bottle of mineral water, first cleaning the barbecue grill thoroughly, then placing smokeless charcoal on it. Once the charcoal was ignited, Zhou Micai took over the grilling duties. Go ahead and play. I'm quite the expert at barbecuing. Even Yao Yao's dad praises my skills. Zhao Yunduo, once a foolish university student who only knew how to eat, had graduated with a singular focus on earning money. Rarely dining out for barbecues, occasionally, when craving struck, she would buy ingredients with Shen Linglan to grill at home, but it was merely a casual affair for the two, with no knowledge of how to achieve that perfect exterior crispness and tender interior, or the precise amounts of garlic to add. Thus, she willingly entrusted the grilling entirely to Zhou Micai, subsequently retrieving an assortment of sauces from her space: ginger, garlic, scallion, soy sauce, oil, and even sauté sauce. The barbecue shop featured its own smoke extraction system. Although the range hood was inoperative, dispersing the smoke was not an issue. As the fire blazed and the meat sizzled on the grill, Zhao Yunduo and Yao Yao, one big and one small, fixated their eyes on the glistening chicken wings. With Yao Yao drooling in anticipation, Zhao Yunduo handed her a napkin to wipe her mouth and fetched a chilled bottle of cola from her space, pouring a glass for Yao Yao to satisfy her cravings. Sister Yunduo, what do you like to eat? I love chicken wings. So do I. The two immediately bonded over their shared enthusiasm, their eyes riveted on the chicken wings. After what felt like half an hour, the chicken wings emerged from the grill, perfectly crispy and golden brown. The duo quickly took their portions, blowing on them a few times before eagerly taking a bite. So crispy, so fragrant, so delicious, Zhao Yunduo exclaimed, while the younger Yao Yao was too absorbed in her meal to utter a word. Mommy, Yao Yao really loves this. Seeing them thoroughly satisfied brought Zhou Micai greater joy than her own meal. She grilled a chicken leg for herself, and as she bit into it, the tender meat confirmed it was not zombie meat nor frozen, but fresh. She had always sensed that Zhao Yunduo was no ordinary individual. given her spatial abilities and the preservation of such precious, fresh food. Yet witnessing Zhao Yunduo's gluttonous expression, so similar to her daughter's, made her perceive her as simply an exceptionally adorable girl. As the charcoal burned ever brighter, the plates overflowed with grilled food. And the two girls continued to feast for what felt like an eternity, devouring plate after plate, their faces smeared with barbecue sauce. Strangely, they seemed oblivious to their messy appearances, playfully pointing out the sauce at each other's lips. Zhou Mizai sighed in exasperation, pulling out 2 napkins to clean their mouths. After indulging to their heart's content, they reclined in the barbecue shop's lounge, likely meant for staff breaks. The bed was modest, consisting of 2 single beds akin to those in school dormitories. Zhao Yunduo lay on one bed, while Yao Yao and her mother occupied the other. Once they drew the curtains, all 3 simultaneously let out satisfied burps, causing them to laugh together. All right. Zhou Mizai patted Yao Yao's back. You've all had a long day. It's time to sleep. They were now quite far from the shopping center, having barricaded any water sources or restrooms with stones and chairs. The front door was locked. And so was the room, allowing them to finally relax and catch a few winks. The following morning, they were stirred awake by voices outside. It smells so good in there. It's locked. It won't budge. Could there be someone inside? This realization suggested that the place was indeed safe. The voice was both familiar and foreign. Zhao Yunduo racked her brain and recalled that the only individuals from the apocalypse she recognized were the group of doctors they had encountered the previous day. To her surprise, they had also taken refuge here. Is anyone inside? The sound of impatient knocking resounded on the roll-up door, startling the still sleeping Yao Yao awake. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired of Zhou Mizai, "Mommy, who is knocking?" Zhou Mizai gently stroked Yao Yao's head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Mommy and your sister are here." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao relaxed and closed her eyes again, returning to her unfinished dream. Meanwhile, Zhou Mizai and Zhao Yunduo exchanged glances. Both perceiving the worry and unease reflected in each other's eyes, they remained silent. The individuals outside knocked again, attempting to pull open the roll-up door from the outside. However, the door had been secured from within, making it impossible to open without a key. Detecting no sounds from inside, Wuan lowered his gun, declaring, "No one is here. Let South find another place to rest." However, Kong Liang was not ready to give up. He crouched beside the door, sniffing intently. "It really smells wonderful in there. This isn't just my imagination. What could it be? I wish I could trade all my food for a taste." Regardless of the reality of the aroma, they could not force the door open. Having spent nearly an entire night without rest, they had finally reached a location with fewer zombies, distanced from the green behemoth, and it was crucial for them to recuperate and conserve their strength. Otherwise, if they were to become entangled with the green giant once more, or encounter any malevolent individuals, they would scarcely survive a few exchanges. The 4 of them sought refuge in a shop not far from their location. The scattered zombies within were swiftly dealt with by the woman and Kong Liang, armed with knives. Once the shop was rendered safe, they decided to rest momentarily. The loss of 2 companions overnight had stripped away the joy they had felt the previous evening, leaving the atmosphere rather heavy. Wuan cradled his gun, feigning sleep, while Kong Liang lay down on the floor, oblivious to its cleanliness. The only ones awake in the room were the woman and Cui Zend. He glanced at her and, in a voice meant to avoid waking the others, inquired, "Did you catch any scent in here just now?" The woman, named Jenny, possessed an unusually keen sense of smell. She nodded, noting the aroma of barbecued meat, alongside the freshness reminiscent of Xiaolong Bao, and the distinct scent of gasoline capable of incinerating the green giant. Cui Zhen deduced that they must be residing in that barbecue establishment. And given their apparent abundance of supplies, they likely possessed some special abilities as well. Moreover, the clothing they wore appeared remarkably new, not befitting individuals who had struggled for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. It was possible that one of them was concealing something extraordinary. Shen Linglan, realizing that the gasoline she had impulsively purchased had proven invaluable and even saved her friend's life, felt a mix of relief and trepidation upon receiving a message from Zhao Yunduo. It was fortunate that she had decided to buy that gasoline. Otherwise, she would have been unable to reach Zhao Yunduo now. This provided Shen Linglan with tremendous encouragement as she hurriedly consumed the breakfast and lunch that Aunt Lu had prepared for her, readying herself to gather additional supplies for Zhao Yunduo. Should she purchase some insecticide? Or perhaps herbicide? A child would make a choice, but she intended to acquire them all. Shen Linglan called upon Chun Mingxue and drove out of the community garage, only to be unexpectedly halted at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed Sun Shili. It seemed she had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon spotting Shen Linglan's license plate, she spread her arms wide to block the vehicle, and when Chun Mingxue was forced to brake, Sun Shili immediately knelt in front of the car. This spectacle drew the attention of passers-by. Precisely the outcome Sun Shili had desired. She bowed her head towards Shen Linglan inside the vehicle, pleading, "I beg you, my daughter, please don't be so cruel to me, don't disregard me entirely. After all, I brought you into this world. My love for you remains unchanged." As she continued to bow, she resorted to moral coercion against Shen Linglan. Chun Mingxue appeared distressed, asking, "Miss Linglan, what should we do?" "Go and call the security and Huang Linfeng," Shen Linglan instructed. The community's security swiftly arrived to pull Sun Shili away, sternly warning her that such behavior constituted a serious disturbance of public order, and that the next time it occurred, they would call the police. Yet, Sun Shili was not one to be easily intimidated by threats. She glared at Shen Linglan's vehicle with resentment. Shen Linglan caught a glimpse of her in the rearview mirror, but quickly averted her gaze. Shen Linglan procured a variety of herbicides at a market specializing in flowers and birds, including one that, according to the vendor, was 100 times more effective than glyphosate. This type of substance could be used on ordinary plants, and in an emergency, a quick spray would suffice, eliminating the need to douse gasoline and ignite it, should that creature ambush them again. It would enhance their personal safety. However, she remained uncertain whether that monster would be deterred by such substances. Nevertheless, it was always prudent to be prepared. Shen Linglan purchased 20 to 30 different types, stashing them in Zhao Yunduo's storage space. When she returned, Sun Shili, who had initially lingered at the entrance awaiting Shen Linglan's return, had vanished. After Chun Mingxue contacted Huang Linfeng, she learned that he had genuinely intended to confront Sun Shili. However, before his fist could reach her face, she had already fled in fear. Just when Shen Linglan believed the matter was temporarily resolved, Chun Mingxue approached her in the afternoon, holding her phone with a grim expression, and through clenched teeth informed Shen Linglan, "Miss Linglan, you've trended on social media." Sun Shili sought out a reporter to interview herself, twisting the facts, and now the public opinion. Shen Linglan opened the video and was confronted by the sight of Sun Shili's wrinkled face, replete with scheming and deceit. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she portrayed herself as a pitiable mother abandoned by her daughter. "That I raised her from infancy, despite my divorce from her father and having my own family and children. My love for her has never waned. What mother in this world does not cherish her child?" As she continued, Sun Shili wiped her tears and choked out, "I worked as a domestic helper and cleaned offices, all to pay for her tuition. Now that she is nearing graduation, she refuses to acknowledge me, hurling insults instead, even jeopardizing my husband's business. I just want to ask, is it truly unforgivable for parents to divorce? Am I to be hated for a lifetime?" This apparent display of victimhood was, in fact, a harsh indictment of Shen Linglan as ungrateful and heartless, instantly swaying public sentiment online. Many comments echoed the sentiment that parents are not obligated to remain together for their children's sake, and that fulfilling their responsibilities of providing for their child after a divorce was commendable enough. The video incensed Chun Mingxue, who declared she would call the media outlet to demand the removal of the interview footage. Removing it would only draw more attention, Shen Linglan countered, contemplating before suggesting to Chun Mingxue, "Help me find a journalist to come over. The best way to counter magic is with magic of our own." Since Sun Shili believes this tactic will work on me, she certainly cares deeply about public opinion if the truth were laid bare before the public. Even if Sun Shili sobbed until she could no longer breathe, she would not garner sympathy from netizens. Eager for the ensuing traffic, the media had long been keen to contact Shen Linglan. However, Shen Linglan had remained elusive, refraining from making any online appearances. Her proactive outreach now thrilled the Eastern media. Yet, Shen Linglan refused to appear on camera, opting instead to relay Sun Shili's true nature over the phone. She even provided evidence of Sun Shili's recent antics at Shen Linglan's doorstep, as well as their sparse exchanges. Each detail painted a picture of Sun Shili as a mother who disregarded her daughter in favor of her new family. Originally, the tides of public opinion had turned, but soon after, the morning video of Sun Shili kneeling at the community entrance surfaced, causing the discourse to split once more. One faction claimed that giving life was a debt of gratitude, accusing Shen Linglan of lacking compassion. Another faction argued that Sun Shili deserved this. Having neglected her child, she now sought to reclaim her once her daughter could earn a living. Shen Linglan casually scrolled through several comments. Noting the extreme language used, observing that the community and the car were not inexpensive, it was clear that if her mother had not provided her with funds for tuition and sustenance, this woman would have perished long ago. Where then would she have found the means to live here and drive a luxury car? The notion of giving life seemed absurd. Were they suggesting that a child abandoned in the wild should somehow repay a debt of gratitude upon surviving and earning money? In truth, neither party appeared virtuous. The mother had no love for her daughter, and the daughter reciprocated in kind. Shen Linglan calmly liked the last comment. Chen Mingxue, having sought advice from friends, understood that this situation could not be allowed to fester in public opinion. She proposed hiring internet trolls to suppress the narrative. Online, some had unearthed Shen Linglan's earlier photographs, unfiltered, bare-faced images from her high school days, revealing her humble circumstances, with patched clothing that showcased her exquisite features, yet rendered ordinary by her poverty. Strangely, the narrative began to attack Shen Linglan's appearance. Critics claimed she seemed harsh, seemingly oblivious to the frayed seams of her clothing. Shen Linglan finally lost her patience. She resolved to hire trolls to quell the narrative and inquired about Huang Linfeng's progress in gathering information on Sun Shili's family. The sooner, the better. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yunduo, she found herself in peril. Surrounded by vegetation capable of consuming both humans and zombies, with hostile individuals nearby, Shen Linglan wished to shield her from worry. Uncertain if that group had departed, Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing cautiously brushed their teeth and washed their faces, mindful not to make excessive noise or use too much water. Otherwise, if used excessively, it would need to be poured down the drain, causing noise or attracting vegetation, which would not bode well. For lunch, they had rather tasteless sushi. Though simple, the rice was soft and chewy, and the ham and egg nestled within were quite delectable. They waited until the afternoon sun was less blinding before pulling up the roll-up door in preparation to leave. After all, the threat of a zombie horde still loomed. No one could predict when the undead army might pass through this area, nor could they know if the vegetation would grow wildly, engulfing the entire city. In any case, the farther they were from this place, the better, as they still had to head north. With that thought, Zhao Yunduo hastened her motion to pull up the door, only to be met with the face of the man in the white coat they had encountered the previous day, lying at the entrance. The white-coated figure wore a faint smile and greeted Zhao Yunduo. "Good morning." Zhao Yunduo's gaze fell upon the faces of those outside. They bore expressions of fatigue, regret, sorrow, and other negative emotions, and upon seeing Zhao Yunduo open the door, they could barely muster a smile. It was the man in the white coat who introduced them. "I am Cui Zhendong, and this is Kong Liang, Wuan, and Jenny. As they were introduced one by one, Zhao Yunduo realized that their group, once 6 strong, was now down by 2. "Where are your other 2 friends?" Upon hearing this question, Kong Liang's expression dimmed considerably. "They were eaten by that green giant yesterday. Right in front of you?" Zhao Yunduo exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. "No, they were dragged away when we fell behind while being chased by the green giant." The last statement came from Wuan, who gripped his firearm tightly, the sound of its components clicking clearly audible. Cui Zhendong then asked Zhao Yunduo, "We wanted to inquire if you burned something last night. We passed by the place where we first met and discovered traces of gasoline." Zhou Miqing interjected, affirming, "That was us. We passed a fuel truck on the way here, and there was a can of unused gasoline inside, which we fortuitously brought along." It was unclear whether Cui Zhendong believed them. He merely adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, "I see. What was the green giant's reaction when it was set ablaze?" "When it encountered fire, it let out a chilling cry and quickly retreated into the branches, no longer attacking us." Zhao Yunduo's words rendered Cui Zhendong and the others instantly silent. They had not anticipated that the massive green creature would fear fire, had their first companion not been devoured, and if they had not extinguished the flames but instead hurled the embers and torches at the green giant, would it have refrained from attacking them? Zhang Qing might still be alive. As they fell into silence, Zhao Yunduo, Zhou Miqing, and Yao Yao prepared to leave the barbecue restaurant, but were halted just as they stepped outside. "Ladies," it was Cui Zhendong's voice, "may I ask where you intend to go? Could we possibly join forces to leave together?" Zhou Miqing recalled that Cui Zhendong had previously mentioned being from the Z City base, and shook her head. "We are not headed in the same direction. Z City is to the west, while we are bound for the northern B City." Unexpectedly, Cui Zhendong paused before suddenly saying, I apologize. I lied yesterday for the safety of our team. In truth, we are from B City to the north. Our mission is to eliminate the Green Giant, but it seems that this task is quite daunting. Therefore, we need to return to B City first before making further plans. B City. Their routes did indeed overlap. However, given that this group had initially been untrustworthy, having lied at the outset, Zhao Yunduo remained skeptical of their claim to be from B City. Sensing Zhao Yunduo's doubt, Jenny produced an identification card resembling a work badge from her pocket, which read, Kyoto B City Research Institute Staff, Jenny. This significantly bolstered the credibility of Cui Zhendong's earlier statement. Noticing their wavering stance, Cui Zhendong also revealed his work ID, which bore the inscription, Kyoto B City-based Research Institute Professor, Cui Zhendong. Zhao Yunduo turned to Wuan, feeling the collective gaze of the group fall upon her. Reluctantly, Wuan retrieved his identification from his bag. This individual had always projected an air of confidence. And upon glancing at his ID, Zhao Yunduo couldn't help but laugh at the contrast. You're a security guard? Wuan's expression darkened instantly, and he reiterated solemnly, I am a base security officer authorized to carry a firearm. Zhao Yunduo's amusement deepened at his explanation. A security officer, like antivirus software? Unbeknownst to Cui Zhendong, who was unaware of which of the two adult women held authority within Zhao Yunduo's group, he turned to them and said, Though we have firearms, our numbers are limited. If you agree, we could travel together. With fewer personnel, we still have some supplies and food we can share with you. Zhao Yunduo was not particularly interested in their provisions. However, considering the uncertainty surrounding the so-called Green Giant and its potential for expansion, leaving this place together seemed a prudent course of action. With a decision forming in her mind, Zhao Yunduo looked to Zhou Miqing. The two had come to understand each other well enough that upon meeting each other's gaze, they knew they shared the same thoughts. All right, and just like that, they agreed, shouldering their bags and walking out into the street. Kong Liang, bringing up the rear, perhaps feeling that Zhao Yunduo was of a similar age, flashed her a goofy grin and approached her, asking, Is there anything left to eat at the barbecue restaurant? I smell something delicious on you. Can I trade food with you? Or perhaps when we return to the base. Zhao Yunduo interrupted his fanciful thoughts. I think you must be starving at this hour. What could possibly be left at the barbecue restaurant? Perhaps leftover zombie meat. Kong Liang pondered this and scratched his head, ceasing to inquire further. The shopping plaza engulfed by the Green Giant was once the most bustling area of the city. When the zombie outbreak first occurred, this was where the most people were attacked, and the initial wave of zombies was birthed here. Eventually, they were all consumed by the Green Giant, and according to Cui Zhendong and his companion's conjecture, it was likely the flesh and blood of these zombies that nourished the creature. Of course, many innocent lives must have been lost in the process. Nearby, there were bus stations, subways, and even commercial districts, all surrounding the shopping center. Therefore, once they exited the commercial area, they would likely be able to evade the Green Giant's pursuit entirely. The two groups walked side by side, appearing somewhat unfamiliar with one another. Cui Zhendong took the initiative to approach Zhou Miqing, who was closest to him, and inquired, Miss, may I ask whose idea it was to set the Green Giant on fire? Zhou Miqing hesitated. If Cui Zhendong were her direct superior, she would have readily admitted it was Zhao Yunduo's idea. However, since they could not fully trust the other party, she hesitated to disclose that information. What is it? Zhou Miqing retorted without directly answering. It's a brilliant idea. No, it's exceptional. IT provided me with a new perspective. The person who conceived this idea is truly ingenious. That it's fortunate that you found gasoline. Otherwise, with just our little torches, we would never have thought to use them against the Green Giant. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Yunduo internally mused that it was indeed her best friend's idea. Yet, she chose to remain quiet, simply absorbing their dialogue. Cui Zhendong probed further, inquiring about the specific areas where they had doused the gasoline on the branches and if they had detected any strange smells at the time. Zhou Miqing patiently recounted the details she remembered. Their conversation was serious and earnest, causing Zhao Yunduo's head to ache as she occasionally drifted off. Although Cui Zhendong had initially assumed that the leader of their group was Zhou Miqing, who appeared to be older, he began to sense that this might not be the case. Perhaps there was no designated leader among them. However, whenever Zhou Miqing touched upon sensitive topics, she would unconsciously glance at Zhao Yunduo, seemingly attempting to avoid drawing Cui Zhendong's attention to her. You mean you encountered each other in the urban village of a city? Yes, Zhou Miqing did not conceal this fact, stating, We fled from the southern part of the city to the urban village. The south has already been overrun by zombies, and a massive wave of them is migrating north. Thus, we too are headed for Be City. A zombie horde. This was something that had not been predicted by Cui Zhendong's base. However, if the zombie horde were to pass through the vicinity of the Green Giant, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the summer vacation draws to a close, whether they be university students or high schoolers, everyone is indulging in a spree of online activity, resulting in a flurry of idle chatter. Consequently, the incident involving Shen Linglan has remained a trending topic for an entire day, even with the presence of online trolls. They cannot suppress the voices of netizens across various platforms. They accuse Shen Linglan of being heartless and unfilial, which she can endure, but she cannot tolerate being called ugly. That photo is from many years ago. It is unclear who so ruthlessly posted such an unflattering picture online. Upon seeing that image with its thick, dark eyebrows and a bowl-shaped fringe, she can hardly bear it. She registered a short video account, unabashedly naming it Shen Linglan. After registration, she posted a video, and to her surprise, the netizens who had been searching for the protagonist of the incident rushed in. Upon viewing Shen Linglan's video, they claimed she was heavily filtered, asserting that it was all fabricated. Infuriated, she immediately initiated a live stream. This only heightened the excitement among the viewers, who flocked to her stream, eager to see what she truly looked like. Upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. Am I the only one who thinks she resembles a certain star? I think she resembles many stars. Her eyes are as large as that one. Her nose is as prominent as another's. And her lips, oh my, they remind me of my favorite star, with such enticing Cupid's bow. What a remarkable visage. Clearing her throat, Shen Linglan addressed the audience. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Linglan. You have been berating me all day. Upon seeing her face, the viewers began to switch sides like fickle grass. I am a fan of beauty. I retract my earlier remarks about your unfilial behavior. I have decided to support you unconditionally from now on. Count me in. With such beauty, everything you say is justified. I admit I spoke too loudly today. I apologize, Lon Lon. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower. As Shen Linglan perused the barrage of comments, she furrowed her brow. Her live stream was not merely for the sake of showing her face. That was only one of her motives. In the future, if you choose to criticize me, please refrain from using my old high school ID photo. Kindly use a more flattering picture. Thank you. After leisurely sipping some water, she continued to address the camera. Here are the financial transactions between me and Sun Xioli that I have organized and printed out. She displayed each transaction on the video. Every year, there was a stable transfer amounting to 200 to 300 yuan, until her third year of junior high, when the money abruptly ceased. During her senior year, there was a transfer of 500 yuan, but thereafter, there were no further transactions. By the time I was in the third year of junior high, my biological mother had abandoned me. Her tone was flat, as if the grievances and pain of the years had been erased, as if she were recounting someone else's story. Throughout the years from freshman to senior year, I relied solely on my best friend Zhao Yunduo. A single yuan could buy 2 buns, one for each of us, just enough to stave off starvation. The photos you see depict my malnourished, tattered youth. Upon hearing these words, netizens remarked that Shen Linglan was merely playing the victim and questioned whether she had colluded with her biological mother to concoct this narrative. Shen Linglan did not respond. Selling a sob story, true suffering cannot be commodified. It permeates every moment of life. Observant viewers latched onto the name Zhao Yunduo. Wait, the name of the host's best friend sounds familiar. Didn't she recently appear in the news? Upon hearing this, some viewers quickly searched online and soon returned with the news. I found it. Zhao Yunduo, she collapsed and died suddenly after work half a month ago. My heavens. Oh my God. I truly began to feel sympathy for the host, abandoned by her mother, raised on the kindness of strangers, and now, the only person she could rely on has passed away. What a world reminiscent of a Yu Huan novel. I'm sobbing. Sun Xioli, you truly deserve condemnation. Shen Linglan, who had no intention of exploiting her best friend's misfortune, was taken aback by the sudden shift in the comments. She found the situation both humorous and absurd. Had she been the Shen Linglan who had just learned of her best friend's demise, she might have cried alongside the viewers. Fortunately, her friend was still alive, albeit in another realm. Just moments ago, her friend had messaged her, raving about how delicious the barbecue was last night and urging Shen Linglan to buy more chicken wings next time. She wanted to devour 6 in one sitting. Yet, Some discordant comments began to appear in Shen Linglan's line of sight. Isn't anyone curious about the whereabouts of Shen Linglan's biological father, an unfilial daughter, a deceased best friend, a heartless mother, and a vanished father? Surely, the host's childhood and adolescence could not be solely attributed to her mother's actions. Why not hold her father accountable? Shen Linglan frowned and explained, "From the very beginning, I never intended to blame my biological parents. After all, those days of hardship are behind me. If Sun Shioli hadn't staged this drama, I wouldn't have brought this matter to light. I have never thought that my father's absence was justified. On the contrary, I once despised both of them together. They say the one who instigates is the one who is lowly. All these events are orchestrated by Sun Shioli. The failure of the gasoline factory contract was also a provocation from her. This person does not truly care for me and has never felt remorse towards me. Naturally, Shen Linglan would not show mercy. Rather, she intended to repay her grievances 100-fold whenever the opportunity arose." The comments began to flourish once more. Although more voices supported Shen Linglan, skepticism remained prevalent. Some questioned whether, in an era when cash transactions were still prevalent, Shen Linglan had secretly accepted living expenses only to turn against her mother. Otherwise, how could she have grown up solely on buns? What about tuition fees? Where could a minor procure funds for education? As the comments erupted into chaos, Aunt Lu had already prepared lunch, a bowl of noodles with green beans and spare ribs. She brought it in front of the camera, eating while watching the comments, gradually noticing that the tone of the comments was shifting. Why do I feel like the host is watching us argue over her meal? I feel the same. Clearly, we are the ones fighting, right? It's her, isn't it? I'm so confused that it seems the host possesses an impressive inner strength. Despite the criticism, she can still enjoy her meal. What is the host eating? It looks so delicious. Shen Linglan casually picked up a chopstick full of noodles drenched in rib sauce, twirling and sending it to her mouth. This rib noodle dish looks and smells delightful. The ribs are so tender and delectable. The barrage of criticism against Shen Linglan intensified, but she paid it no mind, finishing her noodles and preparing to end the live stream when suddenly a comment caught her attention. Zombie horde? Cui Zhendong's brow twitched uncontrollably, connecting the dots to the recent unprecedented expansion of the Green Giant and its increasingly vigorous vitality, realizing the gravity of the situation. He pulled a pair of binoculars from Wu Wen's bag, deftly adjusting his lab coat, and climbed atop a nearby vehicle. With the binoculars in hand, he scanned the surroundings in a full 360-degree sweep. The southern region was precisely as Zhou Miqing had just described, a village within the city. Indeed, a dark mass of zombies was advancing towards the city center. Some of the faster zombies broke away from the horde and entered the territory of the Green Giant, only to be swiftly consumed by its protruding branches. No wonder it did not pursue us. It too sensed the approaching horde. When Cui Zhendong lowered the binoculars, he felt his limbs weaken. If so many zombies were devoured by it, this city, no, this entire nation, would see all surviving humanity turned into its next meal. Jenny had never witnessed Cui Zhendong in such a dejected state and felt a surge of panic. What should we do? Professor Cui, we currently lack the capability to destroy it. We need to return to headquarters and request reinforcements and equipment. Complete destruction is temporarily impossible, but we can first work to diminish its range. He turned to Zhao Yunduo. Do you still have any gasoline? Zhou Miqing's heart skipped a beat. She was taken aback by Cui Zhendong's perceptiveness in deducing that the individual with gasoline was Zhao Yunduo. Instinctively, Zhao Yunduo wanted to deny it, but then recalled Cui Zhendong's earlier remark about how all of humanity would be consumed by it. Leaving her in a state of indecision, she lowered her gaze, avoiding Zhou Miqing's eyes, uncertain whether Miqing would counsel her to produce the gasoline from her space or to prioritize her own safety. Yet, this was a matter of human survival. Perhaps Lon Bayer's peculiar system had brought her to this apocalyptic world with the intention of safeguarding humanity at this very moment. Lost in thought, Wen was about to urge her forward when he was halted by Jenny. Zhao Yunduo gritted her teeth, resolved to offer up all the gasoline within her space. There is still plenty of gasoline at the barbecue shop. We couldn't take it with us, so it was locked in the room. Her words provoked Wu Wen, who was ready to chastise her for leaving such a vital resource in a place they had no intention of returning to. Gasoline was precious, whether for fuel, to incinerate the green monster, or for any other purpose, especially in this apocalyptic era where even a small amount could fetch a fortune in the base. To his astonishment, Zhao Yunduo and the others seemed unfazed by the gasoline just being left there. Wu Wen grabbed his gun, preparing to storm back into the barbecue shop, only to be stopped by Zhao Yunduo. Sister Chung and I will go in first. You all can follow behind. Her eyes were steadfast as she looked at Cui Zhendong, as if to convey that without their agreement, there would be no gasoline. Wu vehemently disagreed, reasoning that since they already knew the gasoline was in the barbecue shop, they could simply charge in. Did he really believe the gasoline would flee upon hearing Zhao Yunduo's words? Surprisingly, Cui Zhendong acquiesced. Very well, we will follow behind you. Wu grew anxious. Professor, what if they are up to something? Cui Zhendong shook his head, observing the trio who had already turned to head back. They won't. Wu and Kong Liang, being rather simplistic in their thinking, perhaps could not grasp how gasoline could possibly be left in a barbecue shop. It seemed merely a ruse. Regardless, Zhao Yunduo was a person of great integrity, and such a person was worth forging a friendship with. When Wu and his companions entered the storage area of the barbecue shop, they were astonished to find dozens of neatly stacked barrels of gasoline. They had anticipated perhaps 3 or 4 barrels at most, but to their shock, there were indeed 61 barrels. Kong Liang stared in disbelief. 61 barrels. Professor, we've hit the jackpot. Let's not burn it. We should take it back to the base first. How much can we trade these barrels for? The 4 of us. No, the 7 of us could live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Shut up. Wu kicked Kong Liang's calf, but his own heart was also racing at the astonishing sight of the gasoline barrels. While he too wished to return the gasoline to the base, their immediate priority was to incinerate the green monster. Moreover, the right to use the gasoline belonged to the other 3. Remembering his earlier skepticism towards Zhao Yunduo, Wu suddenly turned to her and said, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. It was ungracious of me. I was being narrow-minded. Zhao Yunduo shrugged, unfazed. It's fine. It's not the first time. Wu, now filled with genuine remorse, was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, Cui Zhendong declared, his mind swiftly formulating a plan as he surveyed the barrels. Wu, you'll pour the gasoline into the sewer. Kong Liang, you'll handle the streets. Jenny, send a signal to headquarters to dispatch a plane to retrieve us. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing. Let us assist them. Zhou Miqing did not hesitate. She was a former soldier. While she had debated whether to persuade Zhao Yunduo to share some gasoline, her character would never allow for such counsel. Now that Zhao Yunduo had stepped forward to contribute everything, Zhou Miqing naturally felt compelled to do her part as well. Zhao Yunduo concurred, believing that the greater their numbers, the more swiftly they could pour the gasoline and ignite the flames. Even Yao Yao stretched her small hand to grasp a small box of gasoline, straining to follow them outside. Since the sewers were interconnected and the green monster could traverse underground effortlessly, the more gasoline they could pour into the sewers, the greater the impact on the creature. They spent an entire afternoon pouring over 40 barrels of gasoline into the sewers and onto the streets as close to the green monster as possible. It was unclear whether the creature sensed something amiss. By evening, an eerie scent wafted through the air, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the wind. The sound and smell drew closer and closer. Cui Zhendong, no longer hesitating, handed out lighters to each of them, glancing up at the sky before shouting to the group, Ignite! In unison, they swiftly ignited the gasoline. Suddenly, flames erupted from underground and the streets, with fiery tongues extending ever outward, painting the scene in a vivid crimson hue. As the sun slowly descended, the clouds on the horizon were tinged with red. Whether from the fire or not was uncertain. Most frighteningly, piercing screams echoed from the sewers, louder and more harrowing than those Zhao Yunduo had previously heard, sending chills down their spines. The nearby area of dark green seemed to diminish gradually. As the flames continued to burn into the encroaching darkness, in another world, Shen Linglan suddenly received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations to the host's friend for successfully initiating the task to eradicate the green monster. Current progress. 15. The space expansion function has been activated. I can attest that the anchor truly did not receive living expenses in her 3rd year. Do you remember me, little girl? I was the one who gave you 200 yuan that year. Upon seeing this message, Shen Linglan's heart raced uncontrollably. Was it him? That young man. Her previously relaxed demeanor suddenly tightened, leaving the viewers baffled. Earlier, when the comments were harsh, she barely reacted. Yet now, she seemed uncharacteristically unsettled. Sharp-eyed viewers noticed Shen Linglan was scrolling through her phone, seemingly searching for a specific comment. However, with 12,000 viewers in the live stream, the comments were flying by at a rapid pace, making it difficult to determine which one caught her attention. After much scrolling, She finally located the user ID Carl and quickly added him as a friend. "I remember you," she murmured, her eyes downcast, as if the helplessness and sorrow of that time resurfaced vividly before her. Just as she began to speak, the system in her mind chimed in once more. "Ding! Congratulations to the host's friend for successfully initiating the task to eradicate the green monster. Current progress. 15. The space expansion function has been activated." Shen Linglan could no longer remain still. How could Duo Bao have initiated the task to eliminate that monster? Initially intending to say something, she was interrupted by the notification sound. Without hesitation, she closed the live stream, wanting to call Zhao Yunduo, but fearing that an impulsive call might distract her. Shen Linglan quickly sent several messages to Zhao Yunduo. Waiting a minute, but there was no response. Her messages vanished into the void. "Heaven protect my dear Bauer. Keep her safe and sound. Rest assured, host." Life signs for Zhao Yunduo are normal, with no external or internal injuries detected. The cold, mechanical voice of the system surprisingly responded to Shen Linglan's worries. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, she pressed for more information about her friend's experiences, asking, "Where is she, and what has happened?" Zhao Yunduo and Cui Zhendong had jointly destroyed one of the green monster's roots, achieving an initial victory point. One of the rhizomes, when combined with the system prompt of 1/5, indicates that the green giant still has 4/5 remaining in good condition. Shen Linglan was genuinely concerned. However, unable to reach Zhao Yunduo, she could only ponder alternative solutions to assist her dear friend as much as possible. Firstly, the space could continue to expand. Initially, it was a mere 100 square meters. But now it could be extended to 200 square meters at a cost double that of before, requiring 200 million for every 10 square meters. Without hesitation, Shen Linglan spent 2 billion. The additional space would accommodate a plethora of items. Grabbing her bag, she hastily descended the stairs without taking the time to groom herself. The first task was to transfer all the remaining gasoline from the warehouse into the new space, followed by procuring more weapons from Song Zhangcheng. Ideally powerful bombs and explosives. The IT would be even better if she could acquire an explosive capable of annihilating an entire city in an instant. However, to her surprise, after transferring all the gasoline into Zhao Yunduo's space, she received a response from Song Zhangcheng. "Shen Linglan, I want to purchase firearms and explosives. The more, the better." Song Zhangcheng, "Have you exhausted the last batch?" "What are you, a terrorist?" Shen Linglan, "No, I have urgent needs." Song Zhangcheng, "I might be able to figure something out for firearms, but explosives are beyond my reach." Inwardly, Shen Linglan silently scoffed. Song Zhangcheng must not be well connected in his circle if he cannot procure explosives. Meanwhile, Song Zhangcheng, having received her message, consulted his older brother, who rolled his eyes upon hearing that he sought explosives for sale and bluntly called him insane. Indeed, procuring explosives was challenging. However, other substantial items could still be arranged, such as generators and water purifiers. Last time, Zhao Yunduo mentioned that in the apocalypse, water was undrinkable, tainted either black or red like blood, utterly filthy. Additionally, bottled water was crucial, as purifiers were not readily available everywhere. It was best to stockpile water to ensure Zhao Yunduo had it available at her convenience, with large bottles also suitable for bathing. Before long, the space was filled to capacity: 3 generators, 2 water purifiers, and the remaining 15 barrels of gasoline were repackaged into smaller containers and stored, with the rest allocated for bottled water. The previous half had ample room freed up, as the gasoline had been utilized. Shen Linglan filled the space with food, knowing that sustenance was the primary necessity. She needed to ensure Zhao Yunduo had at least a month's worth of provisions, even if Zhao Yunduo suddenly desired to host a banquet for hundreds. There would be more than enough. With ample funds at her disposal, Shen Linglan had dined at various upscale restaurants, and after each delightful experience, she would pack several portions for Zhao Yunduo, including salmon, sea urchin sashimi, sea urchin fried rice, and the Wellington steak they had longed to savor once they had the means. After each meal, Zhao Yunduo would message Shen Linglan to discuss which dish was more delectable. And to their surprise, they both unanimously preferred the Wellington steak. Once the supplies were replenished, Shen Linglan opened a short video app on her way back and discovered her account was inundated with nearly 1,000 messages. The memories from the afternoon that had been suspended suddenly resurfaced in her mind. She scrolled through a few private messages and suddenly recalled something, opening the chat with a person named Carl, whose greeting message read, "Carl, hello, young lady. Long time no see. That I nearly didn't recognize you. It's evident from the videos that you are doing well. Congratulations. If there were anyone in this world who sincerely wished for Shen Linglan's well-being, it would be Zhao Yunduo, and this young man, whom she had only met once. It had been several years. Carl was no longer the young man she remembered. Shen Linglan replied, "Thank you for your kindness back then. May I ask if your name is truly Carl? I have long wished to repay your generosity." Carl, haha, no need, young lady. It was merely a small act of kindness back then. I mention it now not to seek repayment or take credit, but because I noticed you debating eloquently. While it is refreshing, it does seem a tad isolating. The phrase isolating made Shen Linglan's eyes well up. Carl then sent another message. Carl, after I messaged you this afternoon, I awaited your response, but when none came, I took the liberty to share this matter. Your biological mother indeed failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a parent. After sending this message, Carl ceased to respond to Shen Linglan. Upon visiting his profile, she saw that he had only posted one video, featuring a young man around 30, serious in demeanor, dressed in a clean white t-shirt. The backdrop was a plain white wall. Carl possessed a distinctly intellectual appearance, quite different from Shen Linglan's recollection of him. "Hello, everyone. My name is Carl. My Chinese name is Lu Xiaohua. 7 years ago, I lived in the same community as Sun Xiuli, Shen Linglan's biological mother. One morning, while heading to work, I encountered a girl on the staircase. That girl was Shen Linglan. She had been unable to obtain tuition and living expenses from her mother and had sat through a cold night in despair. That morning, I gave her 200 yuan for her school fees. This explains why there was a break in Shen Linglan's financial records during her 3rd year of junior high. I am willing to stake my professional reputation that every word Shen Linglan has spoken is true." The phrase professional reputation caught the attention of netizens. Soon, they discovered that Carl had studied abroad in Europe and America for 4 years and had just returned home, being recruited by a domestic research institute. Rumored to be the Bureau of Non-Natural Events Investigation, netizens were curious about this bureau, with some hinting at insider knowledge, mocking Lu Xiaohua. "What kind of mysterious bureau is this? It sounds so impressive." "Uft, what impressive? It sounds like they do nothing all day. Are they hiring?" "Out of sheer curiosity, I'd love to apply. I heard their funding is insufficient, and they plan to lay off some staff." I bet this Carl is about to be cut and will become an internet celebrity alongside Shen Linglan, which is why this whole thing is unfolding. Shen Linglan didn't delve deeply into the comments, merely skimming through a few. However, she took note of the discussions regarding the Bureau's funding. Just then, Huang Linfeng handed over all the information about Sun Xiuli's new home to Shen Linglan. As she flipped through the documents, she discovered that Sun Xiuli had not fared well in the years following her remarriage. After giving birth to Shen Linglan, she had not conceived again, and due to the family's preference for sons, they divorced. Ironically, after the divorce, Sun Xiuli did have a son, as did Shen Linglan's biological father. Later, Shen Linglan stayed with her uncle's family, where her aunt claimed they could have sons. It was only because of Shen Linglan that they had not been able to. Subsequently, Shen Linglan was cast out by her uncle's family for this reason. At the time, Sun Xiuli had just given birth to her son and showed no concern for her daughter, who had nowhere to go. Now, upon reviewing the documents, Shen Linglan learned that although Sun Xiuli bore a son with Zhou Yesheng, who owned a gasoline factory, he treated her poorly. He was not only a gambler but also abusive. After remarrying, Sun Xiuli had been subservient, attending to both her husband and son, while her husband, despite running a gasoline factory, was often idle and the family struggled to make ends meet. To support her family, Sun Xiuli had worked as a cleaner and even scavenged for garbage. Seeing the photographs and the materials depicting Sun Xiuli with bruises from domestic abuse, Shen Linglan felt a pang of sympathy. She pondered that had Sun Xiuli not harassed her over the years and committed such bizarre acts, she might have felt compassion and even offered her financial assistance, but that was merely hypothetical. In the years since, aside from performing menial labor, Sun Xiuli had engaged in numerous unscrupulous activities. She had stolen from clients and even slapped a newborn while working as a nanny. These incidents had been suppressed by the housekeeping company. What Shen Linglan intended to do was unveil these truths. She handed all the materials to Qin Mingxue, instructing her to find a reputable media outlet to report the story. Just as Qin Mingxue was about to leave, Shen Linglan called her back, pointing to a person on her phone screen. This one as Shen Linglan indicated the individual, whose profile had been mentioned by netizens as belonging to the Bureau of Non-Natural Events Investigation. "Could you help me find out how to contact this bureau?" Qin Mingxue has been closely following this matter over the past few days and is naturally aware of the developments. In fact, she had already investigated the situation regarding the investigation bureau and truthfully relayed all the information she possesses to Shen Linglan. Miss Linglan, the netizens' comments are largely accurate. It is said that the investigation bureau is on the verge of layoffs for various reasons. In response, Shen Linglan considered that if financial issues were indeed among those reasons, it would be the least concerning factor. Please help me contact their leader. I wish to make a donation. Alright, understood. In contrast to Shen Linglan's situation, Zhao Yunduo is currently engaged in a frantic escape. As the flames dwindled, Zhao Yunduo and her companions believed they had at least instilled some caution in the green giant, thinking it would refrain from emerging to prey upon them in the short term. However, to their astonishment, after a brief moment of restraint, the green giant erupted from the ground, extending its branches in an attempt to attack Zhao Yunduo and her group. Zhao Yunduo, run, Kong Liang shouted, taking off at once. Hearing his voice, Zhao Yunduo, who was nearby dousing gasoline to ignite, sprinted away. She vowed that she had never run this fast in her life, be it in an 800-meter race or a 50-meter sprint. They were pursued to the street of the barbecue restaurant, and the green giant showed no signs of giving up. Though significantly burned, the creature's movements had slowed, causing it to lag behind. Yet, the greenery around them seemed to have gone mad. Cui Zhendong, who had been jotting down notes, nearly dropped his pen as he saw them running towards him. Kong Liang yelled at them, while a few others, including Zhou Miqing and Yao Yao, dashed in another direction. The green giant, seemingly invigorated, circled around and continued to pursue them, albeit with only a small branch remaining. Just as they were exhausted and prepared to confront the seemingly insignificant branch, a larger branch suddenly sprang from the sewer at the corner, thick as Wu Yin's thigh, forcing them to halt. This branch moved much faster, splitting into numerous smaller branches that relentlessly attacked them, pushing the 7 individuals to huddle closely together. Neither Wu Yin's gun nor Zhou Miqing's long rod could intimidate the green giant. Even Zhao Yunduo's spiked club could only manage a weak resistance before being ensnared, rendering her unable to break free despite her efforts. No, this can't be the end, can it? We still have over a dozen barrels of gasoline. Zhao Yunduo exclaimed to Cui Zhendong. Hurry, bring them out and pour them. She held a lighter in her hand, ready to ignite it at any moment. Cui Zhendong appeared troubled, while even Jenny's expression was one of reluctance. Only Wu Yin, carrying 5 small bottles of gasoline, promptly retrieved one from his backpack, unscrewed the cap without hesitation, and splashed it onto the branch. Simultaneously, Zhao Yunduo flicked on the lighter. The flames leapt towards the fiercely attacking branch, which emitted a piercing shriek. Zhou Miqing quickly covered Yao Yao's ears, and as the branch recoiled, the others took the opportunity to pour the remaining gasoline into the sewer. After igniting it, they fled several streets away, finally stopping to catch their breath, leaning on their knees. That was close. We made it out. Has the green giant gone mad? Isn't it afraid of fire? Why did it suddenly act this way? Cui Zhendong speculated. It's retaliating against us and urgently seeking to replenish the energy it has lost. Although they had escaped, the gasoline was entirely depleted, prompting Jenny to sigh deeply. The base's supply was nearly exhausted, and they had hoped to save a little for emergencies. As summer drew to a close and autumn approached, the absence of generators and gasoline would likely lead to countless deaths during the winter. The somber expressions of the people from Base B reflected this grim reality, and Zhao Yunduo, having already expended all her gasoline at the barbecue restaurant, felt her heart sink further upon hearing Jenny's remarks. However, she soon sensed an expansion in her spatial abilities. Focusing her mind, she realized the additional space was twice as large as before, containing nearly 100 bottles of gasoline. Since entering the research institute, Liu Xiaohua had become increasingly serious, rarely smiling. Thus, when his identity was revealed, combined with his demeanor, the credibility of his videos significantly improved. Many netizens investigated Shen Linglan's middle school, inquiring with teachers and discovering that she had almost been forced to abandon her studies in the 3rd year due to an inability to pay tuition. Coupled with the illicit activities revealed by Chun Mingxue regarding Sun Xiuli over the years, public sentiment quickly shifted in favor of Shen Linglan. Some even looked into the gasoline factory owned by Zhou Yesheng. Finding it not only unprofitable but also delinquent in taxes, netizens also uncovered that Sun Xiuli's son had assaulted a female classmate while in elementary school. This revelation ignited outrage among netizens, branding Sun Xiuli's family as a family of demons, asserting that their malevolence was a shared trait. Meanwhile, upon seeing Shen Linglan's live stream attract over 100,000 viewers, Sun Xiuli, envious, attempted to emulate her by going live, lamenting her misfortunes, claiming that she bore a heartless daughter. and displaying her tattered clothing along with a recently scavenged water bottle. Initially, netizens sympathized with her, but as her misdeeds came to light, the number of viewers in her live stream doubled. With tears still on her face, Sun Shili admitted she had cried more in a day than she had in years, yet whenever she wept, gifts poured in from viewers. Zhao Yunduo, witnessing the continuous stream of gifts, hurried to the kitchen to slice an onion and placed it behind her phone. Consequently, Sun Shili wept profusely, her face a canvas of conflicting emotions as nearly 80,000 viewers flooded in, causing her to beam with joy despite the tears streaming into her mouth. Yet Zhao Yunduo, glaring menacingly at her, urged her to suppress her smile. Thus, her expression became a grotesque blend of joy and fear. However, the barrage of comments quickly revealed to Sun Shili that these viewers were not there to empathize with her, but to condemn her. Sun Shili, are you even human? A 13-year-old girl in the 3rd year of middle school. And you refuse to pay her tuition, not even allowing her to warm her hands in winter. How can you still call yourself a mother? One such viewer, a supporter of Shen Linglan, was Zhao Yunduo, who rolled his eyes and began removing those who commented negatively. To his surprise, such comments were numerous, and after kicking one out, similar remarks flooded the screen. Sun Shili, how can you call yourself a mother? Sun Shili, how can you still cry here? Even animals provide food for their young. You are worse than an animal. Sun Shili opened her mouth, ready to recite the script Zhao Yunduo had taught her, claiming she was not negligent, that she only bore half the responsibility for her daughter, and that her grievances stemmed from her biological father's irresponsibility. Yet before she could speak, another comment caught her attention, rendering her speechless. Are you even human? You neglect your own daughter to work as a nanny, even beating newborns. You are worse than an animal. You even steal money. Stealing to fund your husband's vices. These two accusations were the very reason Sun Shili had struggled to find work for nearly 2 years and endured severe beatings from Zhao Yunduo during that time. Panicking, she looked at Zhao Yunduo, trembling as she asked, "What should we do?" They all know. Zhao Yunduo, seeing the screen filled with profanities, realized he couldn't contain the situation, nor could Sun Shili explain herself, and thus he abruptly ended the live stream. With that, he slapped Sun Shili across the face. Useless wretch. After being dismissed by the owner of Fuxing Haoyuan and having gone a few days without work, their household was once again struggling to make ends meet. Just as she had managed to latch onto the live streaming opportunity, earning 5,000 in gifts that morning, Zhao Yunduo was still plotting to sell products through the stream when Sun Shili became the target of widespread disdain. How could this not infuriate Zhao Yunduo? Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly ended the live stream, leaving the viewers utterly astonished, particularly those who had previously indulged in their compassion by showering gifts upon Sun Shili now found themselves filled with regret. They, reflecting on their misjudgments, hastily made their way to Shen Linglan, beseeching her in the comments section of her solitary video to resume her live broadcast, promising to bestow double the gifts. Concurrently, the viewers who had sent gifts swiftly lodged complaints with the backend, demanding a refund from Sun Shili's side. The resolution of these complaints came swiftly. Zhao Yunduo, who was in the midst of withdrawing funds, found his application abruptly terminated halfway through. The customer service promptly sent him a system notification due to multiple complaints received. Your party is suspected of defrauding viewers, and all funds have been frozen pending investigation. At this point, Zhao Yunduo could no longer contain his fury. He seized a thick wooden stick nearby and swung it towards Sun Shili. Meanwhile, his son sat with his legs crossed, coldly observing the scene, grumbling about Sun Shili. You can't even manage to cry into your phone. You're utterly useless. Sun Shili, battered, could only cower in the corner, clutching her head. In that moment, she found herself weeping profusely. No onions needed. If only she hadn't divorced old Shen back then. This family, with a husband who showed no affection and a son who was ungrateful, had condemned her, Sun Shili, to a lifetime of servitude, yet she remained unrecognized as a human being. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan thrived, enjoying a life of luxury, driving expensive cars, and residing in grand estates. Had she continued to support Shen Linglan, her current circumstances might not be so dire. No. Perhaps if she hadn't hesitated to part with those 200 yuan back then, Shen Linglan wouldn't have turned so calloused. It was all her fault. Entirely her fault. After Chen Mingxue provided the media with all the information she had gathered, Shen Linglan realized the farcical drama had reached its conclusion. She had consulted a lawyer, and Zhao Yunduo's tax evasion would require restitution, or else he faced imprisonment. Additionally, Sun Shili, the original owner, could initiate legal action anew to hold him accountable. Even the incident involving their son's assault could be pursued by the other party's parents. Only by causing them trouble would they come to understand pain and the taste of regret. Shen Mingxue was exceptionally efficient, swiftly sending Shen Linglan a contact number for the head of the research institute. Surnamed Yi. I have already discussed matters with them. They currently face a funding shortfall of 1 million. I wanted to inquire how much you could contribute. Shen Linglan nodded and dialed the provided number. Hello, is this Miss Shen? My name is Yi Yu, and I wish to discuss the donation matter with you. The voice on the other end, though masculine, had a refreshing quality that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, however, I have one condition. This statement caused Yi Yu to pause momentarily, but he soon assented with enthusiasm. If he could secure a donation of 1 million, he would be eager to fulfill not just one condition, but 100. Would you like us to create a donation plaque for you, or write a special report? Yi Yu recalled the typical processes for donations, which generally included these two options. However, Shen Linglan presented him with an unexpected stipulation. My condition is that you cannot dismiss Liu Xiaohua. Yi Yu was taken aback. Liu Xiaohua was one of their elite core members, and it was inconceivable that he would be let go. Yet, it appeared that this girl mistakenly believed Liu Xiaohua was at risk of being terminated, which prompted her desire to donate. Just as Yi Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Shen Linglan, a clear ringtone suddenly emanated from her phone. Subsequently, Shen Linglan hastily ended the call, indicating she would have her assistant arrange a face-to-face meeting for signing the contract. Shen Linglan had prepared a dedicated phone solely for communication with Zhao Yunduo, keeping it perpetually on and at maximum volume. She even instructed Shen Mingxue that no matter the time or place, should this phone ring, it should be handed to her immediately. Days later, Zhao Yunduo finally found the opportunity to call Shen Linglan. Bauer! Shen Linglan exclaimed with excitement. Shen Mingxue, accustomed to this, knew Miss Linglan had a particularly close girlfriend with whom she frequently exchanged calls and messages. In fact, there were photos of the two in Miss Linglan's room. Although Shen Mingxue had never met this friend, she speculated that perhaps the friend was abroad. As per usual, Shen Mingxue exited Shen Linglan's room without disturbing her. Bauer, how have you been? The system said you fought with some green giant. Zhao Yunduo, finding a moment to herself, had made the call from a safe distance away from the main group under the pretext of needing to use the restroom. Hearing Shen Linglan's voice eased Zhao Yunduo's incessant worry and fear. She lowered her voice and confided, Indeed, I must tell you, that green giant is absolutely terrifying. Zhao Yunduo recounted the events of the previous day, leaving Shen Linglan in utter disbelief. What? A plant resembling a pothose can eat humans, and it emerges from the sewer. She sprang from the sofa, moving the pothose that Shen Mingxue had just purchased for her, claiming it was good for her eyes, to the doorway. In the living room, Shen Mingxue, engaged in discussions with the lawyer regarding the donation, blinked in surprise at Shen Linglan's sudden movement. Shen Linglan covered the mouthpiece and said to Shen Mingxue, This thing is terrifying. I don't want it. With that, she closed the door and returned to her room. The experience of fleeing for survival invigorated Zhao Yunduo, but it filled Shen Linglan with dread. Bauer, could you perhaps find a secluded paradise free of zombies and monsters? Zhao Yunduo replied, I wish. After this, it seems Sister Qingzi and Yao Yao will return to the B-City base with Professor Cui. I think the B-City base is crowded and chaotic, and with so many mouths to feed, it would be difficult to access the food in my space. So, it's better to separate from them and find another place. Speaking of Professor Cui, Zhao Yunduo briefly introduced him to Shen Linglan, mentioning that gasoline seemed very important to them. By the way, Bauer, why has my space suddenly doubled in size, and why is there so much gasoline? Upon hearing this, Shen Linglan explained how the system communicated with her and mentioned the inexplicable task that had slightly progressed, now at 2/5 completion. What? What absurd task? Zhao Yunduo exclaimed. Shen Linglan reassured her. It is fine. We'll disregard this trivial task. You just need to find a place to stay. The food in the space is more than enough for you to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Zhao Yunduo agreed. However, to her surprise, the system objected. Ding. Detecting that the host exhibits negative emotions and improper suggestions, the system reminds you to guide Zhao Yunduo to complete the task. No. Shen Linglan flatly refused. Host, if Zhao Yunduo fails to complete the task, all your possessions, including your house, car, and money, will be reclaimed. Shen Linglan replied indifferently, I don't care. You think I'll risk my best friend's life for a task? Dream on. The system, suddenly realizing that the host was resistant to coercion, fell silent for a moment before quickly shifting tactics. Host, only by encouraging Zhao Yunduo to actively complete the task Will there be a possibility of returning to the present world? What? The previously composed Shen Linglan jumped up. Is there's still a chance for Duo to come back? Yes. Moreover, completing the task comes with corresponding rewards, including space expansion. Sensing Shen Linglan's excitement, Zhao Yunduo hastily inquired, "What is going on?" Shen Linglan relayed everything the system had just mentioned regarding the possibility of returning to the modern world and the associated rewards, deliberately omitting any mention of the reclamation of her house, car, and money. Zhao Yunduo, upon hearing this, was also filled with exhilaration. Can we really go back? This undoubtedly presented a challenging choice: to endure a life of fear and anxiety in a post-apocalyptic world while having sufficient food and clothing, or to strive to complete the tasks necessary for a return to the present world. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yunduo told Shen Linglan, "All right, I'll do it." Shen Linglan's eyes brimmed with tears. You must be cautious. Whatever you need, be sure to inform me promptly that I'm currently not working and Haven T returned to school. Regardless of the time, I can deliver anything to you immediately. The two conversed for over half an hour, and feeling that their absence was prolonged, Zhao Yunduo reluctantly ended the call. Upon her return, Cui Zhenda was engaged in a discussion with Jenny. According to their predictions, a plane would arrive at the base to retrieve them the following day. Earlier, Cui Zhenda had inquired with Zhao Yunduo and her companions, to which Zhao Yunduo had already conveyed her decision not to accompany them to City B. Now, he sought to confirm her stance once more, as he sensed that Zhao Yunduo was no ordinary individual. It would be advantageous if he could persuade her. "Yunduo, are you truly not coming with us?" "Indeed, Sister Yunduo, Yao Yao is reluctant to part with you. Would you join us, please?" Yao Yao tugged at Zhao Yunduo's pinky finger, pleading earnestly, genuinely fond of her elder sister. After Zhao Yunduo had informed them of her impending separation, Yao Yao had buried her face in her mother's embrace, weeping profusely. Zhou Miqing also wished to dissuade Zhao Yunduo from leaving, but though she opened her mouth, no words emerged. While her feelings for Zhao Yunduo had deepened, she did not wish to leverage those emotions to coerce her. Following Yao Yao's heartfelt appeal, a profound silence enveloped the room. Yet, all present turned their expectant gazes toward Zhao Yunduo. Clearing her throat, Zhao Yunduo thought that had she not already resolved to depart with them, this situation would indeed be quite pressuring. That I have changed my mind. I will leave with you. Next time, we shall undertake a mission together and eradicate that green giant. Yay! Upon hearing Zhao Yunduo's agreement to stay, Yao Yao was the first to leap with joy, planting a kiss on Zhao Yunduo's cheek. Cui Zhenda, Jenny, and Zhou Miqing exchanged smiles, while Kong Liang waved his right hand triumphantly in the air. Even Wu Wen, whose demeanor was typically stern, appeared considerably more relaxed. "Splendid!" Kong Liang exclaimed to Zhao Yunduo, Yao Yao, and Zhou Miqing. "Our base is very welcoming. Once you return with us, you can request to stay together. We have dormitories for 10 and 20 people. Both quite safe." Zhao Yunduo gasped at the mention of such numerous accommodations, wondering if there was any way to secure a more comfortable arrangement. Kong Liang lamented, "If only we had enough gasoline to bring back to the base. We could have easily exchanged a few bottles for a double room. Unfortunately, we used it all last night. But fear not, your contributions during this operation are significant, and we will certainly strive to secure a 4-person room for the 3 of you." So, gasoline could indeed be traded for decent lodging. Zhao Yunduo nodded, contemplating how to negotiate for a 2-bedroom apartment. When Shen Linglan met Yu, she was surprised to find Lu Xiaohua present as well. Lu Xiaohua appeared different from 7 years prior, clad in a well-tailored suit and sporting golden-framed glasses, his chiseled features reminiscent of a refined rogue, evoking a sense of familiarity in Shen Linglan. "Hello, Miss Shen Yu." Also dressed in a suit and seemingly older than Lu Xiaohua, lacked glasses, and bore a more business-like demeanor, he extended his hand for a handshake. Shen Linglan nodded at Yu, reciprocating the gesture, and after releasing his hand, she reached out to Lu Xiaohua. He did not hesitate to shake her hand and remarked, "Long time no see, young lady." Hearing this, Shen Linglan smiled, for this man represented one of the few warm encounters of her early life. "Long time no see, Brother Lu." A gentleness flickered in their eyes, but Yu interjected inappropriately, "You must be the Shen Linglan who has recently gained significant attention online." This comment prompted Shen Mingshui to roll her eyes at Yu. Leaving him momentarily embarrassed, he scratched his nose and apologized to Shen Linglan. "I'm sorry, my question was rather impolite." "It's all right," Shen Linglan replied dismissively. "Let us proceed to the matter at hand." Then Lu Xiaohua stated, "Linglan, if your intention to donate to the research institute is due to me, Rest assured that they will not dismiss me. His forthrightness elicited a pinch from Yiyu beneath the table. Seizing the opportunity before Shen Linglan could speak, Yiyu hastily added, if necessary, we could also let go of Xiaohua. This provoked an involuntary laugh from Chen Mingxue, which further discontented Yiyu, who furrowed his brows and asked, "May I inquire who this lady is?" Shen Linglan replied, "This is my assistant, Chen Mingxue. She is responsible for the donation matters." Yiyu's expression brightened instantly, revealing a smile as he extended his hand to Chen Mingxue. "Hello, Miss Chen." Chen Mingxue perfunctorily tapped his hand. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, my donation is motivated by Brother Liu and the necessity of funding for the Research Institute. I wish to contribute in some way." Upon hearing Shen Linglan's words, Chen Mingxue timely produced the pre-drafted contract from her bag. "May I ask, are you the representative of the Research Institute?" Yi nodded vigorously. "Yes, I can represent the Institute in accepting donations." He took the contract and meticulously reviewed each clause, noting that there were no encroachments or sacrifices required from the Institute. When he lifted his gaze to Shen Linglan, gratitude and admiration filled his eyes. He retrieved a pin from his breast pocket, and without further hesitation, signed his name on the final page. Thus, the matter was settled. Holding the contract, Yiyu addressed Shen Linglan, "I will arrange for the Research Institute to present you with a plaque and a pass, granting you the freedom to visit the Institute at your convenience, during which Liu Xiaohua will accompany you throughout." Shen Linglan nodded in agreement. Very well. Long before they signed the contract, Shen Linglan and Liu Xiaohua had exchanged contact information. As Liu Xiaohua and Yiyu exited the CAF, Yiyu remarked, "This young lady is quite generous. 7 years ago, you gifted her 200, and now she donates 1 million in anger. By the way, how is it that in the blink of an eye, she has become so affluent? If I am not mistaken, she is wearing Chanel today." Liu Xiaohua reflected on the memory of a frail girl from 7 years ago, who bore no resemblance to the present Shen Linglan. Now, she exuded poise, having come to meet them without a hint of makeup. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features exquisite and charming, paired with her expensive attire. She was a true testament to the adage that a woman transforms greatly over the years, making it impossible to recognize her as that once pitiful girl. He shook his head, opting not to respond to Yiyu. Yiyu and Liu Xiaohua hailed a cab together, with Yiyu continuing to ramble, "Our Research Institute's funding woes are largely your doing. You mentioned unusual electromagnetic waves in the sky a fortnight ago, and we have exhausted countless devices in our quest to understand them. While this 1 million eases our immediate crisis, it is still not a sustainable solution. Xiaohua, do tread carefully." Recalling the peculiar occurrences in the sky from 2 weeks prior, Liu Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. "I have a foreboding sense that this matter holds great significance." Shen Linglan lingered in the CF for a while longer until Zhao Yunduo sent her a message just before boarding the plane. "Bayer, I never imagined that my first flight in this lifetime would be during the apocalypse. However, this plane is rather shabby and starkly contrasts my expectations of grandeur." Shen Linglan chuckled softly, realizing that the lack of resources during the apocalypse likely meant they had to make do with old aircraft. She pondered whether it was feasible to purchase a new plane now, considering gifting one to her dear friend. Meanwhile, upon boarding the plane, Zhao Yunduo tucked her phone into her pocket. The person sent to retrieve them was a woman dressed simply in a coarse shirt, her demeanor cool and businesslike. Addressing Cui Jindo with a curt, "Did you retrieve people for the base?" Cui Jindo nodded, and the woman rummaged through the glove compartment of the plane for some time. Finally producing a dusty notebook that had evidently not been used in ages, she handed it to Zhou Miqing and said, "Please register here." Zhou Miqing leaned in to examine the notebook, where 3 fields required completion: name, age, and current supplies. She dutifully recorded the names and ages of the 3, leaving the last section blank. The woman took back the registration book, glanced at it, said nothing, and returned it to the storage compartment. The base in City B was approximately half a day's flight away. Before their departure, Cui Jindo instructed the woman to circle the mall building above twice, allowing them to finally catch a glimpse of the green giant after being trapped for several days. Viewed from high above, the green giant appeared less daunting. It indeed resembles the potholes climbing upon the wall, at least appearing non-threatening. It has been scorched thrice, and its vigor has significantly waned. Even its leaves are barely clinging to life. Their deep green, now transformed into a pale jade. It is in a state of rest and recuperation. Cui Zin clutched his pencil, swiftly sketching the condition of the verdant giant, while articulating, "The verdant giant may sense the impending tide of zombies. It is biding its time for a resurgence. Our window of opportunity is dwindling. The crowd fell into contemplation, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene below. The nearby verdant giant and the distant zombie horde both posed significant threats to the realm of humanity. At that moment, Zhao Yunduo, seizing the chance while others were distracted, discreetly captured several photographs from various angles and sent them to Shen Linglan. Upon receiving the images, Shen Linglan scoured the internet for information, yet found no trace of the verdant giant's prototype. Though it bore resemblance to the pothos, its leaves were not as pointed. Rather, they were rounded with serrated edges, and its branches bore sharp thorns. Upon closer inspection, it exuded a palpable sense of danger. After a morning spent poring over materials, Shen Linglan was unable to uncover the scientific name of this creature, with no other recourse. She posted the photographs on a renowned botanical forum. She meticulously edited the images, leaving only a fragment of a branch and a few leaves visible, obscuring the creature's full form and its perch atop the building. To her surprise, the post ignited fervent discussion within the forum. Countless users chimed in, expressing familiarity yet failing to recall its name. Among them were biology students who rallied their seniors and even summoned their professors. However, after extensive examination, none could identify the creature, frustrated by their inability to recognize it. Some users accused the original poster of fabricating the images, claiming such a being could not possibly exist on Earth. Shen Linglan, taken aback by the response after such a lengthy wait, felt a pang of disappointment and was about to exit the forum when a private message suddenly appeared in her inbox. Upon opening it, she found an anonymous user, JDC, with a default avatar and ID. The message read, "I recognize this organism, but it has been extinct since the age of dinosaurs. May I inquire if I could examine it?" Shen Linglan's eyes sparkled with excitement as JDC shared a page from a book. Though the page was yellowed, the plant depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to the verdant giant in Zhao Yunduo's photographs. She quickly typed, "What is the title of this book?" The response came promptly. The book is titled The Lost Flora, and it is a unique edition, the only one in existence worldwide. Undeterred, Shen Linglan scoured various shopping apps and even Baidu, yet found no trace of this elusive volume. During this time, as JDC awaited Shen Linglan's reply, they sent several additional messages that I am a doctoral student at the university, named Zhou Shuer. This book was gifted to me by my mentor. If possible, could we arrange a meeting? I can bring the book for you to peruse. Given the stakes concerning Zhao Yunduo's mission and safety, Shen Linglan hesitated not a moment, promptly arranging a meeting with JDC for the evening. However, she remained cautious and asked Huang Lingfeng to investigate this individual. Before the meeting, Huang Lingfeng presented Shen Linglan with a thin dossier. As it turned out, Zhou Shuer was indeed a doctoral student, and her advisor was a well-known botany enthusiast renowned for researching flora and studying methods to cultivate food crops in extreme environments. Knowing this individual was innocent and dedicated solely to academia, Shen Linglan felt reassured as she prepared to meet with the photographs stored on her phone. When the appointed time arrived, Shen Linglan entered the CAF to discover Zhou Shuer had already arrived. They exchanged photographs and books as agreed, both quietly perusing the materials for a spell before disappointment settled in. Shen Linglan felt let down as the book merely documented the verdant giant's habits, revealing little beyond its preference for sunlight and moisture. Curiously, it had vanished alongside the dinosaurs. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuer was disheartened that, despite the clarity of the photographs, Shen Linglan had not brought the actual specimen. Extinct plants have no known predators, and as Shen Linglan closed the book and returned it to Zhou Shuer, she inquired, "Is there no consensus on the cause of its extinction?" "Not yet," Zhou Shuer replied, shaking her head. "Some speculate that a particular nutrient provided by the dinosaurs contributed to their survival, thus leading to their extinction when the dinosaurs perished. Such a hypothesis seemed rather tenuous. Perhaps this creature fed on dinosaur flesh. With the dinosaurs gone, it too met its demise." Zhou Shuer, captivated by Shen Linglan's phone, persistently queried, "Could you tell me where this photograph was taken?" Shen Linglan had edited the background, rendering its location unrecognizable. Zhou Shuer assumed it was a plant native to a particular region. "That I am afraid I cannot disclose that." Zhou Shuer appeared regretful, but did not press further, instead asking, "Could you send me that photograph?" Although neither obtained the answers they sought, Zhou Shuer added Shen Linglan as a friend and earnestly requested that if any information regarding the plan emerged, Shen Linglan should contact her. She vowed to fulfill any request, even if it meant spending more money than she could afford. Huang Lingfeng's investigation revealed that Zhou Shuer came from a modestly comfortable family, not a wealthy heir, yet she was willing to invest in this curiosity. While Shen Linglan lacked financial concerns, she admired her academic fervor. Shen Linglan captured images of the book pages, preparing to study them closely at home. while Zhao Yunduo had already returned to the base aboard the aircraft. The B-City base appeared akin to a modern residential community, surrounded by a wall tall enough to keep the zombies at bay, with most of the buildings standing 3 stories high. The airfield featured a dedicated helipad, and upon disembarking, they passed through an iron gate, officially entering the B-City base. The inhabitants greeted Chui Zhen with utmost deference, bowing and acknowledging him as Professor Chui. Zhao Yunduo, Zhou Miqing, and Yao Yao were escorted by Kong Liang for registration, and upon allocation of accommodations, the registrar glanced at Kong Liang and remarked, "Since you brought them, I shall assign you a room for 10. Fortunately, dormitory 11 has 3 empty beds." Kong Liang appeared troubled and inquired, "Are there any vacancies in the 4-person rooms? If not, perhaps we could manage with a 6-person room." The registrar, who was quite diplomatic, replied, "You know, typically newcomers without supplies or contributions are assigned to 20-person rooms. If not for your standing, you wouldn't even qualify for a 10-person room." Kong Liang, resigned, turned to Zhao Yunduo and the others, suggesting, "How about you squeeze in for now? When we embark on our next mission and make contributions, we can apply for a 4-person room." "All right." Zhou Miqing grasped Yao Yao's hand, intending to agree, but Zhao Yunduo interjected. "How's the allocation of rooms based on supplies determined?" The registrar retrieved a sign from beneath the table, which read, "To apply for a 10-person room, one must provide 10 jin of rice or 100 contribution points. For a 6-person room, 10 jin of pork or 200 contribution points. For a 4-person room, 50 jin of any staple grain or 500 contribution points. For a 2-person room, 100 jin of meat or 1,000 contribution points." There were also stipulations for single rooms, suites, and 2-bedroom apartments. Zhao Yunduo's gaze fell upon the final line, which stated that to apply for a 2-bedroom apartment, one needed either 10,000 contribution points or 100 bottles of purified water, 100 jin of various meats, or merely 10 boxes of usable antibiotics along with a laptop. Noticing Zhao Yunduo's attention on the last line, Kong Liang patiently explained, "The apocalypse has persisted for too long, and usable electronic devices are scarce. Professor Chui urgently requires a laptop, which is why this requirement has been newly implemented. In truth, Zhao Yunduo could provide either purified water or meat. But in this post-apocalyptic world, both flora and fauna had mutated, and meat could only be sourced through self-breeding of poultry within the base, which ran the risk of failing to thrive. Thus, any form of meat had become exceedingly precious. Water resources had long been polluted, and electronics were no longer produced. Medications, too, had become irreplaceable resources, yet they remained indispensable to humanity. Zhao Yunduo contemplated the conditions laid out before her. She had previously heard from Zhou Miqing that not only was water contaminated, but even the soil had become inhospitable for the cultivation of food, making it exceedingly difficult to grow grains such as rice and wheat. In the present day, everyone is largely reliant on scavenging for food supplies from before the apocalypse to meet their basic nutritional needs. Although 10 pounds of rice, or even 100 pounds, would be of little consequence to Zhao Yunduo, she cannot afford to reveal it. Her luggage consists solely of a travel bag. To recklessly produce 100 pounds of rice, meat, or water would be tantamount to publicly disclosing her possession of space. No matter how large her travel bag may be, it cannot accommodate such a vast quantity. Should she expose it, it would undoubtedly signal to others that she is an inexhaustible food machine. There would be no need for the green giant to take action. She would likely be devoured by the inhabitants of the base. Thus, she must temporarily keep her spatial abilities concealed. However, she is reluctant to stay in the communal dormitory, where not only is the living arrangement awkward, but it would also be difficult to explain if she were to produce food from her space. Out of respect for Congo, she decided not to charge for the rice intended for the 10-person room. After a brief wait, the registrar, losing patience, prepared to register the 3 individuals into the 10-person dormitory when Zhao Yunduo pretended to rummage through her travel bag. Then, much to Kong Liang's astonishment, she produced a brand new laptop, followed by 10 boxes of antibiotics. "That we would like to occupy a 2-bedroom apartment. Kindly register us." For Chui Zhendai, a laptop is one of the essential tools for research. Investigating the green giant is an exceedingly arduous task. If all records must be manually documented or if simulations cannot be conducted through a computer, the difficulty level would be akin to climbing the heavens. Moreover, with the zombie horde only a few days' journey away from the green giant, time is of the essence. Therefore, when the hopeless Chui Zhendai received the laptop, he unexpectedly displayed an exuberance incongruent with his age, bounding forward to embrace the computer, caressing it as if it were a treasure before inquiring of Kong Liang, Where did this come from? It belongs to Zhao Yunduo. What? She actually has a laptop? Kong Liang was equally astonished. Zhao Yunduo's backpack appeared light and flat. How could it contain such items? Shui Zhendai eagerly opened the laptop, only to discover that the entire memory was filled. Upon inspecting the hard drive, he was astonished to find it stocked full with 8 terabytes of television series and movies. Kong Liang leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "Wow! Empresses in the Palace, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the annual comedy competition, television dramas, variety shows, films, and even anime. This computer has everything." Shui Zhendai shook his head, lamenting how such a young girl had acquired such a high-spec laptop only to use it for binge-watching dramas. What a waste. Just as he was about to hit the format button, Kong Liang quickly grasped his hand, saying, "Professor Chui, wait. This is also a precious resource. Everyone has nothing to do once night falls. Why not copy these films and series? If we can find a projector later, it would provide some entertainment for everyone." With that, he rummaged through Shui Zhendai's desk, retrieving 3 USB drives to transfer the media to By the way, where are Zhao Yunduo and her companions staying? They are residing in Jiangbin Garden, Building 9, Room 302, right next door. Shui Zhendai was taken aback. Does Zhao Yunduo have antibiotics as well? Indeed, the hospital staff has checked them, and they are all within their expiration dates and suitable for use. Zhao Yunduo is indeed full of surprises and unexpected delights. Zhao Yunduo herself was quite pleased with the 2-bedroom apartment leased in her lifetime, or rather before the apocalypse. She had never lived in such a spacious 2-bedroom unit. When she was at home, the rooms were occupied by her younger brother and parents, and she had slept in the living room until her high school graduation. After graduation, she lived in a 6-person dormitory during her college years and subsequently shared a cramped room with Shen Linglan. Such a 2-bedroom apartment had only existed in her dreams before the apocalypse, where she and Shen Linglan often fantasized about becoming wealthy, vowing that once they had money, they would each have their own room in a big house. Now, although they were in different worlds, both had realized their dreams. Zhao Yunduo continued to live with Zhou Miqing and Yao Yao, with the mother and daughter sharing one room, while Zhao Yunduo occupied another. Zhou Miqing had long informed Yao Yao that their ability to move in was entirely thanks to sister Yunduo. Yao Yao, now darting between the room and the living area, was utterly enchanted by the apartment, eagerly hugging Zhao Yunduo's leg, exclaiming, "Sister Yunduo, I love this place. I love you." Zhao Yunduo affectionately patted Yao Yao's head, meeting Zhou Miqing's soft gaze filled with gratitude. Zhou Miqing understood that Zhao Yunduo could have chosen not to bring them along. It was only out of consideration for their past friendship that she offered them a helping hand. She felt a deep sense of appreciation for Zhao Yunduo, knowing that Zhao Yunduo lacked nothing. Leaving her momentarily at a loss for words to express her thanks, after Zhao Yunduo instructed Yao Yao to close the door, she retrieved a long-craved dish of boiled pork slices from her space, along with 3 steaming portions of fluffy white rice and a serving of dry pot cabbage. The boiled pork slices, having remained in the space for so long, were unaffected. The meat was tender and springy, the cauliflower crisp, and the black fungus and potatoes perfectly cooked to tenderness. Yao Yao, who adored spicy food, devoured her meal with lips flushed red, hissing as she savored each bite, exclaiming, "So delicious. It smells amazing, Mama's sister. I've never had anything this good." Yao Yao was not picky at all. Even the bean sprouts, which Zhao Yunduo disliked, were thoroughly enjoyed. The boiled pork slices were abundant, and after the 3 of them polished off the meat and the spicy hot pot, they were left feeling quite stuffed, yet still searching through the iron basin for their favorite vegetables. Zhao Yunduo sought out cauliflower, Zhou Miqing looked for black fungus, and Yao Yao searched for potatoes. Once the iron basin for the boiled pork slices was reduced to remnants, they leaned back on the sofa, clutching their full bellies. After a while, Zhou Miqing gathered the iron basin along with 3 empty bowls and a ceramic plate, proceeding to wash them in the sink. The base offered filtered water suitable for daily use. Aside from drinking, it could be used for washing dishes and bathing, though it was rationed daily. Zhou Miqing decided to take on all household chores. In their previous survival in the wild, pots and pans were cumbersome to carry, so they often resorted to burning or burying them. Now, with a proper residence, such practices were no longer feasible, nor could they simply shove their cookware back into Zhao Yunduo's space. After cleaning, the items could be reused. As night fell, Zhao Yunduo and Yao Yao took turns bathing, followed closely by Zhou Miqing. After the 3 of them finished bathing, they donned fresh clothes, with the lingering warmth of late summer. The days had been exceedingly hot. Having been chased and fought against the green giant, their clothes had been soaked with sweat multiple times. Changing into new garments felt refreshingly comfortable. The trio seized the opportunity of the evening. As the dying light cast a rosy glow over the earth and descended together for a leisurely stroll, the community, named Jiangbin Garden, consisted of family-style housing with 2 or 3 bedrooms, with each building varying from 3 to 5 stories, and each floor housing 3 to 4 rooms. Those residing in this community were undoubtedly the upper echelon of the base. Upon entering the base, they had found the surrounding area noisy and chaotic, with vendors hawking their wares everywhere. However, the items for sale were of little value: toys, empty cans, tape, and other unnecessary everyday items. There were even foods as dark as charcoal, purportedly made by sifting black soil several times, mixing in a bit of precious flour, and steaming it into black buns, the staple food for the most impoverished residents of the base. Yet this community was tranquil, with clean ground devoid of any vendors, and no one clamoring for them to purchase goods. This semblance of pre-apocalyptic serenity left the 3 of them enchanted as they wandered through the community. Although the land had been polluted and most plants struggled to thrive, the evergreens remained unaffected. Thus, the greenery within the community was composed entirely of evergreen trees. "Who are you?" Just as Zhao Yunduo was about to touch the trunk of a tree, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out behind her. Turning, she saw a girl in a floral dress, frowning with evident discontent as she scrutinized Zhao Yunduo. "I haven't seen you before. How did you get in here?" Zhao Yunduo, perplexed, replied, "We live here." The girl was incredulous. "Impossible. I know everyone here." "Oh," Zhao Yunduo suddenly realized. "You must be the security guard." The mere mention of the word security could incite considerable ire in a young woman, who, with a stomp of her foot, declared her intention to summon reinforcements to apprehend those who had trespassed into Jiangbin Garden. "Once you're caught, brace yourselves for expulsion from the base." With that, she lifted her skirt and dashed away, leaving Zhao Yunduo in a state of utter bewilderment. Little did Zhao Yunduo anticipate that as she and her companions made their way back, they would indeed encounter the reinforcements the girl had summoned. "Oh, it's you," Kong Liang exclaimed, his face tinged with embarrassment as he regarded Zhao Yunduo, before turning to the girl to explain, "These are our new friends who returned to the base with us. This is Zhao Yunduo, and those are Sister Qingzi and Yao Yao." Zhou Miqing nodded at the girl, while Zhao Yunduo regarded her with a bemused smile. The girl, noticing Kong Liang's evident favoritism towards Zhao Yunduo, became even angrier, stomping her foot with greater force before storming off. Kong Liang rubbed his nose, approaching with an explanation. "She's the daughter of a researcher at the base. She's a bit temperamental, so please don't take offense. It's no trouble," Zhao Yunduo replied. And as she prepared to return to her slumber, Kong Liang followed her, saying, "Yunduo, Mr. Chui asked me to check if you have a compatible laptop charger." Zhao Yunduo raised an eyebrow. "Is it possible you all lack a charger?" Kong Liang, feeling somewhat bashful, admitted, "After the apocalypse, electrical appliances have aged rapidly. None of the chargers in the office function anymore. Mr. Chui recorded data all day, and now the power is critically low. That's why I was sent to inquire." The charger was hardly a rare commodity for Zhao Yunduo. Selling one to Kong Liang and Chui Zhendai would be a decent favor. She nodded. "I have one. Come with me." As they ascended the stairs, Kong Liang rambled on about how the laptop had indeed alleviated Mr. Chui's pressing needs, explaining that whether for modeling or experimental simulations, computers were indispensable. He even praised Zhao Yunduo, calling her a powerful advocate for humanity's return to civilization. "Silence," Zhao Yunduo interjected, growing weary of his chatter and requesting he remain quiet until they entered the room. However, upon stepping inside, Kong Liang's excitement only escalated. The aroma of chili and meat. He inhaled deeply, then turned to Zhao Yunduo and her friends. "Did you all have boiled pork slices?" Zhao Yunduo retorted, "What kind of dog nose do you possess?" Zhou Miqing swiftly closed the door to prevent Kong Liang's voice from reaching outside ears. Kong Liang, upon entering, began sniffing around, even catching the scent of a recently washed iron pot upside down in the sink. "You definitely had boiled pork slices. This pot is for boiling them." Zhao Yunduo retrieved a charging cable from her room, asking, "Do you still need a charger?" "Absolutely." Kong Liang seized the charging cable, undeterred as he inquired, "Did you really have something delicious to eat?" "No, I think you're just starving," Zhao Yunduo replied. She assumed the matter was settled and began discussing with Zhou Miqing the importance of ventilation when cooking. If the food had a strong odor, they should ventilate the room for a while before allowing anyone inside. However, the next morning, Kong Liang knocked on their door. Full of youthful energy, Yao Yao, who rose earliest and was familiar with Kong Liang's, opened the door without hesitation. Kong Liang stepped in, just as he had the day before, inhaling deeply, attempting to detect the aroma of food in the air. Awoken by the knocking, Zhao Yunduo emerged from her room in her pajamas, yawning, only to be taken aback by the sight of Kong Liang holding a bouquet of tulips. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Kong Liang's cheeks flushed slightly as he scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, "I wanted to ask what you all are having for breakfast." He presented the flowers. "These are newly cultivated flowers from the lab. I brought them for you." "What?" Shomi Ching, just emerging from her room, was startled by the speed of the young man's actions and cautioned, "You've known each other for less than a week. Why are you giving flowers as a confession?" No. Kong Liang waved his hands in a fluster. "I genuinely want to share a meal with you. My lifelong dream has been to taste the delicacies of the world. After the apocalypse, not only have I been deprived of good food, but I've often gone hungry. May I join you for meals in the future? I beg you." Zhao Yunduo raised an eyebrow. "How do you know we can afford to eat? The food at your base requires contribution points to exchange." After registering, the staff had handed them a form detailing the prices for exchanges, indicating that generally, contribution points were necessary. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, and points could only be earned through tasks. Kong Liang raised his hand in a solemn manner, declaring to Zhao Yunduo, "As long as you let me share a meal with you just once a day, I will use all my contribution points for you. I swear." Having encountered greedy individuals before, Zhao Yunduo found Kong Liang's level of eagerness rather amusing. She noted that he was a bit foolish but not malicious. Having an additional mouth to feed posed no burden for her. And Kong Liang seemed to hold a significant position within the base, which could be beneficial for fostering relationships. Nonetheless, Zhao Yunduo decided to test him first. She theatrically produced a steamer full of buns, the kind with thin skins and ample filling, which they had enjoyed before, filled with scallions and water chestnuts. Biting into one would unleash flavorful juices, with the meat tenderized to perfection. Kong Liang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the buns, reminiscent of a dog spotting a bone, though he lacked a tail to wag in excitement. "Wow," he exclaimed, reaching out for a bun only to have Zhao Yunduo swat his hand away. "I have a condition," Zhao Yunduo stated. Kong Liang's eyes remained fixated on the meat buns. "What is it?" It seemed he cared little for her terms. Even if she asked him to pluck the moon from the sky, he would ponder how to accomplish it. With a sly smile, Zhao Yunduo said, "I want you to bring me some branches from the green giant." Kong Liang's expression shifted as if pricked by a needle, his gaze snapping back to Zhao Yunduo's face. "What? There must be fresh branches from the green giant where you are, right? I have a knack for research, and I'd like you to bring some for me to study." "Are you serious?" Kong Liang's suspicious gaze roamed over Zhao Yunduo's face. Zhao Yunduo shook the steamer in her hand, the enticing aroma of the meat buns wafting towards Kong Liang's nose. "You can think it over yourself." As she spoke, she handed buns to Zhomi Chung and Yao Yao. Just then, Yao Yao took a bite, and due to her small mouth, juices flowed from the corner of her lips onto her pajamas, intensifying the delectable scent. Kong Liang nearly salivated. All right, I'll do my best." He swallowed hard, raising his hand to assure Zhao Yunduo, "I will find a way to bring you some branches, but you must promise not to use them for anything nefarious." Zhao Yunduo replied, "I promise." Kong Liang reached for a meat bun again, only to be thwarted by Zhao Yunduo once more, her eyes narrowing as she added, "And you mustn't let a fifth person learn about your scavenging meals with us." Kong Liang retracted his fingers, returning his thumb and pinky to his palm, swearing to the heavens, "I vow not to tell anyone." Having secured his promise, Zhao Yunduo finally relented, extending the steamer toward Kong Liang, who eagerly grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. It was incredibly fragrant. No, it was both fragrant and sweet. The base's cooks had once made buns with wild boar meat that were thick-skinned and gamey. At the time, with little food available, Kong Liang had thought they were quite good. Now, however, compared to these buns, they were utterly unworthy of consumption. Seeing Kong Liang's foolish demeanor, Zhao Yunduo couldn't help but smile. Earlier that day, Shen Linglan had informed her that she had found a doctoral student knowledgeable about the green giant, but samples were necessary for further research, with no samples on her end. Zhao Yunduo could only hope for assistance from Professor Cui. She wished for Kong Liang to truly keep his word and successfully procure the branches. "Cui, why did you urgently summon me?" "I was having a candlelight dinner with your master, old Zhang. This might be the closest you've ever been to the Nobel Prize." Zhou Shui, clad in protective gear and goggles, left her teacher Zhang Xingnan momentarily stunned. What could possibly be so significant? Her gaze fell upon the crumpled page laid out on the table. Yet the depicted flora effortlessly captured Zhang Xingnan's attention. Zhou Shuai remarked, "Old Zhang, this specimen is currently lying in the laboratory. Hurry and change your clothes. I shall introduce you to the world." The two had been mentor and apprentice for many years, often engaging in playful banter, yet their mutual trust was unwavering. "Are you implying?" Zhang Xingnan cast another glance at the dark green plant image, instantly becoming exhilarated, her palms slightly perspiring and her gloved hands trembling uncontrollably. Upon entering the laboratory, they discovered a segment resembling a sweet potato vine. Nestled within a transparent plastic box, the roots were blackened, leaving only the leaves to exhibit a hint of green. What could have caused its blackened state? In this box, Zhang Xingnan pondered aloud, stepping closer for a meticulous examination. Despite some branches being utterly unrecognizable, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the illustrations in the book. However, the transparent plastic box resembled a casual cake container, as if it housed a mere sweet potato vine rather than a long-extinct plant. Zhou Shuai elucidated. "Part of it has been incinerated, preventing us from acquiring fresh samples. Hence we are compelled to proceed with this study." She added that the individual who provided it warned that the specimen was exceedingly hazardous and should not be opened without adequate protection. Zhang Xingnan was momentarily taken aback, finally inquiring, "From whence did this originate? Who supplied it? Why can we not procure fresh samples? Is it impossible for us to collect our own?" In response to Zhang Xingnan's inquiries, Zhou Shuai merely shook her head, revealing that the other party would disclose nothing and insisted they swiftly research a means to ensure its complete extinction. Zhang Xingnan sighed, astonished that she finally beheld the plant she had long yearned for, only to find that the objective was to investigate its extermination. Why must it be eradicated? Shouldn't our research focus on how to help it take root and flourish in the modern era? The reply was disconcerting. "This entity consumes flesh, and even humans." Zhou Shuai's gaze fell upon a piece of fresh chicken breast within the laboratory, and she turned to Zhang Xingnan, stating, "Old Zhang, we must feed it meat." Zhang Xingnan scrutinized the plant from every angle, utterly perplexed. It bore no discernible mouthparts. How could it possibly consume flesh? Zhou Shuai shared her confusion, yet she trusted Shen Linglan's assertion, given Shen Linglan's ability to procure this long-extinct specimen. Zhou Shuai believed her 7 parts out of 10 as she opened the lid of the plastic box and tossed in the palm-sized piece of chicken breast before promptly sealing it again. To their astonishment, the plant quivered its leaves, using its serrated edges to slice through the chicken breast, and indeed, a small section had vanished. This left Zhang Xingnan utterly dumbfounded. Even more astonishing was the sight of the plant. Previously pressed beneath the chicken breast, now growing slightly upwards, its leaves appearing even greener. Is it truly effective to feed it meat? Zhou Shuai exhaled in relief. As long as it continued to grow, they could perpetually study it. Just as Zhou Shuai prepared to extract the plant from the box, Zhang Xingnan halted her. "Wait a moment." She retrieved a box of exceptionally resilient and robust gloves from the storage cabinet. Due to their exorbitant price, she had hesitated to use them, but now was the perfect time for them to serve their purpose. Zhang Xingnan instructed, "Wear these gloves, double-layered, and exercise utmost caution with its serrated edges." The earlier scene of the plant consuming meat was both shocking and alarming, instilling a sense of dread in Zhang Xingnan as she observed the specimen. As they conversed, they noticed that half of the chicken breast had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, Zhou Shuai realized that this plant, measuring no more than the length of a forearm, might not only devour the chicken breast, but could also pose a threat to her own safety. She promptly complied with Zhang Xingnan's advice, donning 2 layers of protective gloves. The two devoted an entire night to their research, consuming copious cups of coffee, and finally, by morning, they had reached initial conclusions. Zhou Shuai eagerly dialed Shen Linglan. Shen Linglan, who was in her dormitory at the university, had just arrived and was embroiled in a dispute with her roommate before she could utter more than a few words. Upon seeing the incoming call, she lost her patience, ceasing her argument and stepping onto the balcony to answer. Meanwhile, her roommate continued to pout and whisper quietly to herself, having interned for several months. Adorned in designer clothes and wielding a high-end smartphone, one could only speculate whether she was being financially supported by someone. I bet that's the case. Just 6 months ago, she was still struggling to afford meals in the cafeteria. These murmurs went unheard by Shen Linglan. Instead, she listened intently as Zhou Shuai revealed that they had made a breakthrough in their experiments. However, due to insufficient equipment, they needed to apply for research funding from the school, which might take some time. Without hesitation, Shen Linglan hung up the phone and called Shen Mingxue, instructing her to deliver a black card to Zhou Shuai. loaded with 5 million, which Zhou Shuer could access freely. But the research progress must be expedited. After ending the call, her roommates continued their hushed conversations. One of them, noticing Shen Linglan's return, sarcastically inquired, "Linglan, what was that about an assistant and a card? You aren't really being supported by a boss, are you?" Shen Linglan chose to ignore them, focusing instead on unpacking her belongings from her suitcase onto the table. She had arrived later, and some of her roommate's items cluttered the space. The one who had placed her belongings on Shen Linglan's table was Chen Xiaohong, who reluctantly moved them upon being asked, all the while commenting on how Shen Linglan had become stingy after her internship. Previously, Shen Linglan was reticent and had always kept to herself, never sharing a dorm with Zhao Yunduo. Her roommates seldom walked with her during meals or classes, leading to her gradual isolation. They often took advantage of her, placing their belongings on her desk when they noticed its emptiness. Although Shen Linglan preferred not to linger in the dormitory, she would simply ignore such actions. Essentially, she wished to avoid conflict with her roommates and the ensuing trouble. After all, she needed to work to cover her tuition fees and couldn't afford to waste time on disputes. However, after 5 months of interning, she was dismayed to find her roommates unchanged. Shen Linglan decided not to indulge them any longer. After all, such insinuations needed to be nipped in the bud if she remained silent. The whole class would surely hear of it, and soon the entire school would know that Shen Linglan from the design department was being supported by someone. Placing her handbag down, Shen Linglan strode directly to Chen Xiaohong, raised her hand, and delivered a sharp slap across her face. No one anticipated that the once timid Shen Linglan would suddenly dare to strike her roommate. Not only Chen Xiaohong but the other roommates were left in shock. Shen Linglan, hand still raised, surveyed the room and addressed the other 3 roommates. "If I hear any more of such talk, don't blame me for being impolite." Chen Xiaohong clutched her face, glaring furiously at Shen Linglan. "You dare slap me? I not only dare to slap you, but I also dare to hit you. Care to test me?" Chen Xiaohong, gritting her teeth, felt her face flush with anger, yet she was too intimidated to rise and retaliate against Shen Linglan. Shen Linglan couldn't help but chuckle at the display of cowardice. During the standoff, the 3 roommates who had previously instigated the situation fell silent. Just then, someone entered the room. She glanced at the gathered group, sensing the peculiar atmosphere but paid it no mind, casually greeting Shen Linglan. "Linglan, you're here." This individual was the only normal person in the dormitory, having never conspired with the others to bully Shen Linglan. However, she also refrained from standing up for Shen Linglan merely due to her vulnerability. Nonetheless, Shen Linglan felt a flicker of gratitude towards her. "Long time no see." Quebec Shen Linglan nodded in acknowledgement. Greeting her, He raised her gaze, noticing a significant change in Shen Linglan. Previously quiet and reserved, even when greeted, Shen Linglan would only respond with a non-committal now. However, she exuded confidence and poise. Meeting He's gaze directly and smiling without a trace of hesitation. He tilted her head slightly, her short hair swaying with the motion, strands blocking her right eye momentarily, allowing her to fully appreciate Shen Linglan's current appearance. Indeed, she had transformed. She appeared fairer, more beautiful, and dressed in unbranded attire. However, it appeared that the fabric and tailoring of the clothing were extraordinary. She almost failed to recognize in the evening. Kong Liang, who had finished work, was waiting eagerly at Zhao Yunduo's home. Engaged in a puzzle game with Yao Yao, upon seeing Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing return home, Kong Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated intently on Zhao Yunduo, making her feel quite uneasy. "Are you hungry?" Zhao Yunduo inquired. Kong Liang nodded vigorously, asking, "What are we eating today?" Zhao Yunduo surveyed her space and finally declared, "How about a seafood platter?" Ever since Kong Liang had previously pilfered a branch from the green giant for her and had kept their food situation a secret, Zhao Yunduo had developed a high level of trust in him. After all, if anyone were to discover his act of stealing from the laboratory, Kong Liang would face severe repercussions. Thus, Zhao Yunduo dropped any pretense, extending her hand to conjure a seafood platter that was half the height of an adult. The platter boasted an array of exquisite seafood, including the luscious red shrimp with golden roe, an octopus larger than a fist, sweet and tender scallops, as well as salmon, crabs, sea cucumbers, and many more types of seafood that Zhao Yunduo could not name, yet all appeared incredibly delectable. The seafood was prepared in various ways. Some drenched in sauce, others cooked and tossed with spicy sauce, each arranged on 2 metal trays. "Wow!" Kong Liang exclaimed, followed closely by Yao Yao's enthusiastic wow. The 2 rushed towards the dining table almost simultaneously. Zhao Yunduo then produced a large pot of rice from her space, while Zhou Miqing retrieved 4 bowls and sets of chopsticks from the kitchen. Rather than hastily serving the rice, Zhao Yunduo first scooped a bowl of noodles that lay beneath the spicy seafood. Her favorite had always been the vermicelli nestled beneath the scallops, along with instant noodles added after cooking hot pot. Now, the thick noodles soaked in spicy sauce and the essence of seafood were truly a culinary delight. Yao Yao imitated her, grabbing a few chopsticks of noodles for herself, exclaiming in delight, "Mama, this is incredible." Before she could finish her sentence, Kong Liang also lunged for the noodles, followed by Zhou Miqing, and the noodles were devoured even faster than the seafood. The red shrimp had long been a temptation for Zhao Yunduo, having often watched eating broadcasts while enjoying steamed buns. The sight of the shrimp's rich and enticing roe had always captivated her. Now, she finally had the chance to taste it, and it was even more succulent and sweeter than she had imagined. The four of them savored their meal, their lips tinged with red, their fingers smeared with sauce. Occasionally sucking on their fingers for an extra burst of flavor, time slipped away unnoticed until Kong Liang let out a satisfied burp. "Yunduo, were you perhaps a rich second generation?" Zhao Yunduo pondered. Considering that her best friend came from wealth, so perhaps she could also be considered a rich second generation. She smiled silently, reclining on the sofa and patting her round belly with Yao Yao. Zhou Miqing and Kong Liang tidied up the remnants on the table, and after finishing, they sprayed air freshener that Zhao Yunduo had asked Shen Linglan to purchase a few days prior. After all, one Kong Liang discovering it was enough, they needed to avoid being found out by a fifth person. Once Kong Liang had helped clean up, he prepared to head home for the night. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Lu Cixi, the girl who had complained to him a couple of days ago. Lu Cixi scoffed, "Kong Gu, do you have a crush on that girl who just moved in?" "Nonsense," Kong Liang retorted, nearly jumping in frustration. It was not Zhao Yunduo he was interested in, but rather her food. "Humph," Lu Cixi scoffed again. "My dad is looking for you." Lu Cixi's father was a mid-level researcher at the base, holding some authority. "Huh, what does Lu Xu want with me? How would I know?" "He's waiting for you at my house." With that, Lu Cixi turned on her heel and marched back home, leaving Kong Liang no choice but to follow her to Building 11 where they lived. Click! Lu Cixi easily twisted the doorknob of her home and stepped aside. "Kong Gu, you go in first." Kong Liang, still surprised by this unexpected courtesy from Lu Cixi, the spoiled princess, wondered if perhaps he was about to receive a promotion. Hence her father's request for her to treat him nicely. Lost in such thoughts, Kong Liang stepped into Lu's home, only to be met unexpectedly by a gun pointed at his head as he stood still. "Don't move!" A man in a police uniform emerged from behind the door. It was Wu Ah? Kong Liang exclaimed in confusion. "I'm Kong Liang. What's wrong, Wu?" From the living room, a man with thinning hair approached. Speaking in a low voice, "You have illegally stolen items from the laboratory. Where have you taken them? Do you realize how dangerous they are? Are you in collusion with other bases?" The barrage of questions left Kong Liang dazed. I didn't take them anywhere. There's someone who said she has some knowledge about this." "Who?" Wu pressed the gun tighter against Kong Liang's forehead, his gaze icy and his tone even colder. Kong Liang opened his mouth, recalling his oath and the meals he had shared with Zhao Yunduo over the past few days, ultimately deciding to remain silent. He could not betray her. After all, he had sworn an oath, and besides, one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Seeing him tighten his lips, Lu Kuan and Wu understood that he had no intention of speaking. "Dad," Lu Cixi exclaimed, seeing Kong Liang bound and helpless, "you asked me to bring Kong Gu here just to capture him?" Lu Kuan, observing his daughter's anxious demeanor, recognized her affection for Kong Liang and could only reassure her. "This is for the investigation. If he has done anything wrong, he will be released." But those words were clearly deceitful. Kong Liang was taken by Wu to the base's prison, where he would face judgment the following morning. If Kong Liang continued to refuse to speak, he would be stripped of all resources and expelled from the base to fend for himself. Lu Cixi, no longer a naive girl, realized this was serious. Stealthily, she slipped out of her home and, relying on her memory, headed towards Building 9 where Zhao Yunduo lived. She knocked on doors from the first floor to the third, finally finding Zhao Yunduo in room 302. Yao Yao answered the door, while Zhao Yunduo was on the phone with Shen Linglan, who informed her that there had been significant progress in the research on the green giant. Shen would personally visit the laboratory that evening to deliver the concoction that Zhou Schwerer and her apprentice had tirelessly worked on for 2 days and nights without rest. "Hello, hello." Outside the room, Lu Cixi knocked impatiently. When Zhao Yunduo opened the door, Yao Yao was tugging at Lu Cixi's arm, exclaiming, "You're not allowed to disturb Sister Yunduo." Upon seeing Zhao Yunduo, Yao Yao angrily pointed at Lu Cixi. "Sister, Yao Yao didn't invite her in. She just barged in. Noticing that Lu Cece bore no visible weapons, Zhao Yunduo gently patted Yao Yao's head, saying, "It's all right, Yao Yao. You can go back to your room and play. I know her." Humph, Lu Cece scoffed, her annoyance only growing upon seeing Zhao Yunduo's relaxed demeanor. "What have you done to Kong Ge? Are you trying to harm him?" Kong Liang. Zhao Yunduo furrowed her brow in confusion. "What happened to him? He was captured by Wuan and thrown into prison. They claim he stole something. Do you think it's because of you?" "What?" Zhao Yunduo was taken aback by how quickly this matter had come to light. "Where is he?" Under Lu Cece's guidance, Zhao Yunduo stealthily made her way into the base's prison. Though termed a prison, it was merely a rudimentary basement with a single skylight. Wuan stood guard outside, gun in hand, and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Zhao Yunduo. "What brings you here?" Zhao Yunduo's gaze fell upon the tightly shut door, her tone steady as she declared, "I am here to confess. It was I who instructed Kong Liang to steal the branch from the Green Giant." "You did it?" "Yes." Zhao Yunduo stood tall, unyielding in the face of Wuan's firearm, maintaining eye contact with him. Illuminated by the moonlight, "Very well." Wuan opened the iron door. "Then you may join him inside and face questioning and investigation tomorrow." However, Zhao Yunduo shook her head. "I need you to take me to see Professor Cui." "What do you need to see Professor Cui for?" "Regarding the Green Giant, I have something of great importance to convey to Professor Cui." Wuan observed Zhao Yunduo's expression closely and realized that he had been unable to see through this girl, who was younger than him, from the very beginning. Upon first encountering her, he had assumed she harbored ulterior motives, but to his surprise, she was willing to donate dozens of bottles of diesel. Later, upon returning to the base together, Wuan learned that she had taken up residence in Jiangbin Garden, a place not meant for just anyone. After much contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Yunduo's request. After all, Professor Cui had previously warned them not to underestimate Zhao Yunduo. She was certainly not an ordinary individual. Zhao Yunduo was bound by Wuan and taken to Cui Zhenduo's office. Cui Zhenduo, wearing glasses, was absorbed in typing something on the laptop that Zhao Yunduo had just submitted. "Professor Cui," Wuan urged Zhao Yunduo to step forward. Cui Zhenduo, blinking several times to ease his strained eyes, finally turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Yunduo, what brings you here? How have you been at the base these past few days?" With her hands tied before her, Zhao Yunduo feigned nonchalance, elegantly nodding in greeting to Cui Zhenduo. "Quite well. It's been a while, Professor Cui." Wuan loosened the ropes binding Zhao Yunduo, who flexed her wrist before stepping forward to greet Cui Zhenduo. Her eyes quickly scanning the desk. With just a glance, she discerned that Cui Zhenduo was still researching ways to deal with the Green Giant, and seeing the troubled expression on his face revealed that there had been little progress. Wuan stated bluntly, "Professor Cui, Kong Liang stole items from the laboratory at the behest of Zhao Yunduo." Cui Zhenduo removed his glasses, his gaze shifting from the computer screen to Zhao Yunduo. "Yunduo, what do you need that for?" "I took it for research purposes, Professor Cui." "Research?" Cui Zhenduo chuckled lightly, his tone ambiguous. "Are you aware that if one is not careful, that thing can consume flesh and grow larger?" "Where did you take it?" Zhao Yunduo was indeed aware. That was precisely why she had stored the Green Giant in a leftover cake box, cautioning Shen Linglan not to open it without permission. "Rest assured, Professor, I did not allow it to grow at the base. I have already destroyed it." Cui Zhenduo's gaze was piercing, his tone carrying an implicit warning. "Yunduo, do you understand that stealing from the base can result in expulsion? The outside world, as you have witnessed, is fraught with danger." "Even so," Zhao Yunduo interrupted, "if I have already developed a means to eliminate the Green Giant, would I still be expelled?" "Oh, a researcher possesses a unique aura." Somewhat morose, yet a touch obsessive. However, Zhao Yunduo did not exhibit such a demeanor, nor did she seem like someone who had studied such matters before the apocalypse. Cui Zhenduo was skeptical that Zhao Yunduo could invent anything. Yet his intuition insisted that she was no ordinary person. After pondering for a moment, he rose and did not inquire how she managed her research in Jiangbin Garden, simply asking, "Shall we test your research results now?" No sooner had Cui Zhenduo spoken than Zhao Yunduo sensed the presence of an additional item in her space. Upon probing with her mental faculties, she discovered a small spray bottle, approximately 100 milliliters in capacity. With the label boldly stating, "Green Giant Elimination Spray." Was sent to her by Shen Linglan just moments ago. Zhao Yunduo felt a wave of relief wash over her. All right. The three of them proceeded to the laboratory in single file, first donning protective suits outside before changing into slippers to enter. Fortuitously, Zhao Yunduo was not a professional. Otherwise, she would have questioned why so many precautions were taken when the air in this world had long been polluted, rendering the notion of a sterile room absurd. Yet, oblivious to such concerns, her gaze was captivated by the aquarium brimming with green giant branches inside the laboratory. Even more astonishing was the adjacent aquarium, which was equally full. They had returned to the base only 3 days prior, and yet the green giant branches they had brought back, which were merely the length of an arm, had proliferated to fill an entire aquarium. Both aquariums were quite large, measuring at least 2 meters in length, and a significant portion of the branches had shed their charred exterior, reverting to their original dark green hue from a distance. One might mistake it for a tank of seaweed, a truly alarming sight. My heavens! Zhao Yunduo exclaimed. Nearby, a staff member clad in a white protective suit was meticulously recording the growth rate and current size of the branches. As Zhao Yunduo moved closer for a better look, she was intercepted by the masked staff member. Who are you? Cui Zhenduo explained. The branches that Kong Liang took are for Yunduo's research. She has already achieved preliminary results, and we are here to test them. What do you mean took? That was theft. The masked man raised his voice, glaring menacingly at Zhao Yunduo as he obstructed her. Without needing Cui Zhenduo's prompt, Wu swiftly moved him aside, allowing Zhao Yunduo to proceed with her experiment. Disregarding the masked man, Zhao Yunduo calmly retrieved the small spray bottle from her satchel. She examined the aquarium from various angles, realizing that in order to spray the green giant branches, she would need to remove the cap, which posed a risk. After some contemplation, she handed the spray to Cui Zhenduo. Professor Cui, you take it. Her tone was respectful, leading an observer to believe that her deference was born of genuine admiration for Cui Zhenduo, rather than an eagerness to take matters into her own hands. Cui Zhenduo donned ordinary rubber gloves and then opened a fist-sized aperture on the side of the aquarium. In a flash, he sprayed the green giant branches several times. To his astonishment, the branches recoiled like a sensitive plant, withdrawing without uttering a sound. Observing that the branches did not react aggressively as they usually would, Cui Zhenduo boldly sprayed the thickest part of the branch repeatedly. The branches shrank even further, and in a matter of moments, they had contracted to the size of a palm, their leaves turning withered and the stems appearing as if they had been desiccated. Cui Zhenduo retracted his hand, sealing the opening, his eyes nearly glued to the aquarium as he scrutinized the creatures within, watching their responses intently. Those entities seemed to have suddenly perished, devoid of vitality, and did not, like the sensitive plant, unfurl their leaves once more. The masked man stared in shock, pointing at the now wilted branches in the aquarium, incredulously asking, "What is this?" "It is my creation." Zhao Yunduo unabashedly claimed the credit. After all, the true inventor of this substance was not present in this world. She would not be exposed, so it was better to assert it confidently as her own. What? The masked man scrutinized Zhao Yunduo from head to toe, then looked uncertainly at Cui Zhenduo. Professor? Just as he began to speak, he caught sight of the unmistakable admiration in Cui Zhenduo's eyes. Yunduo, you truly have exceeded my expectations. This quantity of spray is far from sufficient. It needs to be mass-produced. Yunduo, do you have the formula? Zhao Yunduo shook her head, stating, for mass production, I can handle it myself. Cui Zhenduo hesitated, but seeing Zhao Yun's air of confidence, he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Very well, then it seems I must rely on you. Yunduo, that it is no trouble, Professor. I hope you can release Kong Liang. Kong Liang? Cui Zhenduo did not hesitate, about to nod in agreement, when the masked man protested. Professor, please reconsider. Theft has always been strictly forbidden at the base. If you let Kong Liang go this time, how can we justify our actions if someone else steals in the future? Zhao Yunduo, however, remained unfazed, remarking, if someone else steals again, let that individual develop a remedy to combat the zombies. If it proves effective, then release them. Her nonchalant words not only conveyed to the masked man that she was demanding Kong Liang's release based on merit, but also indicated that her capabilities were far from ordinary. You, the masked man grew agitated, retorting, so you have created a spray. Our research has made significant progress as well. Without you, we would have completed it in a mere 7 days. 7 days? Zhao Yunduo let out a light laugh. By the time you complete your research in 7 days, the green giant will have consumed the continuous tide of zombies as sustenance. This is the unvarnished truth, and it is precisely because it is the truth that it cuts so deeply. The masked man was left speechless by Zhao Yunduo's retort, his back teeth clenched tightly in a show of frustration, his gaze seemingly wishing to confine Zhao Yunduo within a separate fishbowl adorned with branches. Cui Zhenduo addressed Wu. Go release Kong Liang. Professor, the masked man stamped his foot, Yet he was merely a lowly researcher, lacking the authority to challenge the professor's decision. After thanking Cui Zhenduo, Zhao Yunduo urged Wu Wen to hasten and unlock the door, anxious to free Kong Liang from the dim chamber that contained only a small skylight. What if he remained confined for too long, transforming from a joyful puppy into a despondent one? Once they departed, the masked man remained undeterred, turning to Cui Zhenduo. Professor Cui, we cannot simply acquiesce to this woman. What if we end up nurturing her appetite? He glanced at the half-empty vial and continued. As long as we can deconstruct the formula for the spray, we can replicate it, and with the help of my colleagues, we will undoubtedly achieve results faster than Zhao Yunduo. Cui Zhenduo's gaze was laden with meaning. Xiaoli, we must prioritize the greater good and refrain from acting impulsively. Professor Cui, please allow me to attempt to deconstruct the formula. After much persuasion, the masked man secured Cui Zhenduo's consent. But only for deconstruction, not for creation, that he agreed. Exhausted from 3 consecutive days of work, Cui Zhenduo could no longer withstand the pull of sleep and decided to rest in another realm. Others toiled tirelessly to develop the spray. Having gone several nights without sleep, the paper cups of coffee on the table piled up, empty one after another. Zhang Xingnan rubbed her temples, her eyes nearly blurring, and could not resist pinching the bridge of her nose. Old Zhang, why not lie down for a bit? Zhang Xingnan, nearing middle age, lacked the stamina of Zhou Shuai. She waved her hand, let out a sigh. If I don't rest soon, I might even misidentify the reagents. Alas, she conceded, it was time to acknowledge her weariness. By the way, what did that person say? Zhou Shuai had just handed the first batch of reagents to Chen Mingxue, who had called to report excellent results and requested an immediate increase in production. She relayed the message to Zhang Xingnan, who nodded in acknowledgement, a smile of relief spreading across her face. That means we are on the right track. Zhang Xingnan's gaze fell upon the plants that had completely filled a glass container. Her earlier fervor now tinged with apprehension. The earlier setbacks in their experiments had caused the plants, crammed into a small plastic box, to wither when they were transferred to another container. After an extensive investigation, Zhang Xingnan concluded that the issue stemmed from the air quality. She had Zhou Shuai contact that person again, who provided another glass container, claiming it was contaminated air, once the plants were placed inside. They indeed thrived once more. Thus, Zhang Xingnan expanded on this discovery and developed the extermination spray, primarily utilizing common reagents, with the main focus being the elimination of pathogenic contaminants. However, the production of this reagent necessitated a sterile environment. Call your junior colleagues to assist you. How much reagent does that person require? 10 liters. Yes. Soon as Zhou Shuai finished speaking, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed, a sound she found familiar. She looked up to see Chen Mingxue, who had been visiting them frequently over the past few days. Entering with an agricultural sprayer, it was the type farmers wore on their backs during the harvest season. Using a hand-pressured nozzle to spray herbicides, the capacity marked precisely at 10 liters. Upon hearing 10 liters, Zhang Xignan's face contorted in dismay. 10 liters. Do you think our boss considers us production machines? We worked through the night and barely managed to produce 100 milliliters. Chen Mingxue nodded respectfully at Zhang Xingnan. We appreciate your hard work. However, the urgency from our boss cannot be overstated. It is required by the day after tomorrow at the latest. With that, Chen Mingxue's gaze shifted to Zhou Shuai. Miss, an additional 5 million has been transferred to your account, and upon successful completion, there will be a further 10 million as a reward. Please do your utmost. It turned out the initial 5 million allocated for machinery and reagents had already been exhausted, but Chen Mingxue's boss had unblinkingly transferred another 5 million, promising an additional 10 million upon completion. Even the two scholars, deeply engrossed in their academic pursuits and indifferent to monetary matters, felt their hearts race at the prospect. In truth, as long as the funding was sufficient to procure reagents and bolster their manpower, it was feasible to meet the deadline by working through the night, albeit with little time for rest. Zhou Shuai cast a glance at her mentor, awaiting her decision. Zhang Xingnan was not one to gamble with her students' lives. Demanding them to work through the night would be a violation of their humanity. Just as she was about to decline Chen Mingxue's request, she overheard Chen Mingxue say, "Our miss mentioned that we will need your assistance in the future. You specialize in ensuring the normal production of food crops under harsh conditions. She has identified an area where nothing has grown. Once this matter is resolved, she will provide you with soil samples for research." This struck a chord with Zhang Xingnan, for the opportunity to study something she was genuinely interested in was far more alluring than 10 million. Moreover, that enigmatic miss seemed to possess many subjects that piqued Zhang Xingnan's curiosity. Very well. This time, Zhang Xingnan did not hesitate to agree. Upon receiving Zhang Xingnan's affirmative response, Chen Mingxue placed the sprayer outside the laboratory's glass door, observing Zhang Xingnan's enthusiastic demeanor. She recalled the words exchanged between Miss Linglan and herself prior to her arrival. The miss had anticipated that Zhang Xingnan would likely refuse the production of 10 liters, hence she instructed Chen Mingxue to mention the soil matter. The miss also remarked that Zhang Xingnan was an academic at heart and would surely agree. Chen Mingxue had been uncertain at the time, but now could not help but admire her Mrs. Wisdom. I will rest for 6 hours and then join you in your work. Zhang Xingnan, utterly fatigued, reminded Shou Shuer to call her in 6 hours before departing. As predicted by Shen Linglan, everything progressed methodically. Meanwhile, the masked man, after a night of effort, successfully replicated the reagent. He joyfully burst into Cui Zhenhua's office. Disregarding the fact that he was clad in protective gear from the laboratory, "Professor, we have overestimated Zhao Yunduo. The ingredients in this reagent are utterly commonplace. I managed to deconstruct it with ease. After a night of trials, this formulation's efficacy is the closest to that of Zhao Yunduo's vial." His excitement was palpable, despite the sleepless night, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Cui Zhenhua's expression revealed clear displeasure, prompting the masked man to hastily explain, "After deconstruction, I discovered that the reagent's components were all ordinary materials, which is why I decided to experiment in the laboratory. Only the last batch of the green giant extermination spray remained. And due to the extensive adjustments made overnight, a considerable amount of materials had been wasted, resulting in only a small quantity of the reagent." The masked man had yet to test it himself and now urged Cui Zhenhua to accompany him for an efficacy trial. Very well. Cui Zhenhua set down his pen and placed his glasses on the desk, rising to follow the masked man into the laboratory. The eager masked man could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the fishbowl, pouring in a thumb-sized amount of the reagent, causing the branches to retract just as they had the night before. The masked man grinned at the wilting plants in the fishbowl, proudly proclaiming to Cui Zhenhua, "We can now properly punish Zhao Yunduo and Kong Liang. A thief should not be let off so easily." Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly noticed a shift in Cui Zhenhua's expression. "Be careful." Cui Zhenhua swiftly grabbed the last remnants of the green giant extermination spray from the table and aimed it at the branches, which were preparing to sever the masked man's wrist. With a swift spray, the branches wilted entirely. In order to keep pace with Zhou Shuer's experimental progress, Shen Linglan had spent more time at B University over the past few days than at her own institution. Especially during the final stages, she catered to Zhou Shuer and her team with coffee thrice daily. Opting for the priciest Starbucks, their meals were also ordered at a rate of 100 yuan per person. Zhang Xingnan's students joked that they had never experienced such lavish working meals in their lives. It was as if the pie drawn by the teacher had suddenly materialized overnight. The box meal, priced at 100 yuan, consisted of 5 dishes and a soup, all served in wooden containers coated with copper paint. The 5 dishes included 2 pure meat options, typically braised pork ribs, roasted lamb chops, garlic beef cubes, steamed abalone, and pepper salt prawns, among others. Additionally, there were 2 vegetable dishes stir-fried with meat, such as cauliflower with meat, wood ear mushrooms with meat, flour clams with vermicelli, and minced eggplant with meat. The sole vegetarian option was seasonal greens. The soup was equally exquisite, featuring matsutake and pork rib soup, dried scallop and winter melon soup, and white radish and pork bone soup, to name a few. The culinary skills of the 5-star hotel chef left everyone in awe. After every meal, the dozen or so students were invigorated by the delicious food, working with renewed vigor. Seeing their satisfaction, Shen Linglan packed 10 portions of each dish and stored them in Zhao Yunduo's space. The food in Zhao Yunduo's space was still abundant, and even with 4 people dining, they could hardly consume much. Nevertheless, whenever Shen Linglan encountered particularly delectable dishes, she could not resist preparing a few extra portions for Zhao Yunduo, so she too could indulge. So delicious, so delicious, Kong Liang exclaimed as he devoured the noodles, and suddenly recalling something, he turned to Zhao Yunduo and said, "Yunduo, thank you for rescuing me the night before last. You have no idea how dark that room was. I truly thought I might perish from fright, and that blockhead, Wuan, stood outside refusing to chat with me." This was indeed typical of Wuan, single-minded, focused solely on the task at hand, utterly disregarding human sentiment. Fortunately, Kong Liang had been conquered by the delicious food, completely forgetting the terrifying experience of the previous night. Their lunch that day consisted of crab roe noodles with soft, Glutinous noodles generously topped with crab roe and dozens of peeled small crayfish. When it was served, the noodles were completely obscured by the crab roe, indicating the generous ingredients. Zhao Yunduo recalled that Shen Linglan had specially packed this from the Michelin restaurant. It was said that the dish cost 800 yuan per serving, with each portion containing at least the roe from 5 large hairy crabs. The crab fat was sweet, the sauce rich. And when the noodles were enveloped in it, one could hardly imagine a more divine experience. With a satisfied burp after finishing a bowl, Kong Liang sincerely declared to Zhao Yunduo, "Yunduo, from now on, I shall be your loyal hound." Zhao Yunduo replied, "There's no need to be so crude." This was the day before their departure. After confirming that Shen Linglan could produce 10 liters of spray, Zhao Yunduo relayed the news to Cui Zhendong. Trusting Zhao Yunduo, Cui Zhendong immediately began to arrange a task force. Currently, it was confirmed that only 2 individuals were involved, although Kong Liang had made a mistake. He had also contributed due to Zhao Yunduo's spray. With merits and faults balancing each other out, he was able to join the team for the mission as before. Naturally, Zhao Yunduo would not be absent. However, Zhou Miqing faced a dilemma. She wished to accompany Zhao Yunduo but was concerned about Yao Yao. Zhao Yunduo reassured her, "It's perfectly fine, Sister Qing. You can stay home. It won't matter. We have ample spray and should not encounter any danger." Zhou Miqing hesitated. Having long regarded Zhao Yunduo as a daughter and a close friend, the undertaking of eliminating the Green Giant, being both significant and perilous, felt like a betrayal if she were to be absent. Yao Yao could easily remain at the base, which was 1,000 times safer than the outside world. Yet, the issue remained that Yao Yao was still quite young and required care. After several rounds of deliberation, she devised a plan. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the 4 finished their crab roe noodles and Zhou Miqing had just finished washing the bowls, someone knocked on the door from the outside. Kong Liang went to answer it. "What are you doing here?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he recognized Lu Sisi at the door. Lu Sisi was equally astonished to see Kong Liang. "Brother Kong, what are you doing here?" Kong Liang retorted. "Well, you tell me. The night before last, you tricked me into your house and locked me up. What do you want now? Are you here to apologize?" "I'm here to help take care of Yao Yao," came Zhou Miqing's voice from behind. Lu Sisi sheepishly scratched her head. "My mom sent me. She said she and Sister Chung were comrades, and it's only right to look out for each other. So I came to take Yao Yao to my house." She then added, "And I'm sorry, Brother Kong, I apologize for that night. I didn't know my dad wanted me to invite you over to capture you." "Humph." Kong Liang snorted, but did not press the matter further. Lu Sisi hung her head, her face full of remorse. After apologizing, she turned to Zhao Yunduo, "And I'm sorry to you too, Sister Yunduo, for not being polite when we first met." Also, she awkwardly bowed to Zhao Yunduo. "Thank you for saving Brother Kong." Zhao Yunduo waved her hand dismissively. "It's all in the past. I hope you can help take care of Yao Yao these days." Lu Sisi felt a bit shy, hesitantly stepping into the room, where she noticed an enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Oh, have you just finished eating? It smells so good. What did you have?" Only then did Kong Liang remember he had forgotten to spray air freshener. He became anxious, stammering, "And no, it's nothing." Zhou Miqing, however, remained composed, casually responding, "We had seafood-flavored instant noodles." Lu Sisi, less sensitive to the food's aroma than Kong Liang, did not press for details and merely nodded. "No wonder there's a seafood scent. It smells delightful. I'll have that flavor of instant noodles for dinner tonight." With that easily brushed aside, Kong Liang let out a huge sigh of relief and asked Lu Sisi, "How has your mom arranged the personnel?" Lu Sisi's mother was a female officer at the base, commanding over 20 soldiers. She replied, "My mom will likely send a 5-person team to join you." "Oh," Kong Liang nodded, realizing that there would be a considerable number of participants in this operation. A portion of personnel had already been dispatched, which explained the morning's commotion at the base. Unexpectedly, Lu Sisi shook her head. "They're not leaving until this afternoon. The morning's ruckus was due to troop movements, but because of a mistake in the laboratory." "What?" Zhao Yunduo, who had been reading, leaned in with curiosity. "How could there still be mistakes in the laboratory? The spray doesn't require them to make it themselves. They've just been eating and sleeping these past 2 days. How could there be a mishap? There is someone under Professor Cui, certainly. I believe its said he recklessly used up all the reagents in the lab to concoct a completely ineffective solution, causing significant losses." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunduo understood immediately it was the masked man from yesterday. Kong Liang also guessed who it was and quickly asked, "Was he penalized?" "Yes, it seems he was stripped of his laboratory position, lost his qualification to enter the lab, and his housing in Area B has been confiscated. He is now just an ordinary citizen." living in the dormitory of Area D. The B city base is divided into 4 areas: A, B, C, and D. Zhao Yunduo currently resided in Jianbin Garden, located in Area B, while Area C was a lower tier, typically housing capable citizens who could undertake missions. Area D, though labeled as ordinary citizens, was akin to the lowest echelon of society, with dormitories housing 10 to 20 individuals, where they performed menial tasks such as sweeping, tilling, and burning garbage, devoid of any technical skill. Kong Liang sighed. Truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the fox. He had a long-standing grudge against the masked man, Xiaoli, who could not tolerate Kong Liang's lively demeanor and his proximity to Cui Zhendong. Thus, behind the scenes, he had continually targeted him, reporting the theft that led to Kong Liang's predicament. Consequently, he was displeased that Kong Liang was released so easily, as his efforts over the night were merely aimed at continuing to suppress Kong Liang. However, little did they expect that their attempts to suppress it would not only fail but also lead to their own suffering. On the day the team from City B set out, it was 10 in the morning. In a rather extreme rush, Shen Linglan only completed her preparations at 9:50 and passed the spray canister to Zhao Yunduo. Among those present at the scene were only Zhou Miqing and Kong Liang. The two had grown accustomed to witnessing Zhao Yunduo conjure items out of thin air every day. Zhou Miqing hoisted the 10-liter spray canister and placed it onto Kong Liang's back. The weight bore heavily on Kong Liang's shoulders, causing him to stumble slightly and nearly bump his head against the doorframe. Before their departure, the three had made ample preparations. Zhao Yunduo specifically chose a fitted outfit of long sleeves and pants. As autumn had already set in, the fabric was of high quality, allowing for breathability in heat and warmth in cold, while also ensuring freedom of movement. Zhao Yunduo referred to this ensemble as her combat attire, while Kong Liang offered no courtesy, jesting that it looked like something the Black Widow from superhero films would wear, especially since it was black in color, suggesting it should be called Black Yunduo, or simply Dark Cloud. This remark earned Kong Liang a swift kick from Zhao Yunduo. Zhou Miqing, on the other hand, donned a brand new tracksuit that was equally suitable for various activities, including escape and stealth. She had chosen a deep crimson hue, claiming it represented good fortune for the day. When they completed their preparations and gathered at the base entrance, the others had already assembled. Upon seeing the white spray canister on Kong Liang's back, which was as wide as his shoulders, Cui Zhendwa's anxious heart finally found solace. You have finally arrived. As Cui Zhendwa boarded the plane and assisted Kong Liang in unloading the heavy burden from his shoulders. He was taken aback by the weight, and the canister filled to the brim with liquid. A full 10 liters. Zhao Yunduo nodded, confirming, indeed, 10 liters. That should suffice, right? Cui Zhendwa burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that it was more than sufficient. Marking it as a well-resourced operation, this plane was the same one they had taken to the base 5 days prior, and it had deteriorated even further since then, capable of carrying only 15 individuals at a time. This operation required 28 participants, prompting 15 to set out the previous afternoon to establish a base near the shopping district. The second batch departed that morning. Given that the aircraft had not been properly maintained for 5 years in this post-apocalyptic world, the flight was so bumpy that Zhao Yunduo nearly felt nauseous. She discreetly sent a text to Shen Linglan to vent her frustrations, to which Shen Linglan responded with a look of helplessness. Ever since Zhao Yunduo mentioned that her first flight was on this dilapidated plane, Shen Linglan had arranged for Qin Mingxue to contact the purchase of a private aircraft. However, to their dismay, although the plane had been acquired, it could not be transported. The system indicated that the item exceeded the maximum volume limit for transmission, now that the payment had been made in full. The aircraft remained parked at the sales company's tarmac. Reflecting on this, Shen Linglan couldn't help but question the system. What if my precious Yunduo needs a plane, and that old aircraft causes harm to her or damages the spray? To her surprise, the system responded earnestly, rest assured, host, though the plane is in poor condition, it remains safe, and neither you nor the spray will be affected. The system's voice was quite magnetic. Yet Shen Linglan felt an overwhelming urge to strike it. The two friends, one lamenting the system and the other the City B base, exchanged banter until they nearly caught Cui Zhendwa's attention. Yunduo, why does your face seem to be glowing? Sitting in the last row, Zhao Yunduo quickly flipped her phone over, feigning innocence as she glanced at Cui Zhendwa. Did I guess it? Cui Zhendwa blinked, noticing that Zhao Yunduo's face had lost its luminescence, attributing it to his own illusion. He dismissed it and leaned closer to share the meticulously devised operational plan. The last encounter with the Green Giant had left it with minor injuries, which were likely healed by now. Fortunately, the zombie horde had not yet approached the Green Giant, suggesting its combat capability would be weaker this time. The previous plan was to conserve the spray as much as possible, aiming for a single decisive strike. Zhao Yunduo's gaze fell upon the 10-liter white spray canister, and now he felt emboldened to revise their strategy. Their new plan was straightforward: to dispatch the armed team that had arrived first to draw the green giant's attention. While they sprayed the concoction from the plane, gradually dismantling the creature before ultimately targeting its roots for complete eradication, Zhao Yunduo found this method efficient and feasible. After discussing some details with Zhao Yunduo, she prepared to rest her eyes on the plane for a brief respite. Suddenly, a young man whom Zhao Yunduo did not recognize moved to sit beside Zhao Yunduo. He had long wished to meet Zhao Yunduo and finally found an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Yunduo, that spray canister looks quite labor-intensive. Did it take a lot of time to prepare? In the past, a mere bottle of dichlorvos would have sufficed to take down the green giant. He chuckled lightly after his comment. Wu and Zhao Yunduo exchanged incredulous glances at the young man, who appeared perplexed yet slightly embarrassed by their scrutiny. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yunduo replied earnestly, "We tried dichlorvos. It was ineffective." The young man's face flushed a deep red. Seemingly realizing the folly of his earlier words, he scratched his head and retreated to his seat. Kong Liang, sitting behind Zhao Yunduo, inquired, "Is dichlorvos really ineffective? I had suggested this idea to the professor before." Zhao Yunduo replied earnestly, "It truly doesn't work. According to Shen Linglan, various herbicides, including dichlorvos, were indeed the first attempts made by Zhou Shuer's team. However, not only did they prove ineffective, but the green giant appeared to absorb these substances as nutrients, causing its leaves to grow even greener with each application. The final version of the extermination spray, while composed of simple ingredients, was the result of tireless effort from Zhang Shenan. After the project was completed, Shen Linglan ensured that Chen Mingxue transferred 1 million to Zhang Shenan's account and provided 10,000 yuan as a bonus to each of the 11 students involved in the production. As a token of gratitude, among this group were 2 undergraduates, while the remaining 9 were graduate students who had never received such a substantial amount of money in their lives. The fatigue from 30-plus hours of work dissipated the moment they received their bonuses. Some of them were even older than Shen Linglan, but showed no hesitation in calling her manager Shen. Everyone has worked hard. Due to the stress and anxiety of recent days, Shen Linglan had also been sleep-deprived, evident in the dark circles under her eyes. However, having completed her tasks, her expression relaxed considerably. Zhang Shengnan had long since succumbed to fatigue and returned home to rest, prompting Shen Linglan to instruct Chen Mingxue to help Zhou Shuer finish up while she exited the laboratory. Unexpectedly, while passing the playground at University B, she encountered someone who should not have been there. Brother Lu. The man before her, wearing sunglasses, was none other than Lu Xiaohua from the Bureau of Non-Natural Incident Research. Ever since Shen Linglan had repaid his favor of 200 yuan with 1 million, they had not been in contact. "Linglan, what brings you here?" Lu Xiaohua, having limited knowledge of Shen Linglan, recalled her presence and asked, "Aren't you from Q University?" "Indeed," Shen Linglan replied with a smile. "I came to visit a friend at University B." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohua cast a skeptical glance towards the direction from which Shen Linglan had approached. Clearly toward the laboratory. "How does one find a friend in a laboratory?" he inquired. "I recall that entering University B requires a pass. Did your friend bring you in?" "Yes. I was just escorting her to class and am taking a taxi back on my own." In fact, Shen Linglan did possess a pass given to her by Zhang Shengnan, which not only bore her name, but also marked her as a special guest. "What is Brother Lu doing at University B?" Shen Linglan countered. "Work." Lu Xiaohua replied tersely, adding, "For your safety, it would be best to avoid University B for a while, especially the laboratory." "Understood. Thank you for the warning, Brother Lu." After exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. Once separated, Lu Xiaohua stood still, gazing at Shen Linglan's retreating figure, lost in thought for quite some time. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, an unsettling feeling lingered in his chest. Just the day before, a detection device had discovered a peculiar substance in the sewer, the origin of which remained a mystery, as it appeared to be ash washed away into the drainage system, despite the presence of dedicated personnel to investigate. No useful information was gleaned, at least for now. Nothing resembling it has been discovered on Earth. After a thorough overnight examination by experts, the source of the sewage was ultimately traced back to University B. This prompted Lu Xiaohua to undertake this urgent journey himself. His intuition suggested an intricate connection between this phenomenon and the unusual electromagnetic waves he had detected in the sky a month prior. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan, who had just stepped out of his line of sight, quickly retrieved her phone, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She dispatched a message to Chen Mingxue. alerting her that the Bureau for the Study of Unnatural Events had taken notice of University B's laboratory and urged them to expedite their actions to ensure everything was cleaned up immediately. Only after receiving a response from Qin Mingxue did Shen Linglan feel reassured enough to exit University B. Look over there. Cui Zhen pointed towards a distant shopping complex. As the aircraft approached. The sight that unfolded before him caused his brow to furrow in dismay. The green monstrosity was growing larger by the moment. Indeed, before they left, the verdant entity had barely reached the third floor of the shopping mall. Yet now, the exterior walls of the 5-story building were almost entirely cloaked in the deep green branches and leaves of the creature, rendering the once visible white bricks nearly invisible. The occupants of the plane, including Zhao Yunduo, suddenly realized that if the green entity was not completely eradicated, it would only grow stronger with each assault it endured. It was not merely the covered walls that were alarming. Looking down at the branches revealed a significant increase in their girth. My heavens, exclaimed Kong Liang, standing at the aircraft's door with a pesticide canister slung over his shoulder, utterly taken aback by the vast expanse of green before him. Inhaling sharply in shock. Previously, even a small branch had been enough to send him fleeing in terror. Now, the overwhelming mass of green seemed capable of effortlessly crushing him, though fear permeated his words. Kong Liang tightened the straps on his shoulders and methodically checked every part of the canister to prevent any mishap that might hinder the spray's efficacy. Once preparations were complete, the pilot maneuvered the aircraft down to the third level of the building. Inching closer, the spray nozzle had an effective range of 3 meters, and as they hovered 5 meters away from the green entity, Kong Liang's heartbeat thundered in his chest. He took several deep breaths. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the now green edifice. Zhao Yunduo, equally tense, suddenly noticed the leaves of the green monstrosity stirring, one leaf, then another, until a multitude began swaying. It seems to have noticed us. Hurry, she urged. Cui Zhen, having made the same observation, commanded the pilot to close in immediately while instructing Kong Liang to prepare the spray. Once within range, Kong Liang swiftly pressed the activation button, aiming the nozzle at the branches of the green entity. With a whoosh, a jet of liquid erupted from the nozzle, dousing the leaves and branches in a chaotic burst. The pesticide's effects were immediate. The branches struck by the spray collapsed like deflated balloons, and a considerable number of leaves wilted and fell away, carried off by the wind. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, excitement bubbling forth. Excellent. Let's move lower, they clamored, urging the pilot to adjust their position and water the green entity in other areas, striving to eliminate it thoroughly. Only Cui Zhen, noticing the withering leaves swirling in the air, extended his hand out the window to feel the breeze, perplexed. Where did this wind come from? The pilot maneuvered the aircraft backward. But as Kong Liang attempted to replicate the earlier success, the powerful wind unexpectedly swept the spray away, nearly blowing it back into the cabin. What kind of unnatural wind is this? Kong Liang muttered, preparing to try again when Cui Zhen interrupted him. Wait, something's not right. As if on cue, the leaves of the green entity began to tremble, unleashing a gust that morphed into a whirlwind, rapidly approaching the aircraft, threatening to engulf it like a tornado. Get out of here. Now, the pilot did not hesitate, promptly veering away. However, the branches of the green monstrosity were far more agile than the cumbersome aircraft. Sensing the retreat, it extended its limbs and swatted the right wing off the plane. The sudden impact caused the aircraft to tilt dangerously to the right, and the 10 occupants, previously gathered by the windows and door, found themselves tumbling toward the right side, narrowly avoiding a spill through the open door on the left. The pilot, disregarding the chaos within, slammed the door shut and struggled to regain control of the aircraft's balance. Hold on tight, he shouted, and the group, including Zhao Yunduo and Kong Liang, quickly secured themselves, fastening seatbelts and gripping handrails. The green entity continued to lash out with new branches, but the pilot's quick reflexes allowed him to evade several attacks. Undeterred, Kong Liang cracked open a window, extending the nozzle outwards and pressing the activation button towards the branches. However, he lost his grip, nearly toppling out of his seat, only saved by Wu's timely grip on his shirt. The brief spray had only managed to retract one branch, while countless others continued their relentless assault. The situation swiftly became dire, and the aging aircraft was no longer able to withstand the strain. We can't hold out much longer. We need to make an emergency landing. Despite the opposite wing remaining intact, it had sustained damage from the wind, and if a suitable landing spot was not found soon, all aboard would meet their doom. Cui Zhen glared at the now aggressive green entity, recalling the strategy he had devised. They should have already eliminated most of its branches, allowing the armed team to attack the remainder on land and conclude the battle in a day. Yet if they landed now, their advantage would be lost. Just as he hesitated, the green monstrosity's assault intensified. "Professor," the pilot urged Chui Zhen for a command. "Land. Land on that concrete surface over there." Zhao Yunduo shouted at the pilot. The aircraft absorbed another blow from the green entity, beginning to sway violently. The pilot, unfamiliar with Zhao Yunduo, hesitated to comply with her suggestion. "Just land." Chui Zhen finally relented, and the pilot exhaled in relief. Steering the aircraft toward the concrete area ahead, before the aircraft could disintegrate, all 10 individuals, including the pilot, safely touched down. The aircraft jostled violently, and as soon as it came to a stop, several passengers unfastened their seatbelts and rushed out the door, vomiting uncontrollably. The others, though not physically sick, had turned pale, their limbs weak and trembling, collapsing back into their seats to recover. Just as they began to catch their breath, a sudden scream pierced the air. One of the individuals who had exited was ensnared by the branches. Limbs tightly bound, devoid of any means of escape, he turned to cry for help, but his voice was cut short as a green tendril plunged into his throat. Wuan drew his weapon and fired at the green branches. But none of his shots found their mark. The tendrils were too swift and agile. In the blink of an eye, they retracted with their captive, vanishing down a nearby drain before Wu and could pursue. "What the hell?" someone cursed, snapping everyone back to reality, their previously warming hands and feet growing cold once more. The pilot, who had just moments ago been ready to step outside for fresh air, froze at the door, paralyzed by fear. "What do we do?" Kong Liang clutched the nozzle of the pesticide canister, his expression one of utter helplessness. The green entity's movements had been too rapid. He had barely managed to prepare the spray before his companion had vanished. Estimating the distance, Chui Zhen deduced that the green monstrosity would likely target the aircraft again. Remaining inside would only put them at a disadvantage. Prepared to disembark, the 9 individuals on the plane quickly gathered their belongings, with Zhao Yunduo adjusting the wrist-mounted dart launcher as they positioned themselves in the middle of the group. Upon exiting the aircraft, they sprinted in the opposite direction of the green entity's recent assault. Not long after they began running, Wuan glanced back and saw the branch indeed emerging from the sewer, rapidly advancing towards the airplane's cabin door. It was a close call. Fortunately, they had managed to run swiftly. Before Wuan could even exhale a sigh of relief, he noticed green branches surging from all directions, one after another. Were finished. At that moment, Song Zhancheng, who was in the midst of a meal, received a phone call, and a complex expression crossed his face as he looked at his brother. "Song Zhongling, what's wrong, brother? Do you remember that female classmate you interned with, Shen Linglan?" "Of course, what about her?" Song Zhancheng inquired. "What kind of person is Shen Linglan?" After a moment of reflection, Song Zhongling replied, "I used to think she was rather introverted, but after being targeted by the group leader once, she transformed into someone bold and confident, almost like a different person." Remembering the team-building expenses she had incurred, Song Zhongling had transferred the money to her a couple of days ago, but she had refused to accept it. Song Zhancheng recalled the recent phone call, in which Shen Linglan had requested 10 submachine guns. He thought she had lost her mind and refused her outright, but she countered by offering to buy them at 10 times the market price. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Zhancheng was already contemplating where to acquire the firearms. After all, tenfold was enough for him to indulge for several years. "Brother, brother," Song Zhongling called, noticing his elder brother lost in thought. He shouted twice, but saw him move the chair aside and rise, grabbing his coat as he headed for the door. "I have something to attend to." "Huh, brother, you haven't told me what's up with Shen Linglan." Before he could finish, Song Zhancheng had already vanished. Song Zhancheng was swift in his actions. When Shen Linglan received his call, it was during the hottest part of the afternoon. "Same place, bring money," he stated succinctly before hanging up. Shen Linglan hurriedly grabbed her car keys and rushed over. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, Song Zhancheng was almost unnoticeable, save for his sunglasses and the half-height suitcase beside him. He had previously given Shen Linglan a bank account number, and as she sat in the seat behind him, her fingers tapped rapidly on her phone. The money transferred quickly, and as soon as he received it, Song Zhancheng discreetly slid the suitcase behind him until Shen Linglan took it. Their transaction was thus concluded. Once Song Zhancheng left, Shen Linglan wasted no time, pulling the suitcase towards the ladies' restroom. Inside, she found the empty bathroom and swiftly opened the suitcase, transferring 10 submachine guns into Zhao Yunduo's space. Having received no news from Zhao Yunduo all day, she was desperate. Not only had she spent a fortune on submachine guns, but she also felt it unwise to store the spray in a medicine canister. Earlier, she had sent Chun Mingxue to buy 10 of the most expensive, long-range, rapid-fire water guns on the market, hoping they could assist Zhao Yunduo. She then slumped weakly in front of the suitcase. With her hands pressed together on her forehead, Shen Linglan murmured prayers. This was all she could do. She hoped that heaven would protect Zhao Yunduo and help her triumph over the green monstrosity. On Zhao Yunduo's side, 10 individuals were bracing themselves against one another, helpless and terrified, as they faced the relentless assaults of the green monstrosity. Some wielded daggers, constantly slashing, while others brandished large knives, attempting to sever the branches. However, soon enough, even Zhao Yunduo's Wolf Fang Club and Zhou Miqing's iron rod were ensnared by the branches. Weaponless, they felt like chickens in a cage, awaiting slaughter. Kong Liang, what are you doing? Zhao Yunduo shouted. Spray it. But Kong Liang's spray nozzle was entangled tightly by the branches, and despite his frantic attempts to press the switch, nothing came out. The nozzle is blocked, Kong Liang exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Their weapons had long been wrenched away by the green branches. Zhao Yunduo raised her left hand, aiming at the nozzle's lower section. She fired several sleeve arrows at the rubber nozzle, the sharp arrows puncturing multiple holes in the nozzle's tube, with Kong Liang pressing down on the switch. Liquid immediately sprayed forth. Fortunately, the arrowheads were specially designed to pierce through metal. Otherwise, they would have perished here. Zhao Yunduo shot a few more arrows, creating additional holes. The branches that had ensnared the spray nozzle wilted under the spray. More and more branches attempted to block the openings, but they were utterly ineffective. Upon contact with the spray, they immediately withered, unable to cling on any longer. The branches had no choice but to release the spray nozzle. Finally liberated, the nozzle began to spew forth a copious amount of mist. Kong Liang swung the nozzle, spraying it wildly in all directions, forcing the green branches to retreat. The restraints that had bound their hands and feet transformed into mere dead twigs. Seeing the tide turn, the green monstrosity swiftly retracted its branches. The 10 individuals suddenly found their limbs free, even their weapons clattering to the ground, though the blades were damaged, and the iron rods and wolf fang clubs were bent. My heavens! Kong Liang exclaimed weakly, releasing the switch and collapsing onto the ground. The others were equally exhausted, sprawled on the scorching concrete. The pilot wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the numerous wounds inflicted by the branches. Letting out a deep sigh, did we just escape from the gates of hell? The green monstrosity was terrified of the spray but was equally eager to destroy it. We need to be on high alert. Cui Zhenda, the oldest among them, gasped out, his breath nearly failing him. He had always been the weakest in team combat. While the others bore only minor injuries, Cui Zhenda had suffered a gash straight across his calf. With a leaf embedded in his flesh, had Kong Liang acted even a moment slower, a significant portion of Cui Zhenda's leg would have been severed. As the group adjusted themselves, Zhou Miqing noticed the blood on the ground. She looked over and discovered the blood from Cui Zhenda's leg. Professor Cui, your leg? Zhou Miqing's voice drew everyone's attention as they collectively turned to Cui Zhenda's injury. A collective gasp echoed as they beheld the wound. Approximately the length of a finger, resembling a knife's incision, with blood gushing forth. Wen, who carried a medical kit, quickly retrieved a tourniquet and iodine. Performing a simple disinfection and stopping the bleeding. He and a tall young man supported Cui Zhenda to the location where the armed team had previously ventured. Kong Liang, akin to a security guard, held the spray nozzle aloft, vigilantly scanning for any movement around them. The armed squad was stationed in a furniture store 3 streets away, led by the pilot who had visited the day before. After walking for over an hour, they finally arrived at the store's entrance. Before they could catch their breath, they noticed the ominous glow of red seeping beneath the tightly shut roller shutter. Once Wen raised the shutter, he discovered pools of dried blood scattered across the floor. Yet, apart from the blood and the disassembled weapons, there was not a single trace of a corpse. The room was utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. It was clear that a fierce battle had transpired here, and it was not between humans and zombies, but rather between humans and the green monstrosity. My God! Realizing they had inadvertently entered the territory of the green monstrosity, everyone immediately fell into a state of alertness, seizing their weapons and preparing for combat. Kong Liang held the spray nozzle, leading the way as he meticulously searched for any potential breaches where branches might infiltrate. Is anyone there? Is anyone still alive? The pilot knocked on the roller shutter, but received no response, after knocking 3 more times. Just as they were beginning to lose hope, a faint sound suddenly emanated from a corner of the room. Is this be city? Upon hearing a sound, Wen lifted her leg, clad in black long boots, tightened her grip on the gun, and swiftly made her way toward the source. There lay a massive box, originally intended for secure storage, now ensnared from the outside with a wire. Strangely, the wire bore traces of green branches, clearly indicating that they had once attempted to pry it open, but to no avail. Once they managed to untangle the wire and flip the box over, they discovered, to their astonishment, that it concealed two individuals. A man and a woman, both appearing to be of similar age to Zhao Yunduo. Their faces were pale, lips tinged with purple, possibly a result of either oxygen deprivation or starvation. Upon seeing Cui Zhendai, they reacted as if they had encountered long-lost family, bursting into tears and sobbing as they recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. They were now quite far from the Green Giant, with only a few scattered zombies lurking about. Thus, on their first night after arriving, only one person was left on watch. However, to their dismay, after everyone had settled down for the night, the watchman was devoured by the Green Giant. Under the cover of darkness, the creature also consumed the person sleeping on the outermost edge, who had been desperately smashing a stone against the rolling shutter door. The commotion roused the remaining 13 individuals, who, shrouded in darkness, were bewildered by the unfolding events. When someone switched on a flashlight, they discovered a comrade being dragged toward the restroom by the Green Giant's branches. Heavens, what manner of beast is this? A person brandished a nearby knife and struck at the elongated branch, only for it to nimbly evade the blow, extending its smaller tendrils to ensnare the assailant's ankle. Thus commenced a fierce struggle. This armed squad had, to put it plainly, been formed only after the apocalypse, their combat capabilities nowhere near those of pre-apocalyptic military forces, though they wielded firearms that could not hit the slender branches. And even if they did, the creature could swiftly regenerate them. So, the male survivor, who had been trapped in the box for an indeterminate length of time, his hair flattened and his expression despondent, murmured, "Everyone else perished, except for the two of us. How did you manage to hide inside and survive?" The wire that bound the box's latch was evidently secured from the outside, indicating that someone had come to their rescue. The female, with shoulder-length hair resembling her brother's features, wiped her tear-streaked face and responded to Wu En's inquiry. "It was our father that he risked everything to ensure that we, his children, could escape into the box." A profound silence enveloped the group. In this apocalypse, only parents would sacrifice themselves for their children. Everything else, including our supplies and weapons, was destroyed by that monster. The boy hung his head low, his face a mask of fear and regret. Yet, unlike his sister, whose lips had transitioned from purple to pale and appeared somewhat dizzy, his complexion had regained some color, leading Zhao Yunduo to suspect that she was experiencing a hypoglycemic episode. The team member responsible for supplies in Cui Zhendai's squad was rummaging through a backpack in search of compressed biscuits for them. Others took the opportunity to rest or venture outside to scout for traces of the Green Giant. In no time, the crowd surrounding the siblings dispersed. Zhao Yunduo pondered for a moment before discreetly pulling out 2 red date soft candies from her bag and offering them to the girl. The girl smiled gratefully at Zhao Yunduo. "Thank you." Zhao Yunduo signaled for her to keep quiet. Only Wu En, not far away, noticed and shook his head helplessly, wondering if she understood how precious candy was in these times. The original plan remained unchanged. Yunduo and Kong Liang, along with Wu En, were to venture into the innermost branches, specifically within the shopping mall. After uttering a brief command, Cui Zhendai took a moment to gather his strength before addressing the remaining 8 individuals. "Pair up and head in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions to divert the Green Giant's attention." Before he could finish, Zhou Miqing interrupted. "Professor, I request to accompany you duo." Cui Zhendai was taken aback by Zhou Miqing's willingness to join the more perilous excursion into the shopping mall. However, he recognized that a larger group would provide greater safety, and just as he nodded in agreement, 2 more voices chimed in. "Professor, we wish to go as well." The pair of siblings raised their hands in unison to express their desire to accompany him. Zhou Miqing's request stemmed from Zhao Yunduo, yet this brother-sister duo was unfamiliar to the rest. Upon meeting Cui Zhendai's puzzled gaze, the girl bit her lip, her face contorted with anger as she declared, "We wish to avenge our father." Cui Zhendai nodded in agreement and then turned to the remaining 5, asking, "Is there anyone else who wishes to join?" aside from the pilot, who hesitantly raised a hand. The others exchanged glances and remained silent. "Very well. You 6 shall form a small team. You must ensure the safety of Kong Liang. If anything happens to him..." He paused before continuing, "You must dismantle the spray canister he carries at the first opportunity, ensuring that the spray reaches the roots of the Green Giant. Our chances are limited. This may be our last opportunity." After finishing, Cui Zhendai gestured for them to commence their tasks, while he himself sank onto the stairs. Supporting his leg, Kong Liang then noticed that the bandage wrapped around Cui Zhendai's calf was soaked with blood, turning it a vivid red. "Professor, why not lie in the box while I wrap the wire around you? Once it's done, I can come back for you." No need, Cui Zhendai replied. I'll rest for a while, and then join you in diverting the green giant's attention. He paused and urged Kong Liang. Go do your own thing. Stay safe. The others had already departed, and Kong Liang's small team was preparing to leave the furniture store when Cui Zhendai suddenly called out to Zhao Yunduo. Yunduo, I believe in you. Everything relies on you now. This statement left the pilot and the sibling duo bewildered. Yet what was even more curious was the look of trust and hope that the other three cast toward Zhao Yunduo. Mirroring Cui Zhendai's expression, I will do my utmost, Zhao Yunduo promised as she followed the others, step by step, toward the green giant. As they exited the second street, she suddenly sensed the presence of several new items in her space. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that there were indeed firearms and water guns. She paused, seemingly contemplating the purpose of her friend's gift of a water gun. What's the matter? Zhou Miqing, noticing Zhao Yunduo's unusual demeanor, halted to inquire. Zhao Yunduo remained silent for a moment, causing Kong Liang to stop and glance back at her. After a day of carrying the spray canister, its weight had already diminished by a third. Yet it still pressed down heavily on his shoulders. He tugged at the shoulder strap, urging Zhao Yunduo, what are you daydreaming about? Wait a moment. Zhao Yunduo looked at the spray canister behind Kong Liang. Suddenly struck with inspiration as to why her friend had gifted her the water gun, she gestured for Kong Liang to set down the canister and then, with an open hand, conjured 6 water guns out of thin air. Huh, the pilot, taken aback by the spectacle, gaped in astonishment. How did you do that? Are you a magician? The boy among the siblings asked, equally surprised. The girl, on the other hand, stared thoughtfully at the water guns. Recalling the 2 candies from earlier, she had eaten one and saved the other, pondering if Zhao Yunduo might indeed be some sort of sorceress. The remaining 3 either knew of Zhao Yunduo's spatial abilities or had witnessed her magic before. So they asked no further questions. Instead, they observed the water guns and then glanced at the spray canister on Kong Liang's back, before realization dawned on them. Zhao Yunduo twisted off the cap of the spray canister and distributed the water guns among them. She kept a blue water gun for herself, inserting the suction nozzle into the canister and pressing the switch to draw the liquid. Soon, the water gun was filled with spray. The other 5 followed suit. And with a capacity of 500 milliliters each, the 6 water guns collectively siphoned around 3 liters of liquid from the canister, leaving approximately 1/3 remaining. Each of the 6, including Kong Liang, now possessed a water gun, giving the impression that they were preparing for a playful water fight rather than a serious confrontation with the green giant. Zhou Miqing recalled her daughter's toy water guns and suddenly burst into laughter, causing the previously tense expressions of the others to soften considerably. The pilot remarked, as absurd as it looks, I must admit, it feels safer than wielding real firearms. After filling their water guns, Kong Liang was about to carry the spray canister back when Wu stopped him. Let me handle it. Kong Liang felt utterly depleted from the journey, while Wu took the drug dispenser upon his back and boldly stepped forward. He stood a head taller than Kong Liang. Clad in a black military uniform suitable for combat, exuding a sense of security that surpassed that of his companion, his stern demeanor further instilled a sense of reassurance. The 6 individuals navigated around a street, only to behold a mass of green branches occupying a bus stop, audaciously claiming both the bus sign and the shelter. Upon noticing the 6, the branches stirred, swiftly climbing onto the bus sign and weaving themselves into a humanoid shape. A hand fashioned from the green branches waved at them as if beckoning. Hello, come and meet your demise. Initially meandering along leisurely, the 6 halted abruptly. What on earth is that monstrosity? The pilot exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the reality of the scene before him. The others echoed his astonishment, blinking in unison, and upon recognizing the green behemoth, they collectively froze, daunted by its presence. Kong Liang fixated on the creature, his molars grinding audibly. Alas, the distance was too great. Neither the water gun nor the drug dispenser could reach it. Otherwise, he vowed, he would surely drench it with water. Wu, the sole individual armed with a firearm, took aim at the humanoid figure of green branches, firing a shot that struck its heart. Instantly, the green silhouette dissipated and the branches tumbled back onto the sign. Before slithering down to the ground, inching closer to the 6, Zhao Yunduo, unyielding, retrieved 2 barrels of diesel from her spatial storage, pouring one onto the ground while the other was emptied into the nearby sewer by Zhou Miqing. Wu then ignited the diesel with his gun, setting both locations ablaze. Only then did the green behemoth cease its advance, vanishing swiftly from view. As the group pondered the creature's rapid retreat, Zhou Miqing suddenly noticed a horde of zombies approaching from behind. Be careful, she shouted. The ravenous zombies, seemingly starved for ages, quickened their previously sluggish pace upon spotting humans. Some even drooling menacingly. Wen immediately raised his gun, dispatching a zombie with each shot, swiftly taking down a dozen. However, as they prepared to cross the street, yet another wave of zombies appeared. After firing 2 more shots, Wen furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger. The bullets in his magazine were dwindling, while the others brandished water guns, rendering their attempts against the zombies somewhat absurd. Their dismay. The green behemoth had cleverly left the zombies to confront them. Ensuring their weapons were entangled and left unrefreshed, they were down to a single bullet. Wen aimed at a zombie merely 2 meters away, and with a resounding bang, as the group sought nearby shelter. They were startled by the sound of gunfire beside them. Bang, bang. They turned in unison to discover Zhao Yunduo, who, unbeknownst to them, had acquired a submachine gun in her right hand, after neutralizing the zombie lunging at them. She passed her weapon to Wen, then conjured another for Zhou Miqing, followed by Kong Liang, the sibling duo, and the pilot. Before long, all 6 wielded a submachine gun, with the pilot still baffled by how to disengage the safety. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, he looked up to see the zombies sprawled on the ground not far away. In front of the bus. Each of the 6 now possessed 2 firearms, one for the zombies and the other for the green branches. Furthermore, Zhao Yunduo diligently stopped at every underground well, prying off the cover to pour diesel inside before igniting it, aiming to gradually undermine the green behemoth's foundation. This dual assurance of weaponry and flames facilitated their unimpeded passage to the mall's lower level. As they gazed upwards, they were met with a canopy of lush green foliage. The creature appeared even denser than when they had seen it at noon, seemingly more verdant, but their words were lighthearted. They all understood the gravity of their impending confrontation. Hey, Sun Za, your grandfather has arrived. Kong Liang waved his water gun, splattering a small spray towards the towering green monstrosity that seemed to stretch into the sky. At the nearest underground well to the mall, Zhao Yunduo had poured 3 barrels of diesel, and as she ignited it, the chilling roar of the green behemoth echoed, sounding less like a plant and more akin to a wild beast. It remained uncertain whether another team had successfully diverted the creature's attention, but until they swung open the revolving door of the commercial plaza, they had not faced any assault from the green behemoth. They traversed without hindrance, even effortlessly dispatching a dozen green branches. Is it trying to exhaust our spray? Kong Liang inquired. Zhou Miqing shook her head, asserting, even if we run out, as long as we reach its roots, diesel will suffice. Before she could finish, the entire group, including Zhou Miqing, was left dumbfounded by the sight before them. The trunk of the green behemoth was thicker than that of any tree, upon realizing they had encroached upon its lair. Countless branches flailed around like swinging ropes, before cascading down toward the 6, inching closer to them. Zhao Yunduo stowed her submachine gun back into her spatial storage and brandished her water gun, spraying wildly at the branches. The others quickly emulated her actions. However, while they focused on the front, they soon found branches attacking from above. Zhao Yunduo pushed Wen forward, urging, "You deal with the overhead." Without hesitation, Wen lifted the nozzle of the drug dispenser, spraying wildly at the branches above. Before long, apart from Wen, the others had exhausted their water guns. Fortunately, the green behemoth had sustained considerable damage. Its dark green trunk appeared slightly pallid, prompting the group to draw their firearms and unleash a barrage upon the branches. Yet, terrifyingly, the bullets were absorbed by the trunk, seemingly inflicting no harm whatsoever. The green behemoth, though severely wounded, reduced its attack frequency, and the flailing of its branches slowed considerably. However, they were left relying solely on Wu and's drug dispenser to fend it off, and more alarmingly, it contained only 1/5 of its capacity. Zhao Yunduo retrieved more diesel from her spatial storage, unscrewing the lid before hurling the entire barrel at the trunk. To her dismay, it was deflected by the branches, though a small splash was still achieved. Observing the creature's sluggish movements, she realized it had been significantly harmed. She tossed another barrel, quickly raising her submachine gun to fire at it before the green behemoth could retaliate with its branches. The spark ignited the diesel in midair, flames rushing toward the behemoth, eliciting a piercing shriek from in pain. It seemed to lose control, thrashing wildly as it unleashed every usable branch to assault them. Without hesitation, Zhao Yunduo summoned 10 barrels of diesel, instructing everyone except Wen to unscrew their lids and throw the barrels toward the trunk. After several rounds, half of the trunk was ablaze. while the behemoth desperately tried to extinguish the flames, still attempting to subdue them. Just as the group believed victory was within their grasp, the green behemoth abruptly retracted its branches from the flames and lunged ferociously at the six. Wuan was the first to be ensnared, his legs entangled by the branches, nearly dragged away. His grip on the nozzle faltered, and soon it too was ensnared. As he was captured, the others fell victim to the green behemoth. Becoming bound hand and foot, Zhao Yunduo frantically searched her spatial storage for something useful. In her haste, she pulled out a watermelon knife, striking at the branches that ensnared her. However, once the branches were severed, the verdant tendrils swiftly entwined again. The trunk, scorched to a fiery red, appeared on the verge of being reduced to charcoal. Yet, should they be consumed, they would merely provide sustenance for the green behemoth, enabling it to rise anew. In a state of turmoil, Zhao Yunduo glanced back at the crowd. Some were being sawed inch by the green branches, while others had the tendrils already invading their mouths. Her gaze fell upon Wuan, whose limbs were ensnared by the green monstrosity, contorted at angles that defied human ergonomics. Zhao Yunduo struggled against the encroaching branches, pressing a switch beneath the spray canister at Wuan's back. The strap, which had been firmly affixed to Wu and shoulder, recoiled instantly, and with a resounding thud, the unbound canister crashed to the ground. Zhao Yunduo hewed away the branches that bound her, swiftly severing the tendril that ensnared the nozzle before it could retaliate. The spray nozzle fell to the ground, and liquid began to seep out from the hole Zhao Yunduo had previously penetrated, causing the green branches to recoil at the contact. Sensing an opportunity, she unscrewed the cap of the spray canister, prepared to lift it and douse the trunk with the remaining liquid when the green behemoth seemingly sensed her intent and promptly ensnared her once more. As the tendrils reached for the spray canister, uncertainty loomed over the group regarding their next move. Among them, the brother of the siblings was the least restrained. He forcefully tore the branches from his arms, disregarding the sharp edges that had already embedded themselves into his skin. After a desperate struggle, he seized the spray canister, thrusting his hand inside, causing the recoiling tendrils to withdraw immediately in a frantic motion. He grasped a handful of the spray and, upon withdrawing his hand, found it only glistening with droplets. He applied the spray to his arms and calves, causing the tendrils to flinch away in fear of being splattered. Seeing this, he instantly dashed towards the main trunk of the green behemoth. However, he was unprepared for the swiftness of the creature. It twisted itself into a rope-like form, its head morphing into a sharp spear, which plunged violently into the boy's calf. In pain, the boy stumbled and fell, the spray canister clattering to the ground. The group stared, their eyes reddened with desperation, fixated on the canister, their last glimmer of hope. Yet, they found themselves unable to break free from the green monstrosity's grasp. Their limbs were bound ever tighter, rendering them powerless as they watched the branches inch closer to the canister. It's over, someone exclaimed, the dread of imminent death settling upon them. No, the girl cried out, witnessing her brother's torment at the hands of the green tendrils. All four of Zhao Yunduo's limbs were ensnared. Yet she summoned every ounce of strength to lift the assault rifle and aimed at the branch poised to pierce her brother's head. At that moment, Zhao Yunduo found herself hoisted into the air, her watermelon knife ensnared and lost to the chaos in the blink of an eye. However, a dagger materialized in her hand, and she swiftly severed the tendrils above her arms. Then those around her feet. Once liberated, she fell to the ground, rolling to evade the grasping branches, and with a powerful kick, she sent the canister crashing into the trunk. The liquid, propelled by inertia, splattered onto the trunk. And in an instant, a significant portion of the massive, white trunk, requiring two people to embrace, dried up dramatically. The tendrils entwined around them began to wilt immediately, seizing the moment of weakness in the green behemoth. Zhao Yunduo dashed forward, reclaiming the overturned spray canister beside the trunk, and poured the remaining liquid over the trunk in one swift motion. Within moments, all of the green monstrosity's branches withered, and the tendrils on the individuals, on their bodies, in their mouths, on their legs, began to shrivel, as the trunk itself gradually decayed, resembling a century-old tree bereft of nourishment, becoming wrinkled and dark, visibly losing its vitality. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Yunduo observed the surrounding branches, now resembling desiccated green beans, thin and flat. Thank goodness, is it finally over? Zhou Miqing rushed forward, pulling Zhao Yunduo back slightly to inspect her wounds. Yunduo, are you hurt? Zhao Yunduo shook her head. Only a few superficial scratches marred her arms, none of which were of great concern. Brother, the girl suddenly cried out, and the group turned to find that the boy had suffered a grievous injury, his thigh sliced open by the green behemoth's leaves. blood flowing profusely from a gash nearly half a meter long and a finger deep, a truly alarming sight. The girl's hands, pressed against his thigh, were instantly stained crimson. In this apocalyptic world, such a severe injury was nearly impossible to survive. The boy managed a weak smile, seemingly aware of his impending fate, and opened his mouth to speak to his sister, but was interrupted by Zhao Yunduo. Don't talk. Stay calm, and don't be afraid. Zhao Yunduo pushed the girl aside, retrieving a thick roll of bandages from her space, pressing it firmly against the boy's thigh. The portions that did not adhere were swiftly tended to by Kong Liang, Wu, and Zhou Miqing. Even the pilot extended a trembling hand to apply pressure at the base of the boy's thigh, each contributing their strength. Every inch of the wound was met with hands pressing to staunch the flow of blood. And it felt like an eternity before the crimson tide finally ceased. The girl, her face streaked with tears, saw her brother blink and the wound begin to clot, staring blankly at Zhao Yunduo. My brother, is he going to survive? The boy lifted his gaze to Zhao Yunduo. Though pale from blood loss, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, aware that he was still fighting to hold on. Zhao Yunduo did not respond, but offered him a faint smile. Then, she retrieved a sterile surgical tray, filled with needles, threads, disinfectant, and other supplies. Knowing that Zhou Miqing excelled in this area, Zhao Yunduo handed everything to her. What are you going to do? The boy's face blanched further at the sight of the surgical needle. Zhou Miqing donned gloves. I need to stitch you up, or else that wound will bleed out with every movement. Despair washed over the boy as he realized he was to choose between enduring pain or bleeding to death. Oh, wait. Zhao Yunduo produced a vial of anesthetic and a syringe. Anesthetic. The boy was momentarily speechless. How did Zhao Yunduo even possess anesthetic? Such supplies were typically reserved for the upper echelons of their base, yet she casually produced it for him. In that fleeting moment, he felt unworthy, yet Zhao Yunduo had no time to ponder his thoughts. After handing the items to Zhou Miqing, she stood to excuse herself for a moment. Before she could leave, Zhou Miqing called out, Yunduo, you have quite a few wounds. Let me disinfect them first. Zhao Yunduo glanced at the numerous jagged gashes along her arms and legs, nodding in agreement. Thank you, Sister Chung. Zhou Miqing meticulously cleaned each of Zhao Yunduo's dozens of small wounds with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. The boy, left aside, dared not speak, for all the supplies, be it spray or surgical instruments, were provided by Zhao Yunduo. He was too grateful to voice any complaints. Once Zhou Miqing finished treating Zhao Yunduo's injuries, she finally allowed her to head to the restroom. The girl wished to accompany Zhao Yunduo, but Zhou Miqing held her back. You can help me instead. Oh, all right. Wu and S's lingered on Zhao Yunduo's retreating form, neither pulling away nor following her. Only Kong Liang, the fool, continued to question Wu. Why did Yunduo go to the public restroom? Isn't it unsafe to go now? Why not find a random spot instead? Before he could finish, Wu smacked him on the head. Shut up. Not far away, Zhao Yunduo concealed herself behind a pillar, distance from the crowd, and dialed Shen Linglan. Since their victory over the green behemoth, Shen Linglan had been eagerly awaiting Zhao Yunduo's call, unable to contain her excitement, clutching her phone tightly and awaiting any news. Her dorm mates had initially thought she was sleepwalking, with Hike even inquiring if she felt unwell. Shen Linglan shook her head, still waiting, and at last, her patience paid off. Hello, Bauer. Are you all right? I'm doing well. Zhao Yunduo chuckled softly to herself, relieved that Shen Linglan could not see the mottled wounds adorning her body. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Linglan burst out of the dormitory, instantly switching to a video call. Caught between the desire to see her best friend and the fear of causing her worry, Zhao Yunduo hesitated for a moment before finally pressing the answer button. With a chime, Shen Linglan appeared on the screen, her eyes widening as she beheld Zhao Yunduo, whose clothing was tattered and stained with trickling streaks of blood. Tears welled up in Shen Linglan's eyes as she exclaimed, "Why must the system subject you to such suffering?" However, just as she began to vent her frustrations about the system in its presence, a notification chimed in. Interrupting her, a deep, resonant voice announced, "Congratulations, host. Zhao Yunduo has successfully completed the monster elimination task. Task settlement complete. Reward points, 100." Shen Linglan paused, her brow furrowed in confusion. Points? What are those? The system remained silent, promptly opening a shop interface for Shen Linglan. The items available were limited. She was encouraged to assist Zhao Yunduo in completing tasks to earn more points and unlock additional products. Ignoring the system's superfluous chatter, Shen Linglan perused the items on offer. Currently, 3 products were available: explosives, an aircraft, and a feature called mind communication. Mind communication? What is that? The system explained that it allowed communication without the need for phones or dialing. Merely through thought. Is it similar to how we are communicating now? Shen Linglan inquired. The system hesitated before affirmatively replying, yes, host. Although Shen Linglan yearned to acquire the third option, each item required 100 points for redemption, leaving her with the choice of only one. Instead of making the decision unilaterally, she consulted Zhao Yunduo. After careful consideration, Zhao Yunduo concluded that explosives were unnecessary, and while the aircraft could be useful, it was far too conspicuous. Moreover, they couldn't transport it back to B City, where it would likely be commandeered by the base. Disregarding the aircraft, Zhao Yunduo decided that the mind communication feature would be the most practical choice. Having often wished to contact Shen Linglan without the fear of being discovered, once they settled on the item for exchange, the system seemed to require a moment to process the activation of this feature for both of them. While still on the video call, Zhao Yunduo discreetly leaned to observe their companions, who were either tending to their wounds or resting against a pillar, oblivious to her presence. An idea struck her. She subtly adjusted her phone's camera to focus on her friends. Look, that one in the red tracksuit is Sister Qingzi. The one leaning against the pillar is the simpleton Wuan, and the one sprawled on the floor is Kong Liang, who always mooches meals. The remaining three are our comrades from today's battle. Zhao Yunduo detailed each individual, and Shen Linglan listened intently. Even the boy undergoing stitches did not miss a word. After gaining a clear understanding of their achievements that day, Shen Linglan suddenly suggested, they've all helped you considerably, thus aiding you in completing your task. Since it's still early, I shall go out and buy us some late-night snacks to treat you, and perhaps share some with them. With that thought, she returned to the dormitory and casually draped a jacket over her shoulders. Observing her intent to leave, the dormitory supervisor asked in surprise, Linglan, it's 10 o'clock. Are you really going out? Lights will be turned off soon. Yes, I have some matters to attend to, she replied. Chun Xiaohong chimed in sarcastically from behind. Well, if they check the dormitory, don't blame us for not lying for you. Do as you wish, Shen Linglan retorted indifferently, grabbing her car keys from the drawer before exiting the dormitory. Settling into her Porsche, she hummed a tune as she drove toward the night market near the school. Meanwhile, the system activated the mind communication feature. Mind communication has been activated. Please set a code word. Simply think of the word in your mind, and the other party must respond with the same code to communicate. After pondering for a moment, Shen Linglan, still connected to Zhao Yunduo, discussed and finally decided on a code. The system prompted, please confirm. Is the code word Cosmic Super Beauty? In the car, Shen Linglan unabashedly shouted, confirmed. Curiously, she found nothing funny about the chosen password. While she hummed along, she urged Zhao Yunduo to end the call and repeatedly chanted Cosmic Super Beauty in her mind. Once the connection was established, both were astonished by the experience, without the need for phones or Bluetooth. It felt as though they had entered each other's minds. What do you all wish to eat? Shen Linglan inquired. As Zhao Yunduo approached her companions, she replied in her thoughts, I desire stir-fried dishes from the night market. Ask the others. All right. Remarkably, the system not only facilitated mental conversations but also allowed Shen Linglan to hear the voices of Zhao Yunduo's companions. Sister Qingzi, have you finished bandaging? Yes. But he won't be able to move tonight. Considering that Professor Cui and the others were likely safe, someone proposed, let's just rest here for the night. Sounds good. I'll go close the door. I noticed that phone store seems quite secure. Let us stay there tonight, another suggested. All right, I'll check for any signs of zombies inside. The group began discussing tasks, leaving Shen Linglan confused as she did not recognize who was who. After a while, she finally heard Zhao Yunduo asking, wait a moment, what do you all want to eat? Just as the pilot was about to respond, Kong Liang, raising his hand, exclaimed, I want fried chicken. With his declaration, the siblings and the pilot imagined delectable dishes. Following suit in their cravings. I want milk tea. I want cake. I want pizza. Zhao Yunduo nodded. All right. And what about you? She turned to ask Zhou Miqing, and Wuan Miqing, exhausted from the day, desired porridge, while Wuan replied nonchalantly, whatever is available. Afterward, they all began checking their surroundings and tidying up the area. Wuan carried a large transparent packing bag, typically used by the older generation for blankets. His task extended beyond merely eliminating the monstrous green entity. He was also required to retrieve its corpse for research at the base. Squatting before the withered trunk of the green creature, Wuan reached out to touch the dry, ragged trunk. When he attempted to pull it out, he realized it was quite a struggle. Observing this, Kong Liang came over to assist, and together they exerted considerable effort to uproot the trunk. The roots of the green creature extended deep into the ground. And when they finally extracted it, the roots were longer than Kong Liang himself. After bundling the crumpled trunk and placing it into the packing bag, they discovered that although it was desiccated, it still possessed significant weight. When Wu stuffed it into his backpack, it felt several times heavier than a 3-liter spray canister. Once they finished their task, they were ready to regroup at the phone store, where Zhao Yunduo awaited alone. To their astonishment, the long table that had once displayed mobile devices was now laden with an array of tempting food. Wow! Kong Liang exclaimed, immediately rushing towards the table. The spread was a feast for the eyes, featuring Zhou Miqing's porridge that, while seemingly plain, was accompanied by a variety of delectable side dishes: pickled cucumbers, pan-fried hairtail fish, soy sauce fried eggs, garlic stir-fried water spinach, steamed ribs with taro, steamed cuttlefish, shrimp with tomatoes, and much more, all ordered by Shen Linglan at the night market. The side dishes occupied half the table, while the other half was taken up by fried chicken, burgers, and milk tea. There were 6 cups of milk tea, 6 small cakes, a 12-inch pizza, and 6 servings of fried chicken, among other delights. Once the crowd had finished their tasks and entered, they were taken aback by the lavish spread laid out before them. Heavens, what is that? Did you all see it? Or is it merely a figment of my imagination? Oh my, a girl, who had just followed Zhou Miqing to close the mall's entrance and had helped move a couch, was equally astonished upon entering. She gasped, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and queried, "What is this? Am I hallucinating?" A wounded boy lay resting in the mall's atrium, and upon hearing the commotion, he strained to prop himself up with his hands and uninjured left foot, exerting tremendous effort to glimpse into the mobile phone store. Unfortunately, he was obstructed by the throng, leaving him utterly frustrated, desperate to know what was happening. What is it? What is going on inside? Yet, his leg injury rendered him immobile, forcing him to watch as the others hurried towards Zhao Yunduo, chattering excitedly about the delicious food. As they stepped into the mobile phone store, the boy finally caught sight of Zhao Yunduo, standing by the glass window, beaming as she took a sip of her milk tea and shook the cup, announcing to them, "This is our celebration feast." Zhao Yunduo raised a cup of milk tea, shook it playfully, and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work today." Except for the injured boy, the rest of the group lunged towards the laden long table as if starved, clutching milk tea in one hand and fried chicken in the other, devouring the feast voraciously. The pilot, with a fried chicken leg in his mouth, was brought to tears by the savory delight. The boy on the ground grew anxious, exclaiming, "There is food and drink. I want some too. Yuan, help me up." Yet, his sister was already engrossed in her milk tea, fervently sipping on the pearls, savoring the sweetness, with little thought to assist her brother, the boy, who had not cried when his flesh was cut or when he was stitched up under anesthesia, now watched in despair as 5 others, including his sister, indulged in fried chicken and milk tea, his eyes reddening as saliva pooled at the corner of his mouth. No, I want to eat too," he mumbled, straining to push himself up from the cylindrical support beside him. In the mobile phone store, Zhou Miqing cradled a steaming bowl of porridge and calmly informed the boy, "Your leg can only lie still. If the wound opens again, it will need to be restitched." However, the compassionate younger sister, unable to bear her brother's plight, stripped off her disposable gloves, which had just handled the fried chicken, and rushed into the adjacent store. Struggling to pull out a chair, Kong Liang and Wu assisted in lifting the boy onto the reclining chair. "Liang Tianquan, you are truly blessed to have such a good sister." Liang Tianquan was indeed the boy's name, and he paid no heed to his sister's teasing, his gaze fixed on the table, drool already escaping. Yuan, bring me a cup of milk tea. I want more fried chicken, and that pizza too." The only food he had ever consumed in his life were compressed biscuits. The spread before him was beyond his wildest dreams. "In a way," Zhou Miqing replied resolutely, shaking her head. "Fried food is detrimental to your recovery. Let us have porridge together." She served him a bowl of porridge, so large it dwarfed his hand, filled 6/10 with porridge, and the rest piled high with side dishes, a bounty he had never dared to wish for during his years of missions at the base. Though he lamented the absence of the fried chicken he craved, the sumptuous side dishes made Liang Tianquan swallow hard as he eagerly scooped the porridge into his mouth. Halfway through, he suddenly looked up and asked Zhao Yunduo, "Yunduo, where did all this food come from?" A momentary silence enveloped the room. Even Kong Liang couldn't help but stare at Liang Tianquan as if he were a fool. Zhou Miqing, setting down the bowl, drew a dagger that Zhao Yunduo had just given her, pressing it against Liang Tianquan's wound. The once gentle and loving Zhou Miqing now wore a cold expression as she warned Liang Tuanchuan. Don't ask, and don't let the seventh person know, understood? Ah. Liang Tuanchuan, clutching the massive bowl, looked bewildered at the remaining 5. Zhao Yunduo was focused on savoring the taro balls in her milk tea. Her expression indifferent, her eyes betraying no emotion, but Wu Yin's demeanor was inscrutable, while Kong Liang eyed him like a watchful guard dog. Even Liang Yuan, seemingly unconcerned, gnawed on a chicken wing, glanced at her brother, and warned. If you let it slip, I won't spare you. We can't just rely on Sister Duo for these treats. Don't forget, it was Sister Duo who led us to avenge Dad. Liang Tuanchuan hadn't forgotten. He recalled how close he had come to death. Without Zhao Yunduo's surgical tools and anesthetics, he would have bled out long ago. That he raised his right hand, displaying 3 fingers, and earnestly pledged, I won't say a word. Zhou Miqing nodded, retracting the dagger and returning to her meal. Wait, Liang Tuanchuan protested, pointing at his sister. Aren't you going to threaten her? And him? And him? And him? He indicated the pilot, Kong Liang, and Wu Yin in succession. Liang Yuan, feeling the candy in her pocket, smirked mischievously. I already guessed. If you didn't tell me, who else could you tell? Ah, when did you? Before Liang Tuanchuan could finish, he noticed the pilot raising his hand to swear. I, Chen Fei, swear that if I spill this secret, I'll be struck by lightning and devoured by zombies. Truth be told, Zhao Yunduo was unconcerned. Initially, Shen Linglan had hesitated, wondering if revealing her ability to conjure supplies to these 3 unfamiliar individuals might be detrimental, but after contemplating, Zhao Yunduo concluded that she didn't care either way. If they were to divulge the secret, she could easily leave the base unscathed, and if someone sought to harm her, that would be even simpler. In this apocalypse, no one could rival her arsenal. With arrows, stun batons, handguns, and submachine guns at her disposal, she could retaliate effectively, perhaps when she completed her next mission and earned 100 points to exchange for explosives. Anyone who schemed against her would find themselves obliterated along with their homes. Rather than seeing it as a reward for them, it was simply a matter of timing. They happened to be present when she desired to indulge. Her principle was to never compromise her own desires for the sake of secrecy. Especially when it came to satisfying her appetite. Would she hide in the restroom to secretly munch on fried chicken just to avoid suspicion? Moreover, the creature they had collectively vanquished was a result of their joint efforts. Liang Tuanchuan had put in considerable work and suffered severe injuries, so consuming good meat and vegetables would only aid in his recovery far more than those compressed biscuits. Her gaze softened as it swept across each face, noting their excitement or satisfaction, and she felt none of the anxiety or conflict she had experienced when first treating Zhou Miqing and her mother to a meal. Zhao Yunduo suddenly realized that after surviving several brushes with death, her mindset had evolved significantly since her arrival in this apocalypse. Zhao Yunduo feasted through the night, and finally, Shen Linglan enjoyed a restful sleep. However, to her surprise, she awoke not to the blaring of her alarm, but to a call from her advisor. Linglan, are you in the dormitory, Director Chen? I returned home today. Shen Linglan rubbed her drowsy eyes, glancing at the clock. 7:30 a.m. The tone on the other end shifted to one of stern authority. Your internship period has ended, Linglan. From now until graduation, you must reside in the school dormitory each night. Otherwise, you will receive a warning. After 3 warnings, your diploma will be in jeopardy. The school had strictly prohibited students from staying out overnight since freshman year, and also disallowed renting off-campus housing. Yet, Shen Linglan was now a senior, and checks for overnight stays were rare. If the advisor learned about last night's events, it meant someone had reported her. And the fact that she had indeed stayed out overnight could not be denied. Shen Linglan disregarded her advisor's warnings and boldly declared, Director Chen, I would like to apply for off-campus housing. No way. I've already stated that if you wish to live off-campus, you must donate a building to the school. Without hesitation, Shen Linglan replied, Fine, I can donate. If it were not for the donation of a teaching building. Everything would have left Director Chen momentarily stunned, as if he doubted his own hearing. What? I can donate a teaching building. Director Chen, don't joke. Director Chen recalled the past, uncertainly asking, You are Shen Linglan, right? I remember you worked part-time during your sophomore year? Yes, Shen Linglan lied without batting an eye, claiming that her previous part-time work was merely for the experience. Director Chen, half skeptical, instructed her to discuss the donation in his office. Just then, Chen Mingxue arrived at 9 o'clock to pick up Shen Linglan. After a brief nap, Shen Linglan sat in the passenger seat yawning and asked Chen Mingxue, Have you found a suitable villa? Chen Mingxue nodded. There's one that fits perfectly. I can show it to you today and tomorrow. When are you available, miss? Shen Linglan pulled out her phone to check her class schedule. She only had a class at 4:30 this afternoon. That works. I'll take a look after I visit the school. All right. After Chen Mingxue dropped Shen Linglan back at school, she intended to wait for Shen Linglan at the entrance as usual. Unexpectedly, Shen Linglan invited her to enter the school, saying, Sister Chen, come with me. I need you to handle something. Of course, Mississippi. After parking the car, Chen Mingxue followed Shen Linglan and inquired, What is it, miss? They were heading to discuss the donation of the building. Upon arriving at Director Chen's office, he initially thought Shen Linglan was joking like other students. However, upon entering, he was surprised to find a woman in a suit behind her. Director Chen looked at them in confusion. Linglan, who is this? This is my assistant, Director Chen. I am here to negotiate the donation of the building. Is 8 million sufficient? This statement startled Director Chen, prompting him to immediately summon the principal. Chen Mingxue was somewhat astonished to learn that her young mistress was donating a teaching building simply because she wished to live off campus. However, she quickly composed herself and adopted a serious demeanor, extending her right hand to greet the principal, saying, Hello, I am Miss Linglan's assistant and will be fully responsible for this donation. This demeanor convinced the principal to believe her. He instructed his secretary to retrieve a document, allowing Shen Linglan to select a teaching building she wished to donate. The options included a canteen, a swimming pool, various teaching buildings, laboratories, and more. Shen Linglan casually pointed to the experimental building. This one, please. The principal's face lit up with joy. He knew the experimental building was the most costly. Not only did it require construction, but the laboratory equipment was also a significant financial burden, likely reaching into the millions. Yet, Shen Linglan did not flinch and informed the principal that 10 million would not be an issue. The principal's face instantly blossomed with delight, encouraging Shen Linglan to express any requirements she might have. Instead of making demands, Shen Linglan turned to Director Chen and asked, Director, when did Xiaohong inform you that I do not reside on campus? No one anticipated that Shen Linglan would ask such a question. Director Chen glanced at his phone and replied, Around 7 this morning. This seemingly innocuous inquiry confirmed Shen Linglan's suspicions that the one reporting her was indeed Chen Xiaohong. Noticing her silence, the principal sought to prompt her to finalize a time for the contract, but, fearing it might intimidate her, opted for a gentler approach by asking, What's the matter? Isn't the school's centennial celebration approaching? Yes, it's next month. Would you like us to present an award to you during the celebration? We could expedite the materials in time. No need. Shen Linglan shook her head. I do not require those. However, I would like the school to remove Chen Xiaohong from the performance list for the celebration. Her program should be cancelled. Director Chen found himself in a quandary. She had not committed any wrongdoing, and canceling her program seemed inappropriate as a counselor. He usually adhered to a principle of neutrality when mediating student disputes and would not favor Chen Xiaohong simply because she reported Shen Linglan. Nor would he acquiesce to Shen Linglan just because of her wealth. At that moment, Shen Linglan retrieved a video from her phone, which featured none other than Chen Xiaohong. The video showed her at Shen Linglan's desk, unscrewing the cap of Shen Linglan's toner, muttering, I think this is counterfeit. I'll take it to the counter for testing. As she said this, she poured about 10 milliliters of the precious liquid into her own bottle. The next clip showed Chen Xiaohong emptying Shen Linglan's entire bottle of toner and filling it with tap water instead. To her surprise, it turned out to be genuine. TSK, Shen Linglan, I've made you waste thousands on this counterfeit. She then proceeded to empty Shen Linglan's cream and lotion, leaving no product untouched. Director Chen had not anticipated that the academically excellent Chen Xiaohong would exhibit such poor character. The total value of these items exceeded 10,000. I would like to ask how Director Chen intends to handle this. Shen Linglan inquired. At that moment, Director Chen regretted not having agreed to Shen Linglan's request earlier. Stealing was no trivial matter. Regardless of how he handled it, the fallout would still affect him as a counselor and the class. With the principal present, it was impossible to muddle through the situation if Shen Linglan were displeased and withdrew her donation. He, a mere counselor, would likely face severe repercussions. I will give her a disciplinary action. Cancel her individual dance program for the centennial celebration. Shen Linglan felt a wave of relief. With the disciplinary action, Chen Xiaohong's qualification for graduate school would be jeopardized, and her individual dance program, which Shen Linglan knew she had practiced for at least 3 months, would vanish into thin air. Thank you, Director, for your fair handling, Shen Linglan expressed. The principal, seeing Shen Linglan's satisfaction, asked Linglan, "Do you have any further requests? If not, there is one more." Shen Linglan interrupted the principal, stating, "I wish for the new experimental building to be named Cloud." Indeed, Shen Linglan's desire to donate the building stemmed not merely from a wish to reside at home. She had long wished to leave something meaningful for the world, or rather, to ensure that more people remembered Cloud. She had contemplated numerous ways, such as establishing the Cloud Charitable Foundation to build a road named Cloud in impoverished counties, and so forth. However, she had not yet had the opportunity to discuss this with Zhao Yunduo. It was only when Director Chen mentioned the donation that an idea struck her, starting with a teaching building named Cloud. Everything was settled. Shen Linglan received the approval from Director Chen to live off campus, and she set off with Chan Mingxue to pack her belongings. Upon opening the dormitory door, it was still before lunchtime, and the 5 roommates were lounging in bed. Chen Xiaohong peeked towards the door, and upon seeing Shen Linglan, rolled her eyes and complained, "You didn't come back to sleep last night, and now you're back early just to wake us up. Is that fair?" Shen Linglan shot a pointed glance at Chen Xiaohong, unreservedly retorting, "Weren't you just reporting me to Director Chen at 7 this morning? Are you still not awake?" Chen Xiaohong, upon hearing this, became agitated, sitting up abruptly and accusing Shen Linglan of slandering her. Shen Linglan, uninterested in engaging in a debate, stood at her desk and forcefully smashed her skincare products onto the ground, causing them to shatter instantly. "Shen Linglan, what are you doing?" Chen Xiaohong exclaimed in panic, scrambling out of bed to push Shen Linglan away. However, her hand was swiftly seized by Chen Mingxue, who, towering over Chen Xiaohong and clad in a suit, exuded an aura that rendered Chen Xiaohong hesitant to retaliate. "These are your stolen items, and I don't want you using them. Breaking them is perfectly acceptable, right? Steal your things? Do you think I need to steal your dubious skincare products?" Chen Xiaohong shouted, yet she couldn't help but feel the sting of loss as she gazed at the shattered items on the floor. Infuriated, she stomped her foot and called out to the dormitory supervisor. "Supervisor, you need to intervene." Ever since the supervisor noticed the change in Shen Linglan, they had been hesitant to confront her and merely peered in without saying a word. "Xiaohong, I discovered that my toner has also diminished significantly in the past few days. Could it be you?" Other roommates also poked their heads out and suddenly asked a question. This remark infuriated Chen Xiaohong, who pointed at Shen Linglan, declaring her intention to report the matter to the counselor. Shen Linglan shrugged, expressing indifference, and urged Chen Mingxue to continue helping her pack her belongings. As Chen Xiaohong dialed the counselor's number, she indignantly exclaimed, "This pile of my things is worth several hundred yuan." "Just wait, Shen Linglan. Several hundred yuan." Shen Linglan glanced at the broken bottles strewn across the floor, noting that none bore reputable brands. She recalled that during her freshman and sophomore years, her skincare regimen consisted solely of winter moisturizers, with no other products in sight. Despite using off-brand products, Chen Xiaohong had the audacity to mock Shen Linglan for her presumed poverty, claiming that the impoverished could not afford skincare and that those in their 20s would age prematurely, resembling someone in their 30s. Now, even though Shen Linglan could afford high-end skincare products worth thousands, she had never ridiculed Chen Xiaohong for her choice of off-brand items. What she scorned were Chen Xiaohong's derisive comments and acts of theft. Unexpectedly, upon realizing that her expensive skincare products, which she had long coveted but could not afford, had been destroyed, Chen Xiaohong burst into tears. As soon as the call connected, she reported to the counselor that Shen Linglan had vandalized her belongings. Chen Mingxue had already finished packing and stood by Shen Linglan's side, waiting for her. Just as Shen Linglan was about to leave, Chen Xiaohong had finished her lament, and the counselor's response was unclear. However, in the moment before Shen Linglan closed the dormitory door, she heard Chen Xiaohong's heart-wrenching wail. "Why did you cancel my graduate school recommendation?" With a resounding bang, Shen Linglan shut the door, leaving Chen Xiaohong to face the consequences of her own actions, now irrelevant to her. She was pressed for time, needing to visit a villa before noon. Chen Mingxue had been accompanying Shen Linglan for a while and had a good understanding of her preferences. Thus, after viewing several properties, she selected the one she believed Shen Linglan would favor the most. This villa differed from the multi-story standalone houses. It featured a courtyard, with 2 osmanthus trees flanking the entrance. Peering inside, the tallest structure was merely 3 stories, serving as the main living quarters. In front of the main building lay an open-air reception area, with a corridor to the left leading to a gazebo at its end. And to the right, a circular pond adorned with a fountain at its center. The side of the corridor featured a two-story annex, its windows large and made of shatterproof glass. The first floor housed a dining area and kitchen, while the second floor contained an entertainment room, currently unoccupied. Behind the main courtyard stretched a vast expanse of land, designated as the villa's rear garden. Shen Linglan envisioned it filled with tulips and pink roses. Although the contract had yet to be signed, she already knew what she wanted to plant, and could almost see a sea of blossoms in her mind. She adored pink roses, while Zhao Yunduo favored tulips. When the flowers bloomed, Shen Linglan would surely send her a photo. No, she planned to let Zhao Yunduo witness it all via video call. After exploring the surroundings, Shen Linglan stepped into the main building, where the first floor consisted of a living room, slightly smaller than the 120 square meters of the 6 million yuan residence she had purchased previously. Here, she envisioned placing 2 sofas, a projector, and a cabinet for her collectibles. Along with a table and a wine cabinet. As she spoke, Chen Mingxiu diligently noted everything on her tablet. Ascending to the second floor, they encountered the bedrooms. Each room featured a bedroom and a bathroom. The latter divided into sections. At the back, a bathtub. In the middle, a shower. And at the front, a toilet and sink. Shen Linglan planned to designate 2 master bedrooms and 1 guest room. As before, her master bedroom would be adorned in shades of pink, while Zhao Yunduo's would be blue. Shen Linglan now understood that wealthy individuals did not purchase bedding sets at department stores, but rather ordered them from specialty shops. She delegated this task to Chen Mingxiu. Additionally, regarding mattresses, she recalled a delicious melon she had previously eaten, instructing Chen Mingxiu to procure 2 mattresses identical to those of a certain celebrity, eager to experience their comfort firsthand. The third floor was designated as an entertainment area, potentially housing a game room, a yoga studio, and a movie room. Although the main building was only 3 stories high, it was equipped with an elevator that ascended to the 4th floor, which featured a swimming pool. On sunny days, it functioned as an outdoor pool, but if it rained, a switch could be activated to deploy a retractable roof, shielding the pool from the downpour. After surveying the villa's courtyard, Shen Linglan felt quite satisfied. Although she had not included Zhao Yunduo in the video tour, they maintained their conversation, and Zhao Yunduo had heard everything Shen Linglan had said. Therefore, when Chen Mingxiu inquired whether they should sign the contract, Shen Linglan silently asked Zhao Yunduo in her mind, "What do you think, Duobao?" Zhao Yunduo replied, "I can imagine it. It's a house I would also adore." Upon hearing this, Shen Linglan smiled and told Chen Mingxiu, "I am very pleased. Let us arrange to sign the contract with the original owner. Should we negotiate the price?" Chen Mingxiu asked. She informed Shen Linglan that there was no need to go through an agency, as the original owner was asking for 30 million yuan. It was not far from the city center, and 30 million yuan for a villa in a first-tier city was somewhat lower than Shen Linglan had anticipated. It was also conveniently located, just a half-hour drive from the school. The villa allowed for the free parking of personal vehicles both inside and outside, which greatly pleased Shen Linglan. She shook her head, indicating that negotiation was unnecessary. 30 million yuan was a fair price. The weather seemed to have turned colder, but on a clear morning, Kong Liang stood outside a mobile phone store, stretching lazily that he felt the autumn chill. Rubbing his cool arms and envying Zhao Yunduo and Zhou Miqing, who were clad in long sleeves. His long-sleeved shirt from the previous year had been worn throughout the entire autumn and winter, now almost in tatters, and he had not yet applied for a new one. How many contribution points did a long-sleeved shirt cost again? 10 points. The thought made Kong Liang wince. After a quick rinse, he heard faint sounds emanating from outside the shopping mall's entrance. Peering through the glass door, he noticed a considerable gathering of zombies outside, just as Professor Cui had speculated, with the absence of the green giant. Zombies began to appear in the vicinity. Fortunately, they had not grown complacent the previous night, barricading the entrance with sofas and chairs, which had successfully prevented the zombies from breaking in as sunlight streamed into the shopping mall. All 6 of them awoke. After a brief wash, they set out to meet Cui Zhenhua at the furniture store. Liang Yuanyuan had procured a long stick for her brother to use as a cane, but had not burdened him with carrying any supplies. Zhao Yunduo could have suggested that Shen Linglan purchase a wheelchair or crutches for Liang Tuanchuan, but she refrained from doing so, as she believed kindness should be offered in moderation. The group walked in a single file, resembling a band of pilgrims on a quest, each armed with a submachine gun, making quick work of any zombies they encountered. However, the distance was considerable, and by the time they arrived at the furniture store, it was already noon. Standing outside the store, The six were taken aback. The rolling shutter door was only half drawn, revealing numerous severed limbs and dismembered bodies within, some blackened, clearly belonging to zombies, while others were unmistakably human. Wu yanked the shutter door upward, exposing the grim scene inside. One person's arms still dangled from the shutter, as if they had desperately attempted to pull the door down before succumbing to exhaustion. Inside, 3 zombies had their heads pierced by sharp knives, while 2 humans, their breaths extinguished before transformation, were unmistakably their companions. Wu used his submachine gun to flip over the bodies on the ground, inspecting their faces before stating, "Professor Chui is not among them." The group's gazes immediately turned to search the premises, hoping that Zhao Yunduo had hidden in some corner and escaped the fate of the others. After a thorough search yielded no results, Liang Yuanyuan sighed, hesitating to voice her thoughts on Professor Chui's fate. At that moment, Kong Liang's attention was suddenly drawn to a box that wasn't the box opened before we left. Now it was tightly closed, with bloodstains nearby and wire wrapped around the lock. Kong Liang rushed forward to untangle the wire, but Wu restrained him, cautioning, "Be careful. Even if someone is inside, they might have turned into a zombie." Kong Liang's expression was unusually serious. Even if Professor Chui had become a zombie, they still had to bring him back to the base. Wu did not stop him again. Once Kong Liang loosened his grip, he tightened his hold on his gun, ready to shoot if a zombie with a gaping maw emerged upon opening the box. When the box was finally opened, to their astonishment, it contained Zhao Yunduo. Lying inside, his complexion pale, Zhao Yunduo squinted against the harsh light, but the tremble of his eyelashes brought a glimmer of hope to Kong Liang. Professor Chui was still alive. Upon hearing the voice of Kong Liang, Zhao Yunduo exerted considerable effort to open his eyes. His gaze fell upon each familiar face before him, ultimately resting on Zhao Yunduo. "Yunduo, you are all safe now, Professor," someone murmured, though the identity of the speaker remained unknown. In stark contrast to the ease in Zhao Yunduo's voice upon seeing them, the 6 individuals standing there bore a weighty demeanor. Their eyes collectively drifted to Zhao Yunduo's absent left leg, the lower part of which had been severed, seemingly hacked off, and its stump tightly wrapped in a white coat, stained crimson with blood. "What happened?" Wu inquired, his voice trembling. Zhao Yunduo, clutching his thigh, recounted the events that had transpired. "After the green giant was vanquished by you, the 5 of them returned. We thought everything was fine, intending to rest for the night before searching for you. However, in the dead of night, someone underwent a transformation. Presumably, they encountered a zombie on the way and were bitten." The gravity of his words dawned upon the group as they realized the implications of the night's events. Initially, they had all been resting together, and when one succumbed to zombification in the middle of the night, it was their companions who suffered the consequences, including Zhao Yunduo, who, after being bitten on the calf, had immediately tied a belt around his thigh to prevent transformation, and without hesitation, severed his own leg. "I lost too much blood and lost consciousness that I must have been placed in a box afterward," he continued, his gaze heavy as it settled on the lifeless bodies on the floor. Yet, he quickly shifted his attention back to them, donning an appreciative expression. "I end the battle against the green giant. You fought exceptionally well. Upon my return, I shall report truthfully to Sister Tao. The reward for your mission will undoubtedly be substantial." However, his words failed to uplift the spirits of the 6. Noticing their despondency, Zhao Yunduo inquired, "Why do you all wear such forlorn expressions?" "Professor, your leg," Kong Liang began, but the unspoken worries lingered in the air, understood by all present. The base's aircraft had been rendered inoperable. Liang Tianchuan's injuries and Zhao Yunduo's lost leg were burdens they would carry back to the base. Moreover, without the aircraft, they would likely face a journey of 10 days to half a month on foot. The uncertainty of whether they could make it back at all loomed over them, as did the fear of succumbing to exhaustion along the way. They had scant ammunition left in their submachine guns, and their rations were likely insufficient. Survival and resources presented formidable challenges, and their anxiety was palpable. In light of their distress, Zhao Yunduo offered consolation. "It is a stroke of luck that I have retained my life. I shall wait here for you." Before they met their demise, they had ample provisions in their backpacks. "I can manage for 10 days to half a month. Once you return to the base, you can send someone to retrieve me." The suggestion sounded reasonable, especially considering Zhao Yunduo's advanced age and the loss of a leg, which would expedite the return journey should they leave him behind. However, the prospect of traversing back and forth in this apocalyptic world raised concerns that if the rolling shutter doors kept the zombies at bay, it would be manageable, but if they encountered humans, Cui Jindua might face dire consequences. Wu and Kong Liang opposed this decision. Yet, Cui Jindua insisted that this was the fastest and safest option for them to return to the base. As the debate ensued, Zhao Yunduo hesitated, preparing to voice her thoughts when suddenly the thunderous roar of an aircraft approached from afar. Impossible to ignore. A plane. Where did it come from? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Even Cui Jindua gazed uncertainly at the sky outside. Chun Fei glanced at Cui Jindua and Liang Tuanchuan's legs, then dashed outside, waving at the sky. Hey, there's someone here. Cui Jindua called out to him, but Chun Fei had already attracted the attention of those aboard the aircraft, which soon descended in a nearby clearing. Except for Cui Jindua, the six watched the aircraft intently as 2 men and 1 woman disembarked. The leading man removed his sunglasses, and Wu recognized him. It's him. Who? Kong Liang asked, unfamiliar with the individual, and the remaining 4 were equally clueless. From Y City base. Wu tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression wary. As the 3 approached them, noticing Wu's tense grip on his firearm. The man in sunglasses raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling as he addressed Wu. Calm down. Calm down. We are not bad people. Afterward, the man scrutinized the faces of the group, realizing he recognized none of them. Just as he was about to express his confusion, he caught sight of Cui Jindua leaning against the wall and suddenly understood. You are Professor Cui Jindua from B City. You were the ones who dealt with the Green Giant. While conversing, he held his head high, an air of arrogance evident, which made the others reluctant to engage with him. Only Cui Jindua, having been recognized, offered a slight nod. However, the excessive blood loss left him too weak to respond further. At that moment, the woman behind the man stepped forward, clad in a form-fitting jumpsuit that accentuated her figure, her high ponytail lending her a particularly competent appearance. She exuded even more arrogance than the man, her gaze fixated on Cui Jindua's mutilated left leg. You appear to be in dire need of assistance. Are you certain you won't answer our questions? Noticing the silence among the group, Chun Fei stepped forward. That we dealt with it. Who are you? And what do you want here? Unexpectedly, the man in sunglasses smirked. What do you think we are here for? We came for the same reason. I just didn't expect you to act so quickly. Before he could finish his thought, his gaze shifted to Liang Tuanchuan's leg, and he inquired with curiosity. However, I must say, I didn't realize B City had such capabilities. With your supplies, you managed to outpace us from Y City. Just luck, Cui Jindua replied, his voice weak, as if he might faint with another word. The man in sunglasses observed the group, noting that apart from Wu, the others were unarmed, clutching only makeshift weapons or empty spray bottles, rendering them harmless. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, since the Green Giant has been dealt with, and K-Lao's mission has been accomplished by you from B City, I have no qualms. However, do you need me to escort you back to B City? Chun Fei's eyes brightened at this prospect. Is that possible? That would be greatly appreciated. Of course, the man in sunglasses replied, adjusting his shades, though he was unaware of the means by which they had eradicated the Green Giant that had besieged the entire building. He added, however, we would like a portion of the Green Giant's remains for ourselves. That seems only fair, does it not? In this chaotic world, every base was intent on extracting every possible resource, desperate to uncover secrets from what remained. Researching zombies and mutated flora and fauna was paramount. The eradication of the Green Giant was not merely for K-Lao's mission. It was also to unveil the mysteries of this world and to ensure that their base could develop a cure for the zombies before others did. If another base succeeded first, they would be at a disadvantage in securing resources that represented power and trust in this apocalypse. Cui Jindua was reluctant to relinquish any part of his base's achievements. Yet he understood that being escorted back by aircraft was the safest way to ensure the survival of the 7 of them. The uncertainty of how many would survive if they attempted to walk back was daunting. As he wavered, Zhao Yunduo glanced at the 3 from Y City, noting that they possessed only 2 firearms. Agreed, Zhao Yunduo stated. The man in sunglasses initially doubted the effectiveness of the beautiful girl's words. However, to his surprise, the others began to move towards the aircraft, with Wu even shaking his backpack, stating, the Green Giant is here. Upon returning to the base, I will have the lab cut a portion for you to take back. Very well, the man in sunglasses replied, a satisfied grin forming. However, I must first take your weapon. That I fear you might hijack the plane otherwise. Wu glanced at Zhao Yunduo, who subtly nodded, causing him to relax slightly as he handed over his firearm. The remaining members had their bags and pockets thoroughly searched, with any makeshift weapons disposed of. as they were deemed too dangerous to bring aboard the aircraft. He spoke with righteous indignation, asserting that those items were merely grabbed by a few hands and hardly qualified as weapons. The true weapons had long been secured by Zhao Yunduo. As the man in sunglasses finally felt at ease leading them toward the plane, Zhao Yunduo noted that this Y City base indeed appeared wealthier than B City. The aircraft before her was evidently well maintained, its exterior gleaming, with plush seats that stood in stark contrast to the hard, long-used seats of B City. The cabin was spacious, accommodating 15 seats, ample for their group of 10. As Zhao Yunduo settled into her seat, she processed the information she had just received. It turned out that, aside from B City, there were other bases, and it sounded like there were more than just two. Each base was aware of the other's existence, and that K. Lao seemed to be a figure of considerable significance. He issued tasks for the personnel of other bases to fulfill, rewarding the bases that completed them with various supplies. Professor Chui, the man in sunglasses, suddenly spoke after everyone had taken their seats. Our brother Yi has long desired your guidance in Y City for those less skilled youngsters, so since you have some time now, why not visit us for a bit? Upon hearing this, Wu immediately rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the man in sunglasses. What do you mean? To his surprise, his action prompted the other two individuals in the plane to stand as well. Brandishing handguns, one aimed at Chui Zend, the other at Wu. Calm down, stay calm. The man in sunglasses drawled lazily that I mean no harm. You see, you're already on the plane. Why not visit Y City as our honored guests? It would be a shame not to extend our hospitality. He feigned turning away, saying, all right, everyone, let's keep our cool. Pointing guns at guests is rather impolite. Just as he turned back to say something to Wu, he felt a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. He glanced at the person holding the gun, only to discover it was the one he had previously deemed beautiful. Where did you get that gun? The man in sunglasses immediately lost his composure. His smile freezing in place, he shot an angry glance at his companion, seemingly accusing him of not searching thoroughly enough, but quickly turned back to Zhao Yunduo, saying, you only have one gun. We have two. The ponytailed woman, who had initially lowered her hands, promptly raised them again upon observing Zhao Yunduo's actions. However, the opposing individuals were quicker, pointing several handguns at the three of them. Realizing they were outgunned, the man in sunglasses quickly raised his hands, followed by the other two discarding their weapons and doing the same. Stay calm, he said, his tone now significantly more composed. The pilot, who was about to start the plane, found himself aimed at by Chen Fei's gun, and the pilot was promptly replaced. The four individuals from Y City were bound and tossed into a corner of the aircraft. After rummaging through the plane for a while, they found a first aid kit, and during the flight back, Zhou Miqing simply treated Chui Zend's wounds. The man in sunglasses, still crouched in a corner, continued to inquire. I searched you thoroughly just now. How could you still have guns on you? Zhao Yunduo unzipped her black backpack, instructing them to toss the guns inside, and then shook her back, replying to the man in sunglasses, you didn't search thoroughly enough? Impossible. The man in sunglasses would rather believe that one among them possessed supernatural abilities than admit his own oversight in searching. He was certain he had searched that bag. Could they have concealed the guns in their pants? Gritting his teeth in silence, he vowed to be more meticulous in future searches, leaving no nook or cranny unchecked. As the plane landed before the B City base's helipad, scouts spotted their own base's pilot in the cockpit and promptly informed Sister Tao, who then led a dozen individuals to greet them outside the base. The first to descend from the aircraft was Chui Zend, supported by Wu, and upon seeing his empty legs, Sister Tao hurriedly approached to assist him on the other side, her voice filled with sorrow. Professor Chui, you have sacrificed so much for our base. Once he steadied himself, Chui Zend turned to observe the others disembarking behind him, saying, this operation did not rely on me. It was entirely these young ones who exerted themselves. His gaze softened as he regarded the young people before him, who shook hands with Sister Tao upon their descent, subsequently standing beside her. Last to disembark was Kong Liang, who escorted the four individuals from the Y City base down from the plane. Chui Zend then addressed Sister Tao. By the way, these Y City youngsters contributed significantly as well. If it weren't for their provision of the aircraft to return us, we might have met our demise in the jaws of the zombies. After saying this, he gestured to Kong Liang. Now we invite them to B City as guests, so please untie them. Kong Liang complied and untied the ropes binding them. Their guns had already been confiscated, rendering them no threat, even if their hands were freed. A perplexed Sister Tao inquired, did you encounter them at the Green Giant's location? What about our aircraft? Our plane was destroyed. We encountered them while preparing to return after completing our mission. The man in sunglasses nodded in agreement and extended his hand towards Sister Tao. You must be Sister Tao, the leader of the B-City base. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. This was Zhao Yunduo's first encounter with the base leader, and she scrutinized her for a moment. Sister Tao appeared to be around 40 years old, fitting the image of a professional woman Zhao Yunduo had in mind. She was dressed sharply, her expression serious yet warm, and her speech was exceedingly diplomatic. After shaking hands with the man in sunglasses, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind assistance. As a token of our gratitude, I will have a sumptuous meal prepared immediately. You must honor me by dining well before returning to Y City." Unexpectedly, the man in sunglasses also smiled. "Thank you, Sister Tao, but we are not in a hurry to return to Y City. We would like to explore B City for a few days. Would that be welcomed?" Before Sister Tao could respond, he bypassed everyone and strode directly into the B City base. "I wonder if your accommodations are sufficient? We four will need a 4-bedroom apartment," he added. "By the way, our pilot sustained a considerable injury from the bindings. We may need to trouble you to communicate with Y City for assistance." Sister Tao replied amiably, "Since your hands are injured, we can have our base's pilot escort you back. That would be too much trouble. Our pilot is not so delicate, a few days of care will suffice." After several rounds of negotiation, even Zhao Yunduo, who had little experience in the professional realm, understood that the man in sunglasses intended to take advantage of the situation in B City. It was impossible to knock them out and send them back. And whether it was fear of Y City's power or some other reason, Sister Tao genuinely arranged for accommodations for the man in sunglasses and his companions, though it was not the requested 4-bedroom apartment. It was still a 2-bedroom unit that ordinary individuals could hardly afford. Once the man in sunglasses was courteously escorted away, Sister Tao suddenly grew serious and turned to Wu, demanding an explanation for the entire affair. Wu recounted everything in detail, but notably omitted Zhao Yunduo's use of space to conceal the guns and subsequently retrieve them. To her dismay, upon grasping the situation, Sister Tao's expression did not soften. She spoke sternly. "You were far too impulsive. Although Y City is more powerful than us, they presumably would not dare to act recklessly against you. Now that you have resorted to violence, should those individuals claim you hijacked their aircraft, we would be at a disadvantage." Her reproachful words struck the 6 who had just returned like a heavy blow, a silence enveloping the group. Even Cui Zhen remained silent. Kong Liang, with a defiant neck, retorted, "The professor's legs are in this state. If we don't treat them quickly, they may become infected. We were merely trying to return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Sister Tao abruptly realized her emotional outburst had crossed a line. Sensing the tension among the group, indeed that a smile immediately graced her face as she patted Liang Tuanchuan's shoulder. "Your injury is no trifling matter. This mission must have been quite challenging. You have all worked hard. Tomorrow, I will send a messenger to seek rewards from Lao. Do you have any specific requests for your rewards?" The 6 exchanged glances, remaining silent for a while. "Good children, go get some rest. I will ensure that Professor Chui's injury is well taken care of." Sister Tao patted their shoulders, adding, "There will be a celebration this evening. None of you are to miss it. You must all be present." Understood. The 6 individuals, visibly downcast, nodded in silence as they made their way back to their respective abodes. Zhou Miqing had gone to fetch Yao Yao, while Zhao Yunduo, returning home alone, unexpectedly collided with a man wearing sunglasses as she traversed a small garden. Fortunately, she halted just in time, narrowly avoiding a collision with his chest. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Yunduo inquired curtly. "This beautiful lady, I wish to introduce myself. My name is Connie, and yours, not interested." Zhao Yunduo retorted, attempting to bypass him, only to have Connie seize her by the arm. The warmth of his palm prompted her to instinctively shake him off, raising her elbow against his neck, a self-defense maneuver taught by Zhou Miqing. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry." Connie blinked, seemingly discomforted by Zhao Yunduo's firm stance. He had to tilt his neck back in a gesture of surrender, saying, "I harbor no ill intentions. I simply cannot resist the allure of beauty." As Zhao Yunduo leaned closer, she noticed for the first time that Connie's pupils were a deep shade of purple. "Are you a foreigner?" she asked. "Indeed," Connie replied, seemingly aware of the striking nature of his eyes, widening them further in an attempt to capture her attention. However, to his surprise, Zhao Yunduo huffed a sharp breath, causing him to retract his head immediately, tears welling in his eyes from the sudden gust. "You!" he exclaimed, covering his eyes with one hand, the other eye casting a reproachful glance at her. "I have no inclination to get acquainted with you. Move aside, and do not obstruct my path." Zhao Yunduo, weary of this man in sunglasses who had attempted to deceive her into boarding a flight to City Y, dismissed him with disdain, delivering a forceful kick to his foot when he refused to yield. Left standing in place, Connie rubbed his eyes, the frivolous demeanor he had just displayed evaporating, replaced by a serious expression that as he watched Zhao Yunduo's silhouette fade into the distance. He murmured, "Not going to tell me your name?" "No matter, I shall uncover it myself." From the moment she had stowed away 6 firearms in her backpack, Connie had developed a keen interest in her, his instincts suggesting that she harbored many secrets. The rewards for eliminating the green giant were substantial and promptly distributed: 1,000 jin of rice, 200 jin of pork, 100 jin of mung beans, and a pound each of various vegetable seeds. As Zhao Yunduo surveyed the disarray of items on the ground, she picked up a handful of mung beans, perplexed. "Mung beans? What are they for?" "To sprout," replied the ant responsible for cooking, gathering the mung beans while muttering. Though there are dozens of small bags of seeds, whether they can actually yield crops is uncertain. The soil is contaminated, making it challenging to rear animals, let alone cultivate vegetables and grains. Sometimes, when vegetables are finally grown, they turn out to be the kind that causes diarrhea upon consumption. One might inadvertently nurture a miniature version of the green giant that bites, until the soil issue is resolved. Even if rice were to sprout, no one would dare to eat it. Last year, someone, driven by extreme hunger, consumed wild vegetables and ended up dying, with a gourd vine sprouting from their belly the next day, a terrifying sight indeed. Mung beans are much better. They can sprout into bean sprouts, the ant remarked wistfully as she continued to fill the sacks. After a shower and donning a fresh outfit, Zhao Yunduo prepared to attend the celebratory feast. The banquet had yet to commence, and feeling bored, she wandered about, observing the staff in the cafeteria preparing food, mostly starch-based dishes. The production of meat and grains posed a significant problem. Thus, ensuring sufficient nutrition was secondary to merely filling one's stomach, a pressing concern in the apocalypse. Consequently, even the celebratory feast primarily consisted of noodle dishes. The flour was mixed with various ingredients. The brown flour contained ground tree bark, while the green flour included a type of wild grass powder. It was said that these trees and grasses were the only plants that remained unmutated in the soil during the apocalypse. Although safe to eat, they were bitter in flavor, the cooking ant cheerfully remarked. "This time, we have plenty of flour for the feast. We added less tree powder and grass powder so it can be a bit sweeter." The leadership had even specially approved the preparation of pork cakes for the heroes, which Zhao Yunduo noted contained merely a smidgen of minced meat. The pot of seaweed soup simmering nearby held only a fist-sized portion of seaweed, and just 2 eggs were cracked into it, making the egg flowers barely visible. The steam from the flour rolls above revealed a pitiful amount of scallions. However, once the celebratory feast commenced, Zhao Yunduo observed that, aside from their small group, the dozens of other attendees were relishing the meal. Upon inquiring, she learned that the residents of the base rarely had the opportunity to enjoy meat-filled noodles or the clean egg flour soup and flour rolls, both of which were exceedingly precious. This gathering was a grand feast for the base, attended not only by their group and the leadership but also by many residents from District C and above, all eager to join in the festivities. Everyone feasted heartily, and the ever-hungry Kong Liang, clutching a pork cake, found it devoid of flavor, wondering how the dry remnants of meat could be so unappetizing after being fried numerous times. The dough, too, was surprisingly tough. He muttered complaints, overheard by those nearby who teased him. "Weren't you the one who adored these cakes? You could devour 4 in one sitting. Why the disdain now?" Kong Liang thought to himself. That was in the past. He had never tasted the delicacies from Zhao Yunduo's collection, mistakenly elevating the minced meat cakes to a status they did not deserve, not just him. Even Liang de Anchuan and Liang Yuanyuan found the seaweed soup to be quite bland, likening its taste to that of plain water. Zhao Yunduo herself took a bite of the flour roll, holding it for quite some time before managing to take a second bite. "Isn't it awful? Is this how you reward your contributors?" Connie pinched a piece of the pork cake, inhaling its scent with a grimace before tossing it back into the wooden basket, wiping his fingers with a piece of paper, remarking, "This is what the lowest tier of our base eats." Zhao Yunduo was bewildered by Connie's incessant following. Like an unshakable piece of gum, he clung to her presence, and at the celebratory feast, held at the outskirts of District B, she found it impossible to evade him. "Hey, I found out your name. Zhao Yunduo, right? What a lovely name." A resident from District B greeted her, and she smiled back before turning to Connie with gritted teeth. "Go away. I am not in the mood to chat with you. Come back with me to City Y, Yunduo. Can you please bother someone else?" Zhao Yunduo shot him a cold glare. "I cannot. I believe you are the person I have been searching for." In a fit of irritation, Zhao Yunduo tilted her hand, pouring the contents of her glass, filled with an unknown liquid, over Connie's white shirt. She widened her eyes, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. "Oh dear, my apologies, Mr. Connie. I accidentally stained your shirt." Connie did not appear angry. He looked down to pat the moisture on his shirt, and, upon lifting his gaze again, found the one who had said sorry had already vanished into the crowd. Quite amusing indeed, he thought, a smile gracing his lips. Zhao Yunduo attempted to evade Connie, only to be caught by Cui Zend, who said, "Perfect timing, come with me for a moment." He led her to the second floor, where the fare was significantly superior to what they had just encountered downstairs. The noodles were pristine white, the flour rolls adorned with a generous scattering of scallions, and when Zhao Yunduo broke open a pork cake, she found it filled with a substantial amount of meat, far exceeding the meager portions from below. She took a bite. While it did not compare to the delicacies from her own space, it was infinitely better than what had been offered downstairs. "What are you doing hiding here, sneaking a bite?" Cui Zhen leaned on his cane, tugging at Zhao Yunduo's arm. "I brought you here to meet people, not to eat." Zhao Yunduo had little interest in socializing, yet Cui Zhen seemed determined to introduce her to every leader in the B City base. Guiding her around the second floor, Zhao Yunduo felt dizzy as she heard, "This is the head of residential affairs for District A, and that one is the chief task issuer for the B City base." After a round, she spotted Wu-en on the second floor. But curiously, there was no sign of Sister Tao. Moreover, the dozen or so individuals who had returned with Sister Tao seemed to be absent as well. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Sister Tao finally arrived. An apologetic expression on her face as she raised her glass to Cui Zend. "Professor Cui, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." Sister Tao was a busy person, and her presence was a rare occurrence. Cui Zend's face lit up with a smile as they exchanged toasts for a while. Zhao Yunduo caught a whiff of something peculiar and quietly approached Wu-en, whispering, "What is going on? Is there something unusual?" Wu-en is not one to indulge in idle gossip, yet upon observing Cui Zend introducing Zhao Yunduo to others with great enthusiasm, he could not help but surmise that Cui Zend held Zhao Yunduo in high regard, possibly even wishing to elevate her into the management echelon of the base. After a moment's contemplation, he shared his thoughts with Zhao Yunduo. Sister Tao and old Cui had often found themselves at odds on various decisions, with old Cui's stubbornness leading him to execute several plans in secrecy, much to Sister Tao's chagrin. Consequently, she had been intent on undermining him. "Oh," Zhao Yunduo exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. She had previously wondered why Cui Zend, seemingly in his 50s, still held the position of lab director, and how the base could permit him to undertake missions. Little did she expect that Sister Tao harbored intentions of sending Cui Zend out, wishing for him to meet his demise outside. Meanwhile, the two seemingly discordant individuals clasped hands, exchanging pleasantries about each other's hard work. Zhao Yunduo was thoroughly impressed by their performance. 2 days later, the leaders of Y City, having struck some form of agreement with Sister Tao, finally persuaded Connie to relent and return to Y City. However, he presented 2 stipulations. He wanted Professor Cui to agree to part with a portion of the branches of the green giant specimen, and insisted that both Zhao Yunduo and Professor Cui accompany him back to Y City. Upon hearing this, Sister Tao was taken aback. She was aware that other bases were clamoring for Cui Zend, but Zhao Yunduo, she searched her memory for a clue about this individual and tentatively inquired, "Is she the girl who went out with Professor Cui?" Connie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is her." Sister Tao could not fathom what made Zhao Yunduo so special. As she pondered, her secretary suddenly approached and whispered in her ear. Last night, old Cui introduced Zhao Yunduo to everyone on the second floor. This revelation, Sister Tao's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed Zhao Yunduo was indeed a person of significance. Could it be that old Cui wished for that girl to supplant him? For a fleeting moment, Sister Tao's curiosity lingered, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled at Connie. "Zhao Yunduo, is she the beautiful girl who is returning with you?" Connie, his eyes sparkling with mirth, confirmed her assumption. It appeared that Mr. Connie held an interest in Miss Zhao. What could her intentions be? He elaborated, "I merely wish for her to visit Y City, or perhaps for Professor Cui to come along. After all, I have been graciously entertained during my stay in Y City, and it is only fitting that I extend an invitation for someone to sample our culinary offerings." His words were couched in flattering terms, but the implication was clear. Either Professor Cui or Zhao Yunduo must accompany him back. Despite Sister Tao's frequent disagreements with Cui Zend on political matters, her disdain for him palpable. She would rather see him perish than allow him to relocate to another base. His exceptional research capabilities meant that his departure could bolster another base significantly. With this thought in mind, Sister Tao waved her hand dismissively. Very well, Zhao Yunduo may accompany you, but Professor Cui cannot. Connie felt a surge of triumph. Sister Tao was oblivious to Zhao Yunduo's true worth, which played directly into his hands. Had he been forced to choose between Zhao Yunduo and Professor Cui in the past, he would have undoubtedly selected the professor. However, having learned of Zhao Yunduo's pivotal role in the eradication of the Green Giant, he was now determined to find a way to entice her to Y City. Thus, they reached an agreement. By the time Cui Zin caught wind of this development, someone had already been dispatched to summon Zhao Yunduo. He approached Sister Tao, his expression grave, leaning on his cane with palpable intensity, and declared, I would rather be sent to Y City than allow Zhao Yunduo to leave the B City base. Sister Tao, perplexed, wondered, what is so special about her? Cui Zin opened his mouth to speak but refrained from revealing his suspicions about Zhao Yunduo's extraordinary abilities. He could not articulate his thoughts, nor could he persuade Sister Tao. Instead, he compelled her to sign a contract with the Y City representatives, ensuring that Zhao Yunduo would be safely returned after a month. Upon Connie's signing of the agreement, he proudly informed Zhao Yunduo that he had requested her presence in Y City. Expecting a furious reaction, he was surprised when she lightly responded, Oh, do you think I exist solely in the shadow of B City? Do the leaders of the base truly believe I must accompany you simply because they say so? Connie was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Zhao Yunduo was not lying. Hesitating, he warned, if you refuse, war may erupt between Y City and B City, and you could either perish in battle or be left homeless. Perish? Homeless? Zhao Yunduo scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing her lips, that it might just as easily be the people of Y City who find themselves without a home. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan, overhearing their conversation, munched on some boneless chicken feet, gesturing animatedly. This Connie is rather presumptuous. We need not fear him, Bayer. Tomorrow, I shall purchase an atomic bomb from Song Zhongcheng. With just one bomb, we can obliterate that wretched Y City and teach him a lesson. Zhao Yunduo nearly burst into laughter at Shen Linglan's words, suppressing her amusement with a cough before addressing Connie. If you wish to invite me to Y City, you must demonstrate some sincerity. Connie pondered for a moment, then stated, I live alone in a 2-bedroom apartment. The accommodations and surroundings are far superior to where you reside. You could stay in the room next to mine. Zhao Yunduo nodded, opening the door. You may leave now. Wait. I was joking. Connie was earnest in his invitation to Zhao Yunduo, yet her palpable hostility made her reluctant to engage. Consequently, Connie resorted to pressuring Sister Tao through the leaders of Y City, only to discover that Zhao Yunduo was impervious to both threats and charms. He wiped the levity from his face and said, I recognize your significant role in the defeat of the Green Giant. Therefore, we would like to invite you to participate in an experiment as a distinguished research fellow. Once in Y City, even if only for a month, you will be treated with the utmost respect. You can pursue any endeavor you wish and indulge in whatever your heart desires. The entirety of Y City will cater to you. He refrained from disclosing the specifics of the experiment. But Zhao Yunduo swiftly unraveled his riddle. Is it an experiment regarding soil? Connie's astonishment spoke volumes, his admiration evident. You are indeed more astute than I had anticipated. Researching how to cultivate crops in contaminated soil is a focal project for every base, as food remains the most fundamental requirement for human survival across all worlds and eras, particularly in a post-apocalyptic setting. Zhao Yunduo's insight stemmed from her ongoing communication with Shen Linglan, who had seemingly just received a system task in another realm. Exclaiming, research soil. What kind of ridiculous task is this? Are you aware of my best friend's expertise to assign her such a task? The system's voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation, responded, Host, you may seek external assistance. Zhang Shengnan would be an excellent option. While Zhao Yunduo could not hear the system's voice, she was acutely aware of Shen Linglan's remarks. Understanding the nature of the system's task confirmed her suspicions about its connection to the pressing issues of the post-apocalyptic world. The system recognized the existence of the Green Giant, which prompted the assignment to Zhao Yunduo. It was also aware of the soil contamination crisis and seemed to understand that B City's laboratory conditions were insufficient for meaningful research. Thus, the invitation from Y City coincided perfectly with the issuance of the task, almost as if it had been an involuntary trigger for progress. The timing was so fortuitous that Zhao Yunduo could not help but ponder. Could it be that I am indeed destined to save this world? Connie, unable to hear her musings, inquired, What did you say? Nothing, Zhao Yunduo replied, shaking her head. She then asked, If I go to Y City, will you keep your word? I swear, Connie affirmed, nodding fervently as if pecking at grain. You will not regret coming. Y City is currently the most advanced base in the world. Very well. Coincidentally, Zhao Yunduo had not found her stay in B City's base particularly satisfying in recent days. Moreover, autumn is rather pleasant. However, should winter arrive and the base be devoid of power for heating, Zhao Yunduo would surely succumb to the cold, for she harbors a profound aversion to low temperatures. Hence, possessing her own base is undoubtedly the safest and most comfortable option, allowing her the liberty to retrieve anything she desires without the concern of prying eyes. With this notion in mind, the B City base alone would not suffice. She intends to investigate whether the Y City base has anything worthy of emulation and to seek individuals of exceptional skill, preferably those well-versed in disciplines such as chemistry and physics, to collaboratively construct a modern civilization. The claim that the Y City base is the most advanced would soon become obsolete once Zhao Yunduo establishes her own base. Before her departure, Zhao Yunduo handed Zhou Miqing a walkie-talkie, a high-powered model specially purchased by Shen Linglan, ensuring communication between Y City and B City despite their geographical separation. Zhou Miqing, anxious, cautioned her. Yunduo, please take care. I will, Zhao Yunduo replied. Once aboard the plane, Connie, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired if she could produce a firearm from her backpack this time. To his surprise, Zhao Yunduo unzipped her travel bag, revealing only a few changes of clothes and toiletries, devoid of any self-defense items. Connie smirked mischievously. It seems you've left the guns for them. Not quite. Zhao Yunduo playfully retrieved a handgun from the waistband of her trousers, twirling it on her finger rather than aiming it at Connie's forehead. I still have one left. With that, she casually tossed the gun into her travel bag. Connie laughed heartily. You are quite amusing. You're not doing too badly yourself. Your intelligence network in B City seems quite adept. The mere fact that Connie was aware the serum originated from Zhao Yunduo indicated that his informants were indeed within the laboratory, making this a significant secret in B City, known to only a select few in the leadership. Zhao Yunduo even suspected that Sister Tao remained oblivious to this matter. Connie likely did not anticipate that Zhao Yunduo would easily discern his network of informants. He gazed at her in astonishment as she stifled a yawn. Covering her eyes with a sleeping mask, disregarding his look, and prepared to catch a brief nap on the plane. Wake me when we land. Meanwhile, in another realm, Shen Linglan was already in contact with Zhou Schwerer at the B University laboratory. The last time Zhou Schwerer had been utterly exhausted, spending an entire day and night in slumber to recuperate her rhythm. Upon seeing Shen Linglan's call, she hesitated, ultimately answering on the third ring. Hello? Is this Miss Shen? A clear voice responded from the other end. Yes, I have a project that your master is quite interested in. Upon arriving in Y City, Zhao Yunduo indeed found the Y City base to be immensely larger than B City. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to comparing a rural village to a town. The first sight that greeted her was a street market, unlike the chaotic and disorderly scene in B City. Here, vendors were meticulously organized along designated stalls, each adorned with detailed descriptions of their wares. At a glance, it resembled a modern marketplace. Zhao Yunduo observed stalls selling food and handcrafted trinkets. The faces of the vendors radiated either joy or tranquility, indicating the affluence of Y City, suggesting that hunger was a rare plight among them. Further in lay the civilian quarters. Connie explained, our dormitories in Y City accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals, while ordinary residents typically reside in 4-person rooms. However, given your status, a single apartment would be more than adequate. Shall I show you? Zhao Yunduo, however, shook her head. First, take me to the laboratory. Connie was taken aback by her apparent enthusiasm for work. Unaware that Shen Linglan was eager to meet Zhang Xingnan, with only a month to expedite her experiments, it was imperative to relay the necessary materials to them swiftly. The Y City laboratory was situated on the opposite side of the civilian area, a standalone 4-story building. The soil experiments were conducted on the 2nd floor, where a group of researchers with notably high hairlines donned white lab coats, diligently applying various reagents to a patch of soil. The laboratory tables were adorned with an array of petri dishes, each containing soil samples with designated numbers. Some samples had sprouted tender shoots, while others remained barren and dark, clearly indicating poor quality. The laboratory was predominantly staffed by male researchers, and the sole female researcher, upon noticing Zhao Yunduo, extended her hand with a friendly smile. Hello, Miss Zhao, I am Lin Xiaoya, and I will be introducing you to the details of our experiments today. Upon hearing that a distinguished expert had arrived, the remaining researchers perked up, abandoning their tasks to follow the Lin Xiaoya. With utmost professionalism, detailed the cultivation periods of the soil, the microbial eradication processes involved, and the initial successes marked by specific sample numbers. Zhao Yunduo found herself bewildered, as did Shen Linglan on the other end of the connection. She struggled to take notes, often losing track of the specialized terminology, resulting in a haphazard record. The system, seemingly unable to contain itself, informed Shen Linglan, host, the mental communication can be externalized for recording. Shen Linglan exhaled in relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? Following the system's instructions, she externalized the mental communication and pressed the recording button, freeing herself from the burden. After nearly an hour of thorough explanations, Lin Xiaoya, still eager, inquired when Zhao Yunduo would join them for collaborative work. Zhao Yunduo shook her head, stating, I will not be working alongside you. I have my own methods of research. However, I require you to compile all relevant materials, samples, and experimental progress into a comprehensive document for me. If you would. Lin Xiaoya appeared perplexed. But how can these be taken out of the laboratory? There are stringent sterile requirements. After all, the distinguishing feature of the Y City laboratory compared to others was its genuine capability to maintain a sterile environment. A source of pride for the researchers. Place them in a sterile box, and I will transport them back. Lin Xiaoya hesitated at the high cost of sterile boxes, glancing at Connie, who nodded in agreement, indicating to follow Miss Zhao's instructions. Understood. Soon after, Zhao Yunduo was seen wheeling a suitcase toward her new residence. Connie personally escorted her to the single-occupancy apartment, although it was labeled as such. Upon entering, Zhao Yunduo realized it was a spacious studio. A partition separated the bed from the living area, with a generously sized bed and a considerable living space furnished with a sofa and wardrobe, still leaving ample room. The apartment also featured a private bathroom, impeccably clean, equipped with a toilet and bathtub. Despite its smaller footprint compared to a two-bedroom apartment, the personal space it offered far exceeded that of a traditional two-bedroom layout. A privilege not easily obtained. This is something most individuals cannot acquire. I spent a year applying for it, Connie remarked. Noted. Thank you. After placing her suitcase and travel bag down, Zhao Yunduo signaled Connie that he could take his leave. Connie advised her, should you find the accommodation uncomfortable or require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Understood. Zhao Yunduo responded as she opened the door, leaning against it and gesturing for him to exit. Once politely ushered out, she promptly prepared to relay her suitcase's contents to Shen Linglan. Just then, Shen Linglan had just exited her vehicle and informed Chen Mingxue, I'm going to fetch something from the trunk. Chen Mingxue nodded slowly, puzzled, as the trunk seemingly appeared empty. To her surprise, Shen Linglan indeed pulled out a substantial suitcase from the trunk. Let us go. Chen Mingxue silently chastised herself for her negligence as an assistant, forgetting such details and requiring her employer to take action. After parking the car, she hurried to keep pace with Shen Linglan. This was not her first visit to the university, but it was the first time Zhang Xingnan had come personally to receive her. Upon catching sight of the university's entrance, she simultaneously heard Zhang Xingnan's voice. Is this the item? Zhang Xingnan seized the suitcase, her face betraying an unmistakable urgency, treating it as if it contained a precious life-saving remedy. With swift strides, she made her way toward the laboratory, where Zhou Shui'er was already waiting. This time, she had implemented exceptionally stringent security measures. The individual was wrapped so tightly that not a breath of air could penetrate, and the gaze directed at the suitcase bore a fervor akin to that of Zhang Xingnan, mingled with a hint of trepidation. The soil was heavily contaminated. Zhou Shui'er pondered what degree of pollution would warrant such a designation as highly contaminated. Upon the suitcase's opening, a foul stench emanated from the soil labeled as sample number 1, piercing through layers of masks and assaulting Zhou Shui'er's nostrils, prompting her to immediately cover the petri dish. What kind of environment could cultivate such soil? It was a stench far worse than that of dung, magnified 100-fold. Zhang Shengnan unzipped the suitcase and discovered a voice recorder within. Upon pressing a button, a detailed account of the experimental progress played back, rekindling a long-lost passion within her chest. The second sample, after extensive decomposition, had significantly mitigated its toxicity and odor, yet it still caused plant decay. The clarity of the voice made Zhang Shengnan hesitate momentarily, glancing at Zhou Shui'er, who remarked with puzzlement, that voice sounds like senior sisters. Can I communicate directly with this person? Zhang Shengnan turned to tap on the laboratory glass and inquired of Shen Linglan outside. Shen Linglan shook her head. No, at least not for now. As Shen Linglan departed the laboratory, she was accompanied by a first-year female student, who enthusiastically regaled Shen Linglan with tales of Zhang Xingnan. Miss Shen, you won't believe it. Our professor once traveled to a desert and brought back an entire suitcase of soil. The shipping costs amounted to several hundred yuan, all to transport the soil back to the lab. At that time, our senior sister had only 500 yuan left, all of which went as shipping fees. This aligned perfectly with Shen Linglan's impression of Zhang Xingnan, who was dedicated to her academic pursuits and meticulous in her field. The ardor with which Professor Zhang approached her research was truly admirable. During their light-hearted conversation, the female student suddenly interrupted, having spotted someone. "Oh no, it's him again. So annoying." Who? Shen Linglan lifted her gaze, following the student's line of sight, only to find Lu Xiaohua. From the Non-Natural Events Research Bureau, the student blurted out, then, fearing that Shen Linglan might not comprehend, added, "The Bureau for the Investigation of Non-Natural Events." She leaned closer to Shen Linglan and whispered, "This guy is a nuisance. Last time, he brought people to our lab and demanded a thorough inspection. Our professor refused him entry. But he somehow obtained a search warrant and conducted a prolonged search right in front of the university officials." Although Shen Linglan had heard from Qin Mingxue that the matter had been resolved, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety and quickly asked, "Did he find anything?" "Impossible." The female student puffed out her chest with pride. "We handle experimental waste with utmost caution and rigor. There is no way anything could have been left behind." He claimed to have found samples in the sewage system and insisted that they were extremely dangerous, demanding a thorough investigation. This infuriated our professor, who felt it insulted our professionalism. You can't imagine how heated the arguments were. "So," Shen Linglan mused, "the reason Lu Xiaohua is at B University is not related to the laboratory here, and thus has nothing to do with the green anomaly I previously brought." This revelation brought a sense of relief to Shen Linglan. She did not wish for B University to attract the attention of the Non-Natural Bureau due to her actions. Yet, if it was not B University, then where could it be? Shen Linglan couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, reflecting on nearby universities. Could it be that one of them had a leak? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohua, from a distance, spotted Shen Linglan and waved at her with a friendly smile. "Linglan." The female student quickly straightened up. "Miss Shen, do you know him?" "Not really," Shen Linglan replied, recognizing the awkwardness on the student's face, which indicated her regret for having shared too much. "I'm not that familiar. We just had some professional dealings with their research institute." The student breathed a sigh of relief, and Shen Linglan took the opportunity to suggest she return to his sister mentor, assuring her that she need not accompany her any further. Shen Linglan was also wary of the student discovering her prior donations to the Non-Natural Bureau. That would be quite unfortunate. What would that imply? That she funded them for an investigation and a check? Using one's own weapon against one's own shield. As she mulled over these chaotic thoughts, she greeted Lu Xiaohua with a smile. "Brother Lu, it's good to see you again at B University." Lu Xiaohua had also noticed the female student accompanying her, and after glancing at her retreating figure, he asked, "Is that your friend?" Shen Linglan nodded, opening her mouth to say, "Yes, she is someone I met during my internship." When it came time for introductions, Shen Linglan momentarily faltered, regretting not having asked for the student's name earlier. "She is my bayer," Shen Linglan casually replied. In her mind, her communication link with Zhao Yunduo had not yet been severed, and upon hearing this, Zhao Yunduo raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with jealousy. "Shen Linglan, you need to clarify. How many bayers do you have?" Shen Linglan, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose and feigned a cough, looking up to casually inquire of Lu Xiaohua, "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Xiaohua had just retracted his gaze, having found the female student familiar, as if he had seen her during previous investigations at the laboratory. However, upon hearing Shen Linglan's question, he focused on her and replied, "I have some follow-up work to attend to." After the last forceful inspection at B University's laboratory yielded no results, and having offended the institution with his brusque demeanor, Yu had apologized to B University for quite some time. Now, Lu Xiaohua had come to B University to retrieve testing equipment and personally apologize to the responsible parties. Unexpectedly, he encountered Shen Linglan again at B University, which reminded him of her previous donation. "By the way, Linglan, I was actually looking for you." "What? The previous 1 million had been spent rather quickly, and you wanted me to ask you if you could." He seemed a bit uncomfortable mentioning money, swallowing hard before clearing his throat and saying, "Donate a bit more." "Of course," Shen Linglan replied readily. "How much do you need this time?" The last 1 million disappeared after purchasing a machine. Since Shen Linglan was so agreeable, Lu Xiaohua mustered the courage to ask, 10 million. To his surprise, Shen Linglan didn't even blink. "That's fine. However," she added, "but could you tell me what project requires such substantial funding?" Lu Xiaohua invited Shen Linglan to a nearby CAF, which happened to be empty at that hour when classes were in session. After much hesitation, he realized that without funding, the Bureau would not allow him to fully commit to the investigation. Therefore, Lu Xiaohua decided to be transparent with Shen Linglan, as investors deserved detailed explanations, suppressing his inner apprehension. He disclosed to her that he had recently observed anomalies in the sky and had expended considerable resources, even purchasing a machine worth millions, to investigate. I have a senior brother who specializes in celestial phenomena. His ancestors served as the head of the Astronomical Bureau during the Ming Dynasty. His interpretations of celestial events have never been wrong. This time, the abnormality he calculated is likely tied to the safety of all humanity. Lu Xiaohua anxiously relayed all he knew to Shen Linglan, elongating his final statement, uncertain whether she would dismiss him as a charlatan with fanciful notions. Although the investigation's progress was slow, the items we discovered in the sewage system recently were sufficient to demonstrate that the celestial phenomenon was not baseless. Thus, I am unwilling to abandon this research. Despite Lu Xiaohua's uncertainty about Shen Linglan's belief in him, he articulated his thoughts in detail. Fortunately, Shen Linglan listened intently, occasionally nodding in affirmation. After 10 minutes of Lu Xiaohua's exposition, Shen Linglan had a clearer picture. Had Lu Xiaohua previously claimed that the anomaly was connected to B University, she would likely have withheld her investment, as she was unsure of his intentions. Hastily funding him could lead to complications should he uncover her system and B University's research. However, now she sensed that Lu Xiaohua's claims of anomalies might be intricately linked to herself and Zhao Yunduo. If that were indeed the case, Shen Linglan wished for him to uncover the connections between Zhao Yunduo's world and theirs. Resolutely, Shen Linglan retrieved a stack of checks from her bag, took out a pen, and on the first page of the pristine checkbook, inscribed a 1, pausing to glance at Lu Xiaohua. 10 million, correct? Lu Xiaohua nodded slightly, observing Shen Linglan as she unhesitatingly inscribed 7 zeros behind the check, her eyes widening in astonishment. He held the check carefully, reluctant to touch it for fear the ink had not yet dried. After a moment of hesitation, he abruptly inquired, Linglan, is your money sourced from legitimate channels? Is it lawful? It should be. Shen Linglan pondered for a moment, convinced that it certainly did not originate from illicit means. Brother Lu, perhaps you will come to know later. After all, the system could be considered a non-natural occurrence. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaohua, Shen Linglan unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, Song Zhongling, just before she got into her car. Linglan, he exclaimed, having just exited the school, waving frantically and rushing towards her, eager to ensure she noticed him. Shen Linglan turned off her already started vehicle and leaned against the door, acknowledging the approaching Song Zhongling with a nod. Long time no see. So, you are from B University. Has your internship concluded as well? Yes, I just returned to campus 2 days ago, he replied with a smile. Thank you for treating us to milk tea that day. Although he had already expressed his gratitude via WeChat, he had sent Shen Linglan several messages without receiving a reply, which made him particularly excited to see her at school. You're welcome. How's your family? Upon hearing her inquiry, Song Zhongling's expression turned slightly apologetic. My brother and I are both well. I still owe you the money from our group outing, which I never gave you. I later mentioned needing to borrow 100,000. I apologize for that. In a moment of desperation, he had sought help, only to learn later that his brother had his own resources and did not require his assistance. Moreover, his brother had recently come into some fortune and was even contemplating purchasing a house. That's all right. It's good to hear everyone is fine. Shen Linglan felt relieved that Song Zhongling was unharmed, fearing too much involvement in illicit activities might lead to trouble. As their conversation progressed, Shen Linglan prepared to leave, yet Song Zhongling clung to the car door, pausing before suddenly saying, by the way, did you hear about Li Quan's incident? Li Quan, she queried. He was the leader of the intern group. The designer Li Quan. As the memory surfaced, she asked, what happened to him? He reported false accounts to the company and embezzled 200,000. Song Zhongling explained that, since his promotion had been stalled, Li Quan had been working diligently, even taking on the total planning for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, managing all communications with the outsourcing company, and overseeing numerous details of the execution. Everyone assumed Li Quan's intense effort was aimed at securing a promotion, only to discover he had quoted 300,000 while only spending 100,000 with the outsourcing company, clearly for personal gain. Upon learning of this, the company's leadership promptly contacted the authorities. But Li Quan, having caught wind of the situation, had already fled. Rumor had it he was still on the run, evading capture. Be cautious. Li Quan is now a fugitive. Watch out for him seeking you out. Shen Linglan nodded, thanking him for the warning. Although she did not feel any connection to Li Quan, she did not dismiss the matter lightly. However, before she could reach her new home, she received a call from her bodyguard. Huang Linfeng. Since Shen Linglan returned to classes, Huang Linfeng had been assigned to handle various tasks, sometimes making Chun Mingxue feel as if she had gained a colleague who was taking over her responsibilities. At that moment, Huang Linfeng was at her previous residence, overseeing her moving arrangements. Miss, I caught a suspicious individual at Fuxinghao Yuan who claims he is looking for you, but he refuses to disclose his identity. A sudden intuition struck Shen Linglan that this person might very well be Li Quan. All right, keep him occupied, and tell him I will arrive shortly. Make sure to bring him to a monitored location. After hanging up, Huang Linfeng glanced at the disheveled man, who was glaring at him with furtive eyes, anxiously assessing his surroundings before asking, is she coming? Yes, the miss will be arriving shortly. The man scoffed derisively at Huang Linfeng. Miss, your stepfather's tax evasion and that wretched woman who tricked me out of my money. What are you, her dog? How much does she pay you each month? I doubt she can even afford your salary. Huang Linfeng rolled his wrist, cracking his knuckles ominously, causing the man to fall silent. Fearing further provocation, when Shen Linglan arrived, she discovered it was indeed Li Quan. He was filthy, with his already sparse hair matted from neglect. Resembling a beggar, upon seeing Shen Linglan, he erupted, Finally, you've come, Shen Linglan, you heartless creature. Whose WeChat account did you give me? Your mother's. Do you know she swindled me out of over 100,000 and tricked me into embezzling 20,000 from the company? Oh my, Shen Linglan thought, brimming with curiosity at this explosive revelation. She felt an overwhelming desire to grab a chair and delve into this gossip. Ideally, she would summon Sun Shili to join in. Relishing the spectacle of the two of them arguing in her presence, nothing was more satisfying than watching two loathsome individuals tear into each other. Li Quan rambled on, pausing to catch his breath. Continue. Shen Linglan gestured for him to proceed. Your mother, Li Quan began, but Huang Linfeng abruptly seized his jaw, gripping it painfully. Speak respectfully, or I will tear that mouth of yours apart. Huang Linfeng's grip nearly brought Li Quan to tears. Let go of me. Li Quan whimpered, rubbing his chin once released, struggling to articulate his words. In any case, Shen Linglan, you must repay this money on behalf of your mother. She brought you into this world. 35,000 to buy you off is not unreasonable, is it? Did she send you to collect the money? Shen Linglan inquired nonchalantly. Your mother ran off with the money. Li Quan retorted. If you don't repay me, I will haunt you for the rest of my life, lurking at your doorstep. I have nothing left, and the barefoot have no fear of the shod. I'll see who breaks first. Heiress the thing. Shen Linglan said softly, turning to address those lurking in the shadows. Did you all hear that? This sounds remarkably threatening. I'm starting to feel afraid. Wouldn't this count as intimidation? What? Li Quan turned his head in confusion towards where she gestured. And suddenly 4 police officers emerged, some wielding shields, others holding batons, all fixated on Li Quan. Panic coursed through him as he frantically searched for an escape, but he barely had time to lift his legs before Huang Linfeng restrained him. Miss Shen, you've done a great service. The company has issued a bounty for Li Quan. Anyone who captures him will receive a reward of 10,000. Please accompany me to the police station to provide a statement and share your bank details so they can transfer the reward to you. The officer holding Li Quan remarked to Shen Linglan, who had already reported the incident on her way, explaining that she needed to speak with Li Quan first to extract his intentions and actions. No need. My bodyguard Huang Linfeng apprehended him. The reward should go to him. Shen Linglan signaled Huang Linfeng to proceed with the police for the statement, uninterested in the reward and unwilling to waste time. Feeling fatigued from the back and forth, Shen Linglan called Shen Mingxue to pick her up. In the car, she suddenly remembered that she was about to move and would require additional personnel. The previous housekeeper, Aunt Lu, had done an excellent job, but the larger villa necessitated dedicated cleaning staff. Furthermore, a gardener would be needed for the garden. Shen Mingxue diligently noted her requests, and Shen Linglan added, Oh, and please hire a lawyer for me. I intend to sue Li Quan for extortion. She had not kept up with matters concerning her birth mother, but she had heard that the case was still under review. However, if the stepfather can pay the evaded taxes, he may receive a lighter sentence. Yet now, the money is obtained through fraud, and he is likely to face a harsher judgment. These two matters were specifically emphasized by Shen Linglan, instructing Shen Mingxue to keep abreast of the developments, ensuring that she informs her without fail so that she knows when to escalate her efforts. Upon returning to the villa, most of the items had been tidied up, and as Shen Linglan is unaccustomed to having someone by her side, she sent Shen Mingxue away. At that moment, Zhao Yunduo finally found a moment of respite, The two remained in their respective residences, engaging in a video call, taking the opportunity to catch up during this rare leisure time. However, their conversation was frequently interrupted at Zhao Yunduo's place. 2 or 3 individuals knocked on her door throughout the afternoon. One moment they inquired if she needed assistance with her experiments, and the next they asked if she required any experimental equipment. Zhao Yunduo politely declined and sent them away. After a while, Connie also knocked on her door, mentioning that a research institute at the base had developed a fruit resembling a persimmon and wanted to know if Zhao Yunduo would like to try it. Intrigued, Zhao Yunduo opened the door and received the box, thanking Connie with courtesy. Connie raised an eyebrow. "Miss Yunduo, will you not invite me in for a moment?" "That's not possible," Zhao Yunduo replied. "There should be a distinction between the sexes." "Mr. Connie." With that, she unceremoniously closed the door, while Shen Linglan on the other side laughed at Zhao Yunduo, without restraint. "Oh dear," still calling him Mr. Connie. Go away, go away." Zhao Yunduo opened the box containing the fruit, which she had never seen before, red and slightly larger than a tomato but smaller than a persimmon. Upon taking a bite, she exclaimed in surprise to Shen Linglan, "This is delicious, so sweet." Her satisfied expression piqued Shen Linglan's interest in the red fruit immediately. "I want to try it too." The two could share items with each other, and Shen Linglan had sent Zhao Yunduo food countless times. But this was Zhao Yunduo's first time sending something to Shen Linglan. Shen Linglan touched the fruit's skin, finding it intriguing yet unfamiliar. Taking a bite, she grimaced from the sourness, her entire face contorting to "Oh sour." Just moments ago, she had been coaxing Shen Linglan to try the sour fruit. Having endured the taste herself, now, witnessing Shen Linglan fall into the same trap, Zhao Yunduo was thoroughly amused, collapsing into laughter on her bed. "Zhao Yunduo, you can only bully me because you can't hit me now. Ha ha ha." After 2 days, Zhang Shengnan called Shen Linglan to inform her that the experiment had shown initial success, urging her to personally bring the first product for testing. Chen Mingxue brought the petri dishes and reagents to the villa. With the dosage and usage instructions clearly written, Shen Linglan did not open them but forwarded them to Zhao Yunduo as is. Zhao Yunduo, rarely leaving her room, entered the laboratory for the second time. The people in the lab awaited Zhao Yunduo anxiously upon hearing of the progress. When Zhao Yunduo handed them the suitcase, Lin Xiaoye was almost too excited to remember to wear her mask, only to be reminded by Professor Zhang beside her, prompting her to smile foolishly and put it on. After opening the reagents, the 5 individuals in the lab worked diligently for half the day, sequentially adding the reagents to the soil as instructed. After about half an hour, they found that the bacteria they had long struggled with were gradually losing vitality, and the soil was now suitable for plant growth. Wow, incredible! This achievement sparked a wave of cheers from everyone inside and outside the laboratory. Some embraced each other in excitement, while others wiped away tears of joy. Connie, too, wore a beaming expression, grasping Zhao Yunduo's shoulders and exclaiming that she was truly a prodigy. A reincarnation of Hua Ta. Zhao Yunduo shot him a sidelong glance, disregarding his status as the head of the base, and bluntly replied, "Hua Tua was a doctor." Connie continued to smile. "Regardless, Miss Yunduo, you are truly remarkable." Lin Xiaoye couldn't contain her praise. "I thought there was no one in this world who could solve the soil problem. I never imagined Miss Zhao to be so capable." Half of her statement was sincere, as she genuinely admired Zhao Yunduo's talent. The other half, claiming that no one could resolve the issue, was false. After 5 years of research on the soil with little progress, she had once believed the end of the world had arrived. Yet, she had always thought that only one person could solve the soil problem, but that individual was not in this world, which was why it remained unresolved. Now, however, the initial success of the soil made Lin Xiaoye realize that Zhao Yunduo was even more capable than that individual. Everyone showered Zhao Yunduo with compliments, making her feel as if she were a deity, causing her considerable embarrassment. If it were truly her achievement, she could graciously accept the accolades, but as a mere intermediary, she felt somewhat sheepish. Zhao Yunduo quickly waved her hands. "I just had good luck. You should try to see if you can grow plants." Unexpectedly, her remark prompted Professor Zhang, the lab head, to insist that Zhao Yunduo was being modest. Amid the jubilant atmosphere, Lin Xia eagerly divided the soil into 2 portions, one for planting new seeds and the other for a sprouted plant from another petri dish. They would know if the soil was viable by observing whether the sprout wilted by the next day. In the midst of this joyous celebration, Connie insisted on treating Zhao Yunduo to a meal. Unable to refuse, she allowed him to escort her to a restaurant within the base. To her surprise, the restaurant's decor was identical to a Western restaurant from before the apocalypse, if not for the sparse menu. Zhao Yunduo could have sworn she had returned to the world before the end. Are you speechless? Connie waved his hand in front of her. Zhao Yunduo's gaze shifted from the cloud-shaped light fixture overhead to Connie, her tone unusually calm. I didn't expect Y City to have such a restaurant. Connie seemed somewhat pleased. Our Y City is determined to create the best and most advanced base in the world. Zhao Yunduo nodded. Then shall we try the signature dish of this establishment? The offerings were limited to 2. Steak and beef fried rice. A portion of steak cost 100 Y coins, while the beef fried rice was only 50 Y coins. What is Y coin? It is the universal currency of our base. He gestured for the restaurant owner to bring them 2 servings of steak and then added, it is said that the foundation of civilization is language and currency. We will surely grow stronger. Zhao Yunduo silently took note. Once the owner brought the steak, Zhao Yunduo raised an eyebrow at the sizable portion, thick as a thumb, wondering if that 100 Y coins was quite steep. Given the restaurant's cleanliness and emptiness, and the substantial thickness of the steak, it was evident that they rarely opened for business, perhaps only operating to serve for half a year at a time. 100 Y coins could buy 10 pounds of rice. The owner beamed as he delivered the forks, wishing them an enjoyable meal. For the owner, securing 20 pounds of rice meant several months of food security. In the post-apocalyptic world, steak was considered a luxury. Even those in leadership positions could scarcely afford it more than a few times a month. However, Zhao Yunduo's reaction was entirely different from what Connie had anticipated. After taking a bite of the steak and chewing twice, she frowned, and after a moment, glanced up to see Connie enjoying his meal, swallowing back her words about the meat being somewhat tough and having an odd taste. You haven't had such a large piece of meat in a long time, have you? Connie asked with a smile. Zhao Yunduo thought to herself that she had just eaten a large leg of roasted lamb the night before. Nevertheless, she nodded, not wanting to offend him. After some contemplation, she replied, it has been a while since I had this. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. I haven't touched this half. Would you like to have it? Connie took the iron plate in front of Zhao Yunduo and asked, are you sure you don't want to eat it? Yes. Connie, unaware of how many girls he had charmed, believed that as long as he offered a plate of steak, they would fall head over heels for him. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Yunduo seemed impervious to such charms. Although he never intended to capture Zhao Yunduo, merely seeking to bridge the gap between them. As he sensed she harbored some dislike for him, the results seemed mediocre. How about I pack you a portion of beef fried rice? What will you do if you get hungry in the middle of the night? Connie inquired again to, no need. I have a small appetite. Zhao Yunduo plans to return shortly to enjoy a hamburger in her storage space. There are also quite a few steaks that have been expertly cooked. Some medium rare and others medium, with a crisp and charred exterior. Upon taking a bite, they reveal their tender, juicy, and springy texture, all thanks to the culinary prowess of Chef Mitsai. The steak before her pales in comparison. Although she had savored 2 pieces just a couple of days ago, the mere recollection of its exquisite flavor prompted her to decide to indulge in another piece later on the way back. Connie, who was escorting Zhao Yunduo, anxiously inquired, do you dislike steak? Perhaps I should take you somewhere else next time. Oh, no. Thank you for your hospitality, she replied, though Zhao Yunduo wasn't particularly fond of it. Her gratitude was sincere. In a world so ravaged, food is akin to heaven. Connie's willingness to lavishly treat her to steak and his considerate arrangements, including all matters pertaining to the laboratory, warranted her appreciation, having frequently faced Zhao Yunduo's sharp remarks. Connie felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at her unexpected gratitude, scratching his head awkwardly. Then perhaps I'll take you for steak again, next time that we can discuss it later. As they reached the ground floor, Zhao Yunduo halted, waving goodbye to Connie. Be careful on your way. All right. Initially intending to escort her to her room, Connie had no choice but to turn back home. Once back, Zhao Yunduo wasted no time. As soon as she locked the door, she retrieved a plate of steak from her storage. The steak, delivered by Shen Linglan while the chef was bringing it to the table, was still emitting steam and sizzling as she took it out. Zhao Yunduo cut a piece and popped it into her mouth. She murmured, her eyes narrowing in delight, savoring the very essence of the taste. After relishing the steak, she washed it down with a cup of bubble tea and enjoyed a chicken leg burger. Finally letting out a contented belch and reclining on her bed in sheer satisfaction. Following the completion of their tasks, not only were Lin Xiaoye and her team anxiously awaiting the results, but even Zhang Sheng'an was eagerly anticipating feedback. Zhou Shuer, puzzled by her teacher's anxious demeanor, remarked, Old Zhang, I believe we have perfectly resolved mission soil dilemma. However, Zhang Sheng'an remained unconvinced, sensing that this soil might share a common origin with the previous plant. If it were so easily conquered, the voice on the recording device would not have detailed a full hour of experimental progress, nor would they have studied over 100 samples without yielding results. Do not let your guard down. We shall inquire about mission status tomorrow morning. As for Shen Linglan, after a night of sleep, she woke up naturally on the weekend. The first message she received was from Zhao Yunduo, stating that the plant transferred to Result 1 was still alive and that the soil contamination issue had been resolved. Shen Linglan exhaled in relief, eager to call Zhang Shengnan, but was interrupted by the system's announcement. Congratulations, host. The current progress of the soil contamination elimination task is at 50. Please continue your efforts. 50%. Shouldn't it be 100? Zhao Yunduo wondered why the progress was only halfway. The next day, upon arriving at the laboratory, she understood the situation. The jubilant cheers at the Y City base in the morning were met with deafening silence in the afternoon. The green sprouts that had just begun to germinate were now wilting and turning black, as if yesterday's events had been a mere dream. How could this happen? Lamented a man wearing frameless glasses, regretfully touching the sprout's leaves, which snapped under the slightest pressure. Lin Xiaoya examined the soil with a measuring device, and upon hearing the beep, confirmed the presence of the virus still lingering. This discovery felt like a death sentence for both the leaves and the soil. Instantly, the expressions of those present fell heavier with despair. The ominous shadows of uncertainty loomed over the people of Y City once again, as they had initially believed the food problem had been resolved, only to discover it was but an illusion. Professor Zhang sighed, expressing his disappointment. It appears that the airborne virus can resurrect the pathogens in the soil. Then we should cultivate food in a sterile laboratory, someone in the crowd suggested. But the requirements for a sterile lab are exceedingly stringent. A chorus of white-coated individuals began to debate. Zhao Yunduo remained silent, pondering that the task's progress being at 50, rather than 0, indicated a correct direction, albeit missing a crucial element. As autumn settled in, Zhao Yunduo recalled how her grandparents would construct greenhouses in the vegetable garden to shield the seedlings from autumn winds and frosts, creating an airtight semi-outdoor planting shelter to purify the air within, ensuring that polluted air wouldn't infiltrate during personnel movement, while allowing the plants to bask in sunlight daily, should sustain a viable amount of vegetable cultivation. She shared this idea with Lin Xiaoya, who hesitated before responding. Theoretically feasible, but the cost of a sterile greenhouse is not any less than that of a sterile laboratory. Meanwhile, Shen Linglan, having overheard this suggestion, was approached by Zhang Shengnan, who inquired, Miss Shen, were the last plant and this soil from the same environment? Indeed, Shen Linglan replied. Zhang Shengnan, slightly distant from the microphone, seemed to be discussing something with her students, using overly technical jargon that Shen Linglan could hardly grasp. After a minute, she finally turned to Shen Linglan and asked, Is this result not as satisfactory as expected? Shen Linglan, taken aback, exclaimed, You truly are remarkable. Zhang Shengnan chuckled. I couldn't sleep last night, pondering that if it were so easily resolved, why wait for my arrival to research it? I suspect the air remains the primary issue. When we studied the extermination spray last time, it contained an air freshener capable of eliminating airborne pathogens. I had them increase production last night. She and Zhao Yunduo had aligned in their thoughts regarding the establishment of a sterile environment for plant cultivation, with 10 special air fresheners prepared. Zhang Shengnan placed an order for a courier to expedite their delivery, along with the freshly formulated soil purifying agent, straight into Shen Linglan's hands.